Look at this movie, Yoshi. Look at Yoshi. Look at this movie, Yoshi. That's very nice, Mikey. I know. With the fucking food shit. I don't like these. Look at this movie, Yoshi. Yoshi. The internet's been amazing, Yoshi. Really? Like, the best. Maybe lost it again. I bet she's candy cane. This was fun. Anyway, Josh, Not so happy. Yoshi. What's that? What's that? Hot dog on this one. Hot dog. Oh, also, would be great. That's not smart. You have to drive it up. Don't be a bitch. Oh my god. That was tight. Kick him in the face. Did he break his elbow? Fuck yeah, bitch. We don't use tough. This isn't guitar here, I love it. In the window. Oh yeah, bitch. MJ cups. Can't you hear me now? My old dog. Can't you hear me now? Yo, dog. Yo, yo, Sheen. Sheen dog. You remember when you used to call him Sheen dog? Thanks, baby. You like this dick, babe? Yo, girl. What is this? Rick and Morty. Tom's Burger. Frasier. Rick and Morty. Yo, she'd be like, dog. Rick and Morty. I'd be like, I hate this show. He'd be like, oh, dog. Have you ever seen it? I'd be like, dog. Good. Dog. It's the funniest fucking show of all time. I'd be like, yo, I don't know what this thing is. They'd be like, you don't know about Rick and Morty? I'd be like, no. They'd be like, oh, dog, it's so cool. It's like, oh, dog. So shitty. This show sucks. Yoshi, did you do the thing? Yoshi. Pilot. I always think this old guy's gonna molest this kid. For Rizzy? Yo, dog. Which one's Rick and which one's Morty? No one knows. Well, he just said Morty gotta come, so maybe Morty's the kid. Yes, what's that gangster? Mama. Shout to Mom in Canterbury. Really? Yeah. She doesn't get it. She's looking great. Where is he? Where's Shizzy, dog? Yo, dog. Yoshi. Yoshi. Yeah. There you go. Yoshi. Yoshi. Yoshi, this is my great blasting faces. Like for her. Yeah. Yeah. Friendship with me. Yoshi. Yoshi.
Now, if you ask me, this is inappropriate for a board meeting. If you have a dress code policy that allows us in a classroom, it does not promote a safe classroom environment, as well as limiting the amount of distractions. Under the proposed policy, this would be appropriate in a classroom. Now, if you ask me, this is inappropriate for a board meeting. If you have a dress code policy that allows us in a classroom, it does not promote
Oh, speedruns are a thing. How can you just speedrun magic? Yoshi.
Safe classroom environment, as well as limiting the amount of distractions.
Yoshi. Oh, shit.
Looking at the future, if you took 33% now, I worry that it would hurt us at a subsequent round.
When I started my business, started with one product, I took out a bank loan, it was about $325,000. I paid it back within a year, and I never had to take a loan or bring in an investor again. So listen, I don't think you need to just sit there and take on all these investors and take in a whole ton of money. You just need to be strategically smart and take in the right investor. That's the bottom line. So I'm going to change my offer. My offer is this. I'm going to go $200,000 flat. Then I'm going to give you a loan of $200,000 at 7%. I'm going to fund purchase orders if you need them, and I'm going to ask for 17%. You may like it, you may not. But the one thing that I can offer is I can offer somebody who will hold your hand, take you down the road, do everything that you need. I care about helping women. I care about helping the environment. I care about helping the world. And I really like the two of you. So I care about helping you.
So hard to get.
We're making it hard on them.
Blood coagulation.
You do $1 million or 25%.
That's all you do. That's
I hope Daniel saw that we have as much passion as he is. We want to build this not just for ourselves and not just for our customers, but for the people that make our products. We want to create a transformative brand, and he's the perfect partner to create that.
look at this one. Look. No, she tell everybody the story. So Mikey was over here and he was like, "Hey everybody, I hope y'all doing okay." And then he was like, "Oh, that's why season 12. Why? Because they got crocheted thongs." Mikey was like, "Where can I get an artisan crochet thong?" And they were like, "Oh, dude, Prince Van Schmuck or something."
Since its launch,
I made you a good offer. What are you going to do about it?
Shark
I'm
Tank
gonna
has been
blow
a
you.
champion for innovators, inventors, and small businesses chasing the American dream.
We don't like to give up. We will do whatever it takes.
Well, you gotta blow me right now, give or take. And I want 8% royalty on whatever your fucking little gadget is up there. I wasn't even listening. I was just looking at your shit the whole time. Come on, girl.
To keep our entrepreneurs, sharks, and
Oh, what is this bullshit? Hey, you should tell a story. Malcolm was over here, and he was like, "Hey, everybody,
since its launch,
watch me restart and refresh and do all the other stuff no about which no one cares." And then he was like, "Oh, dog, you're so sick."
Good offer. What are you going to do about it?
I love him.
Tank has been a champion for
She cancer.
innovators, inventors, and
I'd
small
fuck the cancer out of her.
chasing the
Is
American dream.
that possible?
We don't like to give up. We will do whatever
Watch
it
me.
takes.
Let's try it. You've tried everything else. Just give it a
In an
minute.
unprecedented collaboration, we've innovated with the Venetian
Ocean Resort in Las Vegas to create a protected bubble environment to keep our entrepreneurs, sharks, and
Sons of bitches. Absolute sons of bitches. Motherfucker. You cunt bastard. Yo, she did the thing. When the Monica was over here, like, hey everybody, let's watch the show. And the Monica was like, hey dog, here's the salt too. And I was like, hey dog.
First into the tank is an innovative storage solution for a common household.
They have a bubble. Look how far apart they all are. Oh, this is like bullshit. I kind of like that
Hi,
one.
Sharks. My name's Carson Grill.
And I'm Jason Grill. We're from Cincinnati, Ohio, and I
Do you guys have a grill?
to this CEO right here.
We're here today seeking $150,000 in exchange for 10% equity of our company.
Sharks, just a few years back, Carson and I were doing some touch-up paint around the house. With 3 kids, fingerprints all over the walls. Believe me, there's always touch-up to be done. Being a former Marine, Carson knows I like to run a tight ship.
Question to you, Sharks, is does your paint closet look anything like this?
If so, you have half a dozen
If
gallons.
this is a paint clean closer, I swear to God, I'm gonna fight someone.
You cans and all the ruts, clumps, and snow.
We looked at each other and said there has to be a better way.
That's why I invented the patented touch-up cup for paint, the most innovative solution to all of your paint storage problems. It even has a stainless steel blending sphere for easy mixing.
Just shake it, baby.
Say goodbye to rust and clumps forever. Touch-up cup has extra threads and an airtight silicone seal to keep.
I'll give you an
paint
airtight
fresh for
silicone
10
seal
years.
kit. Get over here. Jesus.
So whether you need a lot or just a little,
Rip
we got
it.
you covered.
Wait, there's more.
Yeah, I know.
We're already in 4,000 locations. And we're not stopping there, Sharks. We'll keep going until Touch-Up Cup is in every home, store, and workshop around the world.
So Sharks, who wants to come?
Shake and paint with us. Sharks, in front of you are your very own Touch-Up Cups to try out for yourselves.
How old are you again?
I'm 15.
Wow, that's great. That's awesome. Do you have a patent on this, or?
Yeah, so we have a utility patent on the use of the shape of the cup and the use of
An
this
application or an actual patent?
actual patent.
Wow.
So who is business? And you said you're in 4,000 locations.
Yeah.
Tell us about that too.
So we're both running the business right now. We both have big jobs. I'm in school, I'm going to be studying in high school. And my dad works in medicine. We have a
When it's packed, we don't get it. We gotta get in there. I'm small, bro. I'm anytime you have it, I love it. Okay, I need those right now, please. Espresso, then that's way more important. Gordon yelled at me, I'll send balls right back. I'm not taking that. Get out of here. We're gonna take the balls of bread and egg. Sandwich.
Vito, Vincent, what do you want to meet you guys?
How are you?
I'll lead you guys to it.
I didn't learn that until my 5th year at Top.
We're about online and 30% in retail right now about our sales. We have sold $220,000 in sales over the last 2 years, with $150,000 of that being over the last year and a half, and $70,000 of that being this year. We got another shipment, and we are on track to do $400,000 in sales this year.
That's excellent.
Wow. The 3-pack cost you how much then?
$1.99.
Including packaging?
Yes,
So
and shipping.
$1.99.
Yes. The individual cup costs us 90 cents landed.
Okay, and what are you selling for?
The individual cup we wholesale for $1.89 and retail for $3.99 to $4.99. And the 3-pack we wholesale for $4.25 and retail anywhere from $9.99 to $12.99.
Normally on Shark Tank, when you bring in your son, usually the father gives the pitch, and the son does a little demo, and then off they go because things are going to get tough in the tank. So far, Carson's doing all the talking. You're not saying anything.
You know what? I have all faith in him. We run this business 50-50. He knows what he's doing.
I've gone to trade shows with my dad. I've gone to buyer meetings with my dad. One buyer, we both walk in. She looks me dead in the eye and says, "Oh, you brought your kid. He can sit in the hallway, I guess." And I said, "Oh, no." So that's when we pulled up a chair out of the hallway and I led the meeting.
No, he went out, he grabbed the chair, he pulled it in. He's being modest. He has 4 patents, okay? A utility patent on the touch-up cup.
And
And
3
he has 3.
design patents on the muffin bagel and donut fresh.
Oh, and you're 15 years old and you have 4 patents.
Yes. These are 3 of my newest products, the muffin bagel and donut fresh. They are absolutely a part of this deal. They are ergonomically designed to keep muffins, bagels, and donuts fresh for 3 to 4 longer than conventional packaging.
You're throwing that in.
Yes.
You're not selling those yet.
Well, it's about 5% of our sales. Carson, this is super impressive. How much you know your stuff? Like, I learned the words purchase order, private label, distribution around 27. He just spits them out. You didn't watch Shark Tank. Yeah. I would love to help you grow this business, so I would love to make you an offer. You're asking for $150,000 for 10%. I'd like to give us some more cash flow, more runway, so I'd like to do $200,000 for 25%.
Wow, thank you so much for that offer.
This guy just made a better offer than I would, and I was about to give
Let Carson hear a bit.
No, but I was going to give $150,000 for 25, and now he did 200 for 25, so I'm forced to do 200 for 17 and a half to cut his legs out from under.
Yeah. Are you serious? Thank you for that offer.
That is a really interesting dilemma you've got there, Carson.
Oh, what a shark. So I'll make it simple, guys. I love you. You guys are amazing, but those guys have been great out, so for those reasons, I'm out.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Congratulations.
My dilemma is this. I want Carson to drop out of school and become a CEO.
I just finished 8th grade. I don't think that's an option right now.
And I'd have to agree.
Thank you, Mr.
But I do have to ask you one question in regards to that. Who will be running the business? I can't work on it every day. Blake can't work on it every day. Who's going to work on it every day? Or will we have to hire somebody else? If we were sitting in your shoes, we'd be asking the same questions. We want to get this to a point where I don't have to have the other job, but the time right now is not right to. You're trying to keep the lights on in the house. I get it, right?
Yeah.
But at some time when you're working at midnight, the buyers in retail, they're up Monday morning at 9 a.m. calling people saying my shelves are empty, and you're not there to pick up that phone at 9 a.m. They're calling you that. So who's going to pick up that phone? If we want to get this to a point where I can be full time in this business, absolutely. Absolutely, but I can't at this moment. I'm gonna have to revise my offer to $150,000 for 20%.
Gosh. Mr. T and Gary Coleman look fly.
Two sharks are out. Carson and Jason have an offer for
Jello
Blake
look
and
fly.
one for David for their paint storage product, Touch Up Cup. But the offers are changing once the sharks discover that no one is
All
working
day, every
full-time in the
day.
business.
I'm gonna have to revise my offer to
Where is it?
$150,000 for 20% because I see right now that at least for a year it's going to have to take administrative money to other people to go out and do some of these jobs. That's absolutely right, Dave. I'm not changing my offer.
You've got 2 very good offers here.
And it was called Hannah for
Someone
Lopez.
like Blake or
Hilarious.
like Damon could sit and really work with you
That
and
was
teach you
all
and give you some good advice. Whereas I would want you
That's
to
so funny.
have someone else run it
Hannah
for
for
you.
Lopez.
So I'm gonna go out.
Okay,
This
thank you
is
for your time.
great.
I have a question on your offer. So, would you be willing to fulfill purchase orders, help us fulfill those purchase orders? On top of that, if it got like
Rest in
uncontrollable
peace,
to us?
Jennifer.
I don't know until I get in there and really understand your business better. But if I own 25% of this business and we need to fund purchase orders or inventory, then it's going to be in my best interest to make sure that I help arrange a line of credit at a bank for you. David, same question to you as far as fulfilling purchase orders. No. I don't want to be the bank. I want to use other people's money. Carson, what do you want to do?
Yeah, so Blake, we really weren't hoping to give up 25% of our company. Would you be willing to compromise and say 17.5%?
For $150,000.
Could you do it for the 200,000?
No, I don't think so. I think my best offer would be $150,000 for 17.5, which is what Dame is. But I really encourage you to
26
give a little bit more
months.
away, but also get that extra 50,000 in cash. But I think it's going to help bring these ideas to life.
Okay.
That's a chicken movies. Yo,
Would you do
Don,
200,000 for 20%?
are you done?
I love this kid.
I love that you're asking, but I really think the value that I'm going to bring, I need to own 25% equity. What do you want to do, buddy?
Damon, I would like to thank you for your offer. That was really kind of you, and I really appreciate it. But Blake, you have a deal.
Okay, great, thank you.
Congratulations. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you,
I
everybody.
really appreciate it.
Thank you. What up, buddy? Good job.
Okay.
We did it.
How do you feel, man?
Amazing. With Blake on our team, the sky is the limit, and we can reach any level of success. To all the kidpreneurs out there, just like me, you know that you can get to this spot with a little hard work. You can do your research, and you can be right here where I am. Get a deal with one of the sharks, and it feels amazing.
I was born in Arlington, Texas, and grew up spending most of my life practicing
That's your
tennis.
warm
I wanted to be
pony.
a professional tennis player, but unfortunately, I had a career-ending injury that stopped my hopes and dreams in the tennis world. My first business was a pickup and delivery laundry service. The only reason I became an entrepreneur was I had a need for someone to come do my laundry because I was on crutches and couldn't carry my own laundry down to the facility. I went from knowing nothing about business to running a company in 3 states with 40 employees. By the time I was 29 years old, I had created 4 businesses and sold 3 of them. Frankly, I was a little bit exhausted and burnt out. So I decided to go to Argentina. When I was in Argentina and traveling, one thing in particular I witnessed was really intense poverty. And that really stuck with me. Many of the children were in the streets when they should be in school, specifically not wearing shoes. That's when I had the idea to create a shoe business, where every time we sold a pair of shoes, we would give a pair to a child in need. We told them our vision, and they thought we were totally crazy. Every business consultant I talked to couldn't believe that I was going to give something away every time I sold it. But because it was so radical, it differentiated us and allowed us to become one of the fastest growing shoe companies in the world. Today, there are thousands of companies who've either emulated the one-for-one model or create a social cause in their business. Today, Tom's has now donated over 96 million shoes to children around the world, and we've reached sales over 500 million. After growing Tom's for 8 years and dedicating my life to it, I realized I wanted to do more as an entrepreneur. And so I sold half of the company in 2014. Making small changes in our lives can truly transform them. This led me on a 2-year pilgrimage to meet some of the top scientists in our country on the state of well-being and really thriving. This experience led to me launching a new company called Made For. Our hope with Made For is to teach everyone habits and practices that can truly transform their lives and help all of us answer the question, what am I made for? One of the things I'm most excited about is competing with the other sharks. Most people know me as this do-gooder, but I'm really competitive. Success to me means feeling that you've done your best to make the greatest impact you can while on this planet. Knowing that you have given life everything you can, and you felt nothing.
A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X. There's no Y. Oh my God, that's amazing.
Next up is a solution to a common anxiety for electric vehicle owners.
Why, because we love you.
Hi, I'm Chris. And I'm Josh. And we're 2 of the co-founders of SparkCharge based in Somerville, Massachusetts. We're here today seeking $1 million for a 6% stake in our company. Everyone knows electric vehicles are the future. They're better for the environment, and soon they'll be everywhere.
Because we love
But there's
you.
one major thing keeping them from growing faster.
Come on,
Range anxiety.
Range anxiety is the fear of running out of charge in your electric vehicle. That's why I would love to introduce you to the ROTHSCHILD, the world's first and only portable, modular, and ultra-fast EV charger.
The anxiety of finding a charging station and the time wasted waiting for a vehicle to charge simply goes away when the charging station comes to you, no matter where you are.
The ROTHSCHILD has 3 core features. Number 1, modularity. Units can be connected together to give the electric vehicle owner the exact amount of range they want.
Number 2, portable. Our portable units can charge an electric vehicle anytime anytime and anywhere, making any location a charging station. And of course, the most important
West
factor,
against
speed. We can charge an electric vehicle at a rate of 1 mile every 60 seconds. So Sharks, help us create a more sustainable mobile EV charging infrastructure.
Okay, and walk us through it. So how would I purchase that?
family in 1960.
I don't know anything about this. I'm out.
Yoshi.
Thank you. So yeah, it's really simple. So we actually sell directly to businesses. So we work with OEMs, roadside companies, on-demand companies, and service companies. They use the hardware and they go out there and they charge electric vehicle owners who request it.
So AAA would carry this.
AAA customer right now. We do have a program going on right now. The question is, how much does it cost you to make one of those per module? What do you sell them? So per module, our cost of goods are roughly around $2,500, and then you pay $1,000 deposit, and then we charge them $150 monthly fee. Okay, so it's $150
I
per
want to
month.
see you
per
with your
module.
shirt off,
Yes.
girl.
In the past 6 months alone, we've done close to over $500,000 in sales, and we're on track to do over $1 million in sales this year alone. By end of next year, we're predicting to do close to $10 million in sales. This unit itself, it's patented.
Tipping like a
We developed it
motherfucker.
from the ground up. We also built our own manufacturing facility in Buffalo, New York. We've also been really strategic with our funding. But we won a lot of grants and awards to get us there. How much money have you
Sean
raised
Watson,
from
always
investors
this
or grants that you've
questionable.
received? I'd say we probably raised about $3 million in venture, and the rest has been about awards, which comes about $2 million. So probably
That's
about $5 million.
fabulous.
Very smart. And so, what percentage of the company do you guys own now versus what the investors own? We have a
Yoshi.
little. But why do you believe you'll go to 10 million? You went from 500,000, you doubled that, congratulations, to 1 million, and now you're going to 10x it. Why do you believe you'll go to that? So the electric vehicle industry is growing rapidly. Essentially, the reason that we're here today, that's a great point, is that we need to scale to keep up with demand.
Obviously, having run some cash flows where you are now, how much have you lost to get to here?
Since the beginning, I think the burn rate is just a little over about 4 million. So you guys are in a bad spot right now. No. We have you've raised $4 million, right? We raised $5 million total. Okay, and you spent $4 million, so you got $1 million left. Correct. And you've got, in order to grow, you need to invest to build more batteries. Correct. All right.
You're basically leasing these things to people, right? Correct. How much capital do I have to tie up in inventory? That's probably the best way to answer.
About a third.
You're basically going to carry a third of revenue.
That's all I have to
At
say.
least. In other words, you own it. It's on your balance sheet. Wouldn't it be better to simply sell this
What if she's like
and then let
facial
depreciation
or
occur
no
in the
go?
market? Because I
I'd be
think
like,
that's a big issue.
So, we could sell it, but by
with
leasing it out,
consent.
essentially we control the asset, and then when the batteries come back, we can also
Really?
repurchase them.
Okay, so tell me again what it costs you to make.
2,500.
And so
Yo,
your payback time
Is approximately 12 months.
how much are you charging then? If it's 12 months, if it's 20, if it's 150 a month,
Pay $1,000 deposit.
oh, they pay $1,000.
It's
That's
considered an actual $1,000
Yo.
revenue. It's $1,000 deposit. It's not refundable. So it's not a deposit. It's actually $1,000 payment. Yes.
I really love what you're doing here, and I also think that you can have a direct consumer end of this down the road where they can put in their cars something smaller, but will give them that little bit of peace of mind where they can get to somewhere where they're safe.
So we are going to be coming out with a consumer product. The technology inside is somewhat the same. It's just smaller size, lighter package, more consumer-friendly look. What will that retail for? Depending on scale, we might be able to get it for under $1,500. How many units are being used right now? So today, around 50. Yeah. 50.
Oh, that's
Oh,
all.
shit.
Only 50 units. You're back ordered right now.
Yeah.
I hate the lease part of the deal. I hate owning risk. That part lost me there. I'm out.
Yeah, that you're excited.
Like Lori, I think the big opportunity is developing a consumer unit, but I find it really
Fuck
hard
was
to
that?
believe that you're going to deliver a consumer unit for $1,000 or less. And your commercial units are thousands, and so for that reason, I'm going to be out.
Yoshi.
Like I said, I think it's super smart. It is innovative. I mean, Mark is Mr. Technology. Like, I will always look to him to understand things that I don't actually understand when it comes
This is
to
more a
certain
capital
stuff.
issue.
So, are you interested, Mark? That's
Yeah, I
not
like the concept, right? So
Yoshi.
here's the challenge, right? The challenge is it's a lot of cash up front, and you're going to have to borrow money, not raise money, because if you raise more money, then you guys
Really
aren't going to have any
for
ownership,
sure,
right?
dog.
Unless you think it's going to be a multi-billion-dollar
Telegram
company.
has
And
more
It's
on
going to be a
the
multi-billion-dollar
titty.
company. According to
I'll
our
never
estimations,
forget
we can
that.
get to profitability
Selena
without having to
Gomez
raise additional
has a
rounds
fucking
by the middle of
birthmark
next year.
here and a blue vein here.
6% is nowhere near
Really?
enough for 2
Oh, for sure.
So, Lord, I think the best way to do this is to let them make us an offer and we either say yes or no. So you know what your number is. Instead of us trying to, give us a nice, just give us your number, right? And if we like it, we'll say yes. And if we don't, we'll say no.
How about this? How about we do
Where
$1 for 10% and split 50-50, but we'll also throw in 2% advisor equity.
Jerome Bettis.
2% each.
Josh, I feel it on my face.
So we would go 500, 500, 7%, 7%.
Right. Five is 2 big.
Deal?
You got a deal. You have a deal.
I think the best person in this deal is Lori, who got a free ride on the Mark Cuban back. She's a moderator. I like your style, Lori.
Congratulations.
This was an exhilarating ride of my life. We really want to dig in and start building this business to be $1 million business. What's the power of Lori and Mark? Our product is now fully charged to take over the world.
People don't realize when you raise money, it's not an accomplishment, it's an obligation.
Exactly. But our media celebrates it. They celebrate raising money as if that's like profitability.
Next into the tank is a way to protect against germs and viruses. Hi, Sharks. My name is Pete Badaway, and this is my beautiful wife, Bianca.
We're seeking $100,000 for 10% equity in our company. Sharks, we want to introduce you to Joe. Joe here, he's just like all of us. Gets up, gets himself ready, puts his mask on, and heads off to work.
The second Joe leaves his house, these nasty little germs, which are filled with odor, dirt, grime, and even bacteria, are flying at him from all different directions.
I love it.
Whether you're grabbing a quick latte at a crowded cafe, walking past a sneezing coworker, and let's not forget all those nasties he picks up during his commute to and from work.
He's washing and cleaning his hands throughout the day, but what's he doing about his clothes?
Nothing, Sharks. He does nothing.
That crazy, nasty dirt that he's collecting throughout the day
I don't know how much I
still
like
stuck
it,
on
but
his
it's
clothes.
okay.
Let's face it, Sharks. You can't all walk around with these things on all day to keep us protected.
There are products to wash
Jeans,
and clean your
baby.
hands on the go, but why not for our clothes, which are even more exposed?
And that
Is why we created GarmaGuard.
GarmaGuard's the first natural garment and fabric cleanser of its kind. It uses
Oh,
natural
Anton Landa.
to
Oh,
keep you safe and your clothes fresh.
Applying our garment spray, it's easy. It's simply to spray it onto your clothes, helps eliminate odor, freshen your fabric, and keep that dirt and grime under control.
There you go, Joe. Much better.
So no matter who you are or what you do,
GarmaGuard gives you the freedom to live your life without having to wear one of these things on all day to keep you protected.
so which one of you sharks wants to team up with us to help GarmaGuard the world?
Sharks, we have some samples of buddies. First, we're going to get out of these suits and get Joe on his way out of here.
I really enjoyed that high school play.
Yeah, that's fun.
It was very good.
Okay, so my very first business was a
Yeah, that
laundry
was great.
and
I like
dry
it.
cleaning company.
Yes, we know that.
This
Oh,
could
take
really
my.
save someone a lot of money on dry cleaning. It's half of the reason people would bring their clothes to me, especially in college. Their clothes smell like smoke. So my first question is like, will this take away smoke smell and not have to take the dry cleaning?
Absolutely. We get amazing feedback from firefighters. And I'm a police detective myself, so I work very close to firefighters, and they come like, Pete, this stuff's really good.
Wow, it works. I mean, the thing is very few people ever wear socks when they wear Toms. And if you don't wear socks, they start to stink, and there's no odor.
How does it work? How does it extract the odor?
It actually eliminates odor causing bacteria.
So it's killing the bacteria.
Yes, it is. It's lab tested. It does kill bacteria. It kills 99% of it.
Dang,
We
Captain
can't make
Rock
those
can
claims
do it.
because we're not EPA registered
She
yet.
has some
So we're selling it as a cleaner now, but we know
I
how
don't know why
effective.
I'm here. You can do it.
Viruses too, then?
Yes.
COVID?
It's a big question.
Yeah, we don't have that kill claim
I mean,
yet.
that's clearly the
We're working on it.
your sales are going to grow a ton.
It's just
Well, with that in mind, tell us about your sales. been in business for a year and a half now. To date, our sales are $476,000.
All right, $500,000 of sales is not a joke. You know, that's a good number. Is this your business?
Don't tell me that thing's gonna break.
So I'm actually a nurse. I've been working up until 3 months ago when we had our third
I
daughter.
want it
So
to break.
Congratulations.
I don't want it to get hurt.
So
Oh,
the idea came up actually from
well, this
being
is
a
great.
nurse at home, and I wouldn't want my girls touching me. I wouldn't want he giving me a hug yet. I felt so dirty after my shift.
Jenga
And just
tournament.
watching this day after day, I knew that
Holy
we
shit,
need
I
to
played
product
that Jenga
use on our
tournament.
clothing, on our uniforms,
Oh,
on our scrubs
that's
throughout our
some
day
pictures
before we
of
come home. And if
Yeah,
none exist, we need to
cartoons.
make one.
So where are you
Cartoon
selling it
Jenga
right now?
tournament.
What are you
Yeah.
doing to amplify your sales?
So right now we're selling on our website as well as a couple other websites.
You're only online right now.
Yes.
Okay, so how much do you sell these for, and what's it cost you to make?
So we sell them for $12.99 and it costs $1.85.
Okay, so you got enough margin.
Nice.
Yeah, nice one.
So, guys, you made these sales, but the golden ring here, it seems to me, given where we're at in this pandemic, if this said, kills COVID on your clothes, I think that would be a really good message.
Well, we're going to get it.
What's the timeline to get that? Because I think that's the question that we're all going to ask, we're all going to focus on. So that would change your business dramatically.
6 months to a year, I would say, if I had to estimate.
Look, guys, it's a great product. It smells good. Obviously works real well. But every day I get an email from somebody saying they have this new whiz-bang formula. And you guys hear about competition all the time, I'm sure. Right? So the reality is you have to be a great marketing company. Right? And you're just starting to learn how to do that. So I don't think you're quite ready for my investments.
All right, thank you, Mark. I appreciate it.
Guys, I understand why you can't give me what I want. What I wanted was a little picture of the coronavirus with a big red X through it.
That's why we need your house.
I know.
We need it.
To me, that's the marketing dream.
It's not just COVID. It's wonderful. I mean, this
Choice is
feeling
not
of
gonna get it.
cleanliness and staying sanitized and clean isn't going anywhere.
I get it.
That's going to be there
Yes,
for a long time.
it's not for me. You two are terrific.
Thank you.
Anyways, I'm out. Thanks.
Thank you.
Donna
think
Douglas
that
can get it.
this is a good enough business that you may not need a partner. I think you guys can scale this to being $1 million, $2 million, and doing it without a partner. Shut up.
Appreciate that.
You know, I think that this is a really good product. I think it smells
Wham, bitch.
fantastic. And I
Suck
think you're right
these
on the money
nuts.
right now. People would just love to take something fresh and non-chemical and spray it on their clothes afterwards. I'm absolutely going to be a customer. I like it a lot, but it's just so early. I think you're going to do great, but I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Great, dog.
That was one.
Gosh.
Laundry days.
Before I made my final decision, there's one question I never got answered, and that is your total sales have been $476,000 over the lifetime of the business. What's your sales going to be this year, and what's your profitability going to be this year? You have huge margins.
Yeah, so we'll hit at least 500,000 this year, and our margins are around 20%. So we'll make 100,000.
Tatiana Lee looking great as fuck. She can get it.
You know, I think you have a great business here. I think you have great margins. I actually don't think you need the equity investment if you're going to make that profitability today.
Yo,
For
dog.
many years, I never took investors. And
Many,
that's how I was
man.
able to have a very big exit.
Many,
My recommendation to you guys is to
many,
get this approval or whatever you need so you can say this will kill COVID. And that your sales are going to take off and you're going to be able to fund it with the cash flow through direct sales. So,
But you're buying in early before we make that claim, right?
yeah, I know.
Our
But
valuation's going to go up. We have 14,000 customers, loyal customers. Our conversion rate is 6.6%. Our return customer rate is 33%. The COVID claim is just
Yo,
cherry on
dog.
top.
man,
What's going on,
I
West
think
Side Gang?
these statistics you keep throwing out are just making my case even stronger.
Oh, dude, somebody was like,
Hey,
hey, Mikey.
right now, you just need to keep finding. You're going to look back and you're going to have millions more dollars in your pocket because you didn't give up equity right now. And then you're going to take me to dinner for giving me that advice. Love you guys, but I'm out.
Thank you.
Thank you for both of your services.
Thank you, guys.
Stop jerking off on camera.
You know, like I didn't have any investors. I scrapped it all. With all the money that I made, I kept putting it back into the business, and the business was always mine.
And I think that's such an important message for people watching to hear because I think we glorify investing. And I mean, this show is all about investing. And there's times when an equity investment, especially from a shark and a great partner, is critical to your growth. But in this case, I think they're going to be great.
They don't need to.
Next up is a product designed to bring a
Anything you
little bit
see
of comfort
is
when you're in the great outdoors.
Hi, my name is Wiley, and I'm here to tell you about my company, Rumble. But first, Sharks, I gotta ask you a question. How do you sleep at night? I'm guessing it's under a cozy, warm blanket, right? Blankets are the best, and they've been keeping people warm and comfortable for centuries. But it's been decades since anybody's thought to give them an upgrade. Meanwhile, we've seen a textile revolution happening in outdoor gear and athletic apparel. Sharks, Rumble has taken these proven new-age materials and created a line of durable, weatherproof, lightweight blankets. They're extremely versatile.
I like how you
warm
want to
and
pick a
cozy,
fight with this
and they travel
asshole.
with you from the home to the outdoors and back. They repel pet hair. Free and stains. Come on.
Don't waste one.
Cheap stuff, don't worry. That's the best stuff. Rumble blankets will keep you protected. The thing I'm most proud of, Sharks, is protecting the planet. Each of these blankets is made using 60 recycled plastic bottles that might otherwise end up in landfills. Additionally, we offset 100% of our carbon footprint every year and donate 1% of all sales to environmental causes because we care about protecting the places that inspired the idea for Rumble in the first place. I'm seeking $600,000 for a 4% stake in this booming blanket. Of course you are. There are samples for you on your tables in front of you. Please, let's get cozy and get to it.
And where do you sell? Where do you sell it now?
We're selling online, Amazon. We're in every REI.
I actually bought one in REI. No, yeah, I'm a customer. I think the product's great. I don't really like the valuation right now, but we'll talk about it.
I gotta tell you, this is off right now.
Yeah.
Really warm.
Yeah.
To be so thin,
Maybe you look like a grandmother.
I'm happy though, looking like a grandmother.
What is in the inside? What is the...
So the ones you guys have right there, they have a hollow fiber synthetic film. It's basically like a bucatini pasta tube.
But it's a fiber
Instead of just
film.
looking at,
Exactly.
instead of just looking at like the technical aspects of the blanket, I mean, it's great. I have one with a customer, but this reminds me a lot when I started Tom's. Like we had a shoe that a lot of people were copying. So there's nothing in this blanket that doesn't mean that I can't start a company just like it tomorrow.
Sure.
But what's most important to me, Wiley, is like, why did you get passionate about blankets?
Sure. I was on a ski trip with a friend just outside Mammoth, and our car froze. It was like the coldest night on record in Mammoth. And we woke up the next morning, car wouldn't start, and we were several miles up the dirt road. We had no cell service, so it was kind of a sketchy situation we found ourselves in. And we bundled up in our sleeping bags, and we started talking about how, man, I really like these materials so much more than my comfort back home. And we decided, when we get out of here, we're going to make a sleeping bag blanket. We bundled up in our sleeping bags and just waited for somebody to show up. It was several hours before somebody eventually did.
So what does one cost?
$100.
And what's your landed cost?
$25.
$25.
So it's
And then are you selling at wholesale? What?
50,
50,
49, 50.
And can you just take us through like the year you started and what the sales ramp up has been?
Yeah, so we started end of 2013. 2014, we did 450K in sales. Then 950, 2.7, 5.3, 8.8, 6.5.
Oh,
And I'll
ouch.
explain that. And then this year we're on track for 8.
What happened to that big drop?
Yeah, you lost a wholesale account.
No, well, yes.
Yes,
Actually, what happened is in 2018, when we did 8.8, 3 million of that was really just with 2 large corporate accounts.
How many competitors are doing pretty much the exact thing right now in the wholesale channel and direct?
There's probably a good 15 companies doing something similar.
15. This is a big problem, I think, because I mean, no disrespect to the business right now, but to have this level of valuation and have 0 barriers to entry and 15 competitors, that makes me really scared.
What are you gonna, and before you leave, because your valuation is $15 million, you do have to bring up how much money you're going to make off the $8 million.
Oh yeah, we're gonna keep them the
What's the
blanket down.
profitability?
It's going to be about 5-6% this year, so 4 to 4.
Only 5 to
Yeah.
6%.
Pre-tax? Pre-tax?
That's the profit?
Yeah, pre-tax.
So how much money have you raised?
Yeah, I really want to talk to you guys about this because I know this is going to be a sticking point here. So
No,
Rumble has raised a good amount of money. We've done 2 seed rounds. Both of those equaled about $1 million. And then in 2018, we did a proper 8-round, and we raised $3.8 million.
So that leads to the next question. How much cash do you have in the bank?
$3.5 million.
Whoa. Why are you here?
All sharks are still in, but with the big sales and plenty of cash in the bank, the sharks are skeptical about why Wiley needs an investment from the sharks for his outdoor blanket company, Rumble.
How much cash do you have in the bank?
$3.5 million.
Whoa. Why are you here?
I am here because I would like to take this product and this brand to the sports license.
Worst excuse ever to be here.
You could afford and say like
You called the addicts, you called the NBA, you know how to get a license.
I don't. Seriously, I
You
don't.
have 3-point-something million in the bank. You got enough to hire people to go out and do licensing and to acquire the licenses.
Where
I'm
my
trying to
team
figure out
is
this.
focused,
I don't know
where my salespeople are focused is in outdoor.
Wiley,
I don't want to distract them from some
Wiley, I got a real Mark. Do you think he's here for the exposure, or do you think Wiley wants us to invest?
Yeah, Wiley, I'm not buying the whole I can't get sports licensing help without you guys. So for those reasons, I'm
Wiley, it takes my breath away when you come in here and ask me to pay you 50 times for cash flow for blankets.
We don't really need the cash. What we need is a partner. And what I'm willing to talk about is a loan with royalty.
Did you say royalty?
I said royalty.
Was I being nasty to you? I take it all
No,
back.
it's all fair.
Okay. You know why, Wiley? Because you have something called sales. Hit me. What do you got?
All right, so I would like to potentially structure this as a $600,000 loan, 10% interest paid back over 2 years, and then 5% of all revenue generated in the sports license channel.
I'm going to make you an offer. A loan is $600,000, 10%, and 5% of sales for 2 years.
That's great.
Hold on. So when my son Steph guys came on here, they had nothing. I got them all of Disney, all of Marvel, Pokemon, sports license, all of that stuff.
David, I think we should do this together. If you can help grow those channels, I know I can help the D2C.
Blake and I will give you $600,000 at a 10%. That's a loan. I would go after licenses for you. Blake, you're going to go after wholesale.
Yeah, I mean, I can literally grow his wholesale by 500% tomorrow. So 2.5% to each of us for 2 years on all sales, and then that's done. And we get 4% equity.
I'll give you the $600,000. I'll take 4%, but we're not going to call it a loan. I'm just going to say, give me $10 a blanket till I get back $1.8 million, and I keep the 4% because I became your partner in my Shark Tank portfolio. And I'd rather just take the 600 and pour it onto direct sales. That's it. You don't have to go nuts.
I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do.
Cash flow.
What do you got, Lori?
I'm out.
Good call, Lord.
Yeah, so Damon, I think we need more equity. After doing this math, we're going to do a ton of work on this business. So the deal is $600,000 loan at 10%, 2.5% to me and to Damon for 2 years, and 10% equity.
The deals keep on getting worse for you.
I mean, that's it.
I like the Mr. Wonderful offer better.
I like Mr. Wonderful offer better than that one. How about this, Blake? I'll be
A lot of
honest.
deals today.
I was really excited when I learned that you were going to be the guest shark.
And I'm
I've
stoked
admired
on
you as an entrepreneur and an individual for a long time. What if we do $600,000 as a loan, 10% interest paid back over 2 years, 2.5% royalty on sales for 2 years, and 4% equity. So the same offer I came in.
Get back to where you were before.
You're going to have to give up 10% to get 2 sharks. And really, you've already said you want to be dating Blake. You're not going to the dance with David.
Yeah.
You can throw David under the bus, which you're about to do. Because there's no way you're giving up 10%.
That's right. I'm not giving up 10%.
What do you want to do? That's the decision.
All right, so I'm going to give you clarity for this one. I don't want to get in the way, so I'm out.
I appreciate that, Damon. No disrespect, honestly.
Yeah, look, the thing is I was excited to do a deal with Damon on the licensing, but I also just have to look at the value of my time, and I'm only going to focus on 2, maybe 3 investments a year, I'm going to get involved like a founder. And so I need to be treated like a founder. And unless I have 10% equity, I just won't feel like a founder, and I won't be motivated to help you as much as I want to. And that 10% is just as low as I can go.
What are you going to do, Wiley?
Guys, I'm sorry I can't do the deals. I apologize. I really, really appreciate this experience, though. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. Came in really wanting to do a deal with Blake. Was bummed that it didn't happen. I don't think he was being totally reasonable about the value of the company. I think we could have got a lot of value out of that. But ultimately, I just don't know that it was the right fit given the valuation we wanted to put on the company.
Tonight on Shark Tank, Kendra Scott, the founder of million-dollar jewelry brand Kendra Scott, joins the tank.
I am one of 20 women in the United States to be a founder of a billion-dollar brand. Our mission is to create a
I am
community
one
that represents
of
all
one
women,
rabbi
girl power,
who masturbates on camera, allegedly.
Just got a whole lot simpler.
Wow.
Hurt
Who's going to help me save this planet one cup at a time?
You know this is going to be a $100 million brand.
This is a home run.
Hell yeah, go. I'll give you a home run, baby. What the fuck is this shit? Yo, y'all niggas need to cook up some cocaine with baking powder and sell it. All the best. Come roll. P.S. Yoshi. Look at this one. Would you fuck this Kendra Scott girl? Yeah, probably. Really? Yeah. I fucking sit in block right now. God damn it. Yoshi. Oh, you're gonna do the backside? Yoshi. Oh, hell yeah, dog. That's what I'm talking about. I would fucking knock that beaver on the wall, girl. I feel there is no pussy. I fucking hey please. I wonder if there's a pork chop off. I think there is. They don't do as good as a beef chop off.
woman who could write about stereotypes. And we all knew that this was that way. And the people in the video thought way too hard to see that if we drag a lot of time with the learning stones, whether it be in rehearsal or studios or the 66 shows I think, maybe I should bring something different to the game. And because I had archive interviews with Keith Richard and Bill Wyman, and then when I saw the briefing or the sample photos, I was looking at photos of shows that I had been to. And again, there was no negotiations or politics or nepotism or cronyism. We actually invited into production to this book. And right there, sign me up. You know, the Rolling Stones icons is I personally enjoy seeing candid photography from band members taking pictures of each other, but also the intimate stuff that they did as opposed to your standard sort of PR release or album cover, outfit. And that's what definitely drove the passion. In part, thank you to Bill Wyman, right? Bill Wyman is a contributor to this book, and I was thrilled that it interviewed, Sherry O'Neill, a photographer, and George Manford. I mean, of course, Sarah. I mean, I watched some of those visual images or some of the photos. Made the impression on me of 13th century history that I knew the Christian handwriting and Christian stuff. And right now, since I've watched industry, the coffee industry business, whatever you want to call it, machinations behind the curtain, I've watched bands hire their own photographer, and you don't really get the glimpses or the candid stuff. And none of this stuff is promotion for the thing, but you get to see the band in stage shows. I mean, Linda McCartney has some pictures in this volume. And so I set the tone. I wrote the introduction. I bring everybody in to the playing game, and I know the impact of this book. Just the emails I get, and people like crying on the phone because there's probably been 100 books on the Rolling Stones, but I'm affiliated and I'm the tour guide of a volume that we know penetrates. So this is Virgil at the front of the boat pulling away.
Are you done? Oh, look at Yehuda. Legend. Could have been a deep. Yehuda. Talk about in the beginning. The Cubs won the World Series. Roll the fucking ROTHSCHILD. Then I feel this rap is being adequately discussed. Neither here nor there nor anywhere. The fucking Murray Center of the University of the fucking ROTHSCHILD was misshaped inside the multiverse bird. I would say that no time to begin the ship. Inside the multiverse bird philosophy. With adequate lineage righteousness. Let's go. What's going on here? Oh shit, what the fuck? Dog. I didn't even know what this part of the male anatomy was called. No one did. Like, no one did. I like how dropping kids off at the pool is just, it's not known as racist. It's just known as the euphemism for taking her young. Funny. Yo, dog. It's open, huh? Taking the Browns to the Super Bowl. That's funny. Yeah, we're done. What are you doing now? Oh my God. Yo, what was the part of the penis you didn't know? Who knew? Like, no one knew. What was it? Phenochrome? Frenulum? Frenulum? like a small V, just below the head.
Burst into the tank is what the entrepreneur hopes is a better and more affordable
Freedom.
experience when shopping for intimates.
Hi, Sharks. My name is Ellie. I'm from San Francisco, California.
Do not attempt a
And I'm seeking
penile at home.
$500,000 in exchange
Can this
for
girl get
5%
it?
of my company.
Yeah.
Booty Bag. Booty Bag is an affordable, comfortable, and convenient way for women to shop for underwear. I started Booty Bag because I was sick of going to the mall, the semi-annual sales, the clearance bins, the sales clerks. I want to give women
Oh,
that
it's also
sexy
the
feeling
thing,
of sliding on a new pair of underwear
mouth.
without all the hassle or expensive
Whoa,
price
okay.
tag.
Human
So
anatomy,
here's how it works.
brain,
Select how many
so just
pairs you
check
want to
out
receive in a month,
your
your size, your
vulva.
style option. And for just $10, we'll deliver your new favorite undies,
Maybe
all
a
without leaving the
menorah.
comfort of your couch. Our
I
mission
knew
is
it
to
was
not only
living
bring a
majority,
necessity
maybe
to
a
women
menorah.
at an affordable price, but to create a community that represents all women. This brand is made for women, by women, and with every pair purchased, we donate to women in need. So, Sharks, who's with me in making all women feel good in their undies? Terrific.
Ellie, is it a subscription service?
Yes, it is. It's a monthly subscription. You're not committed to anything. So you can get
Okay.
one pair for $10 or two for $15. You get all four for $20.
You're done.
That's every month I burn through 4 underwear.
Yes, I knew you were going to say that. You can skip or cancel at any time. But you can also go in and switch your styles or downgrade or upgrade. Are these the samples? Can you look at them? Oh, sorry guys. Yes. Everyone gets them. So this is how I get it? Yes. Hello babe, I'm here. Hello babe, I'm here. Yeah. So okay, and you're manufacturing the underwear? Yes, so it's my design. I
Hello,
stuffed
babe.
them extra so you guys have bralettes in
I'm
there
here
as well,
to
which I
spy.
know will look fabulous on you, Mr. Wonderful.
That's what I'm
Wow.
There you go.
So how did you get started in, where did this come from? I know, right? Well, my parents are entrepreneurs. So although I thought I was not paying attention my entire life, I clearly was. But I also was like always a hustler, always liked money, like lemonade stand. Girl power. Oh my God. Hell yeah, sister. We have to talk. Yes. When I turned 18, my mom owns a hair salon. And I spent all my summers kind of like helping her out. And I just felt like this is kind of my path. I'm going to take over the salon. And I kind of stumbled upon
This
going
idea
underwear
sucks.
shopping and waiting for the 5 for $25, going and digging through the bins. And I was like, this is like such a terrible shopping experience. And I was like, oh, I'm going to just do this. It's going to be easy. I had a website within 2 days and borrowed $300 and
When was
2016.
that? Since then, what does sales look like?
Year to date,
It
we've done
sucks.
3 million.
Holy fuck.
3 million? Yeah.
Amen, sister. You're
Yeah.
amazing.
Thank
That's
you.
amazing.
Well, you've inspired me. I actually saw your panel 4 years ago, and you rock my world. So I have to say, like, being here is so cool.
You started with 300, but how much have you raised since then?
So I've raised none. I have no debt.
Wow.
You've raised no dollars.
No, I'm hoping to raise
How did
today.
you pay for the inventory?
I just went to the store. I got clearance underwear, and I did the packaging. And then I graduated from that. And then I was like, oh, online, where can I buy bulk underwear? And then I found a manufacturer, and I did private label, and I graduated all the steps. And actually, by demand, forced me to figure out how to produce my own line.
Best story I've ever heard so far. Okay. Well, how did people find you as a beginner?
Yeah, so we have a huge following on Instagram.
And how did you garner the following?
It's all actually user-generated content on our feed. So we have real women posting. We don't edit our content, so it's as you come.
Just one last number.
Yeah.
Cumulative lifetime sales.
Yeah, so 15 million to date.
Holy fuck.
$300 to 15 million in sales.
Really? You're a rock star. I was so nervous. I'm so excited. Thank you.
The one thing that I think is getting everybody so excited, because it's really worth talking about, is every other subscription service has to raise a ton of money early on to acquire customers.
Right.
You should be rolling in the dough.
So yeah,
Why are you coming here and asking for $500,000?
So our production actually is, I use a broker right now. In a proper scenario, if I did have the direct factory,
Look at this.
I would be able to
have shorter lead times. So I'm working on extremely long lead times because I'm just. What are your lead times right now? They're about 8 months to 9 months.
Whoa.
What?
8 months?
So you're designing a product and you don't get it in house for 8 to 9 months. Yeah.
Why is that?
So I'm kind of in their mercy. I'm very small on some of the scales that they do.
Why don't you partner with the manufacturer so that you never have inventory?
Well, that's why I'm kind of here. It's my first go at all of this, and so kind of just figuring it out as I go.
So you really haven't made any money yet.
I mean, we net 5%.
Whoa.
All sharks are still in, but they have discovered Ellie only makes a small profit on the huge sales of her lingerie subscription business, ootd.
So you really haven't made any money yet.
I mean, we net 5%.
Whoa. Successful clothiers that have real scale make 15% pre-tax. You're at 5, so there's 10% of cost in here, and I think I'm going to find it all in the inventory. So you got to get rid of that. You got to partner. It's worth giving up some of this equity to your manufacturer to solve this problem.
Yes, you nailed it. But in order to make money, I need to be big, and I have manufacturing problems.
Yoshi. You don't let you masturbate on camera, man. Oh shit. Oh shit. I hope this motherfucker got back on here.
simplysavemoney.com. That's simplysavemoney.com. There's no safe. That's simply safe. Last month, the D20 announced the plan to impose digital currencies and digital IDs on your populations, essentially allowing the government to track any purchase you make. Concerned Americans with diversifying their assets into physical gold to protect their savings, and you can too. Sign up to follow a physical gold and your first gold boom held in a tax shelter by IRS. Text PINS to 989898 and claim your free info kit on gold, because it's digital currency power. Usually unlimited, but it's nice to have some gold to fall back. recording and interviewing everybody associated with Candy Show, directors, producers, band members, choreography. And sing references at the one of these songs as well as the police. What makes me really clear that it was pretty big shoes with the rehearsal. It was sort of, shall we say, like all Hollywood movies, because I was in a lot of stuff that it's put on a sequel. And so, even the owner of what we see on TV now or on TV, that's not the description of the host and Dean. I mean, sure, the show James Brown, the show said to follow James Brown, but there was an hour or two wait, or there was a lot of wait time to set up equipment and things like that. It wasn't just situation is perceived by all of us. What's here is the product that is possible. And the genius work of Jeff Beatty as the musical director of the Candy Show. I just been in the studio with a wonderful guitarist, John Keith. With 10 years with Marcella, he's on a lot of the Jackson 5 records. With many years with Barry White. John Keith is involved in the Candy Show band and the orchestra. Yeah, he's also in the big TNT show. Which is kind of this element to the Candy Show. So I have talked extensively with these people, and often as I say, when I was counting my book on the documentary, Rock Said Rock, we talked about the Candy Show and the activities taken. And so I'm in the point to talk to the participants, and they have their own stories. The truth is often in the middle, but it does work. And
It's my friend's birthday. Shout out to my friend. He's celebrating his birthday.
to do some interview work with James Brown, and James said, listen, man, you're going to be kind of, we're going to be kind of following you, and even with, kind of shot at him, see if it's going to be a put together project. I don't think James Brown was having any of that. But I actually think, when I talked to Jeff Beatty, on the late FCC, extensively about the Candy Show, and he thought James Brown opening the meeting with that went to the wrong thing. There's a power in this. It was good to get open after the licensing thing. That he thought he could fire the Rolling Stones to take it to another level. And for all of us consumers, guess what? We like both of them, James Brown and the Rolling Stones, and the Motown Act, and Janis Dean, and it's a chapter of the rock and roll. Look, I will go to the old ground of the Capagliasso, but I will say what I love most about the story. Sorry, you're right about it. If that part of the story is true, of James Brown telling the incredible follow that. Because he knows that, that isn't ripping off a lot of his moves. And what did he do it better than the original Heritage of Metal Goodness? And so, I mean, I look at that and I say, if that part of the story is true, I do know that, as you have said before, I think asked, that I think it's like, who was listening, but somebody said that, I mean, did they regret hearing it or living it? Like, many of the Stones performers were like, that was a huge mistake playing on that stage. Sort of, but the interesting thing is the band, everybody who participated, it was a package deal, and everybody got paid quite handsomely in 1964 days. What would be in 1964? I think every person involved, every act, got $25,000 each. They didn't surrender all the rights. Then talking about Ronald and Tiny Red, probably the exhibition, there's a ton of money back then. It was put together by GAC, General Artists Corporation, kind of like the booking agent. And so even shall we say, Southern California. So I don't think anybody regretted anything about that. And sometimes when you have that baptism by fire, you know, the phone was, I'm sure that's where there was weapons that they were reporting at Sunset Boulevard at RCA. Right after that, it was when they did extra story, and it was showing. And by the way, Mick Jagger had watched Little Richard shot at 30 times on a 1963 tour with the Everly Brothers Dutch, and I was talking about this. So he was already looking at Tina Turner at Motown Music and Little Richard, and of course, you know, he went to the Apollo before or after to go see James Brown. So he never hit the fact that the influences he wore on his sleeve. And eventually he became his own brother after soaking up the DNA of people. Wait, okay, let me just fundamentally, because you know this on the show, the reason he does is wears a huge mask and is very good language and it's so fascinating. And did you ever read what objective press, TRILLIONAIRE, American Music International, as a hider was misconduct? I've interviewed the director, a couple of times. But you know, because I know his history, he went to LA High School, he's another name of Angelina. I mean, he had worked on a show called Jazz Team USA in like 1961. So his market technique, his directorial style, it came from jazz and improv, but he also knew how lights were working, and he knew to bring in the choreographers, David Winter, and also Tony Basso. So there was choreography and energy and impulse, and also it was so well done. Plus, it was in a new kind of film set called comic vision, which was short lived. If you've ever seen the movie Parlay, it was kind of different than direct. It was sort of shooting video and put it back to like film. It was a different kind of black and white film experience. It didn't wax meaning it was kind of expensive. But that was something developed from radio station, TV station, KTLA out here. So the film stuff, it plays a part. Again, like I was talking earlier about the studios and room show when they got into it. It even when you do it a little deeper, maybe. Although it's all been transferred now and highlighted on DVD, Blu-ray, and it's a little different. But it's not your traditional huge, quick, black and white master stage of a Western roll band lip sync. It really was a 2.5 day kind of concert experience that we got to see in theaters. And then it disappeared for a long time because there was no video outlets. There was no VCRs. There was no DVDs. Then it came back, and now it's a really good discovery for anybody. Oh, sure, to see that era. And to see Chloe Zhao, right, dancing in the background. What is it? So, and Angela Bassett, yeah. That was there too. It was a thriving, Los Angeles experience, and it kind of bleeds into the things that Jackson would do the following year when the Verizon was on television. I mean, yeah, I can see that. There's correlation. But is it not good, then, though, that the Stones in Houston are going last? I mean, that's what the regret is that they should have been more respectful of James Brown and the energy that he brought to the stage, regardless, as you say, whether or not there was an hour's gap for resetting cameras and lights or whatever, that they recognized, even if the story's not true about James Brown passing, Mick Jagger in the wings saying, go like that, that they were still, that was still the Stones' choice, that they were the last half. And maybe at the time that the band was barely having one. Well, you know, how do you agree with your partner then to just choose the musical director who knew the wrong thing, right? If him, instead of Too optimistic for that.
Look at this one.
You're serving almost as a retail store for them. Right. They manufacture, then they wholesale it to you. Right. And you're kind of at their mercy because you're not going direct to the factory.
Yeah, totally. And they know me as well. So in the 4 years I've grown up with them, they've never been a partner to me.
How are they treating you? I'm just curious. They treat you terribly.
Unbelievable. Are they men?
Are they women or men?
Men, yes.
What a surprise.
Yeah. They have never ever been flexible with me. They've made me take product that was actually, stained or damaged, and like I just had
They
to
don't.
do my
You should have just sent it back and said no.
Well, they know that every month I have to on the 15th put out products.
So this is a real pain point for you.
Yeah, and that's why I'm here.
Ellie, I love you. First of all, I am so impressed with you. What you have created with $300, how you have harnessed the power of social media. You're creating a movement around your brand, which is so unbelievable. You know my story. I started with $500 out of my extra bedroom. The first few years, my margins also were not what they are today because I wasn't able to harness great manufacturing deals. I didn't have the production I needed. But over the last 18 years, those things have been able to change, right? I don't want you to have to wait 18 years. And I didn't take an investor for the first 10 years I ran my business. I did it on credit card debt, lines of credit, LOCs. I mean, you name it, it was hard, right? And one of the things I wish I would have done earlier is bring in somebody as an investor who had a vested interest that could have helped propel me quicker than taking 18 years. And I think I'm the shark that can do that for you. So if it's okay, I'm going to offer you the $500.
And I bought a place in LA. Really?
But I want 10%.
I knew I wasn't going to stay.
I understand.
I knew I wasn't going to raise that.
Community, you're a female founder, and there's not enough of us out there.
Oh, yeah. Women out there are programmed to be weak. I don't come from a weak society.
Let's stop.
That's true. I go to Big Rami Yoga. Change my world. I can't hang out with you. You don't want to hear some. You know what I'm saying? Like it was just the Harvey Weinstein shit. And just what I saw with the women out there, how they acted, I didn't want I wanted my daughter to be tough. I want to be Jersey tough. When somebody comes over, well, you need a roll. You need to go with my hotel. Go. That's what I wanted from her. I didn't want to raise a victim as a woman in LA. I did not want to raise a victim. We're not victims. You put yourself in that position. You knew he wanted his sucked. And then they want to attack you 10 years later. They want to attack like Mr. Big. Mr. Big was the king of New York behind Tony Soprano when he was on that show. Yeah. Any restaurant he walked in. Sex in the City, Mr. Big. Yeah, Mr. Big. Any restaurant he walked in. That's true. The hostess is going to, what's Mr. Big? Yeah. And what are you going to say? You want to step my back? I mean, I don't know. And then when you don't pay attention, and 10 years later, when you're about to release a movie, that's when the memory comes back. Yeah. You try to finger him at the Soho Club. Come on, man. Come on. You put yourself in that position as a woman. I was raised by a woman that ran with men like she had a bookmaking operation. And I seen her getting into arguments with men. Go for yourself. Let me be scared for a minute. My mom had no victim in it. It's fun, women I grew up with had no victim in it. Yeah, but maybe they just didn't have the opportunity to. It's like maybe they were victimized at such a young age. They were like, this is part of life. And maybe in LA, everything's so nice until you want a job in Hollywood, and then all of a sudden you see reality.
So you don't grow up in reality because everybody's coddling you and taking care of you. Where your mom saw some absolutely wild shit. Her mom saw some wild shit. I mean, to be a lady running numbers is already crazy.
Well, let's get back to the beginning.
Yeah.
My mother went to a dance with her sister in Cuba.
Okay.
My sister went outside. My mom couldn't find her. My mom went outside and she was getting raped by some guy. So my mom broke the bottle and stabbed him and killed him. Her family sent her to the United States to hide the shame. They sent her up to the Bronx with some distant cousin. My mom met some Puerto Rican.
Shame?
Yeah, because she was like, yes, it's a different world sometimes for people, you know. What you see as a victory, like when I tell this story, some people go, well, she was a fucking animal. No.
What?
She was protecting her sister, who I still talk to. She's like the queen of Cuba, my aunt, Rosita.
Really?
So I still talk to her, and that was never forgotten. So she got thrown into this life. She hooked up with a Puerto Rican girl that was a numbers runner. And the next thing you know, they were opening up their own bank. My mom went back to Cuba, had me and my sister, gangster, an alias, and came back here again as an alias, opened up a bar, a numbers operation, a restaurant with an alias. That's why when my mom died, I didn't get no Social Security.
Hold on, so you're talking about...
Are you with me, motherfucker?
This is 1950s. She leaves
40.
Oh, okay. So 1940s, she leaves Cuba, goes back to Cuba. What?
1961.
So right after
Fidel, like a fucking animal.
Nobody's going back.
No, bro. No, because they hadn't. Listen, my mom's not in the fucking. My wife and I hired an attorney like 10 years ago. The only family I have that went through Ellis Island is my uncle. Everybody else came like fucking illegally. Like, yeah, everybody else came in. I didn't know what until this day. I can't figure it out.
Do you have like a Social Security card?
I was born in Cuba, but I have a New York City birth certificate.
If you come legally, you're kind of pussy,
I don't really know what those motherfucking criminals were doing. My mom and my dad, I have no idea what the fuck they were running.
Okay.
I have a history about my dad being here also young and teaming up with young Jewish guys down in the village, and they were doing some fucking dirty shit.
Was it raising rent or?
It was like heroin and shit. And I saw pictures of my dad, and he was just Cuban, but he had like a fucking tattoo of a star on his arm, and he wore like a fucking Jewish star on his chest. And he wore a beanie. That was his fucking thing.
A little beanie. A really little beanie.
Yeah, man. And I couldn't figure how much circumcised. I don't know.
Culturally.
I'm not Jewish. I'm uncircumcised.
Yeah.
So
that's how they do it back then.
Yeah, I still got a turtleneck. So, so you know, plus I saw like my friends' moms, plus a woman. Also, I go to LA and everything is very like fifi, and I see women setting themselves up. Like they were setting themselves up for something to happen, and then they want to attack you because their world wasn't complete. And it happens with us also. We do the same fucking shit.
How do we do it?
I don't know. We fucking. I don't think that's that far. But no, it's just kind of weird. So I wanted my daughter. I didn't want her to be raised in like a fucking weird society.
Yeah, I didn't want her to see some real shit.
Yeah, like my daughter, there was you could take off of their school because if you booked a job.
Oh, did she go to one of these like LA schools or whatever?
It was like the best grammar school we could find. We put her in.
Yeah.
Her Christ's daughters went there. We all went there.
Yeah.
Today, I think the school sucks dick.
Yeah.
The worst school. My daughter hated it. She's like, they didn't even have a building. You were outside, you know. And it was, while I was there, I would take her and I would just see the attitudes of other people. And I didn't like it. It was too, we don't need this in the schools.
Yeah.
We don't need this little acty, fucking wacky shit in the school.
The priority should be Hollywood.
And when it comes to kids, man, look, I want my daughter to be a kid. I don't want her to grow up like I did. When I was 10, I was fucking, We wanted numbers. I'm in the city in the afternoon going to peep shows. Yeah. It's fun when you're done. And when you grow up, you're like, that's why I had so many fucking, because I grew up too fast. I never enjoyed my.
You didn't have a childhood at all?
Yeah. Not really. Like, yeah, we had a childhood, but it wasn't what kids do today.
Yeah.
You know, we were already selling glue, the glue junkies on 148th Street. You gotta remember, dog. My first 10 years, they just go buy glue because they would, but the glue guys threw him out because he knew he was gonna. Let's get to the beginning of the story.
Important tour information, timely, right now. If you're watching this or you're listening to this, tickets just went on pre-sale for the Atlantic City show at Ocean Casino. That's going to be wild. The show's going to be July 29th. The pre-sale code is Andrew, theandrewshows.com. If you want a link. We're also adding a few more cities. We got Raleigh, North Carolina. We're going to come up to Nyack, New York. And we also got Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, the Wind Creek Event Center. So theandrewshows.com for those tickets. I'm not sure exactly when Bethlehem will be up, but just keep following it at theandrewshows.com for that. And go get those pre-sale tickets for Atlantic City. More dates to come. Thank you guys so much for coming out to Gary, Indiana. That was incredible. Yeah, it's just awesome to be back on the road. See you guys out there, man. So I look forward to it. Peace.
148th Street was my godmother's house. And I would go up there on like the weekends. And there was a model place. When I came from Cuba, I didn't speak good English, so I was ashamed to talk. So I would just get fucking models and build stupid fucking models of ships and Superman. Yeah. And every day I would go down to that model place. There was always a skinny guy outside. You know, like, hey kid, are you going to go inside? Can you get me a tube of glue? And one day the dude said it to me. He goes, don't get that fucking guy glue. He snorts it. I'm like, snort it? I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm like 5 or 6. I don't hablo. What the fuck are you talking about? So then I caught him one day. We were taking out my godmother owned 3 buildings on 148th Street and Broadway. And I was helping her take the trash out. And I caught him behind the garbage can, huffing. But when I go, his name was Charlie. I go, Charlie, he went like this. The bag stuck to his hand. He couldn't get rid of the bag because the glue was on his hand and the bag. So we started calling him Sticky Charlie. So I figured he would get a check from the government every month because he got hit in the head with like a missile in Vietnam. So then that government said, this motherfucker would go to the glue place and buy a case of it and then spend all the money. I still remember he lived like on 148 between like Broadway and Amsterdam. And we would walk to his house. They'd be having glue parties in the basement with a bunch of glue holes. This is before crack came on the scene. They were glue holes, right? So I went to my mom one day and he had a hard time buying glue. He would always have a hard time. Let's say the glue was 25 cents. Another day, just a tube. Nobody would sell him glue. So I told my mom, let me borrow 20. I'm going to buy a case of glue and pick this bitch out.
So that's your first mark?
That's my first mark. I started hitting.
How old are you? You're 5 years old?
Charlie, 6, 7. Wow. I'm selling glue to Sticky fucking Charlie. And I'm living on 88th Street. Right there, right, 88 on Broadway. Okay. Yes, I moved on 205 West 88th Street. I went to PS 166. And fucking, that neighborhood was okay. Like, they were like white kids that were okay, you know? Like, I had like a Chinese girlfriend. Her father worked for Schultz. You know, the dude who fucking draws. He was a Chinese, so we would go to movie theaters. They closed the movies in New York City. Another guy in my building was the producer of Beatlemania. So we went to see Beatlemania's kids on like a rehearsal. It was a great neighborhood. But 148th Street was a way better fucking neighborhood. They had Puerto Rican kids, it was Irish kids, Jewish kids, and they were all dirty. You know what I'm saying? Nobody was clean. In fact, I used to dress down when I went up there. Because I didn't want them feeling bad. I'm a West Side kid. I got my own air conditioner in my room. These guys live in a 2 room with a fucking fan on, sheets on at night. So I would dress down. I would put holes in my pants. I would put money in my back. But these kids were hustlers. They were already shaking down the neighborhood. Really? Like they had like 2 blocks that they would go into and say, listen, we want to take your garbage out, clean the windows, sweep. No, we break the fucking windows. These kids were already young. And they were anywhere from 6 to 10.
So okay, real quick, back up. You've catch your first mark. Is your mother proud?
My mom don't fucking know.
I thought you were like, yo, give me $20.
I needed to buy glue for models. I didn't tell her I was.
So where do you get in your head, like, I can take advantage of this situation? Like,
Because he's fucking fucked up. He's a narcissist.
Would she be upset, or you think she'd be like, okay?
Nah, she would have giggled about it. What the fuck are you doing? You can't be selling glue.
Yeah. But you talk about no childhood. No 6-year-old is going to see a business opportunity at 6 years old. Yeah. That's a grown-ass thing.
No child today.
Yeah, okay.
The other day, my daughter got in the car after kickboxing, and she goes, do I have an Uncle Julio? And I go, yeah, you got an Uncle Julio Rodriguez. And she goes, when did I meet him? And I go, you met him when you were like 4 up north. He owns a jiu-jitsu school in North Bergen. I go, remember we went up there? She's like, oh, yeah. Yeah. I go, how is he your cousin? I go, well, our parents were bookies. Yeah. And me and Julio and his brother Gio, they used to call Sandwich, because he was a fat kid. Like, we were hanging. They used to just call him Sandwich. They just gave him a sandwich. And I said, you know what? I'll let you know. And I just called Julio, and I go, don't. I go, Julio, tell her what we used to do on Saturdays when we were kids. And Julio's told him, we go to the Bronx. We're like 8. We go to the Bronx and run numbers, and they pay us $50 for the day. And we'd be on the street corners just taking numbers from people with a fucking adult watching us. 3, 4 kids, and then we'd have to run errands, go get coffee, cigarettes. But that's what we did.
$50 back then is crazy money.
$50 on a Saturday?
Even now, it's
crazy. Fucking Bruce Lee movies I can go to and shit.
How much cool you can buy for
You're living.
Who was doing security when, like, who was collecting the money for your mom and the other girl? If, you know, the guys didn't want to pay up.
No, they always paid us like $1, you know, like $2.15 for $1, $3.10 for $2. The biggest bet you had was like maybe $5. You know?
So there was nobody they had to worry about not paying.
Yeah, because it was all a community. It was a neighborhood.
Got you.
You know what? You're gonna beat me for $5. You're gonna get a beating in those days for the $5. Not like now. In those days, for $5, you got kicked or something. Somebody threw a bottle at you or something.
Yeah.
And then you couldn't put any more bets in. So it was simpler.
Oh, yeah, you were fucked. You still want to be part of this community. You still
want to be part. That's part of the bigger Harlem, the Bronx, and Brooklyn. That's what keeps those people alive.
And would your mother go to give the meetings, or would she give the meetings herself?
What do you mean?
Like if somebody didn't want to pay.
No. Nobody really, like in my world, gave you a beat, but there was bookmakers that did give you a fucking beat, you know?
Yeah.
Like the flat out, whatever it was, like they'd smack you, you know?
Yeah.
Shit like that, nonsense.
Can I ask you a question? Why did your mom go back to Cuba?
I have no fucking idea. This is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
I have no fucking idea. And as I got older, I never asked her. And one day she died.
Right.
So I never got to fucking ask her. These are all questions that I had afterward.
Yeah.
Like I have a sister that died last year.
I heard that.
In Cuba. She stayed.
Yeah.
She didn't want to come. She wanted to finish out the school year.
And
then Castro laid the hammer down.
No way to get her back.
No way to get her back. And that's what really killed my mom. That she went through congressmen, got attorneys, everything she could to pull her out, and they just wouldn't let her on.
So did they think about doing the boat situation?
They thought about a lot of things, but then as she got older, she didn't want to leave.
Her life was there, her friends
was there. And then, I don't know, like 10 years ago, we connected, we would speak a lot. And I said to her one day, I go, listen, let's do this. Let me, and this is my sister, but it kind of disappointed me. Because she yearned, like we always, our conversations, you ever have a conversation with somebody, every time you get off the phone with them, you gotta have a drink.
Yeah, it's just,
like, before I call this motherfucker, I know I'm gonna get upset. I gotta call them.
Yeah.
Because they're my family. But I know they're gonna say something. I'm gonna need 22 fucking joints after this. You know? And she'd always say, well, you enjoyed my mother more than I did. And I'm like,
that's your fault.
I had it for 16 fucking years. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you putting me through this fucking dose? So one day I said, let's cut this shit. How about I fly you and your fucking husband to LA, you meet my wife and my daughter, you see how we live, go to the comedy store, I'll take you to whatever the fuck you want to do. And then we'll hop on a plane and go to Jersey. I'll show you the bar, I'll show you where we lived, I'll show you take you to the cemetery. And she goes, no. She goes, I'm too old. I go, you're fucking 62.
Yeah.
And then she's like, I just don't want that. My husband worked for the government. I was like, that's it. So I didn't lose contact with her. After that, I still kept in touch with her. But for me, it was like, it's nothing I can do. I can't go there.
Yeah.
I have no passport.
Wait, you can't leave the country?
No.
Because you're a felon?
Because of very other things. I never went back and got a passport, really.
But can you? Why can't you now?
Because they say I got a warrant in Seattle.
They say you got a what?
A warrant in Seattle.
For what?
Like it's a misdemeanor warrant for not going to anger management class.
Okay.
You know, and they won't extradite me. They won't extradite me, but you know, if I want to give myself attorneys to call and go, what do we need to do here? Just after 1995. What is it that we need to do?
What do you get so angry about? What was it?
In Seattle?
Yeah.
You know, think back to when you were like taking your blue collar for fucking 8 years. How frustrated you are.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you want to move ahead, and then you get a little bit of steam and everything. Seattle was one of those places that as soon as I landed at, it was a nightmare. Okay. From the minute I landed in Seattle, I got there on a Saturday at like 2 in the morning. By 11 in the morning, I already had police contact. Now, where you from? Yeah, New York. Anybody here from any other fucking places? Florida, New York.
Texas boy.
New York. Let me ask you a question. If I just pulled you out of here one day, I put you in a city and all of a sudden you're like, why am I waiting at this fucking corner? There's no cars going by. Why are these fucking sheep waiting on this corner?
Yeah.
You get on the fucking thing and some cop pulls up to you. 3 bicycles came up. And the guy like a walkie-talkie. You know when you're dead, Germany? Not really. I'm from New York City. We jaywalk all the fucking time. Yeah. You take your life into your own hands. Yeah. They had 6 cops there with walkie-talkies. Turn around. You jaywalk. I couldn't fucking believe it. Yeah. I go, is this for jaywalking? Oh, yeah. You change jaywalking to city limits of Seattle. It's $100, okay? They gave me the ticket. I didn't think I was going to stay, but I ended up staying. And one day I'm in the fuck. I get up in the morning, I'm smoking a joint. I hear boom, 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 boom. The fuck is this? Mr. Diaz, Seattle police, step out. You missed your court hearing. For fucking jaywalking?
That's crazy.
For fucking jaywalking?
Yeah.
So it's like a piece of fucking death. And then I had a girlfriend. I had a girlfriend for like 6 months. Great girl. And one day she says to me, I don't know how to tell you this. When I was in college, I used to fuck this guy for money once a month, and he let me go, and now he wants me back, and I don't know what to do. And I'm like, I need this shit. And this is after a divorce. I just almost killed somebody in Boulder. This is after a ton of shit going on. This guy comes to Seattle. The guy who wants her back, comes to a club, and we get into a fucking fist fight, like a push.
Can I ask you one question? Was the pussy crazy?
The pussy was crazy. She's crazy, yeah. And, you know, we got into a fist fight. I didn't throw a swing or nothing. But she got into the fight to break us up. And I pushed her. And that's domestic violence.
Oh, my God.
Even in the fucking bar. Because it was something that comes from your house. So that became a ticket. There was no big deal. But then, it got thrown out. They got thrown out. Like, we don't have enough witnesses. It was a word against whatever. It's a fight. People gonna get pushed. People trying to bring people up. Nobody's striking nobody.
Yeah.
Then I got arrested for fucking actually getting into a fight.
Where's this?
At the Underground, the Comedy Underground. It's the great fucking club. Ron Reed, 60, 50 fucking years old. On a Friday night, I'm on the feature act. The MC is up, and the fucking 3 kids come up to him. They're like, we don't like the show. Ron Reed says, this guy don't worry. He goes, well, I'll give you your money back. I'm standing right there. I mean, he gives him the $10 back, whatever, $15 back. And the guy goes, you know what? Not only did the show suck, you suck too. And he just smacks Ron Reed. He just smacks this 50-year-old skinny guy that didn't say anything to him.
Where are the bicycle cops now?
The bicycle cops were coming close. So I jump on the kids. I'm like, you can't smack this fucking... I'm 35. You can't smack a 50-year-old in front of me. 3 of you motherfuckers that never done anything in your life. That's why you smacked a 50-year-old to be tough. So we started wrestling, and the cops came. When the cop was pulling me back, I got so pissed at the kid. But I pulled the gun out of the holster. You know I'm out of my fucking bird. You know I'm out of my bird, so why the fuck are you fucking with me? So it was 3-on-1. He needed a little help. Puerto Rican from New York City. He had my back, but one of the other cops saw it. Blah, blah, blah. I'm still out fucking when he went to Puerto Rican, dude, he loved me. The guy was cool. He was always upstairs. Now I'm on stage with my shirt. Because you know we gotta get paid. I didn't come down here to fuck people. I came down here to get my $50 as a feature act. So they're like, Joey, are you okay to go up? Fuck yeah, my shirt's ripped.
You still have the gun in your hand?
No, I'm up on fucking stage and the place is surrounded by cops. Waiting for me to get off by cops and shit. And I'm up there fucking, what the fuck?
Now, were you murdering?
Huh?
Were you murdering on stage?
Yeah, I was doing okay, you know, and then I got off and they talked to me and they gave me another summons. But that summons went back to the fucking probation department. And now they're like, we want you to go to anger management. But in the meantime, I'm getting a deal from CBS. Wow. The guy from CBS is up there Thanksgiving to see his mom, sees me on stage. I'm perfect for a fucking pilot. We're flying you down to LA. The process is in, and I got all this shit going on, and these motherfuckers in Seattle want to throw me under the jail. Then I got arrested for a stolen car.
Where?
But Seattle, possession of a stolen car. I was selling Hondas in Kirkland, and they give me a car to drive every night. When they did inventory, the car was missing. I got arrested on a Friday night. I sat in there till Monday morning. Then like charges were dropped. So Seattle was just a bad energy place for me at that time. Like it was just everything I did was wrong. And trust me, I was no fucking angel. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you, you know, I was living my life like an angel. I was out of my bird up there. So after the fight, I'm going to CBS had to step up and go to court and go like, we need this guy for this fucking pilot.
Yeah. Dude, think about how different it is right now. Like, if you have even the tiniest bit of drama around you, they would cancel an entire show.
In a minute.
They went to court to
dismiss charges. The name of the thing was Bronx County, and they needed me because I was they wanted somebody Spanish that didn't look Spanish. You know how that goes.
Oh, yeah.
It was still 98.
The good ones.
Yeah, we want a Hindu, but we don't want a Hindu. Okay? So we'll hire a Mexican and put Scotch tape on his eyes. Like when they go to Benihana. You ever go to Benihana? There's no Japanese left. There's no you with Carlos. He's throwing knives up in the air. Knives and stabbing people. The cartel is in there.
He's cooking with a switchblade.
Switchblade and shit. Hilarious when you go to Benihana. There's no more Japanese left. They don't want to work at Benihana. Fucking hilarious.
Bro, I've been like, you have this amazing book that everybody got to check out. Tremendous. You know, The Life of a Comedy Savage. It's great. It's out right now. Go check it out. It has all these stories. There's one thing that I just don't understand about your life, and it is why you go to Colorado. So I understand why you go from Cuba to New Jersey. I understand why you go from New Jersey to New York. What brings you to Colorado?
Okay, 1983. I'm fucking a stone cold criminal. I got nothing going on for me.
What is the day in the life? You wake up.
That's great. Wake up, fucking go to the deli, get 2 eggs on a fucking bun, and then look at the paper, see who's playing tonight. So you got a chance to gamble. Everything. Like, we did everything. So I get up in the morning, go get 2 eggs, bacon, sunny side up, whatever. And while you're there, you look at the New York Times, the Daily News. You're getting lines for the fucking games. Then while you're sitting there, some guy comes in and says, hey, man, I'm going to need an ounce of Coke for Friday. Boom, I got my pigeon for the day. Let's get this motherfucker started. And then after you get him the ounce of Coke, somebody else comes to you and says, I robbed a truck today. Can you help me unload it or drive it to Pittsburgh? That type of shit. Like, it was just, I had no job. I had no parents.
So there's nobody to disappoint.
Nobody to disappoint. I had nothing to lose. So when I would do things with my friends, I go, listen, if you get in trouble, run. I'll take the pinch because I got no family. I don't give a fuck.
So everybody loves doing crimes with you.
So yeah, because I'm not gonna rat you out.
Yeah.
I got no reason to rat you out. So that's what I became.
Were you associated with like a crime family in the heart?
No, I was
just you and a couple of guys.
I was my own crime family. I was on my own. My crime watch was get up in the morning and you're gonna steal things. Whatever you're gonna do. Then I got a job working for one of my mother's friends in 118th and like 3rd by the Marquetta by Spanish Harlem down there. We used to do numbers there. And one day I was like, you know what? This is great. I'm getting $150 a day. I'm 20 years old, but what am I going to do when I'm 30? And this goes under, and now I got to go find a job. What am I going to tell somebody? That I've been running numbers for the last 30 years. So I was at a bar one night, and a friend of mine came in from high school, and he was living in Assault, Colorado at the time, which is a suburb of Aspen. And I'm like, dog, I got nothing going on here. I just tried to rob a bookie. I got attacked by the dog. I was walking around with a glove on because when the cops were chasing me, I got my hand caught on the fence and it ripped the guts out. So I didn't go for stitches that night because I was on Valium. So I had to fucking put a toilet paper roll in here with a black glove, and that's how I walked around for like 2 months. So not only did I have a problem, but now I had a black glove on, like Han from Enter the Dragon, like the fucking. So it was just like, you know what? I got nothing going on here. Let me give Colorado a try. When I was a kid, I loved ABC News, and they always said, 6 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Pacific, Mountain Time. That always fucked with me. Like, what the fuck is Mountain Time? What the fuck is Mountain Time? So, when the opportunity came, I fucking ended up going to Assault with Jimmy, his brother George, and this guy named Mike Duffy. And we're still all tight. Mike Duffy's in Texas. Jimmy Burkle died. My brother and George is in LA. We're still tight.
Okay, so you're all going to Colorado.
We're all going to Colorado.
All you guys kind of involved in the streets. Are all you guys hustlers at this time?
Mike Duffy was a savage like me. George Burkle had just graduated from Brown. His classmate was Kennedy. Wow. All right. And his brother, Jimmy, my buddy who took me there, was another genius. He went to the Air Force Academy, got thrown out for knocking somebody out. So he had no life now. So I ended up going to Boulder. I ended up going to Assault, which is a subsidy of Aspen, like 20 miles down the road. And then after a while, we moved to Snowmass Village, and somebody told me, here I had no GED. I just quit school my senior year, right? And somebody goes, go to Colorado Mountain College and take some classes. So I go, you know what? Fuck it. I go up there and I took 12 credits, like 6 credits my first semester. Then I would take 6 credits, 6 credits, 6 credits. Even though I was fucking stealing coke, doing coke, skiing, I still took those classes. I still taught those classes.
Every criminal drink. Some leisure activity. Okay. So when you're going out there, are you like, are you looking at this city and you're going, these are going to be a bunch of easy licks. They never seen this coming, and we're going to absolutely.
Not at all. I went out there to change my life.
Different life. Okay.
But after 6 weeks, you're like, what am I doing?
It's too easy.
I'm installing fucking panel for $8 an hour. I get to sell an 8 ball, make 200. And then I kept it under control for a long time. And then I got there like April of 83, and I kept my secret under control till like September. And then I had to let loose for football season. And I just started robbing little businesses that would leave their doors open or something like that.
You needed to fund the
We came in here, right? When I came in here, I was talking to this gentleman who I've met before. We have a mutual friend named Shlomo. In 85, I lived in fucking Aspen because I stayed in Assault till February of 84, and then I had to leave. And we'll get to that some other time. And I came back here, which is a big mistake.
Wait, tell me why you had to leave.
I had to leave because I got out of control. From September, started robbing little cheese stores and little jewelry stores. But by fucking
cheese and jewelry.
No, I'm sorry. Like liquor stores, like little things. I would go in and get like $1 grand, 3 bottles. I was a fucking demented. I was a serial thief.
Like stick up routing or
I just break it in at night. And then all of a sudden now I'm robbing a jewelry store with a friend of mine. And then I had a plan with another friend of mine, Steady Freddy, to rob the bank on Christmas Eve with snowmobiles. This guy was crazy. So I had these people around me. And I'm like, wait a second. I'm right back to where the fuck I started. I got to get out of here. So I went back here. And this place was on fire. Because now cocaine's everywhere. 84? Cocaine's everywhere. I just remember going up to 148th Street trying to get a bag of weed when I went to see my godmother. I'm going, brother, we ain't got no weed on these corners.
There's only one thing.
Straight crack. It was crack. And 148th Street, for people who don't know, now you know, was who invented that fucking. There was a guy in the middle of that street there between Broadway and Audubon, Amsterdam, whatever that fuck was, and he used to sell ootd cents, or he had the master mix where you put them all together. And when he gave you a fucking punch card in 1984, when you bought 10 bags on the street, he gave you a bag for free. So how the fuck?
Jamba Juice?
Nah, there's no Jamba Juice.
No, like Jamba, but
Jamba Juice is a Puerto Rican with a nice thing. You want protein, something like that? Get juice, coconut water. So now I go back to Aspen, and I end up in Aspen in maybe November of '85. Jimmy Burkle had a house that he was house sitting now. And he goes, I gotta leave, but you can take the house. Oh, Jesus. It's like an $8 million house. The guy only comes once a year. He's got 20 other houses, so sometimes he doesn't even come. He's got a Jeep you can drive. He's got all this shit. And he goes, but you have to live over the garage. You can't live in the house. Fuck you. I'm in the house with his robe on, slippers, driving his Jeep Cherokee around town and shit. I dislocated the fucking cable so I could run up the mile. You know we're fucking animals. You want animals? I'm an animal. I'm not a nice person. I'm a fucking animal.
Why would your friends even suggest you for this?
Because he didn't give a fuck. He knew we were all stealing.
Great friends.
When I used to get jobs when I was a kid, my friends would go, oh, by the way, you gotta steal. Because if you don't steal, then they know I was stealing. So whether it was a bartending job, a laundry yard,
they know he's gonna take the fall for it.
You gotta steal because they don't know I was stealing, so you gotta steal. So now I'm in Aspen, I'm waiting to get this and move into this house, and I'm living across the street from his deli, from his friend's deli. At the time it was called the In-N-Out House. And they had like curry chicken, shit like that, great sandwiches. And he had a friend that worked there, Steve, who we still fucking talk. 40 years later, we still talk. So one night I'm sitting in front of the hotel, smoking a joint. I'm like, I wonder if you could break into Shlomo's. I wonder if you could just break, that's how I live my life. Let me just see if I can break in there. And there was a little window on top of the door. Bro, and it's on Main Street. Cops are driving by. I fucking, some way or another, I wiggled my way into the window, went in there, took the $200, made a sandwich, and leave. Wow. Yes, that's what I was into. I was retarded, dog. Everything is retarded.
Do you remember what the sandwich was?
Chicken curry. That's what I was. With some fucking sprouts and shit. Right on all natural bread, whatever it's called.
Okay, when does it catch up? When do you get caught? When do you get
sorry,
locked
real
up
quick.
for the
You
first time?
talked about going back to New York. You said those are the worst 18 months of your life. Why? Just because it was too crazy and you're getting into crazy shit? This time between Colorado and then back to
I
Colorado.
gotta tell you something. You're gonna be so mad at me. Can I piss real quick?
Yeah, go. All right, guys, we're gonna take a break for a second because listen, you could. I hope you don't, but you could get in an accident. I genuinely hope you don't. Okay, but you could get in an accident, and if you get in that accident and it is not your fault, you could get a lot of money. Get a lot of money paid to you for that if you choose the right legal team to help you. Now, if you're going to choose a legal team to help you in this horrible accident that hopefully you do not experience, but you could, you want to make sure that you use the best legal team in the business that's going to get you potentially the most amount of money. You could get the most money if you're with Morgan & Morgan. That is America's largest injury law firm. They have over 100 offices nationwide and more than 800 lawyers with over $15 billion recovered for clients. That's a B, 15 billion. Morgan & Morgan has a proven track record for fighting to get you full and fair compensation. And also, most importantly, you only pay them if you win. Think about that. You only pay them if you win, okay? That's got to be the best deal in the business. You submit an injury claim with them. Also, it's the easiest thing in the world. It's like using an app more than it's like hiring a lawyer, okay? You literally can submit a claim in 8 clicks or less without ever having to leave the couch. So if you're ever injured, okay, You can check out Morgan & Morgan. Their fee is free unless they win. Think about that. For more information, go to forthepeople.com/flagrant or dial #law. That's #529 from your cell phone. That's forthepeople.com/flagrant or #law, #529 from your cell. Now let's get back to the show.
Also, guys, the Bum Ass Cities tour is still going strong. May 31st, I'm going to be in Cleveland, Ohio. June 1st, Columbus, Ohio. June 14th, Buffalo, New York. June 15th, New York. We're getting into the heart of the bum ass cities. These are all bum ass cities. You got nothing better to do. Come to the show. Get your tickets at akashsingh.com. Also, July 13th, Zany's Comedy Club. Tickets are already almost sold out. So if you want them, hurry up and buy them now. Get your tickets at akashsingh.com. Now let's get back to the show.
And we're back. You said Akash just asked the 18 months in New York were the craziest months.
Well, let me put it this way. What happened Christmas Day, 1984? Anybody remember?
Oh, the cop got shot.
What?
The cop got shot in Queens?
No, Scarface came out. Scarface was a Christmas movie. Got released December 25th, 1984. Go ahead, prop it up right now. Prop it up. Fucking people were running out of the fucking things over here in the premiere. Running out. They thought they were going to go in here and jingle bell. They were $10 million. When I landed was February 1st, guys. The movie bombed at the box office. At the airport at Newark, when they were picking me up, my fucking gorilla friends, they were like, "Did you see Scarface yet?" And I go, "No." I heard about it. I saw the commercials with Aspen. And they go, "We're going right now." And we went to Sea Caucus, Harmon Cove. How many movies they got? Like 18 over there?
Yeah.
They had 4 movie theaters. Scarface. It was 3 in the afternoon. All of them were sold out.
Shit.
We couldn't even sit together. Like the first time I saw Scarface, my friend sat somewhere else. The place was packed. And that's what I was walking into. It was a different city. It was, everything had changed in the city.
Right.
It was, the city was on fucking fire. Like, if you guys are having fun now, you would have killed yourself in 83. The city was tremendous. Come on now, 75, 85, the Stones, after they put Miss You Out, that fucking album was New York City, so it just picked fucking New York City up again. New York City was a fucking, I still remember coming over here at night. Like, we would close the bars in Jersey at 3, drive over, get a fucking case of beer, and sit on the street and drink and snort coke on the hood of your car. Nobody would say a word to you. You'd have a mirror out on the hood of the fucking car, and no motherfucker would say a word to you. So that's what I was walking into. That was the general attitude.
Okay, so when was the city broke? Was it the 70s that New York was like falling apart?
This fucking city has been broke for 2,000 years. But they still figure out a way to kill 1,000 people a year, right? If you're broke, you got no bullets. How the fuck do all these people? This city's been broke since I was a goddamn kid, man. But it was like 82, 83, 84 to go out in the city. It was a different city. Then what did I do? I got myself a job bartending at the Sheridan Center on 52nd and 7th. I think I went in at 4 in the afternoon to 1 in the morning. So now you're letting a 21-year-old kid out into Manhattan in 1985 with $200 in his pocket and a gram of blow.
And you're already in Times Square.
And I'm already in the heart of New York City. And they're just telling you to go to Limelight, go to this bar, ask the fucking Benny Blanco, go to this place. I mean, the city was on fucking fire, you know. There were concerts everywhere, like the way it is now, you know, just on a smaller scale, you know. It was just crazy.
When you're coming up in the city, do you remember, like, you know how you look back and we hear about, like, the gangsters? Who did Denzel play? What was his name?
He was Bumpy's driver.
Do you remember hearing about Bumpy at the time?
Hearing about Bumpy.
Did you ever, like,
no.
So these people were protected.
Frank Lucas.
Oh, yeah, it was Frank Lucas as Bumpy. Like, do you remember hearing about these, and even some, like, the Italian mob guys? Do you see them in the neighborhood ever? Do you see anybody going around?
I heard about Bumpy, like, when I was running numbers.
Bumpy was Harlem, right?
Harlem. I always heard little stories about him and shit. I never saw him or anything like that. The gangsters. I knew about a guy named Fat Tony Salerno when I was a kid. Oh, shit. Because he was in Harlem, and that's where I would always be. So that when we were running numbers in Harlem, they're like, make sure you don't go into that neighborhood. Right. You know, that's their turf over there. So I remember shit like that, but Nothing too fucking outrageous.
People were aware of them, but you weren't interacting with them.
Yes.
Because you see these movies that kind of romanticize their role in New York history. But I was obviously too young at the time, but I'm like, how big were these guys? Like, it seemed like they ran the entire city.
Well, like Brooklyn guys. I've been like a lot of Brooklyn guys, maybe 20 years younger than me. They've got 1,000 fucking. In fact, I live around in a neighborhood with a lot of Staten Island people, and they tell me a lot of stories about Sam the Bull and the other guys. Yeah.
Because they were
right there. They were right there in Staten Island at the time.
Yeah.
You know, so that's real interesting, but I never really saw anybody like that. Wow.
And when you were walking around with cash and below, did you ever have a gun on you, like for protection?
It was, I always learned that when you put a gun on you, it's a magnet, guys. So before you put that fucking gun on your fucking thing, thinking you're a cool guy, you better think about it's a magnet. You're going to think about how when you wear a gun, you're going to start hugging people and you're going to feel a gun and you're going to go, whoa, you ever hug somebody and feel a gun? Takes your energy away when you don't expect it. You know, if it's like a cop, yeah. But like somebody, you hug them and all of a sudden you feel like a fucking camera under their arm. You're like, okay, it changes the energy in the room. It kind of really does. I carried a gun because I was a stupid kid, not because I knew anything to do with it. And then as I got older, I got into guns, and now I don't want them around me because of that reason.
Okay, you go out. When do you start getting locked up? When do you start doing some time?
I was always doing crazy shit, and I was getting away with a lot of crazy shit. So it came a time, I'm not stupid. I knew that something was going to happen eventually.
Yeah.
My prayer was that it didn't happen. That would be so bad that would take me out of the game. So I didn't get involved in that high level shit.
Yeah.
But you never know what you're doing, and that's what happened. So when I was here in '84, the safest thing for me to do was to
rob drug dealers. Shit. Why was that the safest?
Because they can't go to no bars.
But they got their people.
But in those days, it was a lot of yahoos thinking they were gangsters.
Oh, so you're not robbing.
When I came back here, when I was here in '82 and '83, people were selling coke. When I got here in '84, it was an abundance of coke. And it's like, I left here, you guys were nice college guys.
A bunch of guys like me trying to be Scarface in '84.
Left money in the coke game, the goofies came into the coke game, and you start robbing them.
And it's glorified probably because it's fun.
You weren't prepared for that type of life. And they just sold the nickel bag on the corner. Cocaine's high stakes. Yeah, it's high stakes, you know, and an ounce or two. And that became the norm for me and my friends. I had like 2 friends who had turned me on to it. I'm like, this ain't a bad fucking idea. You know, but at that time I was taking everything that wasn't stable. Okay, right? I always found the problem. It's a beauty. For this 18, you know, that because you're a junkie.
Does that ever leave you?
What do you mean? No.
Like, even to this day, do you, like, see nice shit and you're like, nobody would even notice and I could walk right out of here with that fucking lamp?
It's crazy, the shit that you notice, but now you can't do it.
Right.
You giggle.
But you think about it.
But fuck, you know, I would walk into a mall. I remember one time in Boulder, there was a CD player, like when CDs were brand new.
Yeah.
And I remember the guy was on display. I remember I unplugged it. Put the quarter on it, he even had the remote, and I just walked out of the mall with it. And nobody said booty, and that's when you go, what the fuck are people looking at? I want to know what people are looking at. I want to know what people are looking at, because they're not paying attention. My thievery came from other people's mistakes. When I saw a little stupidity in your game, I had to rob you. If you're going to be this stupid, we got to rob you.
We have to teach you a lesson.
We have to teach you a lesson. If you're going to be this fucking stupid. There was a guy in my neighborhood that didn't want to bring the coke into his house. So he hid the container under his car on a hill. That genius. I would drive by and go, there goes my coke fix for the day. So, you know, he just go on his thing, take out 2 containers and go back. And he would always go, somebody keeps stealing my coke. I'm going to find out who it is.
All of it?
No, you just take it. Yeah, a little bit.
Bro.
To go.
Because he'll move it if you take it all.
Yeah.
Siphon it all a little.
Nothing bothers me more when you accuse me of something I didn't do. When I was a kid, my stepfather used to accuse me of shit. Like somebody stole the 50 cents off the thing, and I go, why would I take a 50-cent piece? off a fucking thing. I got money. I work at my mom's bar. I do the numbers. I got a paper out. I do all this shit. Why would I take 50? He got to me so much that I would see where he would hide his bookmaking money. Okay, and he was a slick motherfucker. This dude would put rubber bands, a piece of his hair. He would do shit, put a marking on the top of the bill, so he would know if the marking was on top. So I didn't want to steal from him, but I wanted to give him a fucking taste of what he put me through. So I would switch around. I would take the I wouldn't even open it. I would take the $5,000 bundle and switch with the 10-gram bundle, and then I'd take the 10-gram bundle with his attorney fund. He's losing his mind. And I would see him looking at the money and going, and he would accuse me and my mother of moving it. Well, like, we didn't touch it. Why would we move your money? Why would we move your fucking money? If I put my hand on it, I'll steal it. I would just steal it. Did you say I was a thief? So I learned how to play with people's emotions. Did you ever tell him you were moving it around? No. So he died without knowing? Never. I used to fucking go in the shower and stay in there for 30 minutes and then wait for him to go in. This is our house. We own this house in Jersey. But you buy a house for $1 million, you can take a $15 shower, 15-minute shower, and the water's gone. Why you pay $1 million? If you're going to pay $1 million, I want to take a shower for 3 days. So he would go in there, I would test him. So in the mornings, he would yell at me, what the fuck did you do last night? I would go in the shower long, and then I knew he had to go in the shower. And when he was in the shower, I would turn the hot water off in my shower. I turned the hot water on in my shower. And you would hear him, Mama, somebody turn. I remember going in there, and he had shampoo in his hair. See that when you play with your hair and you make believe you're a devil? You put your hair up. I went in there, I'm like, what's the problem? Yeah. He goes, I can't see, there's no hot water. I fucking used to do that shit to him. I used to do everything I could at the end to trick him up. You like this guy or no? Yeah, I liked him a lot. We had our differences after my mother died. Yeah. I liked him because, I learned a lot from him. He was a fucking man's man. He's a man's man. Like, this guy could write a book. Like, he was Cuban. And that pre-revolutionary mind frame is strong. It's really machismo. And he was part of a thing called abacuas. Cuba has a lot of different African religions that they've transformed over the years and turned it into Catholicism and stuff like that. But the religion that he was part of, it's a man's society. Number one rule is you can't eat pussy. You can't be in a room with a man that's gay. So if he walked in this room and one of your associates was gay, he'd have to automatically walk out of the room. 1,000 rules for that shit. But sounds like why is not eating pussy at the top? I don't know, because if you eat pussy, you'll eat anything, I guess. So if you eat pussy, you'll suck a dick. So, and now in Cuba, abacuas are gay. No. Now they're allowed to be gay. Wow. Was that some Castro shit? I don't know. That's a way to emasculate like the most macho version. I don't know what they did, but somebody came over. Oh, you all remember told me. I showed BR one time that they still have abacuas. He goes, the culture, you know, it's like it died back. So all those old things, now people move forward with them. Whoa. Do you remember the first time someone scared you? Was there like a man that just fucking terrified you? Yeah. Rudy the Haitian's father. There was a kid in my neighborhood on 8th Street. His name was Rudy. He was Haitian. Yeah. So we just called him Rudy the Haitian. And me and his son were friends. And like in the second grade, we were friends. A little later, like 4th grade, because we moved out of there in 73. I was in the 5th grade. So towards later on, we would, you know, I got beat up at Central Park in the 1st grade. I got stitches in my head. So I begged my mother to put me in karate on 90th Street in West End with Mr. Orange, the teacher up there. In fact, his son is one of Eddie Bravo's students today. Laranjo, yeah. So once I started taking karate, I got a little bit more confidence to me. And me and Rudy started fighting. And Rudy would beat me up for like fucking 3 fights we had. He would beat me up. And then I got his number, and I started fucking him up. And one day I fucked Rudy up real bad. His father came downstairs and held me while Rudy beat me up. Wow. And Rudy's father was a big fucking black Haitian dude. I mean, he was like 6'6". He was intimidating. And he grabbed me by the arm and he went upstairs. And he took me to my mother's apartment. We lived in apartment 3A. And he knocked on the door. My mom was hungover. You know, it was 3 in the afternoon. She was getting ready to go to work. She was in no mood for this shit. And this motherfucker says to my mom, the next time your son hits my son, I'm going to hit him. And then I'm going to hit you. And my mom goes, really? And she turned right around and got the biggest fucking knife she had in that kitchen and chased him up the steps. This motherfucker went up the steps. And the cops came, and the Puerto Rican lady next to us, everybody accused my mom of having a knife. And the Puerto Rican lady said, nah, she ain't got no knife. So the cops let us go. But a couple weeks later, the landlord said, you guys got to move out. You guys got evicted. We got evicted.
Rudy the Haitian's dad snitched?
Yes.
What a fucking pussy you say. You're going to let a kid get beat up. You say you're going to punch a woman, and then you call the cops?
Call the cops.
Wow. Fuck, man. But you were scared of him after that, though?
I was always scared of him. Just he was a physically intimidating guy. You know, like when you saw him when you're 6 or 7. But no, like my.
What about in jail? What about as an adult? Was there any guy you were like, this guy's off his rocker? This guy. Did you ever meet somebody that you felt was crazier than you?
Yes. Yes. In a lot of situations, listen, if somebody's crazier than you, and you know they're deep, like when they're a criminal and you know they're out there, you got 2 choices. You can hang out and be a part of that, or you can leave. I always tended to leave. I didn't want to take my life that deep, you know. When I came here in 85, I was fucked up. When I came in 84, I was fucked. I ended up homeless. By the end of 84, I was living in a fucking park in a kind of rocket. You know those rocket ships that kids have on the parks when you go to the park and you climb up.
Playground?
I used to live in the fucking.
Which one?
88th Street Park.
On the west side?
In New Jersey, 9.
Oh, okay.
In Jersey. So I would stay out in the bar till 3 and then just crawl in there at night and sleep. And then in the morning, walk out and bust into one of my friends' house and take a shower or switch into clothing. I did that for like 2 months. So January of 85, I got cleaned up. And then I made a plan to go back to Colorado, get my life together for the 8th time.
Yeah.
I was one of those guys that I made plans to get my life together every 6 weeks, you know. Then I went out to Colorado in June of 85, and I was cool for like a year. I was cool. I had money. I was fucking working. I moved to...
Where were you working?
Foot Locker.
Okay.
But there's more to that story, too, because...
You robbed the Foot Locker.
Oh, yeah. No, I robbed the whole fucking wall because before I left...
He was good. He said he was cool.
Before I left Jersey in 85... I was in the city a lot. I was working in the city as a bartender, and I met these dudes that knew how to get IDs up in the Bronx, right? So I would go up there with them to buy IDs for friends of mine, and then one day the guy goes, listen, for an extra $500, we'll give you a credit card.
Oh,
an insurance card for your car.
It's out of here.
Are you fucking kidding me?
It's out of here.
And I'm like, bro, let's do it.
Line it up.
So the guy would tell me how they do it. Whenever the card got made at the bank. Okay, this is how we stole credit cards. This is how fucking deep it was. Let's say they made a card for Andrew Schultz. They made 2 cards for Andrew Schultz. One went to Andrew and one went to me.
So you were the connect to the bank?
Wow. With your name on the fucking card.
On every card.
And I knew everything you did. They would tell me. Because we had to wait for you to use the card first. So I would get the call from them and just use it. Boom. Once we used the card, it got traced dirty in New York. We shipped it out to LA because the computer was too slow. So the computer would bring in the corn dog. You want to deal with the king of swing or you want to deal with the king of swing? The computer would go. So Monday, if the card got reported Tuesday, it wouldn't get to LA till Friday.
So you had Thursday.
You had Wednesday, Thursday. So Monday was the East, Tuesday was the Midwest, Wednesday was the Mountain Time, and Thursday was fucking California. So you had 3 days. And then, forget it. I was considered under the limit thief, which is using a card under $50 because they don't call it in. They would just put it down and go chick chick. So I was eating Chinese food every fucking day for lunch.
You had a new credit card
for years. No, I would use the same one. That one could even be declined, and I would use it because they wouldn't run it.
Oh, that's what he used to print out. Yeah, like what was that paper?
Yeah, they had a little paper that they looked.
The carbon paper, whatever. Yeah, they basically had carbon paper, and then you send it to the credit card company against the money from the bank. So you had a whole fucking day before they even knew you charged. Holy crazy. But you couldn't go back to that same Chinese spot once they found out.
Oh, I went every day. I went every fucking day.
Okay. Holy shit. So how long did the credit card thing go?
Well, his name is Joey, and they're looking for a guy with a different credit card.
Yeah, when I got to Colorado, I was fine. And then it's like what you said, after like 2 months, I'm like,
yeah, you get itchy.
I was in Boulder, which is a college town.
Yeah.
And I'm like, holy shit, this is like stealing. So I called my buddy and I go, send me some cards out. Right? So he sent me some cards out, and there was one mall in Boulder. So I'm going in there every day and buying fucking chains and jackets, but at the same time, I'm applying for work like a fucking moron that I am. So I apply at this fucking Foot Locker, and they hire me. And after a month, I'm like the top salesman. I could do that shit with my eyes closed. But a Chinese family came in one day to buy sneakers for the whole family, and I noticed I had a yellow envelope on the side of his wallet, and he fell. So I picked it up, and in the back, it was like $3 grand cash in that. I go, what do? Do I give it back to the family? I go, fuck no, I'm snorting coke tonight. You snooze, you lose. Bro, these people wouldn't leave it alone. That somebody robbed them. Nobody robbed them, they dropped it. And they called the cops. When the cops came in, the one cop looked at me and goes, somebody's been using a credit card here, and you fit the description. I'm like, what? What? And then he came back 3 days later, and he goes, hey, is there something you want to tell me? And I'm like, no. And he came back like a week later, and he's like, listen, man, we're getting the sizes of the clothes together and everything. We're going to come and arrest you. And I'm like, bro, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So this went on. This went on for about 2 weeks, and I said, fuck this. I'm going to San Francisco anyway. I want to go hang out with a buddy of mine in San Francisco. So I had met this girl. So I leave. I never get charged for the credit card. All right. I go to San Francisco for 6 months. I go to Aspen. My house is ready. And then I live in Aspen. The house sitting for like a year.
Yeah.
And then in November of '86, I decide to go back to Boulder with my girlfriend. I'm living in Boulder. Everything's going great. And one day I get, now, a year later, after the credit card thing,
I get the up and up?
No, I was never on the up and up. I get involved in the kidnapping. Okay. Are you ready for this?
Yeah.
The warrant gets put out. They're looking for me.
Can you give us some details?
Hold on. I wait the 3 days. I turn myself in. Who's the cop interviewing me?
Oh, shit.
It's the credit card cop, but he was too stupid. He didn't remember me.
Get the fuck out of here.
He just kept looking at me weird, like. So now, after I got arrested, I had to go to court and sit next to this motherfucker. And he would look at me, and I kept saying, when is this motherfucker going to realize I was the one that used the fucking credit card? He never realized. And now, there was 2 arresting officers. One guy, Jimmy Collard, that's my dog. I still talk to him on Facebook. But this other dude was one of those dudes that was like, you have to go away. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up. What the fuck are you talking about? You get paid $1 an hour. Go get your little water pistol and go do what you gotta do. You know what I'm saying? You want to be a cop, or you want to be a fucking jerk off. Yeah. This was a drug deal amongst drug dealers.
Yeah.
And you're making it seem like you did the worst thing. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
Everybody knew what was involved here.
Yeah.
Nobody got ripped off here. So you best bet it. In fact, when I turned myself in, I was yelling at him. I'm like, you arrested me to do your for doing your job, taking the drugs off the street. I mean, that would have never done that. You know me, dog. I'm gonna work it. I'm gonna keep it with a Jew cup. I'm gonna go in there and work it as much as I fucking can. So I'm like, how can you arrest me? I'm taking drugs off the street for you motherfuckers. How dare you? And they're like, Joey, come on, knock it off. We know it's
so you get arrested for robbing a drug dealer, but you kidnap someone during a robbery, so you get arrested for the kidnapping.
No, I didn't know it was kidnapping. I thought kidnapping was I got to bring you to my house, send your uncle a note, and tell him I got your ears. $250,000. That's what I thought kidnapping was.
What was this?
See, the problem was that there was no law and order. See, when Law and Order came on, now I know everything I can do. Right? I'm the Law and Order motherfucker, right? Now Law and Order SVU. I'm not a tree jumper. I'm Law and Order. I like to steal, do drugs, and fucking whatever. So I didn't know what kidnapping was. So I get to Boulder. I'm trying to get my life together. I join up fucking classes at the University of Colorado. Now, I'm not at Colorado Mountain College no more. I'm at the University of Colorado with a GED. Let's go. No college, no high school diploma. They were like, yeah, we'll give you whatever you want. I'm paying for classes. They're not even doing no background checks. Yeah. And one day I'm working and I'm doing coke. Like fucking, and I started selling cars. I was making great money selling cars and fucking doing coke at night and taking 2 classes a week at night. And one day I'm at the Subaru place. I'm selling Subarus like a motherfucker. And one of the guys that got fired, he got fired for something. He came back. And I go, where the fuck you been? He goes, I got fired. And he had like a black eye. And I go, what's the black eye from? And he goes, it's a long story. I go, we got nothing but time. And he goes, listen to what happened. He goes, I got a DUI. I crashed against a tree. And when they brought me to the hospital, the pharmacy door was open. So he broke into the pharmacy, took all the pills and cocaine. He jumped out a window. And they caught him like 2 days later. Wow. So now he's going to do time. So he goes, I'm staying with this guy, and he's got 2 kilos of coke. I'm going to steal it from him and see who can help me sell it. And then I'm going to move to Arizona so I don't have to do this time. And I'm like, fuck, I'm living in Boulder. It's fun. I got a nice girlfriend. You know, I got a dog. I got a job. But my friends are in New York City. Getting it on. They're coming to the city on the weekends. They're going to hunt the mountain on the weekends to ski and sport. They were telling me they threw a bag of coke out on a Friday, and when they came back, all the deer were dead. So, you know, it was like fucking, I'm out here with these fucking yokels here, trying to be a fucking American. And my friends are lighting their balls on fire. Their parents are calling me, have you heard from my son? I'm like, no. My friends' parents are calling me in Colorado going, I haven't seen Anthony in a week. He went out to get a pack of cigarettes. I'm like, dog, they're on the mountain, get it on. So I was like, you know what? This girl is great, but she's not going to be my wife. I'm going to help this dude do it. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to help him. I'm going to rob him. You can rob the guy who asked you. Wow. You're a fucking lunatic. There was no way he could do nothing. So I called my crazy friend here, and he couldn't make it out. He was fucking unloading planes somewhere in Colombia. I called one of my crazy friends here. So I had to go to a guy that I worked with at a motor body shop before I sold cars. He was like a biker. You know, he had everything. This is why I don't like modern times. He had everything. He had the tattoo, the sunglasses, the Harley bicycle, anything to be cool. The pitbull, tinted windows, the loud stereo. He had everything to be cool. And I'm like, what am I gonna do? I gotta use somebody. I can't take this guy down by myself. So I asked him, and he had a problem. He used to go to strip clubs. He was in love with a stripper. Right? But I mean, in love with a stripper. And she left her husband. But she wouldn't, she danced at a nude club. But she couldn't sleep with my friend Steve until she got a divorce. So she wanted him to pay $20,000 for the divorce. So this guy wanted the pussy. So that was his motivation. In fact, she moved into his house and he had to sleep on the couch. But she slept on the bed by herself. Wow. She had no intention of fucking this retard. She just wanted that divorce. She just wanted that divorce. Oh my God. She's like, I'm a Catholic. I can't sleep with a man if I'm still married. He's like, well, you dance naked every night. You put your ass on people's faces. What's the fucking difference, you know? Wow. So that was our connection. So this is the guy that you are basically bringing on to go rob this dude. Yeah. And you already know he's a goofy. I knew it was a goofy, but in my cocaine mind, just what I had going on, I wanted to believe this was going to work. Yeah. And then comes D-Day. In fact, I just got a root canal on Saturday on the tooth that the dentist fixed that morning before I kidnapped him. Because I had a dental appointment that morning. The dentist even said, I go, last time I worked on this tooth was November 18th, 87. He's like, that's interesting. How did you remember that? Well, that's the day I kidnapped the guy. He just kept drilling. So went to the dentist. I remember calling him and going, we'll be over there with the money, you know, to buy the 2 kilos from me. He was going to be my partner. I was a middleman. He was going to buy the coke. Kent. All right. So I was the middleman. I was going to bring him over there. They were going to sample it. And then we're going to go back to Steve's house. And Steve was going to give him the money. And we're going to rob the coke. We weren't going to give him any money. We're going to put him on a bus to Arizona. Give him like 10 grand and get the fuck out.
Oh, you were going to give him a couple bucks?
Yeah. It wasn't going to be a complete robbery with kicking and all that stuff. It was just going to be a simple thing. Bella wasn't a heavy. I wasn't a heavy. And Steve wasn't a heavy. Steve got so greedy, he fucked it up. At the intro, he pulled out the guns.
Wow. Okay, so real quick, break down the setup. Steve is, which one is the Hell's Angel?
Setup.
Yeah.
Can I slip him?
Go. All right, guys, let's take a break for a second because you got to replace your posters. Look at any poster that's on your wall. It's ripped, torn, tattered, looks horrible. It is childish. It is absolutely childish. And you know what? You need to grow the fuck up. And Displate is going to help you do that, okay? Displate is a one-of-a-kind metal poster designed to capture your unique passions. It's sturdy, magnet-mounted, and it lasts a lifetime. Displate allows you to customize, collect, and rearrange them at will. Displate also has both branded and artistic artwork. They have over 1 million designs available, including official designs from brands like Marvel, DC, and the NBA, plenty of video games, tons of movies and music, you name it, they have it. I mean, look, you need that new Guardians of the Galaxy poster. Obviously, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is absolutely fantastic. Maybe you want to put the motherfucking boxing GOAT Floyd Mayweather on your wall. All right, Displate created a unique, easy, safe magnet mounting system that only takes 20 seconds. No need for drilling on your walls, nothing. You're renting an apartment, you don't have to worry about repainting and losing your fucking deposit and all these other things. Yeah, just put the Displate posters up. Displate delivers its product worldwide in only 4 to 5 business days. It's a perfect alternative for standard paper posters that often get damaged and it doesn't leave marks on the wall. So go to displate.com/flagrant or use the code flagrant at the checkout to get 20% off for 1 to 2 Displates or 30% off for 3 and more Displates. Now let's get back to the shop. Okay, set this robbery up for us. You have the Hell's Angels.
How much time I had, so I didn't want to get into something.
You got all the time in the world to go all day, baby. Okay, so you have. Who's the Hell's Angel? What's his name?
His name was Steve.
Okay,
he was the Hell's Angels. He was like a fucking
wannabe.
Yeah.
Okay, and then who's the mark? Kent. Okay, so you and Steve go to meet up with Kent, and then break it down. So the idea
is... I go to the dentist's office. This is the whole story. I go to the dentist's office. I go home. I call Kent. They were supposed to go down at 1 o'clock. It's about 11 o'clock now. I call Kent, and he tells me, come pick me up. So I go to his house. And the weird thing was when I went to his house, I noticed it was across the street from the halfway house. There was a halfway house in Boulder. I looked at it, well, that's fucking weird. He lives across the street from the halfway house. So I went upstairs. He's like, you want to do a line of coke before we go? I go, yeah. He goes, we'll go over there. I'll give him a sample. He'll give me the money, and then I'll come back here and get the coke. And we'll all disperse. You give him back the coke, and well, that's it. Okay. So when I'm there, he shows me a grinder. He was doing coke out of a grinder. The grinder was filled with coke, and there was an ounce of coke in a baggie in the drawer. And he also showed me where there was $2 grand. He goes, I got $2 grand here. Okay, so and I go, where's the coke? And he goes, in the ceiling. It was one of those drop ceilings that you slide up. Okay. So when I get there, he shows me everything. And we do a couple lines. Then I get in the car and I drive him to where we're, like a 7-minute drive. We get to the house. As soon as we walk in, this motherfucker pulls his guns out. The deal was, let's get everything going. When you go back to get the coke, that's when you rob us both. Yeah. That's what I pull.
You're innocent.
Even if you're with him, I'm going to rob you. I'm going to smack you. Yeah. Just so he'll never say, well, how did he know? Yeah. He fucking smacked me. Yeah. You know, so I thought I was... So when I walked in, they pulled guns on both of us. And then he pulls a gun on, goes, Joey, tie him up. And I'm like, stupid motherfucker. So I'm like, what the fuck? So now we got this kid. The kid's like, Joey, what the fuck? I put him in the room. I fucking go out and talk to him. I go over there. I didn't tell him what a coke was. I told him that there was shit over there. I wanted to see what he was going to come back with. Sure enough, he played into it. He came back, he said there was only $200 in an 8 ball. His mother was a big-time realtor, and we were in one of her houses.
Hold on, did everybody just get that?
Wow.
You know there's 2,000. He tells what is the guy's name, Steve? Steve to go, he doesn't tell him where the coke is, the 2,000 and then an ounce. He goes, there was only 200. So he's trying to get over on you, that son of a bitch.
He comes back, goes, there was only 200, maybe like an 8 ball. So I go, really? So he's like, what are we going to do? Where is it? I don't know. Well, I'll tell you what. I go, I gotta go. I go, you just tried to fuck him. No, I did. I'm telling you, there was more. So we got into a little argument. He goes to me, if you leave, I'm going to shoot you. And I knew this guy was going to shoot me. I just knew. I go, I've never been wrong with that kind of stuff about judging a man like that. I was
if you're wrong once,
I was around savages.
Yeah.
I know this guy's going to shoot me. And as I walk to the car, he don't shoot me. And I go outside, I got a gun under the fucking, my tire that I had from my Aspen days. I had a beautiful 9mm. I wasn't giving up. So right there, I was like, you know what, man? I've always wanted to shoot a motherfucker in the leg. Like, I've always wanted to shoot a motherfucker in the leg, like just to see their reaction and the whole thing. And I was like, and I was ready to shoot. And I go, you know what, man? I'm just gonna get the fuck out of here. And I got in the car and I went back to Fella's apartment. And I fucking kicked the door down.
Fellas?
The kid that with the mark.
Oh, Steve.
Steve was the thief.
Ken.
So Fella's the mark. Yeah. So I said, fuck this. I'm going to go back and get the coke. He said he didn't get it. I knew exactly what the coke was. So I ran back, fucking walked past the doorman. The doorman's like, hey, I was just here. And I basically went upstairs with no keys. And I kicked that fucking door down like a gorilla. And then I jumped up and I ripped that fucking ceiling down because it was a drop ceiling. So you could just tear it down. I fucking ripped it down. Heart's beating. My hands are bleeding from fucking pulling it down. And 2 bundles ran in the middle, wrapped with Colombian newspaper. I took those motherfuckers and I ran the fuck out of there. And across from the halfway house, there was a newspaper thing where you put a quarter in, open it, take the newspaper out. Guys, look underneath. Whenever you see those, look underneath. In the 80s, that's how we used to drop off coke. There's a bottom compartment in there that you never look at. So I put the kilos of coke there because I thought the cops were on me. And I called my brother. He went over there, picked up the kilos, and took them to Aspen. I kept like maybe an ounce for the night because I wanted to party, see what the fuck was going on. That night, 8 o'clock, they knock on my door. Tidwell knocks on my door again. He's got a fella in the trunk of a car. And he goes, what am I going to do with him? I go, I don't know. Figure it the fuck out. Not my problem anymore. You tried to rob me. Get the fuck out of here. And he's like, I need that $20,000 for my girlfriend. She needs a divorce. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. He goes, I got another guy. There's a guy that's got a pound of ass. Let's go rob him. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I went to a bar, had a couple drinks, snorted some coke, and went home, not thinking anything. And the next morning, I'm sleeping on the couch, and the guy knocks on my door. He goes, bro, the dealership is surrounded by cops. They're coming over here to get you. Get the fuck out of here. One of the lock guys. And I didn't have a car then. I went across the street and called my girlfriend and said, listen, the cops are looking for me. And as I'm across the fucking street, I'm looking at the cops breaking into my house. I'm looking at this shit. I'm like, wow. And after about 20 minutes, I go, holy shit, I forgot my weed. Right? I'm like, God damn it. I forgot my fucking weed. And now they only left the cop outside in front of my house to watch. So I went back. I went to the backyard to get, because I had some chocolate Thai weed that was sent to me from here. My friends just sent me chocolate Thai weed.
So while the cops are in your fucking apartment,
there's only one cop outside now. He's just waiting for me to come back.
Sneak into
my house to get the fucking ounce of coke, to get my little Thai weed reefer,
Did you get it?
Fuck yeah, and the pipe and my lighter. Fuck yeah. I had one little bag. You have one of those little purple bags. You got your weed, your lighter. And then I hid out at my girlfriend's for 2 days, and I thought about it. I fucked with them a little bit. The story had come out in the paper that the this guy got kidnapped and shit, but they were still looking for another suspect on the loose. They didn't give my name, so I waited for 2 days. I'll never forget, I went to the movie, I went to the video store, and there were brand new movies. Lethal Weapon was a new release, and it was Above the Law, which and I watched them, I'm like, you know what, man, they got America's Most Wanted, I'm never gonna get away with this. So now it was like, it was Thursday, and I go, I need more weed. So I gotta go to Boulder anyway and get weed. I might as well call these cops and see what they're looking for me for. So I went down to Boulder, I got my bag of weed, I got my 2 videos, and there was a Kmart and an Albertsons. And they were across the street from one another. So I called Boulder police from Albertsons. I'm from Kmart, and I'm like, hey, this is Jose Diaz, you guys are looking for me. And then I've got to put you on hold. They were tracing me. So I kept hanging up on them. And they're like, oh, why are you hanging up? I go, because I don't want to be put on hold. This is Joe Diaz, I want to talk to the detective in charge of my case. They're like, we're going to put you on hold. 10 seconds, I'd hang up. Then finally, the detective answered, and he goes, we just want to talk to you, where are you? And I go, I'm at Albertsons, but I was really at Kmart. And he goes, we just want to talk to you. I go, okay, I'll be at Albertsons. I hung up the phone, and I went back to my car. I'm sitting there rolling the joint, and I see a SWAT truck come in.
God damn,
the police, I'm like, they're not looking to talk to me. They're looking to fucking kill me. And I'm like, fuck this. I told my girlfriend what I saw. She goes, just turn yourself in. I'm like, fuck. That means I'm going to miss the wedding. Then she goes, what wedding? I go, Don Johnson is marrying Sheena Easton tonight. Miami Vice. I've been waiting all year for this fucking wedding. I hate weddings. But Don Johnson getting married to Sheena Easton. I got to catch this tonight.
Oh, my God.
And listen, guys, in my retarded mind, this is how fucked up drugs are. In my retarded mind, I remember having her drop me off at the police station next morning and me going, here's $30, get Chinese food. I'll be home. I should be out of here by an hour. I'm just gonna walk in there and tell these cops whatever, some fucking story, and I'll be home in an hour. And I'll never forget walking upstairs. They told me to ring a buzzer. Dad, who is it? Jose Diaz. They go, buzz me. And I went in, dog. When I went in, fucking, I was bum rushed. All I heard was I had cops all over me. Get on the floor, get on the floor, get on the floor. You're being charged with kidnapping 1, kidnapping 2. Aggravated robbery, accessory to a felony, second-degree burglary, and fucking crime of violence. My bail was $50,000 fucking dollars. I'm like, what? Are you motherfuckers talking? And that's when I'm like, I'm doing your job. Fucking degenerates. What the fuck? So then they talked to me for a while. They asked me questions. I wouldn't say shit. I'm like, listen, man, he was selling something. I don't know what happened, blah, blah, blah. But then I ended up, let me tell you what really happened. That fucking idiot got caught. Steve got caught with Kent in the trunk. He got caught driving without his headlights on. What an idiot.
Wow.
That's how I got pulled. That's how I ended up in this. But I learned a lesson. With a tangled web we weave, when we tangle to deceive, that this was that all over again. This was this. It just didn't stop. You know, and then I turned myself in. I had this fucking bail. They thought, and then a fucking Cuban kid was going to the University of Colorado, and his car was found splattered with blood. And they looked at his police records. They looked at his records, and they realized the kid was going to Miami on the weekends and selling coke. They found that his car with they never found his body again, but his car was blood splattered. So they were thinking it was me. There was another guy. So anybody who got tied into a drug rip, now they were looking at me. There was another dude that was doing coke one night, and the cops knocked on his door, and he jumped off the fucking balcony and broke both his legs. Somebody went to rob him. He thought it was the cops, but it was really 2 thieves. So now they were questioning me about that shit. It was a fucking nightmare. Like 1 minute I was fucking, just in trouble for one thing. Now they're looking at me for fucking dirty things. And when I went to the bail hearing, they're like, he's part of a Cuban crime culture. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I thought I was fucking dead, Andrew Schultz.
Why didn't you go to Aspen? Why'd you turn yourself in?
Because you had to jail, bro. You're gonna run the rest of your fucking life. You don't want to run.
And he didn't think the charge would be that bad because he didn't know he kidnapped you.
You're gonna run the rest of your fucking life. You have any idea? I read an article when I was a kid about a guy who bit a girl at a wedding at a dance.
Yeah.
Her and her boyfriend tried to beat him up, and he bit the girl, and something happened. This guy lived a fucking, like, that was the only, he never even got a jaywalking ticket for 40 years. He got a heart attack. He got taken to the hospital. They fingerprinted him. And they figured that was the guy from fucking his childhood. And now the guy's got to go to jail when he's 50, when he's lived an exemplary life. You know, except that mistake he made. I didn't want that to happen.
Yeah, you didn't want to feel chased your whole life.
I was going to turn myself in and just deal with it. Now it's to get out of there now, make the decision. Just turn yourself in and then see what they're looking, what they're holding on to, and then you make your decision. So I sat there for a few weeks. I had my girlfriend. Her parents hated me, but he was a straight up gangster, the dude. Like the pops. Her father was a lieutenant colonel in the fucking army and shit. Korea guy, had ties to the CIA. Didn't really like me, but when I got arrested, my girlfriend told him what happened. He goes, you know what? I'll go talk to him. And he came in for a guy I never thought liked me. We ended up having a pretty good conversation. He asked me a few questions.
And were you honest with him about what happened?
Very honest, because I learned early on, if you do something and somebody's looking to help you, and I tell people this all the time, I love you guys. I'll do anything for you. If you guys don't understand what I mean by that, I'll do anything for you. But do me a fucking favor. When you tell me who did it to you, make sure you don't miss a detail.
Yeah, because you're bringing me into this web now.
Just don't miss a fucking detail. Tell me the truth. I don't give a fuck what you did. But if we're right here, we're going to go back in there. That's the type of person I am. I don't care. Just don't miss. I don't care if you murder somebody.
So you opened up completely to the pops.
And he was asking me questions. And he was like, I'm going to get you out of here. So he wrote some letters. And within like a week, I got out. My bail went $50,000 to like $3,000. And then, you know, I started talking to him more and more. And I started getting my life together little by little. And I got a job at Hertz as a manager trainee. Fucking like 40 grand a year to start. Some guy I knew hooked me up with it. And the guy liked me so much. He called me into his office one day and he goes, listen, I know what you're going through. So I put a call in for you. I got you a job in Hertz in Panama. They'll change your name. They'll give you an ID. And you can be a manager down there. And I was like, fucking Panama with Noriega. Fuck yeah. And I'm like, again, then we're back in the same fucking boat. You know, someday you're going to do well. And this is going to come back to bite you in the fucking ass, you know. And I just did everything I could to stay out of there. I got into the University of Colorado. I mean, I got into the university. Like, not like continuing ed. Like, they told me I had too many credits that I needed to transfer. So man, it was sad because I tried to get in there as Joey Diaz, but they're like, no can do. But
Jose,
if your name was Jose Diaz,
we got some room.
We'll fucking put feathers in your asshole. Because we ain't got enough brothers and Cubans up in this motherfucker. That's why if you got a kid that needs to go to college and you ain't got the money, just have him marry a Mexican and send him to the University of Montana. Mucho pesos. You understand me?
Whatever happened with Kent, the guy that got tied up?
Kent, the guy that got tied up, I'm in close contact with him now.
Really?
Yeah, I apologized to him on the podcast.
Oh, wow.
15 years, no. For years I kept calling. Like I got his, listen, when I got out of jail and I was in the halfway house one night, I went to a bar to get some coke and Ken was there. And he goes, what are you doing out? And I go, Ken, come on, bro. You got anything? And he goes, yeah. What do you need? I go, grab a coke. And as he's waiting in the bathroom, he looks at me and goes, the last time I saw you coke, you kidnapped me. And we're talking. I'm like, Kent, I'm sorry. I was having a bad day. And we talked. I bought him a fucking drink at the bar. We chit-chatted. Everything was beautiful. And then I disappeared. I got into comedy or whatever. 10 years later, he's on Facebook. So I started him on Facebook. I'm like, hey, man, how you doing? You know, fuck you. I realized what you did. You're a scumbag. This went on for like 2 years. And then I said, fuck it, I'm not going to hit him a lot. I'm just going to hit him on the anniversary
of the arrest.
Of the kidnapping. So every November 18th, I would go, Ken, what's going on? Go fuck yourself. And I would go on Twitter and go, 22 years ago today, I kidnapped Ken fella. He still won't talk to me. This went on for about 3 years. And then one time he gave me his number, and I called him, and he's like, I don't know if I should talk to you, blah, blah, blah. So Ken, it was a long time ago, blah, blah. And I got him to agree to call into the podcast, and I apologized to him. And then after that, I kept like, Ken, I'm going to be in Denby. Come to the show. Fuck you.
You like Arizona? You were serious about that?
He was serious. So about 3 times into it,
He actually showed up.
He showed up. I went to Tucson, though. He lives in Tucson. So I went to Tucson. He came to the show. I posted it. You can find it after 33 years. I kidnapped this guy 33 years ago. Now we're friends. I send him money from time to time. He had problems with his mom. I try to take care of him with his mom. Now he's moving up to New Mexico. Taos, New Mexico.
What happened to Steve? And what happened to the 2 keys?
The 2 keys I sold. Steve ended up ratting me out. He ended up getting, because when he got arrested, he was on parole. And he got sentenced to 10 years.
I see he had the body in the trunk.
I got sentenced to 4. I was really supposed to get sentenced to 6. But I wrote so many letters. My friend from grammar school, Jersey, got all these people to write letters. And again, if you ever get in trouble, if a judge has political aspirations, each of us know 250 people. When you die, God forbid, they're going to get you 250 mass cards. Each of us know 250 people. So if you ever get in trouble, write a letter to the judge, because that's 250 votes. So the more letters you write that judge, the more votes mean. Do you follow me? That's why whenever I got in trouble, I wrote a letter to the judge. When I got out of prison, I wrote a letter to that judge every month. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm detailing cars. I'm still broke. I'm still an idiot. I'm giving it a try. You know, I just got into comedy. I wrote him letters. I got into stand-up comedy. I sucked, but I'm going to try it. And then I went up in front of him 10 years later for something else. And he fucking went in my direction because I kept built a relationship. I built a relationship with the guy. So whenever you get in trouble, anything like that, you gotta write letters to a judge and explain your situation and tell him what you're feeling, and most importantly, tell him what your intentions are with life. Even though I was doing coke and I was robbing, well, when I got out of prison, I wasn't robbing at that. You know, I already knew what level of criminal I wanted to be at. For me to stay out and do comedy, I could still be a little criminal from time to time, but there's levels. Yeah. Like I could go into a Kmart, walk in and take like a fucking those mats for your car. Yeah. Right? And you can just pick them up, walk them right to the return and go, my mother got me these, but I got a bad. And without a receipt, they give you $100 plus tax. Wow. You can always do that shit. That's how I got.
That was the hustle I used to see.
That's when you're on the road. When I was on the road, you don't have money for gas. You walk into a Kmart, pick up a fucking fishing rod and go, all right, my mother bought me this, but I can't use it. You have a receipt? Not really.
So, you know how Kmart has the super long receipts? CVS has them as well?
Yes.
So, if there's ever a trash, this is how you know crackheads are brilliant. So there was a trash can right outside the Kmart on Astor Place in Lafayette Street, New York. And the crackheads would wait for people to leave the Kmart with that long-ass receipt. They'd throw it right in the garbage right when they leave. And they would take that receipt, and they'd look at the itemized receipt, and they'd walk right back in that fucking Kmart and pick up every single item and return every single item and get the cash for it. It was like they were asking to get robbed.
I saw that on the HBO doc.
HBO did a good job of it. It was that Astor Place one too. Yeah.
I remember one day, it was like the 29th, and I needed $400 for rent money. $4. That's all I paid my rent in Boulder. I was a starving comic. That's it. 1995, 96 maybe. And I see some guy pushing out lumber. I'm like, oh, it was a lawnmower. Okay. And one of those trucks, like he had some guy pushing him. He's like, what are you going to mow with this? And sure enough, I'm hungry. I need money. And I see the receipt just fly off the box. Got him. I go, holy shit. I run in to the Boulder Kmart. And I go for the thing. And I go, excuse me, sir, where's the C695? He goes, we're all sold out. And I'm like, fuck. Ooh, there's another one in Longmont, Colorado. I got my car, went out to Longmont, and there it was. Picked it up, put the receipt on it. Guy gave me $400 plus tax. I got my rent and a gram of blow. You know what I'm saying? I remember one Christmas, I went into fucking, what's that the toy chain that went Toys R Us. Toys R Us, they used to give you jet-free money. Jet-free money, yeah. I would walk in there, and take one thing. I remember I ended up leaving there with a bicycle from my daughter one time. And I returned like a game of Monopoly. Yeah. And I kept going back and returning it. And I had so many credits, I said, like, give me a bicycle. And they gave me a bicycle. My daughter had a bicycle.
When you were in prison, what crew did you roll with? What was your car?
And there was really no crews at that time. You had the brothers. You had the biggest problem I had was navigating around the Bloods and the Crips because I worked in the kitchen.
And is it easier to navigate that when you have a kitchen job?
In 1987, I didn't even know which Blood and the Crip were. So I guess we didn't have anything back east. No, the Bloods and Crips are just starting in like the late 70s. So I got into the where you go. The first day you get there, the counselor's like, "Have you ever had hepatitis B?" The fuck? I'm like, "No." Obviously, fine. You work in the kitchen. Yeah. So they put me in the kitchen. The fucking dude was big, Mr. Yarborough, big brother, fucking out of the Navy, Korean Navy guy. And he's like, "Mr. Diaz, you look Italian, so I'm gonna make you a baker. Have you ever baked before?" And I'm like, "No, I don't fucking even cook." So I went in there the next morning at 4 a.m. and he's like, "You put this much on the thing and then they expand." I'm like, "Why you being so cheap, brother? These motherfuckers are living in cells. Give them a big fucking cinnamon muffin." I mean, I didn't know. He's like, "You can't make them big." I didn't know why. So I made them big and they became fucking manhole covers. The oven almost blew up. There was a fire. So he fired me, maybe the stock clerk, which is the best job they had. I didn't even know what stock clerk. It's a stock clerk. You order the food for the kitchen and you have your own facility to hide shit for the other inmates because it's so far away. They don't bring the dogs to sniff that shit. And I had a driver's license. So you see those guys that pick papers up on the side of the road, I would bring them lunch in the cart. So I could always go, "You're going to be here tomorrow?" "Yeah." I could always go, "Andrew Schultz, have your girlfriend drop off an ounce of coke. And garbage stock number 54. You're going to pick it up, put it in the garbage. I'm going to come by to give you lunch. You're going to give it to me. They're not going to search me to go back into the facility." You have no idea how wide open. Coke into the... They had every... I wasn't storing coke at all. No, but getting it in. Yeah, they had coke in there, heroin. The only thing I was doing there was acid because they couldn't test for it.
Acid in prison?
Shit, you get nice blotter acid in prison. I get fucked up every Sunday night. Me and some other guys, we sit outside and talk shit and crack jokes they couldn't figure out. And they automatically give you a blood piss test the next day because you're out and you're clean. Whoa. Did you like prison in the social aspect? I loved it. Yeah, I heard you're a king, right? Like, everybody loves you. You got these amazing stories. So I'm in the kitchen, and that's the hardest part I had was the Crips and the Bloods. Okay. Because in the kitchen, they kind of got along. But outside the kitchen, they had to maintain their fucking status. And I really dug that. But I was friends with Crips. My best friend was a Crip. Yeah. I loved this motherfucker. Yeah. This guy had 7 girlfriends. Each of them with a badass 6-figure car. This guy was in charge of bringing cocaine from California to Colorado for the Crips. This is at this time. This is what he did. Was the chick that went to the Olympics, Joyner, in the 80s. Her brother was in there too. Wow. He was a Crip or something because he was bringing in coke from that's the Crips were bringing in from LA, California, all those little things. So that was the hardest adjustment I had. You had your bikers, like 5 little raggedy bikers. You had your white supremacists, a couple of them. It only had 104 people. So everybody kind of knows everybody's story. So you didn't have that. You had one Italian. He was the cook. Of course. And I partnered up with him to start a bookmaking operation because he couldn't sell lottery tickets to the blacks, the Spanish. But I could. I knew how to talk to the brothers and I knew how to talk to the Mexicans. So he made me his partner. And every night he would make nachos. He'd get like an iron and put it melted in cheese and fucking get chips and shit. Fucking different world. So you were having, weirdly, the time of your life. Yes, the first listen. Like I got sentenced August 15th. Yeah. The system was a year behind. What that meant was, what does that mean? The system was a year behind that time. What it meant was you're not getting processed to go to your prison until fucking December or January. Oh, you're in jail still. So you're gonna sit in county jail. This is why I got home. Okay, this a lot of people don't know. So I got sentenced to Second degree burglary. It cost me. I had to pay a lot of money because I had to hire an investigator to prove there was no violence in my past. Because they wanted to charge me with a violent offense. So that means if I got 9 years for kidnapping, I would do all 9 years. And I was not going to do that.
Yeah.
So we had to hire an investigator to go back to Jersey. And fucking any violence as a kid, like, yeah, we got to fist fight with a pizza guy, shit like that, but nothing extreme. That showed this. So my attorney, that was his most important thing, was to get the violent crime changed to a non-violent crime, because that makes a complete difference. And he did it.
That might be the greatest miracle in the history of
I still talk to that motherfucker too.
You need to.
He's in Colorado Springs. And now he's got a kid that wants to get into the entertainment business. So he's like, what do we need to do? Hang back a bit. So when I got sentenced to 48 months, right? But I spent a month in county.
Time served.
So that's 2 months.
Well, you did double time served for county?
County's 2 days. At that time, it was 2 for 1. So I did a month. So that meant I did 2 months. So now it's 22 months. I got in there, right? Until you hit prison, your final destination is 2 for 1.
Wow. So the longer you stay in county, the shorter amount of time you're going to have to spend in prison. I guess this is, the whole idea is expediting your time in county, because county's a pain in the fucking ass.
Pain in the ass. But not bad, because again, I got sentenced on a Monday, and by Wednesday morning, I was taken out. They told me they were going to send me to, like, Oklahoma. They sent me to fucking Summit County Jail. Guys, we were all closed, and we played handball outside. And at 9 o'clock, the jail, the fucking guards would go to the Safeway for you and buy you chips, sodas, and we'd watch movies all night on TV.
So it was low key and everybody was too.
My buddy in there was a guy from the Bronx, Italian dude. Fucking, as soon as I get there, the guy fucking hugged me. I'll do anything for you. Just talk to me, brother. Just talk to me. I haven't been around people from the East Coast. This guy loved me. So I became friends with him, and we were fucking. I didn't drink or anything in there, but we would always like fucking gamble. A lot of gambling in there, you know. I was in Summit County for maybe 2 weeks. That's a month.
So you're shaving time off.
I'm shaving time off. So now I had 3 months already. All of a sudden, one morning, they go, you're going to fucking Department of Corrections. So first you go to DOC. It's like, you go to diagnostic. That's where you're there for 2 weeks, and they find out what's wrong with you. They check everything, your ass, your mind. They ask you creepy questions. They do a battery of tests, and then from how you do on that is where you decided where your destination is.
So you're trying to do better on that.
Yes.
Because if you look sane, you look competent, you look smart, you're going to get the country club. And if you look like an absolute savage fuck up,
yes. But still, I didn't have the numbers. I knew that my numbers were low because before you get sentenced, you have to take a thing, like a little test, like a 10-question test, nothing hard. Yeah. Did you have a job before you got arrested? Did you have a license before you got arrested? Were you working at the time of your arrest? And all these positive things count in your favor. So after I got sentenced, after I went through diagnostic, now they're gonna send you to your destination. I had 2 destinations. I could either go to Rifle, Colorado, and that's where I wanted to go because in the winter they let you be a ski instructor.
Yeah.
Dude on the hill, checking people's badges.
Unbelievable.
And in the summer, you'd be a lifeguard at the pool. The job is the pool. So I'm like, what are you fuck? And they let you go to movies on Saturday night.
Unbelievable.
Golden was where I went, Camp George West. I wanted to go to Golden because it was closer to my house, but they didn't have all the shit Rifle had.
Yeah, you go skiing, go hang out.
But the only thing they had, they let you out for 20 minutes a day to go to the store.
No.
There was a bodega right around the corner.
So you got 20 minutes of freedom.
20 minutes just to run to the store and run back. So I started, come on, dog. You got everybody else couldn't figure it out. I started ordering Chinese food.
To the bodega.
To the bodega. There was a Chinese restaurant next to it. So I would call the order in because all the other idiots would actually go to the bodega and I go, can you get Chinese food? They go, no, we don't have time. I'm like, you gotta call the order in so when you get there. So I would call the order in, pick up Chinese food, pick up a couple Haagen-Dazs, some ice creams and shit.
So you were a fucking superhero. Coming back with ice cream.
A superhero.
Chinese food.
Oh my God. And at the time, there was AIDS was big, 87.
Yeah.
So they had a brand spanking new AIDS facility. They had 8 beds. They only had 2 people with AIDS. I'm talking about banging TVs, refrigerators, microwaves, couches, solar heating. So we were in there at night with the AIDS dudes. The 2 AIDS dudes fucking making sandwiches and shit.
And you knew at the time that you couldn't catch it?
I didn't know, but take a chance. Columbus did. I know if he took it. I know if you took it in the ass or shot yourself intravenously, but I wasn't taking the ass and I wasn't going to shoot anything intravenously.
You just share an organ.
Yeah, they had their own fork, you know. I'm not there to judge nobody. They were very nice. In fact, when I got out of there, I had to volunteer work and I did it all for AIDS.
Really?
Because of what I met and how I, you know, as Americans, they hit you with AIDS like COVID. So you didn't want to touch nobody with AIDS. You didn't want to be in the room with AIDS.
Yeah.
Once you're in prison and they weren't allowed to go into the daily area like to eat.
Right.
They had their own area back there.
Yeah.
But they were lonely back there.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Everybody else was treating them like shit.
Yeah.
And I'm like, let's go back there and talk to these fucking dudes.
And it was just pristine.
It was tremendous. We had Super Bowl parties. Every Sunday night we watched America's Most Wanted and fucking Love and Marriage. You know, we'd eat. We fucking get Kentucky Fried Chicken. The kid from the Crips, his girlfriend would bring up Nutter Butters and Popeye's chicken. We would eat Popeye's chicken like a motherfucker on Sunday nights. Fucking watching all this shit.
So, okay, so when do you start realizing I can be an entertainer here, right? Like, I'm just like, when does your brain start adjusting to the reality that you can maybe have a legit job?
I didn't know anything about this job. I didn't know anything about this job. When I was a kid, I was at my buddy's house and he put on a Richard Pryor album.
Okay, so Pryor was your first.
Pryor was the first thing I ever heard. The Rhino meets Dracula.
Okay.
That is the most beautiful bit in the world. When you're a 8-year-old kid, you're Cuban, and you listen to that because you're learning the language. You just came from a place where you can't talk like this. Okay, and I'm listening to this motherfucker say some shit that is brilliant. And he's talking about coke, and he's talking about Dracula wash your neck. You're a filthy little motherfucker too. And I'm like, what the fuck? Then I bicentennial. How? You can't say the last name of it. And I bought the other one that you can't say the name of. Richard Pryor, like 3 albums, you can't fucking name it. When I show them to people, I gotta show the album. Sorry, you can't say it. And I mimicked them. I knew the words. I knew everything. When I go to a party, I would do Richard Pryor. In fact, I would bring my albums to other kids' houses that were 12 and 11. There's a kid, Ray Canella, today. Every time I see him at Rudy's and Flipside, he looks at me and goes, you know my mother's still mad at you for bringing that Richard Pryor out to the house in the 8th grade. I did everything with Richard Pryor. I love Richard Pryor, but I came from a fucking Bergen, New Jersey. I'm a Cuban kid. I didn't know what went on with it. And then after I got in trouble, I'm like, they really don't want it. But just before I got sentenced, just before I went to prison, just before I committed that kidnapping, like 2 days before that, there was a guy, that Subaru dealer, I did not get along. We had words one day, we just did not get along. And one night I was sitting there and he came over to me and goes, hey man, his name was Grant Theo Smith. I still remember this motherfucker. And he came up to me and he goes, hey man, I know you don't like me, but I gotta tell you something. I go, what's that? He goes, ask me what I did before I worked here at a car dealer. I go, I don't know. You know, you're 20 and some old guys talking to you like, I don't know. Go ahead and tell me. Yeah. And he goes, I was an entertainment director at a casino in Las Vegas. I don't know which one, but it was a big one at the time. Sands, I don't know. And he just ever considered doing stand-up comedy.
Just because he saw you busting balls, he saw you telling stories.
Get the fuck out of my face, stand-up comedy. Think the fucking igers on coke. Go away. That's
at the time, that was part of what stand-up comedians did. You said you like pride, right?
What are you fucking talking about stand-up comedy?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Go away.
Yeah.
I barely chew and walk at the same time, you know? And when I got locked up at Camp George West, Thursday night was movie night. Right? They didn't have what we have now, they had the fucking reel-to-reel. All right?
It's a projector.
Yeah, like a and then it breaks it. You know, come on, motherfucker. It was our brother that was orange. You know those brothers, they got freckles. Yeah. Oh, they call him Red. Red, fix that fucking thing, you motherfucker. And he would have to get up and fix the projector. Wow. And in the meantime, the guys would say, because in the kitchens, I would tell the guys, listen, don't eat that food. I would tell them, don't eat like chip meat, cream, all those type of weird feels. I would check the meat in. So I knew if the meat was good enough. That's why I went to the bodega to get the fucking meat and everything else for me and my buddies. So when they would come in, I go, don't do it! And they'd all be yelling, let's get out. Cuba told us. So all the brothers would go, Cuba told us not to eat that shit. So I'd be yelling at them, don't do it! Don't do it! And then just fucking around. I had a friend in the kitchen. His name was Edgy. And he was like, oh, blood. And one day he came up to me, he's like, hey, bro, you gotta help me out. I'm like, what's up? He goes, my freezers are slipping. What? My freezers are fucking up. You gotta help me out. I'm like, what are you talking about? What the fuck is a freeze? He goes, a freeze. When you don't practice it, people can tell the difference in your voice. When you don't practice saying freeze, when you gotta rob somebody. So this motherfucker will come into the dining area and go, freeze! You will report me. I just want to try it. He goes, my brother got out of jail, didn't practice his freeze, he got locked up a week later. His freeze didn't have no confidence behind him. I mean, bro, I'm like, this is a funny fucking situation.
I mean, it's a bit.
It's a bit freeze. So I'm like, don't do it. This went on. And I became like the social commentary for the kitchen. Right? So now, afterward, they would think like, Cuba, get up there and say some words. Oh, so they're asking, they're pushing you to do it. They're going, get up there. Because it's like, listen, at that time, we weren't as sensitive as we are today. Of course. You could goof on brothers. We all goofed on Red. Yeah. You know, everybody goofed on Red. Yeah. Everybody goofed on the bikers. Everybody goofed on a retard that was at, you know, he just goofed. Yeah. So I didn't have any material. Yeah. I didn't have any material written. It's not like I wrote material. Yeah, you just wrote something. Just to fucking, fucking whatever. Yeah. Look at this motherfucker with these fucking shoes on. What you willing to get? You better shoes. What the fuck are you laughing about, cocksucker? You know, that's it. You know. And one day the guy in the library, he was from Buffalo. He killed his wife and the mailman. The mailman was fucking his wife, so he killed the wife and the mailman. They had like 30 fucking shit. The guy was a genius. And I'll never forget. He came up to me one day and he goes, "Hey man, here's a notebook so you can write your jokes in." And I go, "Notebook? I got no fucking notebook. I ain't got no, you know." He goes, "You don't write before you go up there?" And I go, "No." And this motherfucker looked at me and goes, "Listen, I'm gonna get out of here in about 2 years. If I get out and you're not doing stand-up, I'm gonna hunt you down and kill you."
What a motivational speech.
And I got out of prison, and I was a pussy. It took me 2 years to get on stage after I got out, you know. Yeah. Kept giving myself excuses. And one day I just got up on stage.
Where was it?
Comedy Works.
What made you do it? Was it Denver Comedy Works? When you were doing the shows in the prison, was everybody there? Like Blood Crips, Whites, so everybody just decided, hey, we're going to put away the beef and we're going to enjoy this and we're going to laugh at each other. There was no sensitivity, nothing?
Nothing.
That's the fucking beauty of it, man.
That was fucking amazing. Nobody was sensitive anymore. We were just human beings back then.
And they had every reason to be sensitive. Their cousin killed this guy's cousin. These guys beefed over some crazy.
There was two brother-in-laws there, a cousin and a nephew, that were like at war with each other.
But they sat down.
I did time with the Barclays. The Barclays were a Colorado family, this white family, the nicest people in the world. They got into the cocaine business by mistake, and they became millionaires. Like they didn't even know how to launder the money. They just kept buying trucks for their landscaping business. They had every type of truck. And the cops busted them, and they fucking, the cops stayed there at their house and answered the phone from all the drug things. And when you would come to buy the coke, they would arrest you. It's a hell of a story of them. But the Barclays, I was doing time with them, and then they sent the father and the brother together in discovery in court. They found out that the father was having an affair with his wife while he was at work. So I live with my wife in your house, You're my dad. You live upstairs. You're single. My mom died. And when I'm at work, you come down and fuck my wife.
Wow. Shit.
So they tried to break them up for them to testify against each other.
Of course.
And now I'm doing time with them, and they're not talking to each other. It's two different fucking worlds. I mean, they put that shit's in there where they said this is blood, and now they hate each other. It was fucking, I'm happy I did it. I never got really in trouble again after that. I never got to prison again or anything. But it was an education, and it let me know what I didn't want to do.
Yeah.
Because listen, prison, anybody can do prison here. We can all do it with our eyes. It's just time. You get a book, you do push-ups, you mind your business. The problem with all that shit is that I forgot what I was going to tell you.
Comedy. Start
We can all do prison. We can all do time. The problem is they fuck with your manhood. I'm telling you, I'm sitting here with you guys telling you we had a great time in there.
Yeah.
If I had to do it again today, I would do it for the 90 days. I don't know if I could do it long. It was a great break.
Yeah.
But they judge, they fuck with your manhood.
Yeah.
How's that? Talking about the COs or the COs?
Yeah. Tell me what to do.
I walk into your room at 7 in the morning, I keep the bed, tell you to wake the fuck up, bitch.
Yeah, that's like...
You don't ever want to be a man and have somebody do that.
And you cannot do anything because you want to get out of there. It weighs on you. Yeah.
There's little things like, it's been 30 years since I was in there, but that's the most thing that stuck out in my mind. That they try to take away your manhood. Like, get up, bitch, stupid, that type of shit.
Yeah.
And if you swing back, then you get more time.
Yeah.
And then you have the longest yard, right? Adam Sandler said, Burt Reynolds said, was it worth it? He was smacking him, and he goes, I put my fucking shoe back on. And he went in at the end of the longest yard. That's how it was. You have to decide what's important to you.
Did you fight? What was that for?
I got one fight in there. I got maybe two. I got to an argument with a good friend of mine, the 8th unit, and we pushed each other around. And then that's funny you said that there was a white dude, like a bald, he was like not a biker. He was like in the middle. What do you call those guys? Like they just hate minorities, right? Whatever. He had long hair and shit, and he used to fuck with me. He worked in the kitchen. So instead of me beating them up, I was a stock clerk in the kitchen, and they used to have that welfare American cheese. So one day I took the cheese out of there, and I took a shit in that motherfucking box. And I put a little American flag on the top, and I put the box, and I put it in this drawer, and put the clothes on top of it. And he would always go, anybody else smell shit in my room? I'm going to find it. And then one day he actually found the box. When I took the shit, it was like 19 inches. When he found it, it was like 3 inches. It was like a skeleton.
It burned off.
And that room smelled like that. He was breathing that shit in until I feel bad he's not alive today. That's words of that 9/11. That motherfucker's eligible for fucking payments and shit.
Yeah, another body, bro. That's crazy.
So he knew I put the shit in the thing.
Yeah.
And he would always give me grief when he was in front of his friends. Sure. When I was with my friends, he wouldn't say nothing. So there was a room where we would play cards in.
Yeah.
It was a combination laundry room. And one day I gotta say something to this guy. Because he was always tough when he was around his buddies. But I knew that if I took my buddies, we could fuck up his buddies.
Yeah.
Because I had the brothers with me, so I knew we could fuck up his friends. Because I had two brothers that were my brothers in real life. There were two African American kids that were my brothers. One of his name was Spencer Antoine. He's dead. I check up with him on time to time. That motherfucker stabbed the dude 9 times. Got 6 years for voluntary manslaughter. He did not fuck around. He was in the jungles of Louisiana. He had those crazy eyes and shit. He did not fuck around. And then my brother, the Crip, Torre, they were not going to fuck with us. So, but this motherfucker I had to deal with. So I saw him one Saturday go into the thing to do his laundry. He had long hair like you. That's why I don't wear long hair. And he was doing laundry. I tapped him when he turned around. I grabbed both sides of the long hair, cut my hand, and banged his head off the fucking wall 15 fucking times. And then I punched him really hard. Now I went to my friends and told them what had happened. And I go, they're going to retaliate. He never said a word. And that was it. I got out of there.
And then everything was cool. And you never got clipped for that? Never solitary, nothing?
Wow.
Okay, so you go. How far are we from you not trying stand-up, but being good at stand-up and then becoming this kind of mythical figure in the store?
15 years later.
15 years later.
Stop again. I gotta pee. Answer that question again.
I got you. All right, Joey. So tell us, when do you become the mythical figure at the Comedy Store? Do you even realize it?
No.
So as it's happening, you're clean, you're doing comedy, things are starting to work out in your career, you're getting these
I was
acting
never
roles.
clean.
Oh, really?
No, I never got clean till after the store, after the longest shot. That's when I got clean.
Oh, okay. When did you hook up with Joe?
97.
That's early. And then how do you guys connect? What was the first time you met him? Do you remember?
At the store. I was in Boise, Idaho doing the funny bone.
Okay.
There was a thing called 12. What was that movie they did with the
12 Monkeys?
No, the 12. The Dirty Dozen. Dirty Dozen. Dom Herrera and Joe was on that. That's the first time I ever saw Joe. With backwards hat on. I never even knew who he was.
Okay.
Didn't pay attention ever again. It was just somebody I watched it for Dom Herrera, maybe somebody else. Was I in LA already? No, I was not. I was living in Seattle at the time. And then when I got to the Comedy Store, maybe a month after I got to the Comedy Store.
Around when is you got
97. I got to LA in January 29th of 1997. You know when I became a regular? February 19th.
Wow.
Of 1997.
That's fucking...
If that wasn't in the fucking cards. And when I got there, they told me that I wouldn't get a showcase for 6 months. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, so how'd you get it?
Scott Day called me up one day and he goes, somebody fell out.
Do you want to come in
on Sunday night? And I go, yeah.
Do you remember your set?
No. Everyone was scared as fuck. 3 minutes. That's all she gave me. And it was Mitzi in those days.
Yeah.
It wasn't a tape to fucking somebody else. It was Mitzi. So, yeah, it was pretty fucking insane.
And it went well?
Yeah, and then she told me come back next week and do 10 minutes. I did the 10 minutes and it was on my birthday. I think I turned, whatever the fuck I turned, 34 or something like that. So that was fucking tremendous.
So you get past, and now you have this home.
And now I got a home, which I didn't know. At the time, the store wasn't the store.
Right. What was it like?
3 people a night.
That's right, because
There's
it's
60 people on Friday, 80 on Saturday, but Tuesday, Monday through Thursday, 8 to 12 people.
80s was the boom. 90s comedy gets a little bit soft, not as much care. The clubs are kind of struggling.
Yeah.
But you're going up.
I'm going up.
Is there still the culture in the store?
At that time?
Yeah.
What do you mean the culture?
Like, was there community? Did it feel like the employees are real close?
No, the employees were cool. You know, and it was what do they call that when you run? It was a place that was run by the institution.
Oh yeah, run by the inmates.
We were running it by the inmates, you know. So it was just kind of wild. She would come in every once in a while. What dawned on me was when I first got there, I was going to do a fist fight with I can't remember what his name is. He's an older guy. He said he was Jewish. I'm Spanish, and I had a joke then about OJ that they asked the maid, and I returned it in Spanish. And he came up to me and he goes, I don't know if you know this, that's my joke. I go, how can that be your joke? I just moved here. He goes, you stole the joke. I go, how did I steal your joke? I just moved here from fucking Seattle.
Yeah.
I've never even seen you before, guy.
Yeah.
He goes, and number 2, I'm fucking Spanish. I'm talking Spanish, but you're saying that's your fucking bit. And the guy got a little heavy with me, right? And he had a violin. And he put it behind him, and that's the first thing I noticed. If you're gonna get in somebody's face, don't put something behind you, stupid. So he kept talking, I pushed him. And he fell over the violin, and Mitzi was walking up. And she saw that, she goes, what the fuck, this motherfucker told me I stole the joke, because I knew she liked that shit. Because that's how she made Kenneth the regular.
I didn't know that was
she was getting beat up by Argus Hamilton. And Kenneth went in there, busted Argus up, and that's how he became a regular. Mitzi likes controversy. Mitzi likes a good fist fight. Mitzi liked when you told somebody to go fuck themselves. She loved that shit. So I knew I was home. You follow me? When you have that attitude coming from within, I'm home. Because I will tell you to go fuck yourself. I don't give a fuck about your comedy club, whatever. So as soon as Mitzi saw me with that dude, she was like, this guy's onto something. So Where was Mitzi from? I hear all these stories about him. In Minneapolis or some shit. Then went to Miami, and that's how she liked Cubans. Because she lived in Miami for a while. So she goes, I like Cubans.
You said Mitzi would play mind games with you, like she told you to dress up as Castro.
Yeah.
And if you did it, she would never put you on again because she was like, that's crazy, right? She'll give you advice as the head of the Comedy Store, and if you take her shitty advice, she knows you don't have a backbone and you don't believe in your comedy.
The best story I ever heard was a guy named Kevin something. Dear friend of mine, I forget his last name. He used to be the vet on one of those channels where they save cats and shit. Kevin Fitzgerald. He's good friends with Joe, too. If I show you this guy, you'll go, Joey, what the fuck are you talking about? That's one of the most dangerous men you'll ever see in your life. He was a bodyguard for the Stones when he came back from Vietnam. The guy's a fucking savage. Kevin Fitzgerald is a comic. That's how I met Kevin in Denver. He has a great story. And he was doing a joke one night about this is your brain on drugs, this is your brain. And what's the greatest stand-up of all time? Hicks. Bill Hicks' manager, road manager, was there because Bill Hicks was performing that night, and he walked up to Kevin. He goes, "Hey, Mr. Hicks would appreciate it if he didn't do that joke before." Kevin said he went in the back and thought about it. He goes, "Nobody can tell me not to do a joke." And he went up there and did the joke. And the guy went up to Kevin, was waiting for Kevin. Kevin's a tough dude. And this guy tried to be cute with Kevin. He's like, "I told you not to do the joke." Kevin goes, "Shut the fuck up." Bill Hicks heard the argument. Bill came out. He goes, whoa. We got no beef here. I told you to do something. You didn't do it. As a matter of fact, comics don't listen. You're my new opening act. When he put him on the road. We don't listen. You told me not to do something as a comic. It's your game's over. Don't ever tell me to work clean, because I'm going to go up there with the biggest pussy joke you've ever heard in your motherfucking life. And that's why they play those games in LA. Bro, for years, people have to send a tape. Yeah, I sent blank tapes. I love when they call me back and say your set was tremendous. Because when you get paid, at the end of the night, you're looking at a comedy club owner, he's sitting in front of 1,200 tapes, and all of them got dust on it. You don't watch the tapes, it was a power play. You send the tape, and then we'll give you, fuck you. I'm not sending a tape. And then when they get bugging me, I go, okay. I started sending them blank tapes. As a matter of fact, the great and wise Chelsea Handler sent the tape of herself having sex at one point before Montreal. No. Yeah, she did. She got Montreal? Yeah, she did. Oh, yeah, okay. On a wash and dryer machine. We don't do what they tell you. We do what the fuck we want to do. That's Mitzi Shore School of Comedy. That's Breyer. That's Hicks. That mental Kennison. That mental, that's what the store had to offer you. The Improv did. Improv's a great club. I worked them a lot. I did a lot of great work for them. But that external image, that's what the store was. The store was for people who didn't play around. A lot of people don't like going to the store. And when I was going there, fucking Tupac had a shirt on at the comedy store. How cool is that? It's still a bullet on the wall from when Tupac had a shootout at the fucking comedy store. What's going to happen at the Improv with all those fucking Gentiles? It's great. The store was for rough motherfuckers. You know what I always said? Like, listen, bro, let's figure it out. You go to the Improv and Laugh Factory when you're looking for a funny fucking comic. When you want somebody to fucking push your show to the next level, you go to the store. Those are the Marines of the fucking LA. At least they were. I don't know what's going on now. Listen, I'm not proud of half the shit I did, but the shit I'm proud of was I was part of a Marine one time. I was part of the comedy fucking Marines, okay? We don't take shit. We go up there when it's dark, people are puking, all that little bullshit they talk about now that they don't do, that's what we did, you know? And it's funny, I met Rogan at that thing. When Rogan first got to the store, one of the first times I met him, he was getting into a fight with another comic. I mean, it was a rough fucking club. Yeah. The guy threw a bottle at Joe or something. You gotta ask him. The guy threatened Joe with a bottle. I got a bottle back here. It was a comic. It was a different. The Improv, the comedy store was not for everybody. The comedy store was not for everybody. You know, for years, I was telling Joe we should stab Carlos Mencia at this comedy store. We go off on him in front of people. They have those little mazes in the middle of a Scarface for the friend you fuck. Yeah. The fire.
Yeah.
That's a comedy story. You can stab somebody in the comedy store. You wouldn't know a fucking thing about it. You wouldn't know a thing about it.
So Joe was on like, no, we shouldn't do that. He was like, that's a bad idea, Joe.
Yeah, Joe's a nice guy. Joe's a nice person. That's what it took me. I got to the store in '97, and it was the dark ages, man.
Yeah.
Where you had to follow Eddie Griffin, Paul Mooney.
Yeah.
I grew up watching Paul Mooney. That's the best education a motherfucker could ever get. If you don't believe me, go buy the album Race Today by Paul Mooney.
Yeah.
Holy fuck.
Yeah.
You know, that's the education. I used to see Paul Mooney come in with Elizabeth Taylor. Paul Mooney would come in with Elizabeth Taylor.
White woman?
Fuck yeah.
Who loves white women more than the black guy who hates white men?
He was gay.
Yeah, he was a little sweet. That's probably why he liked Elizabeth.
Paul Mooney.
Yeah. No, Paul was
And then I would have to follow
Yeah.
the three people.
Who was the toughest follow?
Don Herrera and me and Joe always have this conversation. There's a brother that had dreads. He came up, he's from Cleveland. He came up with Steve Harvey. Woo! He was white. He was clean. Woo! You were in for a fucking long night.
Really?
I still remember Missy would make me follow Don Herrera. I would just cry. I would cry on the drive down there because why would you want to go somewhere and get shot? You know what I'm saying? Nobody ever tries for something or get shot.
Yeah.
And that's what I had to do every fucking Saturday night.
Yeah.
Go down there and get shot. The main room, forget it. I never had the main room. My first 10 years at that store, I couldn't get a fucking giggle in that fucking main room.
Really?
And I would tell her, don't put me in the main room because I'm gonna eat shit. What would she do?
Put you in the motherfucking
Put you in the motherfucking
That's so
main room.
fucking cool that she did that, though.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
You grow over the bottom line. Because that affects her show. That affects her business.
Yeah.
The way customers walk out of there, and she was like, "Nah, but I gotta make him grow."
You don't want to date somebody at the comedy store. You know why? Because if you break up with that person, you're going to be following that person for a year. She finds out.
Oh, yeah.
And she's going to make you follow her just to fuck with you.
Oh, so she liked the drama. She tried to make good content, good comedy.
It makes her
It
listen.
was like the first YouTube house or whatever the fuck you call those.
Something we didn't touch here, and I'm happy we didn't, was I have a daughter that's 32. We don't talk to.
Yeah.
She's from my first marriage. I think most of the OG in my comedy was because what I did on Wednesdays. On Wednesdays, I used to have her from 2 to 7, and her mother and her fucking boyfriend would abuse me, and they knew I had the 2 felonies, so they would abuse me even more because they had me by the balls. So all I could do at that time is cry, which I did. After I would give my daughter to them, I would get in my car and just cry. Not ashamed to say it, I would just bawl. Because I was striving to be a man, and these people were walking all over me, okay? And I would smoke a joint. I became a comic when I forced myself to do comedy. After that, the first 4 or 5 weeks, I would just go home and cry. And I need to snort coke like a pussy. But then I was like, I gotta work off this. So for the next 8 months, I would force myself to do comedy after I fucking dropped her off. Wow. And then it reminded me of 5 years ago when I'm on a plane headed to go fucking do a gig. And as I get off the plane, I got a thing that says Brody Stevens died. And now I got to go entertain 3,000 people in a casino in Las Vegas. So all those little things come back to help you later, even though they don't as a comic. But I forced myself into dark material. I love Joe. And you know why Joe became a good comic? Because he was the guy that went after the strongest guy in the room every night. He would ask for it. When most people would go, I don't want to follow Diaz.
The easy way out there.
Joe would take me on the road and tell me, I want you to be as dirty and as fucking buck wild as you can be. And I want to go up there. And he would struggle for 10 minutes. Then it got down to struggle for 9 minutes. Then he struggled 8 minutes, 4 minutes. You know, before I left the store, one of the hardest guys to follow was Chris D'Elia.
Yeah.
His energy, and I would, you know, that's the guy I would say put me up behind.
Really?
You know, because you want to test yourself.
Yeah.
Anybody who could be the king, I'd be the king, you know?
Yeah.
And then I would go up behind Allie one. I love following her. I love following her because I would go up there and say something perverted to her app.
Yeah.
It was like stealing, you know? It was like stealing. It was like stealing. She just set this up for me, you know?
Yeah, fascinating time. I remember even watching it from in New York, and like you come up in New York, and we've got obviously this amazing comedy history. You got the Cellar, New York Comedy Club, and even like Dangerfields, the Strip, and all these places. But I remember that time when things were really starting to bubble in LA. And I remember when it was whack. Like, I remember going to the store and it felt like a ghost town. Yeah, and I was like, I didn't even get it. I was like, why do people go back here? This shit is depressing. Like, what the fuck is going on? And then I remember coming back and like feeling that fucking energy, and it was intense. It was really intense. And seeing guys, I remember seeing you for the first time. I remember Joe being like, "Yo, you gotta watch Joey. Come watch Joey." And you, there was a comic that we had. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not even gonna compare you to anybody, but like there was an energy that you had up there that was like so authentic and so pure, and that's what I've always been kind of drawn to comedically. Like Patrice was my guy. That's the guy who I saw, and I was like, that's the greatest. I don't think there's ever anything better. And it was just like, it was pure, it was authentic, and it was just like, this is how I feel. And I remember you going up there, and like it felt like you had some things written, but it also felt like you were kind of like tagging things in the moment. And I was like, oh yeah, he's in the flow state. He found the energy, and the audience met you, and it was like this really special combustion. You just watch. It's like watching an engine work for the first time. It's just like, what the fuck is going on? And yeah, it was just a really, really cool. It's just a really cool thing to witness as a comic that was already in the game for a while, and to go see something else that was special.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it was.
You never stop learning as a comic.
Yeah,
that's the great thing about being a comic. Like before the pandemic, I was catching myself on stage and going, "When did I learn how to do this?"
That's what I was going to ask you.
And I would go, "Oh, I know. 96 when I was doing the triple runs. You know, you think back to what runs? Triple.
What's that?
Triple A is a guy on the West Coast. He books Colorado, Northern California, Idaho.
So string of dicks.
And it's $75 a night.
Yeah.
You drive 8 hours a night in between the gigs.
Yeah.
You're the only thing that's happening in that town. And you go to these gigs and they have warning labels. Like the stage could be that's active. If you get a bottle thrown at you, go to your room and call the manager. He's looking at this shit going. I said, what about in Great Colorado? They had a fence up, like the Blues Brothers. A fucking fence, and they're doing comedy. And while you're doing it, you're like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? Like if you're doing comedy 2 or 3 years, you're pretty happy. You're on the road. I'm doing it. Fuck yeah. I fucked some stripper last night. I got VD. You know, but I'm doing my jokes. You're only getting $25 a night. Yeah. But for you, it's so fucking real. You're like, this is fucking great. You know, like it's just. And Triple, you have a different audience every night. And listen, I bomb 5 nights a week. You finally got one show on Saturday, like the late show on Saturday. You're like, fuck, because you sleep in hotels that with dumps. You know, it's just an experience, and you have to do it. Yeah, I feel bad for the people who run from that. Yeah, because this is a fucking journey. And when I was a kid, there was a commercial that stuck with me forever. Pennzoil. Pennzoil's tune was, "You either gonna pay me now, or you gonna pay me later." Yeah, it's great. How many motherfuckers that I see over the years go to Montreal, get a $500,000 deal, you're gonna pay for it later, bring that shit to the comedy store, and leave there in tears. Yeah. You know how many fucking times I saw all the stars come in there? Yeah. Oh, this kid's fresh from Montreal. He's going to destroy. I see Mitzi Shore get up one night and go, the agents are telling me this kid was the next Bill Hicks. Yeah. And she was so hot. She's like, Bill Hicks, my ass. Get him out of here. The kid was on stage. And she's like, get him out of here. Wow. Bill Hicks, my fucking ass. You're going to sell. It was just, you know, you have to put the work in. Yeah. If you're going to go to LA, you better have all your fucking tools in. Yeah. Okay? And you know everything. I don't give a fuck what they tell you anymore. You know, listen, I wish I would have just stuck with stand-up over the years and be the best I could. But the podcast game came. I always wanted to work in TV and film. Yeah. You know, we have to switch fucking hats from time to time. Now, I'm not doing a podcast no more, I canceled it. And now I'm not doing stand-up. But I know that by me doing this summer, it'll push me back to get on stage.
You got a little itch, huh? Yeah.
I got an itch, but I don't want to sell tickets. I want to come to your show, 10 minutes and leave.
Dude,
not your show when you do a stage show. I'm talking about when you do your monthly night at the New York Comedy Club. The Cellar. I don't like dates over my head. I was telling your brother over here how hard it was for me to live in LA. Number one, it was the 23 toughest years of my life. I didn't know it, and I got pulled out of it.
Wait, why?
Because I can't be around those people.
Jews?
I can't be. I watched your movie. You were in a movie. I really watched the movie. I enjoyed it with you people. I really enjoyed it.
I'm an Eddie. That's why I did the movie.
I'll take Eddie. I even watched Pluto Nash. Okay? I'm Eddie. I'm Eddie. Eddie opened up my eyes to a gift, and I repay him now. I'm Eddie. I like that movie, but I had to turn it off the first time midway, and I was getting anxiety. Julia Dreyfus was giving me anxiety out the ass.
Why?
Because she was so LA. Nothing bothers me more. Nothing than these words I'm gonna tell you. So where are you from, Joey? Cuba? I love Cuban people. I've been to none of your parties. I've never seen a spigot, none of them. You know what I'm saying? Knock it off. I love African Americans. Come on, see you with African Americans. Don't lie to me. Because we know. I know. You know what I'm saying? You know. Just watching her reminded me of my 23 years in LA. I had to turn it off.
And that's what you don't want your daughter to be.
Not even fucking close.
That's why you got to get out.
You just said to yourself, I'm authentic up there. I work to be authentic. I don't ever want you to go, he's throwing a curveball at us to lie to us. No. I want to be honest with you. I've never put a pair of sunglasses on. I want you to see my fucking eyes. I don't wear sunglasses at all. I don't give a fuck with the moon. It's going to hurt your eyes. Go fuck yourself. That's like you fucking pussies.
It is interesting though, because there are, and listen, people are fake everywhere. Like we have this thing in New York, like there's no fake New Yorkers. Like I think sometimes what we do is we try to keep it so real that that's also fake. So like everybody has their fakeness, but there is an inauthenticity. Like I think growing up here, I never learned how to do small talk. So I don't know how to do it. So like, and the guys laugh at me because when people try to do small talk with me, I start asking deep questions because I don't like. Somebody like, "What's up with the weather?" I'd be like, "So your mom died?" Like, because I don't know how to talk about the weather, and I felt myself in those situations feeling really uncomfortable with somebody talking to me in a fake way. And it's like, why you don't care about this? I don't care about this, and I don't know how to operate with you. And it's interesting that
I don't know chitter chatter. You call my wife. I torture my wife every fucking day about the friends, the chitter chatter. I don't like chitter chatter. I do not like chitter chatter.
I just leave the room.
Spill it out. Don't say a fucking word. Chitter chatter, I don't want to hear. I don't want to have that. So I gotta stop what I'm doing to hear your stupidity. You don't really give a fuck about it.
You don't care. Why are we filling time?
So why are we doing this? So I had a hard time with that. I have a hard time. Bro, I have a hard time with this area. When I left there, this is blue collar. The people who wanted to be cute went to the village, and we left them there, and that's what they did. The Amazings and way to save the world and all that shit. You knew where to go. You went to the fucking village. Okay? I went to CBG for the first time when I was 14 to see the Police in 1978. Roxanne. All right, so don't bullshit me about it. I know this fucking area just changed.
But we still got some, like, last night I went to over at House, and there's a place, Bellato's. Emilio Bellato. It's like an old school Italian spot. Like, what's the other one up to Rayo's or whatever?
Rayo's is still there. Mohop is still there. They're all there.
No, Mohop closed, man. Or no, Mohop's not 24 hours. That was fucking heartbreaking. I didn't know it was open before midnight.
They can have all the shit that's old. This city doesn't have that no more.
No, that's where I get pushed back. Where it's just like, there's something that permeates the city. Don't get me wrong. There's change, but New York is change. That's the thing a lot of people don't get. It's like, I grew up in the East Village. I saw the East Village be bars where they were throwing midgets and Velcro suits on the wall to turn into Japanese haircutting places. Like, I saw St. Mark's completely transfer, and it's just like, that's what it does. Neighborhoods change. This neighborhood used to be nice. Chelsea used to be nice. Now that shit is every homeless crackhead you've ever seen is walking around Chelsea. Like, it just, New York is change, and when you're in it for 20, 30, 40 years, you see it, so you go, okay, that is the culture of this. And we adapt to what's going on, and we don't budge on things we don't want to budge on, and then we embrace these new things that come around. So when I see people who come to the city, like from Maine, and they're here for 10 years, like, oh, it's not the same. It's like, it's never the same, motherfucker. And the people that are strong enough to deal with that are the ones that put their roots in, and they maintain their fucking culture. That Mulatto's doesn't have fucking paint on the walls. They got a picture with every fucking asshole that's been in there. And there's a dad out there. I like an asshole. I walked up, and I go, and because a buddy of mine set something up, and I was like, hey, hey, doing this at two of us. He goes, all right, just give me a second. I was like, Emilio Jr. said, like, I wasn't trying to be douchey. I was like, he said that there's a table in the back, and I looked at the dude, and I was like, I know this dude isn't the host. Like, the way he was sitting out there, and he was kind of like posted up, and he had a fucking Patek on one wrist, and I was like, he's not buying that watch just from like seeing people, right? And I was like, okay, cool, we'll just hang, no big deal. I ain't making a big deal of anything. We walk in there, he's the fucking lights. You know what I mean? He's in every picture with the George Clooney, this, that, the other, and it's like, okay, this is New York. New York is still here. New York is not moving. It's just changing. It's just breathing, and that's what it does.
All right. When I left here in '85, I was going to bars. You could do anything you want in a fucking bar. I remember coming back here like, I don't know, like '88 or something, and there was a bunch of kids on the Upper West Side drinking water at a bar, and I just walked out. I just walked in that bar. I just walked out. That's not the city I remember, guys. That was in 1993, to be honest with you. You know, I used to remember going to a club with a girl, and I'd be going in the back and do a line of coke, and the doorman was going to call 911, and I'm like, look, 5 years ago, I was having sex, lighting my balls on fire, my friend was shooting heroin, and nobody said nothing. Now you want to throw us out for doing a line of coke in fucking, there was 20th Street by Manhattan Honda. There used to be an open mic down there by Godfather's Pizza. I'll never forget that. The guy said to me, like, you can't do coke in here. I'm like, are you fucking retarded? It's the bathroom. I don't believe that. I got the decency to go to that. Listen, I come back after 30 years to go to Jersey. I love where I live. My daughter's blossoming there. There's fucking sports. The people are great. When Mr. Softy comes on my block, I'm the only motherfucker out there with my daughter. You know, because they tolerate it. They're married. Kids on my fucking street. Yeah. And not one of them wants fucking ice cream. Yeah. Like, it's changed. Life has changed. There's no kids on the street. There's no kids out there playing.
Does your daughter understand you more now that she's in Jersey?
Yes.
There's no yous in LA.
No.
But you can find your energy back east.
Well, she met my friends.
Okay, so she's like,
that was like, she always says to me, but Dad, you're from another planet.
She's not wrong, bro.
No, she's like, you're from another planet. You're from a different time.
Yeah.
She's become my number one consigliere.
Really?
Yeah.
How old is she now?
10.
And you're going to her for advice already?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Dad said something to her. She goes, what's the matter with you today? I go, you know what, man? I had to tell somebody she doesn't curse. But I go, I had to tell somebody to go fuck themselves and it didn't feel good. And she looked at me and she's like, you know what, Dad? Every once in a while, you gotta do that. And she turned around. I'm like, you know what? She gets it. I told her last week, she's like, you know, be yourself. I don't want to do the podcast anymore. She goes, don't. She goes, I can tell on the days you do it.
Oh, really?
And I'm like, that's it. That's it. Argument is over.
How far are you from the city?
55 minutes.
So it's a little bit of a drive. What are you closer to? Philly? What's like the closest?
I'm an hour from Philly.
Okay, so you're right.
A lot of Philly games. I go to a lot of Sixer games. I go to a couple baseball games. I've been to a couple Yankee games. Not the same.
Yeah.
There was a chick sitting next to me with a red diabetic foot eating a pretzel. Come on, guy, go take care of the fucking foot. She put a tattoo on the foot. The fucking foot was purple and Yankees, baby. I can't do it.
You were running a Studio 54 back in the day?
Towards the end.
Yeah.
Towards the end, I went in there. Well, one time I did go in, there wasn't. but it was like 85 maybe. Bro, me and my friend had a big bag of Coke, but we ran out of money for drinking. I'm like, what the fuck are we gonna do? And I looked down this $100 bill. I'm like, God damn, there's a God up in the fucking sky.
I wanted to ask you a comedy question. When were you like, oh, I'm good at this? And because your style is going to be very unique to what we think comedy is. Guy back then in a suit telling jokes. Your shit was completely different. When were you like, oh, I'm fucking good at this, and I figured out how to be authentic on stage?
I was like you guys. I was doing jokes. You know, you're doing jokes. You guys remember the vagina monologues?
Yeah.
Okay. That was like 98,
yeah,
99, maybe 2000. I wanted some for us. And the belly room had this, you know, they always said take the belly room off. So I called it testicle testaments. Okay. And what I wanted for people to do was to go up there and tell a story of when they knew they became a man. Not when you fucked your neighbor, not when you beat up the school principal. Something happened. A death of a parent, something, a cat, I don't know, whatever. But be honest, and a lot of people had Dice, Jay Moore, and Eric Scott Wolf. Everybody would go down there and tell a story that you would just fucking get blown away from. Jay Moore told the story of when he got caught with the night wolf in Canada. You know, Andrew Dice Clay told the story about when he cried on the Arsenio show. Just so many different stories. And I went up there and told the story. But when at the end of the story, I realized nobody laughed. And that's a complete different muscle. Especially coming from where we're coming from. Can you imagine going up there and nobody fucking laughs? Yeah. But you still had a good time. That taught me, like, control. That I got somewhere else with my comedy. Like, and then I got infatuated with going on stage and actually making people cry for a while. Telling them a story. That's how I started telling stories about my mother, finding my mother dead. You know, I started telling sad stories just to see how far you could push it. And not hearing laughter, being comfortable with no laughter. Yeah. The thing that we are trained not to like. By doing that, being comfortable and non-laughter, it gave you more patience, and it taught me to tell stories, and it built confidence. That confidence builder was bigger than following Paul Mooney. That confidence builder when you know you could go up there, because as a comic, we're programmed, by the time we hit, you gotta fucking make them laugh. The laughter becomes your confidence. So without it, you're devoid of confidence.
This guy, we would start and he'd be just comfortable in these silences. And he always had a good punchline at the end of the silence. And I remember looking at that and early on being like, fuck. And for the longest, I feel like I've started to get there in the past couple of years, but for the longest, I was like, man, I don't know how the fuck he does that. But there was a confidence it takes where it's like, I know I'm funny enough that even in the silence, on the back end, I'll get you.
The pauses.
But you've had that since fucking year 2 or whatever.
The pauses, I thought the pause was the steroids. Like learning how to manipulate that pause and hold that tension and like stretch it out as far, because you're going to get the payoff in the back end. But your discomfort in the pause is what's going to cripple the audience. The second they feel you're uncomfortable, you're done in that pause. But if they feel like you're up to something,
you own it. They'll take the ride with you.
They will. Yeah.
It's really weird where you learn up there, and that's the other thing. When I stopped doing comedy in a way, I liked it when I didn't get paid. When I started getting paid is when it became a pain in the fucking ass.
Really?
And that's what I wanted to go back to now. I tell people when they offer me gigs, and I go, do me a favor, call me when I've done 20 gigs without getting paid. Because it became something that I love so much. It became something that I only didn't want to do to get paid. And that's not good. I was still doing free sets in LA, but I really got addicted to that check on a Saturday night. And it got to the point that I cared about my material. I cared about my performance. But once I got that check, the week is over. I'm going home, you know? And it became like I was just going through emotions to get that check. And when the pandemic came, I'm like, I don't even like leaving the fucking house anymore. And now, every time I do book a gig and I'm getting money, I feel uncomfortable because I don't know what I feel like doing on that fucking day. You know, I'm to a point in my life where it was getting old for me the last 3 or 4 years. Because every time I would book something, I get a call an hour later on something I would like a dance with my daughter or something important that I thought would be important for me, it would always happen after I booked a gig, and that gave me too much anxiety. I got sick and tired of waking up in the morning with anxiety, going, fuck, I gotta go to the comedy store tonight and do shows. God damn it. I was the type of guy, I didn't like being home. I couldn't even dream of not doing comedy. For the first time I took a week off was 14 years in. Wow. Rogan talked me into taking a week off and almost killed me. It almost killed me.
Why? What'd you do?
I just snorted coke the whole fucking week. Not that. It was just like I was lost, but I knew I needed that breather.
Yeah.
I took my first breather when my biggest feature, longest shot, up to date. I go, now I can take a fucking breather. Yeah. But the question you asked earlier, when I met Joe Rogan, he was on news radio. Yeah. I didn't fucking know what news radio was. Yeah. I was on stage every night. Yeah. If a comic knows a TV show, they're not on fucking up. Yeah. You should know what's on TV at all. Yeah. Because from 7:45 on, you should be out at night. You should be out. So I didn't know. I didn't watch TV for years. Yeah. I didn't even know what NYPD was till I got to LA. And they sent me on an audition. I'm like, what's NYPD Blue? And they had to break it down for me. I didn't know dick. So when I met Joe, they kept saying news radio. I thought he was a weather guy. He was like an anchor man or something. News radio. I thought he was a fucking anchor man or some shit. But he was he worked on news radio.
Like he didn't smoke weed or anything back then.
Back then he was still a gorilla on all fours. That's what I always tell you. You ever see those gorillas on all fours? That's what Joe was rough, tough, and inspiring. Really? Because Joe, I always loved stand-up, but Joe put the love into me. Like, really? Yeah, because he's on news radio. He's making $30,000 a week. And he's still getting up. And he's still coming to the store after a 15-hour day to do a 15-minute set, a $15 set. That's character. Yeah. Most people get a TV show, you don't see it. They fucking check out. You don't see it no more. Not only would he still show up, but he would show up after a fucking 10 a.m. in the morning to 10 o'clock at night shooting there on news radio, and he would still be there 11:45. That gives you something that makes you go, okay? Yeah. He likes this. I like this.
Do you remember when he asked you to do the podcast the first time? What did you even think a podcast was?
Well, we were doing podcasts at night on the road. They didn't start like that.
Oh, really?
They started in the studio. We would do a comedy show and then go back to this hotel room, and him and Brian were talking shit.
I was watching, you were on episode 25 of the Joe Rogan Experience. So you're the earliest, because Kreischer was on at like 79 or 80 or something like that. You were on super early, so I was curious about that. I'm glad you asked how that.
We would do it at night. We would do a show and then do it at night. And then one night I'm like, why am I doing this? Who the fuck is at home Friday at midnight? 13-year-old kids. That's who's home. Why the fuck are we doing this, Joe? Let's go shoot pool. Let's go smoke pot, something. And that's when he started doing the podcast. And then him and Brian kept doing something. You heard little rumblings of the guy from the Man Show.
Adam Carolla?
Yeah. And then you had Mark Maron. That was the easiest. Those were the earliest signs of podcasting. But again, on my end, I always knew this. I always knew that if I got to tell my story, the comedy game would change for me. Because I'm a big fan of like HBO boxing. Yeah, of course. And I might hate you as a boxer, but I might watch that. And all of a sudden, 24/7. Two daughters. Oh yeah, pretty sure you go up to the Bronx and eat fried bananas for Cuban people. I'm like, this guy ain't that fucking bad. I'm gonna follow a little more. So I always knew, because all comics have our jokes. Yeah. You base me on that joke. You think you know me from me doing a joke, but you don't know I got 3 kids. You don't know I put mascara on and play house with them and drink tea. You just see me as a big gorilla. I knew that if I got to tell my story, I could do something with comedy. So when the podcast platform came up, I was like, it's like comedy again. I know it'll change my life, but I don't want to do it. And then finally I broke down and did it, and everything changed. And again, we were doing a podcast for maybe 6 months, and nothing happened. And I told a story about mugging a hooker and taking her back to Jersey and lighting a wig on fire. And that next weekend, I had 200 people at my show. No. Just like that.
This was on Joe's podcast or on?
I did it on with Felicia Michaels. I'll never forget that. We're doing Beauty and the Beast, and I was telling the story, and when I looked up, her mouth had dropped. I saw her beat the bug catcher. I could see her jaw had dropped, and I'm like, That's what we need. And a week later, that stupid club that they had one in New York for a while, had that stupid guy, he opened one up out there, and it was
Land Factory.
No. This is like a little fucking guy. He was in a village around here somewhere. And then he opened up one out there, too.
We're out there
in Melrose, he opened it up. And he had a different room at the time. And one night I was driving down, it was a Sunday night show I booked. If I was going to get 12 people, I would have been happy. But on the way down there, he called me in the car and he goes, "Where are you?" And I go, "I'm like $10 away. I'm like 10 minutes away. I'm at the 101. He goes, "Hurry up, man. I got like 150 people here." That's what all club owners tell you. Till you get there, and they're like, "Oh, we had 20. I just wanted me and you to rush." When I got there, was a line outside the door. All for that fucking stupid story. And then I just ran with it. I don't think if you guys went crazy on this, wait till I tell you the story when I kidnapped the dude. Wait till I tell you this one.
It keeps on building.
It keeps on building.
And you literally saw week after week, you just start to double up.
And I started doing clubs Wednesday and Thursdays, one show, one night, just because I could make more money than they're paying me for the whole week. And we just built on that. We just kept building on that. And then I had another feather in my cap. Ari has his "This Is Not Happening" show. And I laid these stories on there. And that was it. That was it after that.
Yeah.
Those did more for me than a Netflix special.
Really?
Those did more for me than any other special. I think I did those Comedy Central stories again because I made them cry. Everybody else going to be cute and to make them laugh and giggle and stupid shit. I'm going to take you to a roller coaster. I'm going to make you laugh. I'm going to make you cry first.
Yeah.
So that laughter is a little better. That laughter tastes a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking about your style and how long it took you to kind of like break through. And I was like, yeah, you can't capture Joey in a 15-minute feature set or the Comedy Store 10 minutes or 12 minutes or whatever. So podcasting was the perfect platform for you.
Perfect.
To get to know you.
Listen, when I started comedy, I was a Rodney nice guy. I was dirty and I was doing right. You know, Rodney jokes, that style of jokes. And I have a good friend that you know, mutual friend. And he was doing something special, like when they put a lot of comics on one show, they gave him like a 15-minute spot. And I was waiting for him to come on. And I'll never forget, I had to take a shit. So I went to the bathroom, I left the door open, nobody was home, so I could hear his materials. And me watching him and me hearing him was two different situations. I could hear he had a punchline setup situation that nobody's going to remember you by. If you just go up there, Rodney was Rodney, and he was older, so he had the persona to get away with it. But if you as a 23-year-old were to do that, people are going to go home. I want to connect with you.
Yeah.
So I gotta fucking raise a human being.
Yeah.
I gotta cut you into a human being. Now I know what I've been doing wrong for 12 years. Telling jokes.
Yeah, wow.
Don't tell jokes. Tell a little piece of yourself.
Tell your story. And use the jokes. Use the jokes the way I tell it. Yeah, you know where I got that from? Following David Tell. I would follow David Tell to the last spot at the Comedy Cellar Late Show. And Dave would go up and he'd have like amazing jokes, but he also had like this personality, like there was an energy, and the personality, like who you are is your energy. And then if they're attracted to that energy and they're into their energy, they buy that as who you really are. The jokes are like this icing on the cake. And if the jokes are really good, you're just batting 1,000. There's nothing you can do. And I remember going up after him and just being flat. And then trying to figure it out. It'd be like week after week. It was just like nothing. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, these jokes are working before. And I was like, oh, I'm just doing jokes. I'm just going up there and giving them word problems.
And this is a process, guys. You have to come to that conclusion yourself.
Yeah.
If you try to rush it, I want you to come to it yourself. Oh, this is what I'm doing wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not doing this because...
And it's not just like, you don't just become a person by saying parts of your life. Because you might not even talk about your life, but the way you talk about something informs us of who you are.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying? Like, you just immediately, it can be impactful. You're like, oh, that's that type of guy. I fuck with that type of guy. And as if those jokes are kind of intertwined with that persona, that's the highest level, man. Yeah, that's the highest level. That's crazy, dude. You won't tell me who it is, that guy off camera.
Off camera, yeah, I'll tell you. But it was really just hearing him and going, there's nothing there. That's what I've been doing for 50 years. That's why I've had no success.
I think that a lot of
No
times,
substance there.
yeah, I think it's like people are so terrified of not getting a laugh that their security blanket becomes the word problems, the jokes, right? Because they do work, and especially in the comedy club setting, right? It's just like you see 4 or 5 dudes, and it's just like, okay, what's your new magic tricks, right? They become magic tricks, but that's something that the road really kind of exposed to me. It's like, bro, you can't pretend for an hour. No. You know, like you can pretend for 15 minutes, you can get away with it. It's fun, but that hour is after a while. It's like, bro, I'm done with the fucking SAT exam. Like, just give me, like, who you are. Yeah. Bomb as you.
Bomb, and they'll take it.
That is better.
They'll take it.
Yeah, then, okay, you got me. You tricked me.
You tell a lot of stories in your book. Was there anything you left out, like, too crazy to put in the book? Oh. Let me pee and I'll get that guy. The fucking publisher, bro, I almost canceled this book.
Wait, really?
I want to hear that. They're scared. They're petrified.
Okay, tell us, what did the publisher not want to put in?
They didn't want to use a lot of the names, which I understood. So I had to go back and go through names again and see what the fuck can you put this name with. They didn't want any names where there were crimes involved with that person.
Okay.
A lot of stories I told for that person, I told their first name, but not their last name.
Yeah.
And I changed another guy's name apart. And then some of the stories were just, some of them were fucking out there. And we gotta lock those up, just to make the story, just to make it flow a little bit more.
Yeah.
Shit like that. Like what we used to in 93 when I was in the city doing comedy. I had been doing comedy for 3 years at that point, and I wanted to come back here. I just shit the bed in Boulder.
Yeah.
I was like, I need to walk the streets where I grew up. I need to come home and fucking walk these streets, I would take I would go up to 181st and take the A train down. Fucking loved it. I love everything about that. My favorite part of this whole city is 181st Street at that time. Because I would go to Carvel, I would get a dime bag. On 174th Street, I knew that area. Right by the medical center, there's a Cuban restaurant up there. I just love that area. So, what the fuck are we talking about? So when I came back in 93, a buddy of mine that I was tight with asked me if I want to make some money with him doing like drug rips. And he had DEA contacts. So he had the badge and the jackets and shit. And our job was just to go up to that area and case out drug dealers. And one of the stories that nobody would believe that me and this kid saw, we were just parked outside of a building. Like, we could see people going in to buy drugs and shit. And we were there for like 2 days. And one day a guy got in the car and saw us. And he went on the West Side Highway. And we were like behind him. And like a mile away, he pulled into that spot, like on 90th Street. And he just ran away from the car. He got so paranoid, he thought we were cops, that he pulled over and just ran. I'm like, what the fuck? So we waited like 25 minutes. I go, and my buddy went over to the car, opened his trunk, they had 2 kilos in there.
Get the fuck
out. Just like that. And that's how I got back to Colorado in 93. With that money. Yes. It never ended, dog.
Great hustle. Just have the DEA outfit on in the car, wait for someone to act wild, follow them until they leave their shit. That's,
the guy must have saw us like 2 days in a row. He got paranoid. I've been there. I called the cops up myself a few times and shit.
What do you mean?
In 86 in Aspen, I was living in Snowmass House City, and my girlfriend at the time went for a wedding that I was supposed to go to, but I busted into the ounce of coke on a Friday night that I'd saved for like a month, and now I couldn't leave the fucking apartment. Like, I could not leave that fucking house where I was house sitting, and even I was so paranoid, I wouldn't even let the dog out to go pee. She kept looking at me like pee was coming out of his ears. And I gotta go out and pee. I'm like, you're not going out there. There's cops out there and shit. I got so paranoid that weekend that I called the cops 3 times on myself. There's burglars on the property, and they would walk around and there's no burglars. The last time the cop said to me, yes, when was the last time you did a line of coke? Please put the bag away.
Wow.
And that was it. Wow. I used to get fucked up, guys.
What was the worst trip you ever had? Like, you ever did acid and had a bad trip?
Nah.
Really? Shrooms, nothing?
Nah, that's kid stuff. I never even did that many shrooms. Because when we were living here, it was all acid and mescaline.
Yeah.
There was no mushrooms on the East Coast back then. Nobody even knew what a fucking mushroom was. When I went to Aspen in '83, somebody gave me mushrooms, and I was like, wow. But they gave me diarrhea. So why the fuck would I want to trip and have diarrhea? Give me the fucking acid. And we're playing around with kids' shit.
Did I hear that you supplied coke to a Whitney police station?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Can you tell us anything more about that? Because that's an insane footnote.
It was like the weirdest fucking story ever. I used to buy weed from a guy. Every week I go over there. This is before legal marijuana and shit.
Yeah.
He knew I did coke. And he would ask me, hey man, I got a client that could really use your help. But I already knew, like, whenever somebody comes up to you and says, I have something for you like that, it sounds good, but it could be a cop. Yeah, it could be 1,000 things. So I just brushed him off. You know, nah, I'm okay. And finally one day he's like, listen, my friend really needs help. He's a tour manager, and his client really needs this coat. Can you at least meet with him and talk to him? He'll pay you top dollar. I'm like, okay. And I met with the guy, and in the conversation, he goes, I could buy like an ounce of coke from you every day. I'm like, okay. But I'm not doing time. If I was already in the comedy already, you know. And I'm like, I don't want to do time now for coke. Let's give it a run. I go, how about I sell you a half ounce to start off with? And it started small. After about 3 weeks, I would go, because he was coming every other fucking day for a half ounce of coke. And finally I go, what the fuck, guy? What do you do? And he's like, I'm Whitney Houston's tour manager. He's from Whitney Cummings. No, they're here. They're here. I didn't know Whitney did blow. They're here. They're here doing an album. Her and Bobby Brown. Yeah. So they were getting after it. They were going after it. And I never saw her. Like, I would love to tell you I'd party with them, and no, that was bullshit. I never saw them. Then I didn't think they were there from, like, I don't know, maybe November. And then, like, what is the Grammys? February, something like that. In February, it was the Grammys. And I'm like, these motherfuckers have been calling me every day for the Grammys. What are they going to do? They're going to want half of Columbia. And I'll never forget that Grammy weekend. I was hosting at the store, and I went to the bathroom, and Tom Cruise was in the bathroom. And he looked at me and goes, you're pretty funny out there. Something about short came out, like, in the bathroom. He was pretty short. He was in there with his wife at the time, the redhead. They were like a House of Blues for an Oscar party, the Grammy party. And I remember that night I went home, I'm like, wow, the Grammys, these motherfuckers didn't call me all weekend. I went home, and the next morning at 7 o'clock, my page is going on. And it's the manager, and he goes, hey, man, sorry we didn't get a hold of you. We were busy. Can you get us something this morning? It was 7 in the fucking morning. I'm like, God damn, okay. I called the Martel Cartel. That's where I got my coke from, the Martel Cartel. And then I come over at 7 in the morning. And at this time, he was still buying like a half ounce. And sometimes he would buy an extra 8. And I was putting a little bit of cut in it, making money off the coke. And I'd take a gram out of the shit, you know. Well, that morning, they wanted like fucking an ounce and a half. And they came to my house. And that was the only time I saw Whitney.
Oh, wow.
She actually showed up. Yeah, wow. She was very sweet, very nice. I didn't do coke with them. You know, I'd love to tell you I was there with Bobby Brown. They were, and I sold them the coke, and that's the last time I ever sold them.
90, you said 93?
No. I was living with my wife already, so it had to be like late 90s, early 2000s. Wow. And that was my wife. Yeah. Why would she show up? Because they were out the night before. I can tell you. They didn't even go home. They never slept. So I can tell you more of the story, which I will when the cameras aren't over, where they were coming from, whose house they were coming from that night. Wow. Oh, okay. And who else is in the car. Oh, okay. It was pretty like, wow.
Did you ever follow up with Matthew McConaughey after the Ralphie May?
No.
He never said anything? You never saw him?
No, that was just in the backyard.
Have you ever heard the story? What's the story?
Oh, my God. When Ralphie first moved to, a lot of people don't know, like, when you move to an old Hollywood neighborhood, you'll see a celebrity in that neighborhood, And you go, why is that person here? Well, because they lived in that neighborhood before they made it. And now they're going to visit their friends. In that neighborhood, it was the chick from the wrestler, my cousin Vinny.
Oh,
Marissa Tomei's sister lived on that block. So you would see her walk with her dogs all the time. And it's the shitty part of Hollywood. Guns N' Roses had a garage across the street. That's where they lived. So it was like the guitar center right there. And there's a big garage behind where Matthew McConaughey, where Marissa Tomei's sister lives. And that's where Matthew used to have his cars when he was broke. They're broken down garages. And he had like a Volkswagen, you know, those two-door Volkswagens with the trunk in the front. He had one of those. And, no, not a Beetle.
The Rabbit?
The Rabbit. Right? Not the Rabbit, the square one, but the longer one. It doesn't matter. Anyway, he had one of those in his garage. And he would come back there and work on them. I didn't know this. I didn't even know there was garages back there. But Ralphie lived on Schrader. Back in that neighborhood was Josh Wolf on Vista. Ralphie was on Schrader. Nick DiPaolo and Mitch Hedberg were on Sierra Bonita. And Doug Stanhope was on Curzon. This is a hell of a fucking neighborhood. And we all played tennis at 3 o'clock down by Gorky Park, a Russian park on Fountain there. Bro, they used to sell nickel bags at the park back then. Every afternoon we make Doug Stanhope would make fucking Sunday, and we all meet there at Gorky Park. That's what Mitch Hedberg wrote the joke about. I'll never be as good as my wall playing tennis. All that shit. I still remember coming to my house with Mitch smoking dope and him telling me about thinking of moving to New York. Well, I don't know if it's a good move. And we go, bro, there's nobody in New York like you. I don't belong in New York. There's 20 of me there. With you, there ain't nobody like you in New York. And he got to New York and he blew up like a motherfucker. That was a hell of a fucking neighborhood.
So what happened with the Matthew McConaughey?
So Matthew McConaughey was one of the celebrities in that neighborhood. And one day I'm sitting upstairs with Ralph and he's like, you see this motherfucker out here? I'm like, who is it? It's Matthew McConaughey. Ralphie had a screen on his window. You could see out, but you couldn't see in. And Ralphie would sit there in the afternoons and go, Matthew McConaughey, you suck. So I could see 20 minutes. And after a while, Matthew McConaughey would throw his wrench down and go, who the fuck is saying that up there? Fuck you. You got the balls to say me. Matthew McConaughey, you suck. Fuck you. And then the next day again. And then he would start with Matthew McConaughey. You owe me $750 for the wedding singer, whatever that fuck. Fuck you. How many movies have you done? But he couldn't see us, but we could see him. And it was like a torture chamber for like 3 months every time he went back there. Matthew McConaughey, I'm not listening to you motherfuckers today. Leave me the fuck alone. Every day we had a war with him. Ralphie had a war with him.
Hey, you've never connected with McConaughey about this?
No, until one day I went to Ralphie's and McConaughey was sitting on his... No, Ralphie went because McConaughey threatened him. I'm about to come up there and beat you up. Ralphie's like, Matthew McConaughey, you suck. It was like a broken record concert. Matthew McConaughey, you suck.
Oh, fuck. Ralphie's a Texas boy, too.
Yes.
Oh,
and they became friends. Yeah. I go up there one day, he's on the couch sitting there smoking bongs. I'm like, what the fuck?
They became homies?
They became like for that day. Then Ralphie hit, he moved, and I don't know what happened to the relationship. Wow. That's so funny.
That's life, man.
That's cool with McConaughey. They get cool with him.
Yeah.
For years, he's been shit talking me, and I can still hang out with you in one day. That's cool.
Matthew McConaughey, Matthew McConaughey, you suck.
Listen, Joey, I gotta know. You look back on your life before we finish up here. Do you look back on your life and do you think that you got all the juice out of it? Or do you think that you wish you did things differently?
Well, the conclusion I came on after reading this book is I got my money's worth.
You got your money's worth.
I got my motherfucking money's worth, okay, which I wanted. You know, I grew up with kids that, there's a kid I grew up with, I use him as an example. He had a mother, he had a father, they were well off. And the only thing he's done in 40 years is buy a house 2 doors from his father. He never left the block, he never left the neighborhood. What a fucking waste of a fucking life. And for what? To be a fucking political shit, but I had to get the fuck out of here. Not forever, but just get the fuck out of there. To see what else was out there. See Mountain Time. You know? I got to see Mountain Time. I got to see fucking Prison Time. I got to see fucking every type of time. I lost a daughter. I made friends. I went to college. You know, I had a fucking life that I wish I would have done some parts of it differently. Absolutely. But no. Why? This was fun, man. You know, when you're struggling with comedy, that's the best it's ever gonna be. And you know who told me that one? Slash. I went to the Riviera. I was opening up for Rogan at the Riviera, getting $100 a show for the dirty show at the Riv. And Slash was on the plane with us he was on a fucking Southwest flight. And then we checked into the Riviera. And I went down the middle of the night. I had no weed. I couldn't sleep. And there was Slash by himself at the bar. He's sober for years. Yeah, I walked up to him. I don't know if he was drinking that night. I walked up to him. And I go, I'm a big fan, blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, listen, man, if you could do it over, like, I was just getting into music. And he told me, he goes, cherish what you're going through right now. He goes, are you broken? Yep. Do you need money sometimes? Yep. Are you frustrated? Yep. He goes, cherish this. Because someday it's not going to be like this. But you knowing you had this is going to make it a lot easier for you. And that's what he always said that happened to Axl Rose. Axl Rose had a hard time accepting his success. And that was really the first guy I saw in LA. I got to LA on a Monday night, and Tuesday I went to walk my dog, and Axl Rose was sitting in a fucking car on the corner from the night before. I talked to him or went up to him. I don't go up to those people. But that was the first real Hollywood person I saw was Axl fucking Rose. But I thought about that, and he goes, the struggle is what's going to make you stronger. And that's what you're going to remember later on. And it's very true. Like I said, I didn't have a good time later on with comedy. I haven't had it. How beautiful is creating? How beautiful is learning? Whether, you know, the first year stand-up, I wore a suit every day. Until one day I did a quick set with a hooded sweatshirt, and I got a better laugh. But when I got into comedy, I wore a suit because I wanted to be Lenny Clark. Yeah. Playing at the Rodney Dangerfield special, he wore an Armani suit. It looked great whenever he talked. The suit would open up and you see the fucking tailor's name. Come on, man, that's what it is, but it didn't work for me. It wasn't you. But you have to figure that out. Yeah. That journey is the fucking best. When you learn how to go, you know what? I like this joke, but this motherfucker ain't working. I gotta put this here and come up with something else here. That's the beauty of creating. When it got old for me was when I got a fight with my agent about why the town hall is charging me $250 to fucking pick up. That's what wore me out. Yeah. The art of stand-up, doing stand-up, for the sense of doing it is beautiful. And I suggest everybody do it. Yeah. Even if they don't stick with it. Yeah. Just do it one time. Yeah. You know, just try it, just to see what we see. Yeah. Will you open your big fucking mouth next time about what you don't like about stand-ups or whatever, you know? I've done 1,000 things that I don't do anymore, but I did them just so I could say I did them and got them over with. I go to jiu-jitsu. You know why I go to jiu-jitsu? I don't want to be a tough guy. I want to stay in shape. But most important thing, you watch a UFC and this motherfucker's talking shit. He don't know what he's talking about. Yeah. Or he's judging the guy. Meanwhile, the guy's never broke a fucking egg to make a sandwich. Yeah. And you're going to judge a fighter who breaks his fucking ass. Yeah. So I found myself doing that one day. And I go, fuck it. Join jiu-jitsu, Joe. Now you can talk shit. Yeah. And that's what I do now. So try everything as a stand-up comic. Because you never know. Look at what we learned here today. The levels. I did it for 20 years. And, you know, we got some movies. And, there was a little bit of success. But the success I was looking for, that fucking laughter. Next time you go home, motherfuckers, I want you to do me a favor. Watch Cat Williams' bit on Michael Jackson.
I remember you saying this on another,
Did you ever see that bit? That's stand-up comedy. That's stand-up comedy. You know, what is he? How does he open up that? Meanwhile, Michael Jackson smelled a little boy, baby's pizza hole and all this shit. He goes off on Michael Jackson, but he did it in front of an African-American audience. That was fucking split down the middle. I want you to see that reaction. That's what your show should be like every fucking night. Have those motherfuckers going, ooh, but laughing. They're not going to go home and, he said to Michael Jackson, but I got to yelp you. Yeah. And the other motherfuckers loving what you say. He didn't say that Michael Jackson joke in front of a white audience. He did that in a fucking 98% black audience and listen to that reaction. It's a fucking beautiful reaction. It's fucking like, that's the reaction you want when they don't even know what the fuck hit them. They don't know what hit them. While everybody else is doing knock-knock shows, you know. Comedy, I read today that it's so hard to make a comedy now. A movie. Well, there's a writer's strike. Because everybody's so fucking scared. Why are we scared to make people laugh anymore? Because people's feelings get hurt. Fuck, I don't even think of those pussies. I don't have time to think of that. As comics, we don't have time to think of that. We have to make our commitment and go for it and let the pieces fall where they may. And if you're not gonna fucking make these people jump in their seats a little bit, why are you doing it? Just do a podcast and tell whatever you want to say that they want to listen. Talk about Ukrainian war again, you know. But when you start talking about something different and getting a different reaction from them, that's when you'll see the most success in your life from stand-up. That's what it was to me.
Joey Diaz, ladies and gentlemen. I love you. Love you, brother. Thank you so much, man.
Sorry about the missing.
I'll give you a crazy funny story here. We're in the Army. We go to this club. It was a drag queen club. It was a gay club. Lesbians, all of that at this club, right? A couple of the guys at this club were very aggressive. I said, listen, guys, you're safe with me, but I love girls, so just if we can have that straight, we're good to go. Great. But they always ask us one question, and they got one of my friends. Hey, you ever been with men? No. You like men? He says, no, I like women. He says, how do you know? What do you mean? How do you know you don't like men if you've never been with men? I take one of my guys. He says, but he's right. How would we know that? Let's go to find out for himself. No. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Every time we take a shower, he was rock solid. What? Yeah. He would always say, I would say, hey, bro, what's up? Wait, you had to ask him. You know what's up. Yeah. So he like guys, so he would see other guys in shower, like, listen, moving forward, you got to shower 9 to 10. We're going to come at 10 o'clock or 8 o'clock, but your shift is this time. By the way, he's married today with 2 kids.
Did you feel some guilt that your friend was sucking in a Kentucky nightclub?
No,
because
he's 18.
brought him there? What's up, everybody? Welcome to Flavor. Today, we are joined by the current king of Florida, and if we change a couple rules, a future president of the United States of America. We got Patrick Ben. Okay, BBD, I'm very excited. Thank you so much for being here. Finally, we made it happen.
It's great to be here. I've been looking forward to this.
Me too. Now, I want to start from the beginning with you.
Yes.
We got a lot of things I want to get to. Obviously, Florida stuff going, DeSantis announcing, Trump roasting him, everything. But I think your life experiences have informed your perspective in a way that a lot of other people in the media field maybe do not know or can't relate to, or they just don't have these life experiences. So, bring me back to the beginning. Iran, born, Christian, Assyrian and Armenian?
Assyrian and Armenian.
Okay. Very briefly, what is Assyrian?
Assyrian is Babylonian. They're the first Christians, first warriors. Them and Armenians always debate on who was the first Christian. If you read the Bible, you see Assyrians all the time. Aramaic, so I speak Aramaic, so Passion of the Christ.
You speak Aramaic?
I speak Aramaic.
Wow.
So the movie Passion of the Christ, we understand what they were saying.
Wow. Nobody else?
Well, I mean, except for 7 of us.
Wait, you grew up speaking the language the Bible was written?
Yes. Yes.
Is it different in Aramaic than it is in English?
I'll give you our numbers. It's Assyrian. Yeah,
it's very close.
That's right. Yes.
Oh, they got to make it about themselves. Every single time. We were having a nice moment over here with the Christians, and the Jews come in. Anyway, okay, so you're in Iran. Shah falls. What is happening in Iran during the reign of the Shah?
So the Shah goes from being this 21-year-old guy, comes in, his father is this powerful man who is kicked out a couple times. He is feared, he is hated, he is, respected. He's a guy that raises his son in a way that they're not that close. It's like, it's the father, it's the Shah, the king, and the son has to go do all this different work. He spoke 7 different languages as Shah. Smart guy, he could do interviews in literally 7 different languages. He comes in, he changes the game,
Mossadegh was a guy that he would be the modern day Bernie Sanders. So they wanted Mossadegh to be the president. He was going to give the oil money back to the people, all this stuff. And then with the help of CIA, you'll read this in many different places, the Shah ends up coming in. He becomes the king. And it changes everything in Iran. You know, education improves women, freedom, voice. They can become lawyers. You know, there was a entertainment aspect to it. Frank Sinatra, all these guys used to go to Iran. It was top 3 richest, like the wealthiest of the wealthiest in the 70s. In the late 60s, you would go to Iran, Burma, and Cuba.
Was it like Dubai? I'm trying to imagine.
It was like Dubai. I mean, listen, Elizabeth Taylor was dating the ambassador Zahedi. They were together, so she would go to visit Elizabeth, and she dated everybody, but she was also dating Khamenei at the time. And then all of a sudden, you know, Khomeini from France is sending these tapes. Before there was YouTube, there were these tapes that would go viral. So guys were sitting there recording these tapes and giving it away to people. And Khomeini's talking about how bad it is, what's going on in Iran, and how he put this party together, the 2,500-year party in Iran. And that was the end of it. I cannot believe you spend this much money. Look how much money he's spending on the lavish party. He invited everybody to Iran. Have you ever seen the pictures of this party? It's insane what he did with the party. And then eventually, you know, Jimmy Carter comes in, December 31st, 1977. There's a toast. Jimmy Carter says, this is a very important partner to us. The moment imagine New Year's, you can be anywhere in the world, he's in Iran. Okay? He leaves. Next thing you know, gradually, revolution starts. One by one, and then eventually 9 million people revolted after this event that took place. Cinema Rex fire in a city called Abadan. Abadan is like a bunch of provinces. It was a beautiful place. This movie theater, 400 people are in there. They lock the doors from both ends. They turn the place on fire. People die. The police station is right across the street. Khomeini says it was Shah's people that did a Savak. Savak is like the CIA MI6. And the Shah says, we didn't do anything here. Why would we kill 400 people? Khomeini's, Shah's people were like, Khomeini's people did this. Anyways, the people believed Khomeini's camp, and they said Shah was behind this. Long story short, I'm born October 1878, which is at the peak of Cinema Rex fire. My mother, when we went to the hospital, curfew 10 o'clock, they had to be escorted. I go to the hospital, I'm born. 3 months later, Shah's out, and then Iran falls, and the rest is history.
What happens to Christians in Iran at this time?
It's a scary time to be a Christian. It's a scary time to be Baha'i. It is a scary time to be pro-Shah. It is a scary time to be any military leader part of Shah's camp. They were,
Your
killing
father
them
was
left and
connected
right.
to the Shah?
No, he was a fan of the Shah. My dad was a regular guy. We don't come from a lot of money. But my dad, they were imperialists, and my mother, they were communists. My mother's family, they were strong communists, and at the time. And so they couldn't stand the Shah. They were happy the Shah fell. So I'm in the middle of my mom thinks rich people are greedy. My dad thinks poor people are lazy. And I'm seeing this debate going back. It's the best debate ever.
You are your father's son to America.
Yes. Well, let me tell you, my mother taught me the paranoia side. And I think you need that in business. I think you need that in life. I think you need that.
What do you mean by that? The
paranoia, where you got it. Only the paranoid survive. Andy Grove, the Hungarian entrepreneur, ran Intel. He's the godfather of Silicon Valley, where everybody admired this guy. He wrote a book in the 80s and maybe the early 90s called Only the Paranoid Survive in the Game of Business. If you're not paranoid, boom, somebody takes you out. Same in the military, same in business. You need a little bit of that. So growing up in this kind of a climate in Iran, you're always like, are you Christian? Why do you ask instead of yes, I am? Hey, what nationality are you? Instead of giving the answers, like, what's the motive behind the question, because you're a little bit paranoid. So that kind of helps. I know people may look at it and say, was that really a good thing or a bad thing? I think it's a very good thing.
Okay, so then from Iran, you guys flee.
Yes.
Go to Germany.
Yes.
Refugee camp.
Yep.
Are you worried about going to like a camp in Germany, given the history?
Yeah, that was good. Let me put it to you this way, man. I mean, for us in Iran, when Khomeini died, he died June 2nd, I want to say 89. June 2nd or 3rd, he dies. I'm in school. Parents can't find me. There is no Uber, tax, this, that, riots, protesting everywhere. I'm trying to find my mom. I'm 10 years old. And we finally do. They take us home. We get to the house. My mom and dad have this exchange together. We got to get the hell out of here. We're not staying here. If he stays here, he's got to serve the military here. Boom. 6 weeks later, we go to Germany refugee camp. We're on the plane, Lufthansa, and you hear the announcer saying, you're free to drink alcohol. We've officially crossed the border. And that's when everybody felt free, because nobody thought it was real until they said you can drink alcohol. Wow. It was a very wild moment, yeah. I will never forget that. Yeah.
Wow. Okay, you land. What's the refugee camp in Germany like?
I mean, listen, man, it's not what you think. It's just a bunch of people that are trying to fight for freedom. We're all from Poland, from Czechoslovakia at the time, Yugoslavia, family, Anna Maria, Miodrag, the Staff family over here. And we're all living together. They would come, they would drop off the food, you would go pick it up, the apple, juice, all this stuff, milk, you would bring it in. We had a small little park. It was an army base right next to us. And so we would go and look over the building to see what the guys were blowing up in the army base. So that's what it was like. And you'd go to school and they would look at you, you came to our country and you're making it worse, because there was some, a lot of things were going on with the stabbing, the fights, all this stuff. So I'm a Middle Eastern guy. You automatically put that person in. You can't blame the guys to be thinking that, because there was a lot of that going on in Germany. But it was a different experience.
How do you get to America?
So we're there for about a year and a half. Eventually, we get the green card, and we get the call. We're going, and it's November 28, 1990. We land in New York. I'm looking for Rocky. I'm looking for Goonies. I'm looking for Gremlins. If you remember Gremlins back in the day, so where are these guys at? I couldn't find any of them. Eventually, we got to LA.
Some Gremlins out here.
There is no Gremlins out here. And then eventually, we get to LA from New York, and
Now, any idea why LA? Sorry. Well, I mean, you have
everybody in LA.
to pay respect to Mecca, right? Which is
Glendale.
Glendale. That was my thought.
Granada Hills, then Glendale. And then we stayed in Glendale for 6 years.
Oh, wow.
So was that
Everybody looks like this in Glendale.
your parents' plan the whole time was to go to Glendale?
No, not at all. My dad wanted to stay, but my dad also had a sister in Chicago, so he would always come back and forth from Chicago. In '84, he comes back, he brings this tape with the best 80s songs. So when we came and you played 80s music, it was sick, because every time I listen to 80s, I go back to that tape. By the way, whoever picked the songs, I'm still trying to figure this out. Calvin Harris, all this stuff he played, it was great. But yeah, it was a great experience.
Okay, you're growing up in LA. You feel probably a little bit more comfortable, I imagine, because you're growing up around a lot of people who kind of look like you, shared experience. I think at this time there's a lot of Persians that are moving into Beverly Hills. They also left after the shot fell, right? So now maybe you don't feel as out of place. Is that fair to say?
I felt out of place in Germany. I didn't feel out of place in.
No, I'm saying in
absolutely,
LA.
you're right. I
Okay.
didn't feel out of place.
You're in place in Glendale.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
The desire to be American, right? To prove your Americanness. Does that happen when you're a kid moving here, you're seeing the movies, and you're like, I want to take part in this experiment? Does it happen when you're in LA? I'm wondering, because you go to the Air Force, and I've always thought that, that is a way of proving that you're willing to pay the price to be part of this amazing experiment. Was that your motivation?
So, the concept, the evolution of becoming a proud American probably happened due to a few different events. One of them, I would say, is as you age, whatever your parents sold you, whatever your teacher sold you, whatever the pastor's uncle sold you, then you find the contradictions in the arguments. And you're like, yeah, I don't know about that. Because in Iran, you've grown up in an environment where everybody says, Mad, bad, America, death upon America. And they're flagellating their back, and you're like looking outside here, and these 10,000 men screams like, why death upon America? It's the evil empire. It's horrible. Let me tell you what they do. They're the war. They're behind all the wars, and they do this and they go, okay, maybe they're right, maybe they're not. I don't know yet. Skeptical. Let me find out for myself. Rich people are greedy and all this other stuff. I'm like, wait a minute. What are you talking about? The only way you become rich is to help other people around you also become rich. You can't become rich by yourself. Most people that build a company that grew up, they don't have 100% equity in the company. You have to share the equity. Other people come in. You have to have jobs. You have to recruit good people. You have to keep them. You're about to lose a guy. You don't give him that raise. He's going to go elsewhere. You can't become rich by yourself. You're going to need other people that's going to help you out. So contradictions. Then I joined the military. I'm in the Army, 101st Airborne Division. In September of '97, we walk in the unit. They say, there's a movie coming out. It's about our unit. As long as we can get away, watch a movie, I'm all in. I love movies. So we go. 600 kids. When I say kids, 18 to 25. This movie, you're going to be the first to see it before it's public because it's about your unit. You have to be proud about this movie. It's your unit. It's the badge. It's like, okay, great. Let's see what this is. Saving Private Ryan. Let me tell you, dude, the movie ends with all on fire. I'm going to seize them. I'm going to take care of my life. I'm so fired up about this movie that I'm coming out saying, you know what? I'm proud to be an American. Then we go to one of the military ceremonies, whether it was Memorial Day or 4th of July, and I'm looking at these 40-year-old generals, toughest man, in tears coming down, and they have a look like this. They're crying because they lost a soldier, and you know how they fought for freedom, and everybody else kicking and hanging out. They're not thinking about the people that have the hard lives, and I'm interviewing these guys. What was it like? What was he like? Who's your friend? Who's this? And you graduate like, listen, man, this is an incredible country, and then more and more and more as you come up in a regular guy like this with a 4.6 GPA, 1510 SAT, you know, all of a sudden you're like, man, you can actually win here. And then gradually the levels to winning keeps going. And you're like, you know, what else is possible here? It's just like playing a game. I want to play this game out and see where it goes. And then obviously I can sell, this is the greatest country in the world, comfortably in many different ways. Results, freedom, you know, what we've been able to produce, why so many people come here. If we're a restaurant, it's a restaurant that's always full. Everybody's in line trying to get into this restaurant. Even when we're busy, even more people want to come here legally, illegally, risk their lives. It doesn't matter. Everybody wants to come here. So now, that doesn't guarantee this place is going to stay this great. You know, I'm having breakfast with a very successful man in Hollywood, and we're going back and forth. And the question that becomes, okay, so now what do we do? I got 4 kids. I got an 11-year-old, 9-year-old, 6-year-old. She's going to be 7 tomorrow. And I got a 2-year-old. She'll be 2 in a month. We have a great life. But man, can you imagine? It's kind of like, well, I made my money. I'm just going to chill. I'm not going to put myself out there because I'm just going to want to be invited to all these parties. I don't want to be not invited to these parties. I don't want to be not part of these networks. No, we got to do our part as well. So I feel there's a responsibility now to bring it from a different angle. You know, I'm Middle Eastern, so I can talk to white, black, Hispanic, Middle Eastern, Asian, Christian, atheist, rich, poor, middle, upper, educated, uneducated. Let's talk. Let's hash it out. Let's see how many things we have in common and what things we disagree with. Give me your argument why. Give me your argument why. Now let's see what we got there. So I think that's kind of the concept of what happened with the Love for America.
I want to ask you a question. When you're growing up, you come here. What's your mentality about how you're going to take advantage of being in America? Are you looking at it like, I'm going to start my own business. I have capitalism at my fingertips.
No. I came here not trusting America. I came here like looking at the white man like, I've learned a lot about you, Mr. White Man. I see you coming into school in the BMW, and we're coming in the used 79 Honda Accord hatchback, you know, that only goes drive, doesn't go reverse. Okay, you're special. You think you're better than me, right? So that bit of animosity or kind of looking at them funny, that was there. There was nothing about I'm going to come here to become rich and do this. No, of course, don't get me wrong. I was the dreamer since I was a kid. Wilson Junior High School, we're coming down for Duke. I'd be the guy. Say we're all walking down, and I say, listen, guys, question for you. Okay, you got one of 4 choices. Which one do you want to be? You can be the richest man in America, Bill Gates. You can be the best athlete in America, Michael Jordan. You can be the best performer in the world, Michael Jackson. Or you can be the president. Who do you want to be? And we debated for 30 minutes. It was great. At that time, it would probably be money because I grew poor. You know, I didn't have a lot of money, so it was more than that. And now, if I could jump 48 inches, now listen, are you kidding me? I mean, it's not even a question about it.
Same answer right now. You'd be the athlete if you could jump 48 inches.
Michael?
It's not just an athlete. Michael. You gotta get the billion because you're Michael Jordan.
It's Michael.
Yeah, that's.
I just want to make sure you were saying.
No, man, it's Michael. You know, it's Michael Jordan.
Never want to be Bill Gates.
Yeah.
Ever. I have zero interest in being Bill Gates.
Most of those answers sounded unappealing.
Which one?
Michael Jackson, God, nobody wants to be that. Bill Gates, Jesus Christ.
I'd be MJ.
Yeah.
I wanted to know MJ's, by the way, so which MJ are you talking about? Michael Jackson. I go Michael Jackson.
That's what I'm saying. That's given his affliction. He has it.
Yeah, I know what all of that is.
I'm going to save all those
kids. He has a serious affliction.
I'm doing it to save the kids.
I got you. That's your energy source, man. No.
It's Jordan, but then Jackson. Jackson would be second. Why Jackson? I mean, out of Gates and President, I don't want to be. Like, that's too much fun. So that's kind of what the angle you're going. Yeah, I feel like if you're Michael and you have aspirations to do the other two, you can. You know, but if you're Jordan, you could be president and you're going to be a billionaire. He is. And he's not going to have a problem. By the way, did you guys watch the movie Air or no?
Not yet. No. Fantastic.
3 times in the first week I watched.
Wow.
We took the whole team to why. You'll see why.
Yeah.
Sick movie.
2 tour dates. First of all, thank you guys so much for selling out all these shows. It's been amazing. We added a couple new cities. Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm coming there June 9th and 10th. Okay. Reno, we added that second show, very low ticket warning on that. So June 24th, make sure you get whatever's left over there. We added Oklahoma City. We're going to be there the 21st and 22nd of July. Bethlehem, PA, thank you guys so much for selling out the show. We are adding a second show that should be up by now. And then Atlantic City, man, we're going to look into potentially doing another show there as well. That's been crazy. You guys been gobbling up tickets to that. Thank you guys so much for that. Also, Calgary, we'll see you guys out there in August. Thank you guys so much. TheAndrewSchultz.com for the tickets. And, you know, I love doing this more than anything, so I can't wait to see you guys out there. Peace.
Are you like a LeBron guy or Michael guy? I'm curious.
You're like I have a lot of, it's not diplomacy, but it's like Michael did some things to me, like, as a Knicks fan.
Yo, right? You want to be Michael Jackson. I want to do it, Jackson. That's what I'm saying.
So like, as a Knicks fan, Michael Jordan broke my heart, right? And then I also got to experience Jordan when the athleticism was starting to wane and he was just willing himself to victory. So I started to root for the guy who broke my heart. Like when that series against the Pacers, I don't know if you remember this. And it was like, I found like greatness transformed my hatred for him into adulation. So I have like the ultimate respect for Jordan, but also with Bron. Like I remember being there when he sealed the 3-1 when he was down 3-1 at Cape Matt State. I was literally in like fucking Aruba or something like that. I was sitting next to a guy and his wife who were from Ohio, randomly in Aruba, and it was like us, some Swedes. There was like 8 people watching this game, and the guy from Ohio just starts crying. like it was just like he couldn't believe what just happened, and I saw that. So yeah, I think if you're being objective and you've actually grown up with both of them, the kids who never saw Jordan, they only know him as a guy who makes sneakers. Like, of course, you don't know what greatness is from him.
It's Michael, though.
Bro, it's Jordan. It's Jordan, and I'll say this: it's Jordan because Jordan is 100%er. Michael Irvin said this when he came to the podcast. He goes, "I'm 100%er." We go, "What does that mean?" He goes, "It doesn't matter what it is. I'm giving 100%." Right? I'm giving 100%. That it is what it is. And Michael didn't need any extra motivation. He didn't need the playoffs. He didn't need the finals. It could be a random game on a Thursday, and he is going to give 100% and break you. And he'd have to make up that motivation sometimes. But that level of competitiveness, I don't know if we've seen matched with his skill level ever. And I don't know if we'll ever see it again.
Yeah, closest it came was Kobe. And I do think it's Michael, but I also get annoyed with the Michael guys who just shit on everything LeBron does. And it's like, yo, LeBron is second. And it's fairly close.
Indisputable. Yeah, indisputable that he is. If you can't look, I'm a Kobe guy.
Do you think that's how Jews were when Jesus came around? They're like, nah, bro. He's not like our guy. I mean, he's nice, kind of. You know? And then, like, Christians when Muhammad came around, like, maybe that's just what happens. Like, you always need
you gotta respect Muhammad's game, but Jesus, when he did it,
Jesus poured the water. Yeah. Anyway, so okay. So you have this crazy thing. You go, you become crazy successful, right? You get some confidence from the military, I imagine.
Yeah.
When do you go? Like, why finance? You go from the military to finance. Why?
Man, I love numbers.
As simple as that.
I mean, I can't tell you how much I love numbers. Oh yeah, I love anything to do. Everything here is numbers. Number of cameras, angles, how you're seated. You know, the books. You know, the by books by foot. You know, 10 feet, 20 feet.
Everything
You
is
know how much you love numbers? You took the SAT and then walked out of the verbal portion, which means you literally just wanted to take the SAT.
Listen,
I'm not getting into college. I just want to do this test.
And I love, listen, when I was in the Army, I bought a math analysis book just to do math analysis in the Army, in my barracks. That's how this is not a story I proudly share, but that's how much I love numbers. So when I worked at Morgan Stanley, Dean Witter, and I'm looking at the Series 7, everything, like, you realize you're going to fail this test. You know, if you fail it, you're not going to get a job here. I'm like, but let me give it a shot. And then you take the Series 7. First time, if you fail, you lost you get fired. Oh, I'm like, I love this world. Look at this. What if you can do this and you can take money and do this? What about this investment? How about that? It's a beautiful game. I mean, to me, capitalism is all a game. If you look at this game of, like, the whole concept of business, you're playing a game and you're killing it, right? I mean, flagrant, you guys are killing it. Your podcast, your show as a comedian, the whole concept of a comedian, how you do it. You know, if you're too disconnected from the audience, you're not going on the road to kind of see the reaction, how they reacted, how many of the people reacting to this show, men, women, most of them were men, none of them were women. What if I can do this? How about if I can? That's all numbers. Everything with your world is also mathematical formula behind it. So for me, when I got into the financial services, I was like, oh, I found my home. And I said, I'm going to go 20 years. Yeah, I said, I'm going to go 20 years. And then I went 20 years, October 09. After Morgan Stanley, Dean Witter, I go to Transamerica. I'm there 7.5 years. Yeah. Then I see what's going on in the marketplace. And I'm seeing the fact that, you know, the insurance industry is filled with 56-year-old white male. Yeah. And I saw no one else is going from women selling insurance.
Do you know anything about insurance at this time?
Nothing. My parents have never
have insurance.
My parents have never lived in a house my parents owned. They've never owned insurance. We didn't even have auto insurance back in the day. Nothing.
Yeah,
my dad was a cashier at a 99-cent store. No, we got nothing. Zero. Okay. And I kept asking my mom, are you guys sure we don't have some kind of a relative that's got oil? I'm looking for one uncle. Does anybody have money? Nothing. Zero.
So you're like, all right, fuck it. I'll just dominate the insurance business.
Yeah.
Now, how did you dominate? You said there was basically a white space where everybody is white male,
so
and now you can.
Let me tell you, there's a couple things that was going. This applies to every business. This applies to whatever you do in your life. So these guys wrote this book called Blue Ocean Strategy. If you've never read it, you got to read it. Okay, so the whole concept of Blue Ocean Strategy is how can you be. Everybody's making fun of these guys. How about if I'm not going to compete for this space? I'm going to go do comedy here. Everybody's playing this game. Everybody's selling to these guys. I'm going to go sell here. So I'm looking at insurance, and I said, okay, everybody's targeting this audience. No one's targeting the fastest growing audience in America is the Hispanic audience. And no one is recruiting women. Only 17% of agents are women. You're kidding me now. Perfect. That's what we're going to be doing. Boom. We target that audience. The financial industry was going away from social media because they were scared. Every communication you have with your client, you have to document it. We can't do that. Social media is not waiting for you. So I dropped my securities license. I focused only on life. Fast forward to today. We just sold a company a year ago. We have roughly 45,000 people we've licensed in 49 different states. 54% or so are women. 51% are Hispanic in the company. And the average age is 34 years old. You come to a convention, you're going to look at the audience, you're going to say, there's no way in the world this is an insurance conference. It's a big-ass party.
How much did you sell the company for?
A few $100 million.
A few $100 million is a wonderful way to say
it.
Yeah.
Okay, so you get complete financial freedom. You don't have to work another day in your life.
I don't have to work a single day in my life.
And then you decide to be a YouTuber.
Well, you know, the YouTubing thing kind of started 2013.
Right.
Well, I'm like, let me do a video a week called 2 Minutes with Pat. We did 100 videos. Only the last video was 2 minutes. Everything else was 7 minutes, 9 minutes, 12 minutes. And then we kind of grow them all like, listen, there's an audience for entrepreneurship. Let's make one word. We were an entrepreneur, created a bunch of business content. And I said, I'm not touching politics. Every time I did politics, Mario would say, Pat, you're talking politics. This is not politics. Pat, you said you don't want to do political content. Okay, listen, we can't do this one. Let's change it. And then eventually I take a break. We're at like 450,000 subs. And I said, I'm not doing this right now. We took a 3-month break. I was having kids and family's busy. I'm traveling 6 months on the road. So I said, if we come back, we got to really compete. We got to really do something with this. And then we bought the domain Valuetainment from a publicly traded company. And we picked it up. They changed their companies into ValueTees. Then we started changing the structure. We're going to do some interviews. We're going to talk to some people like yourself. And boom, that became interesting. We do an interview with Michael Francis. It's on the cover of World Star. Everybody's messaging us.
And I'm like, wait a minute, this thing just got that many views. This thing got this many views.
Yeah.
What can we do now?
Michael Franchise is a famous mobster. I don't know, Allen or something like that. Where was he?
Right around here. He was making, anywhere between 2 to 10 million a week in the gas business.
Yeah, he was a smart mobster.
He was a smart mobster.
Rare.
Yes.
Yeah. He found a hack.
Yes.
What was it? What was the gas hack again?
The gas tax. It was the 41 cent. This is brilliant. Yeah. Because he wasn't paying the gas tax.
Yeah. And so he connected with the actual gas stations, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Him and the Russian mob worked together closely, and he could get gas cheaper than anybody else for you. 20-cent discount for you. And everybody was calling him. He was the guy that was running everybody. And then next thing you know, they're like, wait a minute. This guy's making the Fortune magazine comes at the top 50 most powerful mobsters in America. He's on like number 13 list at the age of 38.
Yeah.
It's like, wait a minute, why is this guy?
He's not even a boss. I don't even know if he was made at the time, right?
He was a capo. He was a capo. So there's the boss, the consigliere, the underboss, then you have capo. He was a capo.
Okay.
Sammy was a underboss under Gotti, and Sammy made money, but Michael was known as the earner.
Yeah. Okay, so you get into these mob guys and you're doing a bunch of these interviews.
Yeah.
And when do you pivot? When does it become, when do you feel like you can affect culture a little bit more? Because I feel like now that you're tapping more into culture, I don't like to call it politics. I think politics is a reflection of culture. But I feel like you're talking a lot more about culture and the things that you're saying. It's not only motivational stuff when it comes to business, but it's also opinion when it comes to, societal breakdown, if you will.
So in Hollywood, they look at actors like Justin Timberlake and they call him what? They call him triple threat, right? This guy can dance, he can sing, he can act, right? There's not a lot of them out there that are good in those 3 areas, right? If you were to look at some of the names, maybe you put Will Smith in there, maybe you put Chris Brown in there, but then you have Justin Timberlake.
Yeah.
That's there.
Jamie Foxx.
100% Jamie Foxx. Yeah, 100% Jamie Foxx. So for me, I'm looking at the game and I'm studying everybody. And I said, okay, this guy is a great host. That is a skill set. What's a great host? What do you think? Do you agree with each other? What do you disagree with what he has to say? And how about yourself? That's a host. That's a skill set, right? To be a great host. Like Larry King is a great host. But nobody will say, what was Larry King's opinion on XYZ? That's not his game. He played this, right?
Ernie Johnson on Inside the NBA.
He'd say that
Ernie Johnson on Inside the NBA.
Ernie Johnson inside, absolutely. He is a great host, right? But if I ask you right now, what is Ernie's opinion on XYZ? You're not going to think about it, right? Then you have talent opinion, Barkley. That guy makes the show, right? Talent opinion. Here's what I think about it. They're making a mistake. These guys are a bunch of idiots. San Antonio underwears are the biggest. Let me tell you. What is this guy talking about? But he's entertaining. Chuck, you can't say that. Why'd you just say that? So I got to say this the truth. Okay. So you got a host. You got the talent, the opinion, and then you got analyst, Kenny Smith, which means, let me give you an idea why based on this data, okay? Each is attracted by a different kind of an audience, right? If you can do all 3, now you got a different kind of a element of talent. So for me, I looked at this and I said, okay, I enjoy this, okay? I enjoy listening to and through conversation, but then I got opinions about different things. So there is a risk with the opinion game. Big time. That's the risk. So a lot of times I had a meeting with this guy today, billionaire business guy, Hollywood music. What we talked about for breakfast, you can't talk in his world and get what he really thinks about his opinion. If he doesn't, could ruin a lot of his business and his life. Yeah. So there's a risk to doing that. Eventually I said, you know what? I'm going to do this with valuetainment. Here's my opinion. Here's what I believe. Here's what I do. If you don't like it, I totally get it. But I'm going to give it to you from my POV. And then I want to do PBD podcast, and I want to talk about everything. And I got a lot of interest in culture, family, parenting, kids, economy, politics, add them all together. So it was an evolution in it. First, I was just creating content to talk business. Then I started interviewing, and it's opinion, and then, that's kind of came about.
Do you think you'd be able to do it if you were still running the insurance business?
not well, just because they attack you for it. Oh, you're doing it today, but I say, what do you want me to do? Really? I haven't seen a lot of people go at you yet. No. When I'm from the space. Oh, what happened? In the space. Yeah. In the space, in the insurance industry. So when I'm, of course, when I'm within the company and I'm in the process of wanting to sell the company, if the company has a category where my opinions are linked to XYZ, a buyer doesn't want to buy the company because did you know what the founder said? Did you know what this guy said? There's an element of that where you have to massage your way through on what you really want to say. I think it's wise to do it anyways. But today the handcuffs are off today.
Was that also part of the draw of starting your YouTube channel? As I sold my business, and not starting, but really getting to now I can finally say what I feel, whereas before you had to conceal it.
Yes.
Yeah, there's a liberation to having the fucking money. Yeah, especially fuck you. Exactly, especially if you're gonna have very strong opinions, and you have very strong opinions. Yeah, do you worry about that at all? Like, how do I say? It's like you're operating. I feel like you're operating at the top of your bubble. And then by bubble, I mean there's a specific lane on YouTube which you really tap into. And there's also another lane which is like Florida. I feel like in Florida, you're like Rogan. Like when I was walking around after doing your pod, everybody was, I just saw you on DVD. And that was the same thing after I did Rogan. Like the first time, just walking around, people be like, oh shit, I just saw you Rogan, etc. But I feel like what happens is every time you bubble out of that, right, you're going to get the scrutiny of the casuals, right? The people who don't really know you, don't know your experience, don't know your story, they start hearing about you, and they're going to have resentment or animosity for your opinions that are different, and then they start attacking you for the things you said. And you said some people would go very wild things. Some people would also say that's very rational, your take, right? Depending on your like politics. But I feel like when you offered Tucker the $100 million, right? That was outside of bubble. Did you feel some heat after that?
Oh, absolutely. Big time. Absolutely.
What did people say?
Well, like, listen, you got to dance. I love it. I love it. Oh my God, I can't even describe it to you. Like, I get excited when I even think about what that's going to look like. You know, look, for me, everybody fights in a different way. Okay, there's different styles to fighting. You know, when you have a fighting style where, you know, Larry Holmes versus Ali versus, you know, Ken Norton versus, you know, Foreman versus, you can go look at everybody sets a different style on how they would fight, right? I think in this world of communication, there's a different way to fight and deliver your message to yet stand your ground, but at the same time, maintain a relationship with the other individual. That is an art. It's not easy to do. It's very hard. And the way you do it is by, I think what is unattractive is the following, is when you're 100% I'm right, you're wrong, you're an idiot, you're a moron, and some people do it that way. I don't think you're opening up the door to want to have that exchange. I think if there's an opportunity to say, listen, man, find some argument. What do you think?
I love that you did that.
Yeah, tell me something. Maybe I'm off. Yeah, I'm off. I'm okay with that.
If I can compliment you a bit more, not only do you bring on people that were going to disagree with you, you don't bring on like punching bags from the other side that you could just bully in an argument. You bring on smart people who make great cases, and I think that's really cool and rare in this space.
Going off what Andrew said about you get hate from the general audience that doesn't necessarily know you, how would you describe yourself? To them or to everyone in general? But I think it has to do with how like for example, I'm asking him about the story. Okay, the unique story in this building next door, right? How he grew up down the street, how far, the bike. They don't want him to ride the bike because he goes the other way. October 30th, birthday, 40, family, yesterday's exchange of text. I'm curious about this guy's a product, right? I'm curious about him as a human being, but he didn't become who he is today because of what I've consumed of him the last 5 years. I want to know what prompted this guy to be here. Unfortunately, in America, too many times our judgment is on who this person is. Chelsea Handler makes this video, perfect example. Chelsea Handler makes this video calling out Adam, one of our guys. And she says, well, look at this guy, Alpha. Trust me, you are definitely not an Alpha. He gives me the SDE energy. And trust me, I can tell you for a fact, this guy on Alpha Motivation Zero, you're not Alpha. This is coming from an Alpha. You're a zero is what you are. So she calls him out and she talks about the fact that it's incredible to be childless.
It's phenomenal to wake up and not have any kids, have sex with anybody, want drink as much alcohol. All this shit she says, video goes viral, 50 million views on Twitter, right? Whatever the number is. Okay? So the average girl is going to watch that and say, what? That's right. Screw that STE. I also want to drink and be able to be with any man. I don't want to have any kids. Does anybody even want to have this kind of responsibility in life? I want to be free because we're equal as men. Screw them. I don't need them. Great. Then you go read her memoir where she tells a story about when she was 9 years old. At the age of 9, her brother, she describes, was 22. I think they have 6 kids total. Mom and dad, I think one was a car salesman. It was a good family, 6 kids. The older brother, 22, she calls him my second father, my first boyfriend. I was in love with him in a way of loving my older brother, but he was my world. He's going on a mountain hiking trip. His last words to her was, cannot wait to see what I get back. The guy dies climbing a mountain while she's 9 years old. He never comes back. Then when he dies, she says, my mom and dad lost it. The man I needed next was my dad. My dad, I didn't have my dad anymore because he lost his mind. I don't blame him. He says, in that moment, I realized the pain of losing someone I love. And secondly, I saw my dad, the pain he went through of losing his child. Of course, I want to have a hard time with commitment. I want to have kids and get married. Do you blame her? Yeah. When you read this story, you're like, okay, Chelsea, I understand. It's easy to troll her. And it's easy for her to troll other men. But we don't know that story. So somebody from the outside says, who's Patrick Bay David? Here's a rich guy. He's probably raised in a, I remember there was a time in the third year of the insurance company, I was paying comp more than my competitors were. A rumor started circulating saying Pat's linked to oil money. And you know what I did with that rumor? I ran with it. I said, you're right, I have oil money. I get paid to count on your campaign. I don't have oil money, right? I worked at a 99-cent store in Inglewood by Great Western for 15 years. But I love that rumor, so I ran with it. So if somebody doesn't know your story, great. You can say what you can say. So if I face opposition, I tell them how much you know about me. Tell me your story. Tell me about your upbringing. Why did you come to the conclusion of the opinions that you have today? Tell me. I remember when this happened, that, okay, great. Can I tell you why I came to this conclusion? Yes. Here's mine. Is it fair that we have different reasons why we came to this conclusion? You had life-changing experiences like that as well. How about we respect each other? Let me make my case to you, make your case to me. Let's see if anybody can persuade the other person. You're getting with that? Let's have a civil conversation. So that's typically what happens when I face somebody that fully disagrees with some of my views. Who was fully disagreeing? I mean, and it's not even people. You'd be amazed. They'll come to me and say, hey, you're supportive of Trump on what he does. And I see, you're MAGA. I'm like, I've never worn a MAGA hat. I'm not a Trump guy. Yeah. I'm a guy that's the only thing I don't like about you. Yeah, in fact, you're right about everything else. Yeah, but it's not saying. I gotta tell you, one thing I gotta respect the group you guys got here. The record has never worn a MAGA hat because he doesn't want to cover the. This is the part. I got an email, just so everybody's wondering why I'm dressed like this. These guys want a tight shop. Email came in. Pat has to wear a 3-piece suit with the tie. I have to come here 9:30 in the morning, 2 hours of makeup. Couldn't believe that. Obviously. You want to be president or not? The flag I saw, the big MAGA flag I saw in your building is president. The living crap out of it. I got to tell you, I'm ballsy. And by the way, it's so ballsy, they have it on the window for people that are walking by to see it. That's when you know what they do. They love it. The kiss it. Mexican ladies. I'm so impressed. Very pride flag. It's like, it's a nice flag. We're making America gay again down here. That's what he's looking for the show. 100%. Okay, so what's going on in Florida then? We have DeSantis just kind of announced. Can you help him at all? Like, what's the deal with this? He sounds unbelievably corny. He is. And everybody tells you, they go, DeSantis is the guy. Like, he has all the right ideas and this. And then you hear him talk, and you just imagine, like, him pushing his bifocals up his nose every single sentence. Is that your guy? So let me explain it from a different perspective. That's not. But I'm telling you right now, trust me, if you go watch my clips, their camp can't stand what I say. How the hell do you announce presidency third week of May and you launch your book February 28th?
and you promote it based on going on 2 different interviews. Now you do 10 minutes, 15 minutes, whatever, how many interviews it is. You don't go on Bacon Kelly. You don't go on different podcasts or sell the book. You don't go anywhere. Everybody forgot about your book. Well, I just wrote the book. You didn't just write the book. You wrote the book because that's how you run for office. You write a book, you make your launch on Elon Musk, and yesterday on the launch, he would have said, if you want to know what I stand for, read my book. 1, read my book. 2, go to this website. And yesterday would have been #1 book on Amazon. A few 100,000 people would have bought the book, and the next promotion layer comes in, and he would have sold a few million copies. Now we're sitting there saying, wow, I like the way he explained this with his upbringing. So complete screw up on the marketing side. I don't understand what they did there. We were with them a couple weeks ago at the governor's mansion for 6 hours. They invited a small group of 10 or 15 people to sit there and watch him on what's going on, just to see how he handled himself, and I'm kind of watching the whole thing. These are all guys that are the same Creek guys. You know some of these names that are in there. I'm in Florida because of him. When we were in Texas and we're thinking about where to build a media company, he was going back to Newport Beach. He was coming down here to Greenwich. He was going to Tennessee. It was Tampa, Fort Lauderdale, or staying in Dallas. DeSantis is the reason why we are in Fort Lauderdale, because if Texas, which we love, and California, which we love many parts of, if those 2 guys had a baby, it's Florida, okay? So, you know, and by the way, Florida's waiting for you as well to make your move down there. You know, I know it's going to take a minute, it's going to take a while, it's going to take some time.
It's like $100 million offer, that's what it's
offer. You may get something like that, but, you know, but the point is, Florida, to me, with what he's done, great. Now, here's a question. Watch this question. I ask you guys how you answer this, okay?
I love you, Pat.
Here, watch this. When I answer this,
off the floor with all these guys, dude. It sucks. It sucks you being born in America to be president, because you would motherfucking. Yeah, you had these guys. I think charisma is this hype man, or like Impractical Jokers put an earpiece in him or something. I just don't know if DeSantis has the charisma. That's it. And I want to get back to it, but like, there's just something so funny about you going up against these guys. I wonder if we've discussed this on your pod. If you do military service, maybe you get to run for president. If you want to die for the country, you're more American oils of any of us. Yeah, no. America. I'm American. I'm Chinese. I want to be Chinese. I'm more American than you. You didn't serve pussy. Call that for 9/11 and do something. I know. I'm listen. I do things crazy. I'm not American, but you've chosen that. I am pure-blooded American. Not as much as him. Technically, more. Why? Because I'm born here.
So maybe we have you run, man. We all can't be behind.
I've said this. I don't want to be president. I want you to be president, but I want you to mop the floor with these guys. I think it'd be really funny.
You know, it would be a lot of fun.
Do they melt when you're around them, or do they have some ego?
It's not even. Why would you have an ego? I can't compete. Why would you even be worried about that? I'm not competition. So you can't even think like it's automatic.
Bro, I didn't even think about that. Like, we were talking about this the other day on the podcast, like how the Kardashians are brilliant at like utilizing other famous people to make them look more famous. So Kendall Jenner is courtside at the Lakers game, and she's dating Bad Bunny, who's the biggest star on the planet. That's one picture that comes out of that. How is Bad Bunny
like this, and she's
he's like this, and she's not even looking at him, right? And it's this genius branding, right, to make her look like the most desired thing on the planet, when you have the guy who is really the most desired person on the planet, like begging for attention, right? And I wonder if, like,
the Kardashian brand can overpower anybody that can overpower Bad Bunny. You don't have the Hispanic audience the way Bad Bunny does. Bad Bunny is God to the Hispanic community. You can't overpower Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny, have you had Bad Bunny here yet or no? I'd love to see Bad Bunny with you guys. Wherever you're watching this Bad Bunny, you got to be right here with these guys. You want to see this.
You heard it. Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is they're not worried about you competing with the other politicians, because you can't. So they don't have to worry when they're interacting with you. Whereas every other person these politicians are interfacing with publicly, they have to make sure that they're winning that arrangement, winning that conversation, because it will be used against them. I mean, influence is huge, so they have to worry about that. Of course, but the way that they're
interfacing is different. Like, for example, let's say Trump and DeSantis are shaking hands and they know all the cameras are there, right? DeSantis can't be this little beta, like, kind of curling up against him. DeSantis can kiss your ass like he would a donor, like he would anybody else with influence, because he doesn't have to worry about that competition.
Potential competition.
Let's run for Florida governor, dude. Just be Florida governor.
That's my question. If you can't be president, what would you be politically?
No, I have no desire to be a governor of a state.
If you're governor of Florida, I guarantee you can be president.
No, I do. Now listen, that part,
you're not president in America, but we'll find a fucking Syria. Bring back the empire. Hard as the sea.
Right. That would be funny. No, I have no desire for it. And here's the part though. So the great thing is, like, when you know you can't compete for this one thing, okay? You know, legally you can. Laws. Doesn't matter how much you can say you can. What if? No, listen, you can't. Like, when you know you're vertical, you know, you can only jump 20 inches. Hey, I'm going to go be a contest champion like Spud Webb, and I'm 5'7". Bro, you're not going to pull it off. You got a 20-inch vertical leap, get nearly 50 inches, right? So in this part, I know it's not going to happen. What's the other part? What we will do is we will compete in the media space. And we will compete in a very big way. Right now, man, you know what I'm doing right now? I have only one plan right now. I'm trying to put a super team together, brother. That's the only thing I'm thinking about. That's all I'm doing. Yeah, all I'm doing right now is putting a super team together of people who love America. Who are, remember, the whole main value statement is what? You have to bring value, but you have to be entertaining.
Yeah.
If you're not entertaining, our brand doesn't fit you, your person. You have to be able to entertain because it's just as important as bringing value. But if you can do both, your value statement even better.
One question about the DeSantis quote-unquote flop when he made the announcement.
Yeah.
Now, if I'm the PR guy, I say make it fail on purpose. I say, Elon, do me a favor. Have the tech fuck up. Make it look like, you know, I'm getting caught off in a few seconds. Make it look like we have to reboot it because you own the news cycle afterwards. HBO, the final episode of this show, that was a fantastic show, but not a lot of people watch it, called Mayor of Easttown. And the final episode of Mayor of Easttown, this is during the pandemic. Halfway through the episode, the stream fails. Twitter is on fire. You can't go on Twitter without people talking about it nonstop. Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Listen, he got Trump to make fun of him about his address. So it's like you're almost playing the Trump game. So if I'm the marketing people behind DeSantis, I win the news cycle because everybody's talking about me, good, bad, doesn't matter. And two, now I actually want to see what he was saying, so now you get the message across. Do you think that was planned? Do you think they have somebody with some balls on the campaign?
I think it's less than 1% that was planned because Musk and Sachs, if you listen to the entire recording, Musk and Sachs were also putting plugs into Twitter and the future. It was just as much about Twitter's future and mainstream media's future as it was about the same.
So we can't fail Twitter as well.
Yeah, I think the brand actually was elevated. I would say 60 to DeSantis, but I thought it was 40% yesterday about Twitter Spaces, mainstream media, Musk, Sachs, what they're doing. Those guys are going to be players. Obviously, Musk is number one, but in the media space, the game changed yesterday. 700,000 people are watching this thing and it crashes. But you keep 700,000 people live in a room are waiting for this, and they have to go on Sachs' account because Musk's 130 million messed up the algorithm, so they went on Sachs. Sachs got 650, and it was fine. Everybody could listen to everything that was being said. And DeSantis made this announcement. Yeah, I think Twitter is going to be upset this the day Musk bought Twitter. I did a video and I said Twitter's going to be $1 trillion company. Okay, what they're about to do with Twitter, it's scary.
What are they about to do? Tell us.
Oh my gosh!
What a great setup. This is why you need to be president. What we're about to do to China, we'll be back after the break.
What we need to do together, that's going to be the case.
Okay.
So, but you know, with the whole Twitter thing, okay. So YouTube right now, there's an audience that's worried about what's going to happen with YouTube. Okay. Rumble is winning because of what YouTube is doing. It's a badge of honor right now for some people to say, I got kicked out of YouTube. I don't think that's a strategy, but I don't think that's a good strategy. I don't know why people are doing it. YouTube gave me 6
Stripe, screw these guys. I will never use YouTube again. Brother, go look at history. Just 13 years ago, or 12 years ago, compared again to YouTube. One of the guys in the marketplace took a bunch of YouTubers off. He went all to the other platform. It lasted for a few years, and then it flopped, and then everybody came back on YouTube. So you got to be pumping your brakes a little bit. Now, having said that, I hope Rumble makes it, and I hope they kill it, because they're very necessary to keep YouTube honest. The more Rumble gets bigger, the better it is for YouTube creators. My hope is Rumble becomes a $20, $40, $100 billion company. Go light it up. But what I think will happen before they become a $100 billion company, must go buy Rumble. Either he will buy Rumble. I think Sachs sits on the board of Rumble now, or something like that. An announcement was made this week, so it's a very interesting. Sachs is the most trusted guy to Musk. Thiel is also involved with Rumble. Thiel, Sachs, Musk all go back to the PayPal mafia. They could come up and scoop up Rumble and say, hey, can you fix all these things, Sachs, before we buy it? Yeah, okay, here's $5 billion. Come to us. We're going to put it under Twitter. We're going to use the technology the way we want it, because now Sachs isn't there to give us ideas. Then they're going to control communication. WeChat model that's in Asia. Then they're going to pay talent more than anybody else is paying them with the subscription model. They're going to do so many different things. Who is the number one customer service representative in America today? It's a guy named Elon Musk. He's worth $200 billion. He reads what people say. You can't get any Fortune 500 CEO to come out there and talk to its customers. They're locked up in the 80th floor all the way to the top. They don't go around talking to people. This guy's like, okay, let us look at. Good point. We'll work on that. It's not a bad idea. Let us look into it. So, what do you mean by this? This is a revolutionary type of guy. Musk is. He'll be the first trillionaire in America. I think it's going to take 3 to 7 years, closer to 7. Depending on what happens to the economy, could happen in 3 years. I think in 7 years, I guess the first trillionaire.
Do you think it's a bad use of his time to be responding to people in that way?
No, not for
How long should he do it for?
You have to know, if you're as curious as he is, you know people who are using your product know more about the product than you do. You only have one lens, okay? You have to get other lenses that can show your blind spots. Like even right here, right? Okay? You know, he's doing what he's doing, but that guy's gonna say, look at the camera this way, move that. Can you see that the logos are not getting sponsored? How about that? Musk has that. You know what it is? It's very, very big.
It's like Conor McGregor saying that he's gonna fight again. Who knows if he's gonna fight again? But the fact that his name is in the conversation is good for the alcohol brand he has. It's good for the entertainment brand he has. It's good for the management company, because his brand is wrapped around him as a fighter, not him as a retired fighter. Elon answering 5 tweets a day is just a reminder, yo, I'm listening. I'm here, and this is my company. An attention lottery. That's it. That's it. So not only tweet at me, but know when you're tweeting on Elon's platform. You're driving a Tesla, that's Elon's car. And all of us are literally invested in Elon. If some random person bought Tesla, I might take my money out of Tesla. I'm invested in Elon, and Tesla is my ability to invest in Elon the man. If there was a stock that was just Elon stock, and it kind of wrapped up all his different ventures, we would invest in that. I think that's pretty decent. But I don't think you're buying Facebook stock, you're buying Zuckerberg stock. I ain't buying, whenever it IPO'd in 20 whatever, that was the line of thing that I was told by my uncle. He bought it. And I was like, I'm hearing not good things. He's like, I don't care. I trust this kid knows what's going on. I trust it. Now, Meta, he might be out of his depth, whatever, but that was initially the comparison I was making. Okay, so we got off track a little bit. DeSantis. Okay, how do we, or do you think that DeSantis can even beat Trump?
Okay, so it's almost at halftime. They're down 37 points. How many times have you seen the team come back from halftime being down 37? Never. Not often, right? I was at a game one time, playoff game. Rockets are playing the Clippers. They're up 28 points going into the fourth quarter. It's me and Robert Green out for 40 miles per hour. You remember that day when we were together? He's like, you want to go to dinner? I said, just wait 2 minutes. And then they bench James Harden. I don't know why they bench James Harden. Boom, 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 boom. Rockets came back and beat the Clippers, being down 28 with Harden on the bench. I'm like, what? What the hell just happened right now? Couldn't believe it. I've never seen anything like that in my life. So Harden in this case is who? DeSantis. Casey can help him with it. Casey is very unique.
you see his wife. His wife is. Have you seen his wife's Twitter? Like Casey Neistat. It's like he's in YouTube boss. Casey, if you watch Casey, this small setting. Oh my God, she's on talent like you would have talent. Wins by attractive, good talker, smart, intelligent, supportive, protective, defends the husband. Has the story, can connect with moms. It's a very unique dynamic part that he has. Look, this is the best way to look at it with the synthesis. Who in here is the one that knows the most about technology, shit breaking down, data, statistic? Who is the most analytical, organized person in this floor right now? Who's a person? Probably Mark. I mean, you put Mark. Okay. How well is Mark on camera? Good. How great? That's all right. Is he? Yeah. He's a star. Okay. This is the last name. What's your last name? Gagnon. Okay. Now, unfortunately, Gagnon is what was it called? Show called? It's the podcast called. Yes. Camp Gagnon. Yeah, and you listen to 2 songs to get home, right? Yes. What was the song you said? It was Give It Away and then Black Hole Sun. 7 minutes to get home, right? 7 or 8 minutes to get home. Okay. Now, fortunately, he has charisma. But in most cases, a guy that can go, like in my case, when I was coming up at Morgan Stanley thing with her, I had a guy that was next to me. He knew everything about every product we sold. I could not believe how much this guy knew. He would do laps around the branch, man, around everybody. Couldn't sell. Yeah, didn't have the charisma. That's my concern with DeSantis. DeSantis can do laps around anybody when it comes down to policies, Constitution, all this stuff. But he's going to need to lean on his wife on the charisma side, because even yesterday when he was doing the live, he just read for 7 minutes. Well, that's the thing. It's like, and I think he's doing the same thing that like Hillary did, which is Charlamagne had an interesting thing about like Hillary when Hillary ran, and he goes, when Hillary ran, she came on the Breakfast Club, and they teased her about saying that she had hot sauce on her bag. And boy, when he said he was now, we were just saying that to pander to black people, she took a moment. And her like robot brain was about to spew out some bullshit, and then she just went, did it work? And it was the first real moment you've ever seen with Hillary. And everybody laughed, and it was like, oh, there's an actual human being in here that's not having everything like field tested that she's about to say. My concern with DeSantis is everybody around him has told him it's a lock and he's going to win. So now he's playing pretty good defense. He's like, I don't want to see the wrong thing that's going to fuck it up for me. Great that defense prevents you from winning. And I feel like every single thing he's going to say is going to be fucking down to the T, and you're going to lose any charisma. And if you've learned anything, you need fucking charisma. And if he doesn't have it, he can maybe beat Biden. Maybe, but he's not beating that fucking Trump. Only one way he can beat him. Only one way. Listen, it's so funny you say this. You know what we talked about in the first 5 minutes of the podcast? How only the paranoid survive. Cam is not paranoid enough. Ask them how are you doing? I'm sorry. The guy won in 2016. And he is the greatest smack talker of all time. The greatest showman. Not been a better marketer than him in political space. He came out of a city, New York, where the rules he has to negotiate with, these are killers. You think he's a shit about going up against a guy like Oklahoma? We talk shit. He's building skyscrapers. Yeah. Bureaucratic nightmare New York City. I don't think people understand how difficult that is. Buying air. He's buying air. He's buying light. You can't build in the light. That negotiation is not going to be easy. So that's the part with only the paranoid survive when it comes up. But one of the ways that they could be relied on Trump, on DeSantis winning. Sometimes when a person comes in and they're a little too confident, they know something we don't know. And I don't know what this is. Listen, I'm not starting anything here, but yes, start that shit. Here's what I mean by it. So if they're banking on the reason why they keep delaying, because they think the law would have prevented them having to even get out. And rather, they wanted to delay so far so Trump gets arrested and he can't run. And then they come out and he says, look, I don't care what you say. If it wasn't for the president, I would have never been a governor. I would have used the back of vote. And I think there's a little bit of that, or maybe relying on the law to make this thing easier. Now you have so DeSantis thought that he was going to get locked up, and then if he did get locked up, he doesn't have to defend him. And then take all the magnitude. It's easiest That's the smartest thing in the world.
Now he's got to suck him up, though. Now he got to suck him up. You're talking about bureaucracy. There's nothing more bureaucratic than locking up a billionaire. That can take a long time.
The DNC maybe are like hauling the real serious shit about Trump to them to like fight it out in the mud and then listen, make it so Trump can run. You know, so these guys are more the Democrats want Trump to be a fix. The Democrats want Trump to win. The Democrats want Trump to win because they know they can beat him again because the Democrats. Okay, cool. Let's play that out. If that's the case, Alvin Bragg, I'm sorry, why do you do that? Oh, because it helps him. I don't know if it helps him. The pictures of him being in court. Well, you know, with the Mar-a-Lago FBI, well, why? Because I don't know. It doesn't help. Like, if you really think he's the guy, help him beat DeSantis. Yeah. So they're not putting us at, you know, dark political games. So, well, you know, DeSantis is really the guy that, you know, he's going to win, and then they're going to go after DeSantis. Or the establishment wants DeSantis because DeSantis is more establishment than Trump is, and it's easier to negotiate with an establishment than it is to negotiate with an anti-establishment because one wants to drain the swamp, the other one is coming from the swamp. That's what some people are saying, right? That DeSantis is kind of part of the swamp. Who knows what's going on? All I can tell you is a lot of this stuff here behind closed doors. There's a lot of talks and negotiations going on that we probably are not a part of, and we're probably not a part of. We're not a part of. But this is the best. That's the one question nobody can answer. Here's a question that nobody can answer. Okay, I had this girl, Whitney Webber, very smart girl. Okay, wrote this books about Epstein. She lives in Colombia. She's got 2 kids. Doesn't want to live here. She feels safer over there. In the podcast, she gets emotional. I don't know if you saw that. She's just powerful. She is how smart she is. But she can't stand Trump. Okay? She can't stand the establishment, but she cannot stand Trump. So I asked her a question. I said, I got a question for you. She said, what's that? I said, tell me the biggest institutions, departments that have made our lives hell since 1963, November of 1963. Why November of 1963? November 22nd, we know what happened. I'm seeing November 1st of 1963. November 22nd, JFK gets assassinated. And she says, I said, give me the names, I want to write them down. That made our lives a living hell. Okay, CIA, right, who else? DOJ, right, who else? Well, I would put FBI, but FBI is part of DOJ. Okay, great, what else? You know, the NIH, great, what else? CDC, what else? Okay. All of this stuff that we're going through, all these Federal Reserve, all this stuff that we're writing down. Okay, great. I said, I give me the families in the last 60-some years since November 1st of 1960 that have made America worse, have made our lives worse, that have to control the establishment. She's giving all these names, the Clintons, to this, to this, to that. We're going through all of them, right? Okay, exactly. And then I asked the question, I said, now tell me this. How many of these organizations love Trump? She says the following. She says, I see where you're going with this. I said, there's only, the closest example to Trump is only one other name. What's that? Bernie? No, it's John F. Kennedy. Come on. Let me tell you why. If you look at what these guys wanted to do with the Federal Reserve, with the CIA, with finishing the Vietnam War, with doing all this stuff, we can't do. Are you kidding me? The guy was training the swamp at the highest level, and Lyndon Johnson was the swamp. He is part of the oil guy. He is a Texas guy. He was supportive of the war. He was supportive of the military-industrial complex. And John F. Kennedy's more from the Eisenhower side saying, listen, we don't need to go to war to make all this money with the military. Why do we keep going to war? There's only the closest case study you got to Trump is John F. Kennedy. I'll give you another statistic here. Watch this. When John F. Kennedy ran, his dad, Joseph Kennedy, gangster. If you're not studying this guy, one of the most powerful men in America the last 100 years, he's kind of like the Moses, what's his name? Who's the guy in New York, the power bro? Peter Moses, something like that. So, Robert Moses, yes, he built New York pretty much, right? All this stuff that he's hated and loved and admired, all this stuff's okay. Joseph Kennedy, at the time, he's worth $400 million in 1962. He says, I want to spend every single penny of my life savings to make sure my son becomes the president. Which son? John F. Kennedy, not the oldest one. The oldest one was first, but he died. But the plan the whole time was the oldest. Right. Oldest one dies in the war. Then they have to make a fake war story for JFK, so that he can actually run. This guy is the architect, Joseph. Bro, I mean, bro, he's like, listen. listen, whoever's watching, we gotta have a movie. That's exactly what I was about to say. We need a movie about this guy.
I wonder if they block it, because the idea of the Kennedys right now is like this tragic family that has went through all this horrible stuff, and we almost feel bad for them. But if you know what that is a motherfucker.
If you have a script, you're watching Chronicles of Kennedy, send it our way. $100 million ad valuetainment. We're entertaining that movie if you have a script. Anyways, going back to Joseph Kennedy. $25 million for John F. Kennedy's campaign. Okay? 50% of money for the campaign was raised. The other 50% was John F. Kennedy, Joseph Kennedy's money. Okay? Now watch history. How much money who raised? Okay? Ronald Reagan put 9.6% of all the money for his campaign. Okay? 9.6% of his own money. The guy almost got assassinated and killed. Here we go. The next one is Ross Perot. 97% of his campaign money was his own money. He went up to 21%. He didn't win, but guess what? He caused George Bush Sr. becoming the president. Clinton won. If it's not for Perot, Bush is the president. Yep. The director of CIA is going to be the president.
That's insane for an independent to get 20+% of the
plus percent.
In as a kid, I didn't know that how rare that was, and I was like, oh, this guy got watched enough. That's crazy.
Trump, 72%. Yep. 72%. Hillary Clinton, 0. Right? 0. They don't have to. By the way, Bernie Sanders is also anti-establishment. Well, you know what he did? He came at the end. It should have been Trump against Bernie Sanders. It should have never been. He got scared. They did something. I think they have something on Bernie that he's embarrassed of, because it should have been the argument that we all wanted to see. Let the two true believers. Bernie's a true believer socialist. You know, he calls us socialist, democratic socialist, and Trump's a true believer. I want to see that fight. We never got to see that fight. That was a fight. Hillary Clinton wasn't really a fight. So when you look at some of this stuff and you say, why are these institutions?
I did some stuff from him. Did he go over to Russia and
got married there? That's what his honeymoon was out of Russia, by the way.
So maybe it's that. Maybe there's something.
It's shit, though.
I mean, America gets a shit.
I don't think they do. I think in the middle of Russia, let me tell you what's one of the worst places to be in. Okay, here's one of the worst places to be in my opinion. Somebody calls you and they have something on you. You have a major F-up, major screw up that you did. You're like, hey, if you don't do this, we're gonna go public with this. Okay, you sit there and you say, okay, this is potentially gonna cost me the divorce. You know, my kids, I have to explain to them, it's gonna be a very embarrassing moment when my kids here. My friends are gonna say, what the hell were you thinking? That sucks. And you're 62 years old, you're 71 years old. I don't need to freaking talk. My legacy will be protected forever. Or, if you're wise, you're gonna say, they're gonna bring it out anyways. My kids are gonna know about it anyways. You know what I'm doing? What? I'm doing the 8 Mile story. Yep. I'm going to my kids and my wife and my family. I said, listen, guys, we gotta have a meeting here. Your father screwed up 19 years ago. Here's what I did. Boom, boom, boom. But I'm gonna go and tell the world right now, right afterwards, and I'm gonna tell them they can't give me the threat. This is what I'm doing. And I hope you take value. I'm gonna come out and say, let me tell you guys, I got an uncomfortable announcement to make. And then I hope you respect the fact that I'm doing this, because I don't want to be held hostage. You show a picture of how hot the girl was. This is like she was. Listen, look at this. Listen, this is all right. You went to America.
That's humanity, right? You know, that's what Hugh did, right? Like he got, I think that the actor, he got caught with a prostitute and got on Letterman or something. Was like, hey,
I think they already found out, and then he just conned it, and then he had.
Oh yeah, he reacted to the news coming out. I jumped in the gun on that. It's fine. Going on Letterman to promote the movie and then be like, yo, I got something else to tell you. Yeah. Alright guys, let's take a break for a second. Let's just be serious right now. It's summer. You need a new beverage. You need a nice cocktail. Okay? We know people are off the beer. Right now they're off the beer. It is what it is. The chicks are not drinking the beer. We need something that a shorty might want to take a sip of. A shorty might want to can her something. Moonshine has got your back. Simple as that, okay? It's not some fucking can of beer filled with a bunch of bullshit ingredients that you never heard of, or some cheap vodka that's gonna give you a crazy hangover. None of that, okay? Moonshine has got the adult beverage. It's gonna be a little bit better for you. They got the margaritas, the vodka sodas, they got rum cocktails made with premium ingredients, and they have no added sugar. Unlike the traditional canned cocktails, you can have 20+ grams of sugar. That's where your hangover's coming from. It's the perfect beverage to be taken to the beach, the 4th of July barbecue, or just general summer drinking. They got flavors like passion fruit, vodka soda, and Mai Tai rum, and best of all, it doesn't leave you with get that I just drank a lot of sugar feeling, and it gives you a lighter, brighter buzz. June Shine can be found in over 10,000 stores across the country. It's available at all retailers that you're already visiting for groceries and alcohol, like Whole Foods, Target, Ralph's, Vons, Albertsons, Kroger, Wegmans, Total Wine, Benbow, Safeway, and more. Now, we worked out a special offer for our listeners. At any store, you can buy one June Shine package and get the second for only a penny. Think about that. That's 1 cent. That's $12 to $20 in value. I recommend you trying one of their best-selling variety packs. It's a great way to try all their delicious flavors. Go to juneshine.com/flagrant. Text them a photo of your receipt, and they will Venmo you immediately. It's that easy. That's JUNESHINE.com/flagrant. Indulge. Now let's get back to the show. All right, guys, let's take a break for a second because listen, Father's Day is coming and you need to get your dad something nice, a new wallet, an Extra specifically. Why do you get him an Extra? Because it stops your mom from spending all his hard work and money, okay? The guy's been working his whole life, mom's spending all that goddamn money, and Extra's gonna stop it. How is Extra gonna stop it? Because it's bulletproof. I know your mom's walking around the apartment when your dad's not ready. That little shit that you use to pay for your coffees, that's what she's doing. She's walking right up to him, giving him a fake hug, looping some money out of his pocket, then going and spending it on dildos or whatever your mom spends it on, horny bitch. Basically, Extra is here to protect your dad, okay? Your dad is also never going to lose your wallet. You know how forgetful old people get. But this thing comes, what does it come with? It comes with a trackable detector, okay? Literally, voice activated. You lose your wallet, it's going to work with Google. It's just going to call it, and you can find it. You can even follow the person that has your wallet. Go get it back with them. Be careful. My point is, this Father's Day Extra is going to give you an extra special deal, okay? Give your pockets and your dad's pockets the upgrade they deserve. Go to shop.extra.com/flagrant and get up to 35% off site-wide with the code FLAGRANT. Now let's get back to the show.
Bum-ass Cities Tour still going strong. May 31st, that's tomorrow. I'm going to be in Cleveland, Ohio. June 1st, I'm going to be in Columbus, Ohio. June 14th, Buffalo, New York. June 15th, Rochester, New York. July 12th, Huntsville, Alabama. July 13th. There's more dates, but I'm counting out, just shouting out Nashville, Zany's Comedy Club. Those tickets are almost sold out, so hurry up and buy them because they're, I doubt we're going to have another show in fucking Nashville. Such a thing. Anyway, get your tickets at opashsing.com. Now let's get back to the show. Quick question about Trump's 71%. I don't know how to ask this without sounding super anti-Trump, but don't we know to not necessarily trust his accounting and his numbers? Isn't he kind of like, doesn't he have a history of fudging numbers? And
Can I tell you something?
yeah.
So I brought at our ball conference last year. This year we're gonna have Brady, Tyson, and Boogie from 11 Madison at the event this year. And my chef, yeah, he'll be there. So tell him. That's a bit of a surprise, but it's not him. That's another person that's choosing the menu apparently. I don't know who's choosing the menu. I don't know. I think somebody told me that. But I want to answer this question for you. So you're asking about, accounting, right? Okay. 5 years ago, I'm at the Four Seasons Spa in Dallas, and I'm in the business planning strategy session. When I go to the sauna downstairs, and this guy's like, "Hey man, I saw your interview with this guy." Oh, okay, so what do you do? I'm an investment banker. Which firm? Such and such. Oh, cool. How much money? Oh, we do this. Big guy in his 60s, late 50s, early 60s. He says, I said, what's the best speaker you ever heard? He says, you don't know? He said, I've heard Tony Robbins. I've heard of them. No one was a more life-changing speaker I heard speak than Andy Fastow. I said, which Andy Fastow? He said, the Andy Fastow. I said, Enron CFO, jail, Andy, yes. How is Andy Fastow the greatest speaker you ever heard? He says he came in. This is a CFO of a company that's got 100,000 employees working for Enron. And he gets up and he says, here's how this accounting world works. Here's me recognized as the accountant of the year, CFO. Here's next month, my card ID at the jail. I went from this to this. Now let me tell you what happened. He said, I followed every single guideline everybody else followed. And whatever everybody else was doing, we did it as well. When we, for the same exact comparison, we got caught. And here's what happened to us. All of a sudden, boom, Enron is going to jail, and they try to get his wife and all that. He does 8 years. Anyways, he comes out. Now he's doing what he's doing. He had to speak and tell the story because you have to be careful when you make money So think about right now Elon Musk's life. Think about his life. He's running Tesla, he's running Twitter, he's running SpaceX. He has, I don't know how many kids, 8 or 9 kids. And he has to talk to his accountant. And he has to talk to his Goldman guy, his mortgage guy. And he has to follow the accounting laws that are changing everything. And how do you know it's okay? I'm hiring this accounting firm. Do I hire this forensics to audit this accounting firm before I hire the accounting firm? It is at the next level that's very complicated. I'm not undermining anything there. I think the one angle you could take in is to say, well, yeah, he funded 71 or 72% of his campaign, but isn't that from his father's money? Because his father gave him $1 million or $10 million or $14 million. I can see that as an argument, to say he got money from his family, but John F. Kennedy, some call him one of the greatest presidents we've had in the last 50, 60 years. 50% all the money was given by his dad. He made his money. At least Trump operated and built some stuff. These names on these towers wasn't his dad. It's him putting the names on the towers. So, yes, I understand what you're saying on the accounting side, but I think it's important for people to realize when you're making $500,000 a year, you have a very easy way of doing your accounting.
Also, isn't campaign finance like super strategic? You can't just fluff numbers on your campaign spending. Is that what they're getting it for right now?
That's
well, if you can hide that, then we wouldn't even have the trial.
Listen, if they go that route, there's going to be 50 other people right now running to Singapore to make sure they're not going to investigate them. What do you think happened with JFK? What happened with JFK? I'm not a fan of Lyndon Johnson. I'm not. I'm always very careful with super ambitious people who are not talented, don't have charisma, and are not willing to work as hard as you. You have to be very careful with them. Very. The most dangerous people in society are lazy, ambitious people. Oh my God, they're dangerous. Distance yourself from them. Stay close. Don't offend them. Do your best to not, get on their bad side because they're working 24/7 to come after you. And to me, think about John F. Kennedy. Attractive, good-looking, great last name. All the women love you. Marilyn Monroe, Jackie Kennedy. You're this freaking guy that you're on cover of every single magazine. You're this guy named Lyndon. Kid, you wanted to be a president, and John F. Kennedy didn't want to be president. John F. Kennedy's father wanted all his son to be president. John F. Kennedy had back problems. He had issues. He had things that he was dealing with. He was just a guy that wanted to live a regular life. Just always keep your eyes out on lazy, ambitious, non-charismatic people. Very difficult. If I'm a betting man, of course I can't say 100%, but if I'm a betting man, I'm going to say 60%. Yes, it's it.
What chance do you think it was that he was taken out by Russia?
From which standpoint? From the angle of the fact that, he had gone and stayed in Russia and his girlfriend and the wife and all that stuff. Back in the days they were using this one drug to get you not be thinking what you're doing and then you snap out of it again. I don't know if you guys know your experience. So, by the way, this is another. This is the thing. There's a reason why this guy is, I call him one of the sharpest cats in the market, but he's very good at, shows. He's brilliant. And
what's he doing here? What do you think?
Listen, what game is he running? He knows when we finish the podcast how big of a fan I am of his. I think he's a modern day Johnny Carson. I think he's super capable. I think this is a guy that is a very. Here's what I like with him. This is what I would like with him. It's what he wants. But I would like to see him talk to the average day-to-day people. And that happens at 11 o'clock at night. Jimmy Kimmel, Jimmy Fallon, a show. When Greg Gutfeld was very good at what he does. Very good at what he does. He is number one beating out Fallon, Kimmel. The only reason is because there's not a Letterman, there's not a Leno, there's not a Johnny Carson today. Nothing against them. They got a great thing going on. But it just means the product of Kimmel and Fallon is not that good today. That's just all it means because you have forgotten how to talk to the regular person in America. So the strength of a Johnny is I can talk with anybody, but most importantly, I know how to talk to America. That's why people love him. Yeah. And I think he's a modern day Johnny Carson.
Where was Johnny from? It was Omaha?
I think it was Omaha. Yeah.
I think that was huge for Johnny. I think growing up there and understanding what everyday people are allowed him to communicate those sensibilities to the people in Ohio and the highest echelons of Hollywood. And even going back and like watching him, like unbelievably charismatic, self-deprecating. Imagine being like the number one guy on television when there's 4 channels. We're not talking about now when there's like a million different channels out there. We're talking about you are ubiquitous, right? And think about yourself constantly a joke bomb was on TV every night you're cheating yourself about doing it. Like a really special person. And I wish that this generation could understand how unique like his personal life may be wild and doing some crazy shit. 34 times, all that stuff. And gone out on the nose back his wife or whatever, but I'm just a badass motherfucker. But what he was able to do and how he was able to keep relatively even keel with having that much influence, power, and aggravation. Not everybody can handle success like that. You're 100% right. You're absolutely right. And, it was one of a kind, one hell of a kind. So go back to Russia. Russia was I don't know. I think it's just a tricky situation because you can't acknowledge that a foreign country killed your leader without going to war and everybody died. Right? So you have to make the story that proves their claim to victory from them to protect your national identity. If it comes out that we took them out, like look at what happened with Iran, right? When Trump I'm with you on that argument. I think that you look at like a lot of times throughout history, especially like when you start to delve into conspiracy land. Conspiracy doesn't mean something's not true, but the way that like certain presidents have been attacked, especially the ones that are close to institutions you spoke about, like Andrew Jackson is the number one dude, right? So Jackson takes down the Fed, right? And the way that we remember Jackson is he's the most racist president ever. He hates Native Americans. It's like, hey, ho! They were putting him on a pedestal for being racist and hating this story to kids. It's mixed. He reminds me of this guy. This whole concept with nationalism, how the word is a bad word, being a nationalist. What's the antonym of a nationalist? What is the antonym of a nationalist? Globalism. Okay, so listen, I'm proud of it. I love my country. I'm not going to be a globalist. I travel the globe. I'm in love it. I'm a nationalist. I have Morocco was on have a nice little summer. Libraries and that's also where they were hustlers, I'm sure. But I do like the way Turkey is. I just love their role in history, especially ancient history. I see all these. That's kind of the conspiracy I'm getting into. The history of war history. The history of war history. Yeah. Which part? What's the name of it? Well, there's one site, but there's like a specific area where they have all these. They've discovered all these like cities that are underground, and they've been like carved into the bedrock. And where people live, and you're talking about some of these cities are still meticulously designed that they went down to the water level and stopped right before the water level, so you have access to water while you're underground and protected from whatever was going on upstairs. Who knows what it was? Maybe it was meteor showers, maybe it was crazy animals. Who knows? But human beings went underground for a stage in our existence that we don't know why nobody comes up to. I gotta say, I gotta get you down like a nice little rabbit hole. But this is the cool thing about, I think lately, as we discovered more about history, the timeline started to change. You've seen it with like the pyramids and all the Egyptian stuff. You should get a guy named Graham Hancock on your pod.
Is he the guy, the YouTuber with like 6 million subs or something like that?
There's a few other guys. We had,
you know what I'm talking about? The guy that does these history videos that, I know I've heard of them.
we had a guy named Kirk McGowan who was fantastic. He publishes a bunch of guys who study these like, ancient structures. And, part of the analysis is we don't think that this is physically capable with a stone and a napkin, right? So there had to be some sort of technology before. It had to happen way earlier, and the remnants of those civilizations were completely wiped out, which is kind of exciting, right? Don't you want to know that this has happened all before? How different are we really? Like, Mark, you were saying about when you went to Pompeii, you went to Pompeii, but like, you look at here, Pompeii, so it was covered by Thomas Vesuvius in like 32 giant eruption, and the music permanently preserved the city until it was like completely destroyed. So it's completely locked in, right? Because the White Mountains and everything's taken out, and then you see how they're living. It's exciting. There's like a fucking museum. There's like there's brothels and stuff like that. The brothels all have like paintings of what you can do because not everybody spoke languages, so they were like a mariner city, but like prostitutes. They wore sandals with a symbol for prostitution, so you could follow where the sandals were, and you could find the prostitutes that way. Restaurants and shit, and it's just like, oh wow, 2,000 years ago they're living the exact same way. In many, in certain, with certain things, podcasts and space ages, the whole thing. Yeah. Okay, so where conspiracy is? You think it was maybe these institutions maintaining power? Okay, come at it from another angle. We can't sit here and believe that like the course of America is plotted for your influence, right? So in other words, if a new president comes in, he's like, all right, here are all my ideas. You go do it. You run businesses that are highly successful. You could have a new CEO pop in every 4 years and they work, right? You need a long-term strategy, right? You don't think 8 years is enough. What I don't think is that the president makes any decisions. You don't think he makes any decisions. I think they let him make a decision. I think they let him make a strategy. You just say what he says back to him, and then he's like, oh, yeah. That's the question. That is the one right there. Is they, why is it MC arrested? They know who's this guy who fought MC's Island. Why are we letting him buy it? And why didn't we all buy it? Why didn't me, you, Rogan, and other rich people that can put the bill go buy the island and then explore it for ourselves? We'll find something there. I guess who is the thing? That's the exciting. Now, honestly, you can answer that question with they. Yeah. You can answer a lot of questions. And they will tell you. You can answer that one question. Yeah, I'm still one of the great guys with your ass. Preserve America. And if the dark side, yeah, because American supremacy allows their businesses to flourish. A lot of people have said that the CIA, in a lot of ways, operates in the interest of these billion-dollar corporations. And I'm not just talking about like the ones that make bombs and stuff. You might have a corporation that's selling bananas that come from Australia. Control money, control. Exactly. So it's like, hey, all of a sudden Israel wants to make a country out of itself. Let's talk about my banana business. Hey, CIA, do me a favor, my banana. Yeah, like, and then they might go in there and put somebody else in power. And who knows? Maybe that's beneficial to America. Somebody needs a lot of bananas and we need them to get out of Nicaragua. I don't know. But there has to be somebody or a group of people. I'm sure some of them are, connected to politics. Maybe he's like lifelong politicians, like a Nancy Pelosi type. It's like, what is she? She's a House of Representatives? She's not in the Senate, right? She's in the House. She was. She was bigger than that, but she's in the House. So she got a campaign every 2 years. Really? This old lady's going to run around every 2 years for 40 years to maintain this shitty little seat in the House of Representatives. She got to be part of something bigger. multi-millionaire status, now you get the calls from those days, and you'll find out who they are, but you gotta be able to pay the cost. And then maybe might call you and be like, listen, Trump ain't gonna be mad. This is one of these deals that are 50 years in the making, like he's talking about buying Greenland. We've been trying to buy Greenland for 1905. We think we'll get it by 20, 30, and he's talking about it now. Now the price is gonna go up, and they don't even realize the resources that they have under there, but this fucking baboon started talking about it, and you're like, there has to be somebody who decides we need to go from New York to California. So you think there's an element of nobility in the establishment? Here's the thing. I do money because there's selfishness of making sure to protect the money. There's a nobility in your business succeeding because the people that work for you also succeed and they thrive within that business. So like you want it to succeed, it's going to help them pay for their families and everything else. I'm not saying they make the right decisions. They make fucking horrible decisions that we benefit from, and we just get to complain and whine about them because we're on the right side. You know what I'm saying? They go start some war somewhere. We take all the oil's $2 a gallon. We get to take all that oil, enjoy all that oil at $2 a gallon, and still go, they suck. How they gonna make those wars over there, those piece of shit days? And they can't even complain about it. So money keeps them hostage. Their selfish intentions and desires makes them do the right thing. So, okay, so then the question becomes, are they more driven by freedom, status, or control? I would assume the latter. Control, consider one thing. Yeah, I think they could all be wrapped up in one. I assume these people are patriots. They just have a different way of looking at their patriotism. These people are patriots. Some of these people. I think that these people are also patriots. No, okay. I don't know what that guy is. I don't even know what he is. I hear the name. The name is popular. I think he's done a great job of like making himself leave mysterious and not even in the conversation. I think like the Wizard of Oz. Yeah, it's like just now with the internet. Like think about this. This is fascinating. This is how you know that guy got some influence and control. We know everything about Jeffrey Epstein, everything about Ghislaine Maxwell. I got bikini pictures of Ghislaine Maxwell, right? Nobody even knows George Soros. They barely know his important. They kind of like if this guy is actively supporting these district attorneys in these liberal cities and destroying the fabric of these liberal cities and these liberal states. If you're doing that, and we got one picture of him, that's different level. And it is possible that a guy like that is at odds with the people that want America to be successful. And he's found a way to profit off of this. And, I don't know why they would even let a guy like that exist. If there is an all-powerful thing that's trying to protect America, why would they let him exist? Who the fuck is he? You tell me who he is. There's no way in the world, like right now. Are you familiar with ESG, DEI, CI? No, I didn't even know what the fuck you just said. Lesbian kid. Let's talk about tequila. Afterwards, so apparently these guys that do not, they're mixologists, is what you guys are. It's this protein drink, am I saying it correct? Yeah. With Celsius and tequila is what you guys are. Everything first way, that's what you just said. So go back to that. Okay, so ESG, CEI, and DEI. Okay. ESG is about environmental something growth that's out there to making sure companies are making the right decisions. So very big, and BlackRock say things like, we're going to force people to do the right thing. There's a big, they're going to say this, we have to use force to make companies do the right thing. DEI is called your diversity, equity, and inclusive score. How good of a job you do here, this will be a good score. Just so you know, really good here. All around, this will be a great score here. Okay. Except one of you guys, two of you guys, I think. Yeah, you know, so how many I got? So you got one of you guys, shout out to the decision. So then you have CEI, Corporate Equity Index Score. Okay, so what the hell does this mean? So, Dylan Mulvaney, okay, goes out and gets the drinks from Bud Light. Dylan Mulvaney didn't do anything wrong. Okay, Dylan Mulvaney just got the Bud Light right. So, Dylan does what Dylan does, and he's on Very Moore
stretches and all these weird stretches that we can't do it. Anyway, so one night come that he's drinking, he blows the other side. How is this so fun? Why are you going to VP of marketing for Anheuser-Busch comes out and says, well, look, here's what we have to do. Let's face it, a lot of the beer drinkers are these brats. And, you know, we just kind of have to find another audience that we can do with this. What the hell are you talking about? Who drinks Bud Light? You forgot who your audience is. No problem. They did that to get a higher ESG score. Because Anheuser-Busch is one of only 20 companies in America with a perfect 100 score. So watch what happens. Then the CEO of Anheuser-Busch, former Marine, former CIA officer, okay, is the Anheuser-Busch CEO, sharp guy, comes out and they do the horse commercial, okay? They're like, no, we're going back to horses, you know, more horses, and then he makes a statement about the fact that we're this, we love America, we love all this other stuff. Bud Light's numbers are down 28%. 28%. Coors Light is up. Then, when Bud Light is now backtracking about the fact that they lost their customers, which is vets, Americans, just regular beer drinkers who don't even think about politics. I just want to have beer, I love America. And when he made the apology, and the ESG folks took it as an apology, they said, no, Anheuser-Busch officially lost their perfect score. They had a chance to stand up for themselves and really do something about this and defend the transgender community. They did not lower their score. Okay? So now it's like, what the hell do we do? Here's a problem. Rather than understanding who your audience is and making sure your audience is happy with the customer, with the product that you're selling, you try to make ESG happy. So who's behind ESG? Larry Fink, BlackRock, all these guys. But the HRC score, which is the, you know, the EI score, the CI score. HRC is a company that gives these scores. HR, Human Rights. If you Google what HRC stands for, what the C stands for, it's Human Rights. Human Rights Campaign. Human Rights Campaign goes and gives the scores, and they tell you what you need to do to improve your score of ESG within your company. So, yes, we gave $100 million to HRC. I want to say 2012. You can verify this. In 2012, HRC that they think what your scores are and comes and scores these people was given $100 million by this guy named George Plastic Scores. Okay? So, okay. So what God was the big deal behind this? So, you know, and we go to a completely different space. You look at Hollywood, what announcement they just made right now. You guys saw the announcement they made last week. Hollywood made an announcement, the Cannabis made an announcement last week. Moving forward, for you to be considered and win an Oscar, you have to have a third of your crew or the main actors or even supporting cast or even people behind the camera be part of the underrepresented community, which the underrepresented community is LGBTQ. I think it's women, it's black, it's disabled, it's all these things that they have, right? If you don't have a third be a part of that, guess what? You are not able to get nominated for an Oscar, which means, you know, if we go to Titanic, would have never been nominated and would have never won. If we go to Godfather, it's not going to happen. If we go to all, you know, Saving Private Ryan, not going to happen. You go to all these great movies that have won Oscars, that will never happen. So what is this? A Richard Dreyfuss comes out and says, wait a minute, what are you talking about? The whole concept of being creative was for me to be let loose so I can do what I'm doing. By the way, here's the part that Hollywood has completely lost their mind. Do you know why movies in America, when you know the story behind why they make movies in Hollywood after 20 years? You know how does that work? Just went out. But where did they escape from? Where did they invent the dictated the rules? You know what dictated the rules of Hollywood and movie making? A guy named Thomas Edison from Jersey. They left Jersey because Thomas Edison had all these guidelines of making stuff that you have to go through this, you have to go through that. They control all that. If you type in Thomas Edison 1920 Jersey, Hollywood Demons, you'll see the article. So they go to Hollywood. Edison, like the white one? Like the Edison. Yes, Edison. So did you find the article, Edison? Yeah, it's Edison, the light bulb Edison guy. Yeah. Forces the creators of like, let me just go make what I want to make. Why are you doing this with me? Let's go find this one city called Hollywood. They go to Hollywood. In 1920, 95% of all motion picture movies were made in Hollywood. They gave the double to Jersey and to Edison. They go to Hollywood. They make the movies today. Yep. The film industry is Hollywood. Why they left him?
said 55%. People, even other to different cities, they're saying that's being played. So people forget, like, go back and think about why and what started the person was saying it's difficult to make movies here now. Doing it again. Why does George want from this? Is he profit driven? Like, I don't understand his yes, please. What is your Civil War mean? Okay, so yeah, there's a lot of different fears people have. There's a lot of different fears people have. There's a fear about overpopulation. Oh, that's one of the biggest fears that we have is overpopulation. Elon Musk comes out and talks about the underpopulation. You believe the declining population. If you go really look at the founder Planned Parenthood and see what the hell her vision was and how she was worried about all these kids being made, and if you see her interview with Wallace, just go watch his 26-minute interview with Wallace, and you'll see what she said. When he asked the question, do you believe there's such a thing as a sin? Do you think we're committing sins by preventing these kids? No, I think we're doing the right thing because these kids shouldn't be born in this difficult life and all this other stuff. No problem. Statistically speaking, and in globally speaking, I'll give you statistically first and I'm going to go more. Statistically, China, when you look at their population, an inverted pyramid is when a society is healthy, meaning a pyramid is where society is healthy, meaning the youngest at the bottom, 0 to 4 in China, 1950, the biggest percentage of the China's population, 1950, you can pull this up as well, was 0 to 4. Okay? Then it's 5 to 8 and all this other stuff, right? When you look at their age. So today, China's the complete opposite. They have tons of people, tons of young people support them. And their cost of Medicare just 20 years ago was $500 billion. Last year was $8 trillion. They don't know what to do with this. They're dealing with this 4-2-1 rule, which is for every one kid, he has to take care of 2 of his parents and 4 of his grandparents. But 1978, 1979, they came up with the one-child policy. China took it. They used to do 4, 5, 6 kids. Per now, it's 1.1 is where they are. So U.S. They want to, oh shit, is this our democratic free way of combating a rising population? I get it. You see what China's, this is the shit that I'm talking about. This is, just a second ago, we were talking about how you played out 100 years. And who are these figures that are playing out 100 years? In America, we can't say, you're just going to have one kid, because we put freedom in the fucking Constitution in the beginning. I know the powers that be right now, like, what fucking idiots did that 1776 that made my life so difficult. Now I gotta manipulate Americans into doing something that they might not want to do through the guise of freedom, right? So, holy shit, they see the advantage that China might have by reducing their population. We have to find a way to reduce our population. Now you got women on the streets going, scoop those babies out of your uterus. By the way, that's one fuck. Planned Parenthood would be one of them. You know what the other one is? Here's what the other one is. Gay. So, by the way, you saw what Bill Burr talked about. Have you ever seen the statistic by generation? Which generation has the most LGBTQ members? Have you seen this? Can you pull up LGBTQ community by generations? Yeah. And then Bill Maher says, listen, at this pace by 2047, we're all going to be gay. Okay? Because that's just kind of, it used to be 0.5% and 1% of the generation. Then it's 2%, then it's 4%, then it's 5%, and now it's like 24% of the generation is LGBT. So what's back some of the for this argument is those were times when being gay was not accepted, and now the time when it's been accepted. So all those people that were in the closet have now come out of the closet. That's the pushback that some of the statistic. And the flip on that, there's a major churches are losing to the church of LGBTQology. Okay? These guys are baptizing people into their community better than anybody else. Had a guest on the podcast from Gays Against Abortion. This guy was on. He said, I'm gay. Told me gay communities, we're all gay. You know, lesbians and gays is what we are. But here's what we don't like. We don't like putting that into people's thoughts, people's schooling. Like books right now, you buy books, it's called It's Normal, or ABCs, and it says, here's how boys have sex with boys at 10 years old. Here's how girls will have sex with pictures and images in the book, by the way. Yeah. And, you know, some parents are sitting there saying, look, man, there's a few things you got to know. I teach my kids, I raise my kids, it ain't your job to say, no, man, these are not your kids, these are my kids. So you right have to subscribe to the fact that these are your kids, or America's kids, or your kids are your kids. And you subscribe to the idea that your kids are America's kids, let them prove their kids, no problem, be at it. But if you think these are your kids, then you got to raise your kids with the values and principles that you do. Yeah. You pick and choose. That is a form. That is a philosophy that you got to make a decision which one you're more comfortable with. Now, a lot of parents are, and this is why people in Florida, this is why
why some of you guys are more comfortable being in Florida than some of these other states. Some states are fighting. So again, going back to this conversation started with George Soros, then went to ESG, then went to AI, CEI, then HRC, then coming down to the depopulation, all this stuff. Who knows what their motives are, but some are thinking this.
And that's George Soros wants to depopulate America.
George Soros wants an open society because he is a globalist that doesn't like having open borders, open society. If you Google Open Society Foundation, that's the foundation that gave HRC $100 million. He started Open Society.
How would that benefit him and the people that agree with him?
How would that benefit him and the people? What he thinks about how we can go there is not. And by the way, we don't say here on this purely opinion, it's just speculation.
Feelings, no facts on this show.
Yeah, that's correct. I love it. No, but look, would some people who are driven by power, would they rather control 330 million people or 8 billion?
So here's where we go. Those people, regardless if we think they are good or bad, convince themselves that they are being benevolent. Nobody goes, I'm a bad guy, right?
I totally agree.
So where does he see his benevolence?
2 nights ago, whatever the night was when the Celtics played Miami Heat and the Celtics beat them, what was that, 2 nights ago? I didn't tune into the game. I watched George Soros documentary, King 2019 Career Scoreboard Watch. Starts out with being him as an evil guy, ends with he's a philanthropist, cares about America. Well, here goes to another Chelsea Handler story for you. When his mom, when he was a young kid, I think he was 9 years old, and his mom had, I want to say, Russians or Germans, I think Germans raped his mother, and she told him the story, and he has apparently lived out with the story. Those kinds of enemies, the loyalty isn't to you, the loyalty is to it. The loyalty is to that happened to my mom, and my mom sold me his beliefs, and my mom believed in me. I'm going to spend the rest of my life making sure my mom's dream becomes a reality, because that is an emotional story that I want to tell myself over and over and over again until it becomes a reality. Right? Like,
What was his mom's dream?
It's not about what his mom's dream was. His mom was, the hatred she had, the pain that the mom and the trauma she went through by being raped by 2 German soldiers. I think it's German or Russian. You can look it up on which one it is. So in the documentary, they're kind of telling that story. And he eventually reads a book by a man, I don't know his name, that talks about the concept of open society. If you type in George Soros Open Society, the book he read, come up with
Accepting and open we are with one another.
Yes.
And less chance that this will ever happen again.
Yes.
To anybody, not just someone that I care about.
There it is right there. Karl Popper's 1945 book, The Open Society and Its Enemies. That's what inspired him to come up with the Open Society organization today. And obviously they fund a lot of different things in America.
All right, guys, let's take a break for a second because you need to step your right game. Look at this. Look at this beautiful piece right here. This is what you need to smoke out of. Yes, this pops out, okay, immediately, clear, done. Glycerin chamber right there. Throw it in your freezer. Freeze that puppy up, and then you're going to take the best, most glorious bliss hits you've ever taken in your life. The clouds are going to be blizzle. There are going to be some of the most unbelievable puffs of smoke that are coming out of you. Legal smoke, of course, you would only do legal smoking out of this right here pipe. The point is these glycerin chambers change the game. They change the game. Come on, that raspy, coughing, torn up throat. You don't need that. You don't need that. But you needed the freeze pipe. So for the smoothest glass pieces at everyday great prices, go to thefreezepipe.com and use the code FLAGRANT for 15% off your order. That's thefreezepipe.com and use the code FLAGRANT for 15% off. Shop today. Your throat and lungs will thank you. Now let's get back to the show. All right, guys, let's take a break for a second. You're not getting enough probiotics. You're not getting enough minerals. You're not getting enough whole food sourced superfoods. That's a fact. You're not going to look at me right now on your screen or listen to me right now on your AirPods and tell me you're getting too much of those. I know you're not. That needs to change. How you going to change it? Probably
I'll tell you exactly how. Athletic Greens. Athletic Greens has got your back, okay? You're going to be absorbing 75 high-quality vitamins, minerals, whole food source, superfood, probiotics, and adaptogens to help you start your day right. That's what I'm about. Start the day right there. Green juice, blend it up. You put them on the road. They got these little packets you take on the road. It's nothing. It's nothing. It doesn't matter if I'm in a hotel that has absolutely awful food. It doesn't matter because I'm starting my day with that athletic greens at H1. That's how you start the day. It is that simple. Stay healthy on the road. Stay healthy at your home. Stay healthy wherever the fuck you want with athletic greens. Okay? Right now, it's time to reclaim your health and arm your immune system with convenient daily nutrition. It's just one scoop in a cup of water every day. That's it. No need for a million different pills and supplements to look out for your health. So, to make it very easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you a free 1-year supply of immune supporting vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase. All you have to do is visit athleticgreens.com/flavor. Again, that's athleticgreens.com/flavor to take ownership over your health and pick up the ultimate daily nutritional insurance. Now let's go back to the show. All these companies care about the ESG. Why does it matter that some company buying is saying, hey, you're doing the right thing for the environment, you have the right credits? Okay, so because what is the DNA of the establishment? Think about it. What is the DNA of the establishment? So there's one video that just got small viral. It's running about 6 days ago. The opening line is by a very profound professor. I think it's a Berkeley professor. She says, look, let's face it, Democrats, the hardest task we have is to tell the American people, because we don't know we're smarter than everybody else. But we have to sell it to them. We have to connect with their hearts. They know we're the ones that are educated. We know the history, and they don't. And they know what's right for America. But we have to try to connect with them emotionally. What? I'll send a Facebook video afterwards so you can see it. What are you talking about? Well, the establishment thinks they know what's right for you. By the way, everybody watching this, all of us here, right? Oh, it's like I'm watching your body language. Your body language is body language. Body language. We all have a different kind of body language, right? Okay. Some topics we don't give a shit about. Let's face it. Like if somebody starts talking about the art of building a clarinet, you lost numbers. If you tell me like how to see down the mountain, it's gonna be like here's how you accelerate 220 miles an hour. Good for you, bro. I just want to see how you land it. Are you gonna fall? Did your back hurt? What happens to you? I want to see the final product, right? Okay. There's 3 different types of people in the world. There's the oblivious, where, believe it or not, they live the happiest life. But they also truly most of our lives. The oblivious. My dad told me the craziest thing. I'm 21 years old. Deep out with folks. We're sitting there in the kitchen, like all of us sitting over there watching kids account. With the other, you know, Bernie Mac. Yeah, 2-year-old. 2, what was 6? Lord, help me make this a new motherfucker. You know, this whole thing that is. He would say, put him again. The guy doesn't speak English. Howard doesn't speak English at all. And he's laughing. Tears are coming down his eye. While listening to Bernie Mac on repeat. I'm like, do you like just say, nobody's funny, right? I'm like, that's very monumental moment in my life. This is something I would right there. This is you see this book? Listen here. The more of this you read, the less happy you'll be like you. That's the happiest person I know. And he knows that. Because he doesn't care. Ignorance is bliss, which is supposed to be happy. There's a risk when you got books. There's a risk there as well. Here, we can actually use our God-given abilities to defend and protect the next generation that comes after us if we have kids. Over there, you're risking that the next generation of kids being controlled by the establishment because the establishment, they all put their social media. They all think they know what's good for everybody. They all think they know what's the right thing for you to do. You should do this. You should have this many. You should go to this. Should. They should all, right? And rebel, the white word, should. We let word choice. What I ought to do, ought happen out. Should doesn't have that. Should is judgmental. Ought is your choice. Do what you want to do. This is what you want to do. Look, man, it's your decision. Do what you got. Here's what you should do. Right? Establishment. The anti-establishment is the guy that sits there and says, like, bro, honestly, I was just watching the Lakers game until you said that bullshit. I got to go read the articles as to what the hell you mean by that. No, you're not going to do that to me. I'm not going to. That's literally the anti-establishment audience. Just a bunch of regular guys that just don't like people. So the anti-establishment is sitting there saying, wait, what do I need to do? Why do I need to support? Why do I need to hire this many people on this? That guy's not good at his job. The other person is. Why would I hire that person? No, because of this. And you know what? Now you push their Bahama a little bit too much. I was cool with the
I was chilling with you because I'm typically a guy that can get along with everybody until you start using the word force. Now we have a problem. We're not doing this. What do you want to do? How you want to handle this? That's kind of where we are today. So the ESG crowd is part of the force crowd. And everybody else is sitting there saying, I don't know. It just doesn't sound right to me.
A lot of what's anti-establishment now, though, previously just establishment. Like, don't you just miss the old establishment? Like, not being able to get married because you're gay is a Christian belief that was forced upon everybody. I don't have to be Christian. I'm not gay, even though I act like it. But I did grow up in a place where people told me you're going to hell if you're not Christian. You should go to church. You should, but it was forced upon me. But a lot of, I'm not saying I agree. No, I'm saying a lot of the people who are pushing back against, hey, this gay shit is not okay with you. You just missed the old establishment. You're not anti-establishment. You're just old establishment.
You're right. So here's what's going on. This is the whole thing where, Elon Musk is like, look, man, I'm telling you, like, Bill Maher's interviewing Elon Musk and says, look, I feel like you and I are kind of in the same situation. We say one thing, everybody says, right wing, and I'm not a right wing. I look at it, and I just feel like Bill Maher said, remember that one chart we put up, Elon, where you said, this is me, I've always been here, you guys go further left, and I'm not there now. I really am in a libertarian, but I'm not a libertarian. But I am today because of where you guys were. Yes, you're totally right. Like, Congress closed an atheist for 25 years. Freaking give me this judgment stuff. Now, I'm going to hell. I'm going to hell. I'm going to take a risk. And then it became my choice of where I'm going to. And then I said, I actually want to know just what's going on here. Okay, so what did I do? I went to Church of Scientology. I went to LDS because everybody around me was LDS. I started saying, you know, like the fact these guys have all these systems. They do this, they do that. One guy's like, hey, the greatest movie of the year, you're going to want maybe this thing's going to win an Oscar. No shit, tell me what movie is this? Napoleon Dynamite. Seriously, yeah. Greatest, this guy's going to win an Oscar. I got to watch it tonight. Go watch Napoleon Dynamite. It's a shitty movie. Why is this so great? Because the main actor's a Mormon. So, like, now I get it. Yeah. Now I get what you're talking about. You guys are tight. You defend each other. I actually respect that. Yeah. I wish more was in it. I wish more Americans were like that. Yeah. Go support that guy. Go support this guy, right? Like what Will Roth's doing. He's lifting up all comedians. So freaking awesome. I respect what he's doing, right? So I agree what you're saying, but today I think the Christians and the old anti-establishments are kind of coming together and say, listen, man, here's a mistake we made 30, 40 years ago. And we understand it because we were talking about God doesn't want to judge because we judge everybody. And I think here's a mistake. These guys are making today. We're not for that either. Like, yeah, bro, honestly, I don't like you 40 years ago, but we're kind of on the same team. That's kind of weird. You know what I'm saying? We are, but let's not promote this to everybody because I don't want people to think I'm now from church going Christian, but I kind of want to put my kids in private school. But you know what I'm saying? Like, just don't tell everybody my kids go to Christian school. I kind of want them to think they're going to secular. This is nonsense that we're playing. I don't know how it's a problem for me. And
I don't love what's happening either, but I think you're arguing. And I think maybe it's just the anti-establishment now is old establishment, and then the pendulum will swing back, and then they're going to win, and then we're going to be anti-establishment again. But you guys are taking it just a series of overcorrections.
But every current hate is an overcorrection. And yeah, so maybe you see that start to swing back. But that's a really interesting theory, the idea of Planned Parenthood and a promotion of LGBTQ has a way to curb population growth and compete with China, who did it effectively, incredibly effectively, with tyranny. You cannot do things with tyranny in America because we have freedom, so you have to manipulate the masses into doing what you want them to do. It is a much more difficult task. But if you manipulate them well, they'll not only do it, they'll be proud of doing it. That'll be their identity. Private tricking somebody's internet. Yeah, dude. Don't a lot of these companies make money by going a more like a socially progressive route? Is there a financial incentive to it? Let me ask you a question. Trump does. You know what I said? I said that guy you should do something. He said, I got the committee. He opens up. He apparently was somebody that you and then you write it up. Did I get it right? Yeah. So I did. I got some shit right. It's like that. I just felt it. Right. This way you wrote it. Introduce yourself. I know your last name. I know your first name's hard. That would have been a lot easier because your first name's easier than the last name. But you know what you just said here? I'm gonna flip it on you. Let's see what the money for. Can you force a non-comedian to be a comedian? Very difficult. Okay. Can you force a Can you make them an 8? No way you can make them an 8, right? Okay. Let's just say we're in his ear. He told one joke yesterday on the live of an hour, that hour, 50 minutes. And a joke was a congressman came up about Kentucky saying, I only buy Tesla. And he told a joke about the license plate. I don't know if you heard that. I'm like, okay, he's got jokes. It's some joke about, yeah, we got to see his license plate because he's a guy from Kentucky that has this. He was actually funny. That showed a little bit. He was that wrong, right? Okay. I think we can probably take this in. This is charisma or story, but give it. Yeah, 5. I think you can probably take it to 5. I think you can take it to 5, right? Okay, that's great. What if somebody comes in and says, listen, guys, this whole flagrant thing doesn't work. You need to have at least one disabled person part of the cast. So you guys have, okay. Alex is disabled, right? Yeah. I was about to say, wheelchair. Disabled kids. You know, it's kind of like, we got a double whammy right there. I check all the boxes. You think we're taught in So let's just say now I'm going to run the comedy club. You're forcing me to put a guy that I have to meet my guidelines. The guy's not going to fun. Who's going to show up? That's the problem. You can't force me to hire somebody that's not necessarily this company cares that much. I don't think ESGs, they have a perfect ESG score. Like, I don't understand why the companies care. They adhere to it. Because if you have a high ESG score, they'll help you raise money. You'll be able to participate in certain index of the stock market. You know, they remove. You know, what's one of the worst ESG scores in America? Which company? Take a wild guess. You'll get it right. How would you take a wild guess? A crazy CEO they hate now. What company they has one of the worst ESG scores in America? This guy just bought Tesla has one of the worst ESG scores. Are you kidding me? This is the guy like environmental. The guy freaking built a car to clean the environment more than you did. They have a low ESG score. Do you realize the hypocrisy? Just because I don't like this guy and he doesn't follow the guidelines. Yes, that's no shit right there. There's no way you can say something like that with this question, but because the right structure of people are not there. The best part about bad policies is eventually the leaks in your argument, the hypocrisy, the contradiction shows up, and then all those fingers are being pointed back at you. But unfortunately, where that's happened, it takes a couple decades. You can get away with it for a couple decades. There's a religiosity to wilderness that I think I'm starting to wrap my head around a little bit more lately. I'm just curious about your feelings. Is that like, you know, when you act in like a pious way and you believe in the teachings of whatever God you choose, it removes some guilt about the way that you interface with the world. You can feel better about yourself. It removes some anxiety. If there's things out of your control, and you put your belief in God, it removes that whole feeling of like, what if I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow? What would happen to me? What would happen to my family? A little bit of it. And that's why I think that, you know, God can be this amazing force in people's lives, and religion can as well. It literally can provide comfort, right? Emotional comfort. I wonder if subscribing to woke ideology does the same thing, in that, like, if you realistically want to give every human being in the first world a score, we would score 0, right? The phones are all made by slaves, with the fucking cobalt mines, the outfits are all made by sweatshop workers, and the sneakers are this, and the oil is from one, right? So it's like, but if I do 0.1% better, right? Which is woke. If I put up a flag, or if I try to, if I recycle my straw, if I do 0.1%, like literally now I went from a 0 to just a 1% on this scale. I'm still 99% horrible, but that 1% allows me to remove all the guilt and anxiety. I'm a good person in this world, and I wonder if that's why people have religiosity about it. I feel horrible about my contribution to the negativity of being a first world citizen in a place like America. But this removes me from that, and now I can exist in my day. It's a coping mechanism. Yeah, it's what? Coping mechanism. I think the other part is also guilt. The reason I think guilt is more important is, you know how you sit in a, like, for example, if we walk downstairs, we saw a guy skateboard, a guy in a kid, we're trying to get this clip real quick, crazy, brother, we sit crazy. And we see a guy slapping a little face. Yeah, but, oh shit. And then he slaps her face again. And then one of us says, if you do get involved, if you touch the little balls out, if you get involved in a marital dispute, you go to jail for 5 years. Okay? Let's just say something like this ex-husband. Okay? And you're like, well, I mean, look, I got to follow the laws. So I'm just not going to do anything. But you're not doing anything. Is that the right thing to do? No. What is the natural thing to do? What is it? Honestly, dude, I don't know what's going on. Dude, I get it. I've been in a bad relationship. Can I just, everyone, let's go for a walk. I'm so sorry. Can you do that? And can you talk to me? Can I talk to you? What's your name? And where are you from? Where are you still looking? I said, what happened? You know what the fuck? I caught her before we get a roll. We all gone through it. That's what naturally we're all gonna do. Right? Okay. So some of that stuff today is going on. In our mind, we say this. Weird. Kids watching transgenders dancing drag queens, right? Drag queens showing up was freaking 22. Freaking my friends, so hilarious. Find yourself a little bitch. But you know what? I don't want to say anything because my score's going to be that much bigger for you. I'm a shy girl belonging in a non-drag competition. Yeah. But you know, it's like that's, but you know, you have to be abnormal to think that's normal. So all people are saying right now, that's a little bit abnormal. Okay? Say you have your kid, and your 9-year-old kid comes to my house, and we're hanging out. And your son, and I kind of want my son to get closer to someone. I want him to be better with this guy. And I say, hey, Junior, yeah, what's up? Do you know how boys have sex with boys? You know what I'm saying? Because Pat's got high issues. You know what I'm sorry. What do you do, bro? I'm teaching the guy yes or no options. Maybe he's getting. What are you getting upset about? And your daughter, do you know how girls you are? You're gonna say, can I ask you a question? What's that? Talk about business all you want. Listen, Brian, tell you just straight out what kids are talking about this stuff because I gave you the permission. Don't ever talk about it like kids ever make me very uncomfortable. He's right. We should not debate that topic. It's between the father and his kid. He gives me permission of what to talk to his kid about. It's his responsibility, not mine. So for us to sit there and say, yeah, but you know, this is a village. This is how we grew up. And it's our children. No. If it's our children, I want you to change every diaper on the kids moving forward. I want you to take the bills on everything. I want you to go out there every time they're sick and they're all the snot that came over me. And I was sick for a week and I still had to make the food and I still had to go through this. And my dad was not doing well health wise. My marriage was in shambles. I was going through a bad financial situation. Why don't you take all those responsibilities and it's your kid? And I want you to give birth to the child. Matter of fact, I want you to get pregnant, but it's our kid who you're raising. Can we do that? Here's the sperm, you get pregnant, you go to the pay 40 fees. You go to the hospital, you pay all the bills. Yeah, you're right, it's your kid. I'm sorry, it's just my son, but it's your kid. Oh, that's it, we're doing that. It's my kid. Step back. Listen, I'll give you a crazy, funny story. We're in the army. What's going on there? I think this guy named Johnny, I like a lot. I didn't ask you on that. That's all. Well, you know, it was actually just because it's Kentucky, Tennessee. This one guy was a Ohio State linebacker who didn't make it in the NFL, but he's with us at the Army. The guy's freaking beast. He's a monster. He's not in the NFL. But he knows how to party, and he knows the best clubs. And I'm a rookie at this unit. He said, I'll take you to a club, man. It's a sick club connections. We go to this club, Underground, and I was beating me. It was like Studio 15. The stuff that happened in this club was unfreaking believable. It was a drag queen club, it was a gay club, lesbians, all of that in this club, right? And half the women that would go there would sit straight. They just kind of wanted to be like, I would tell their girlfriends about after 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, they kind of were a little bit more open-minded. And then that's when you explore. I took one of my guys. And we were very careful when we took guys to this club because we were working with them and figured out or something such that. And a couple of guys at this club were very aggressive. I'll tell you some guys, I'm going to be taking you, you can protect your safe with me, but I love girls. So just can have that straight. We're good to go, great. But they always ask this question, and they got one of my friends. The question goes up to this guy, he says, hey, you've been with men? No. You're like, no, I like women. He says, how do you know? Wait,
It's a great thing. Actually, it's very impressive. Yeah. So Dan, people up got a 45-minute, 1-hour drive there from Tennessee, from Nashville. He says, race right now. I'm like, bro, trust me. What are you doing? He says, I'm telling you, the bank, how do we know? Yeah. He's like, add the alcohol to it, and it's 2 o'clock in the morning. It's like incredibly, that should have been recorded, right? Yeah. You know what he got to find out? He had to go to find out what was it. No. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing? Guy, we had another guy. Was he? Yes, he was a city lighter. Well, he's not. I think he's built and he's but now he knows. But now he knows he's not a psychic guy. He's straighter than us. Yeah, in the end, he knows he's straight. We don't know. Yeah, me, right? I don't know. He's crazy. So you know yourself. I still don't know. He's not acting like a million. I don't know. I saw the one woman. I'm like, that's pretty good. Are you serious? Yeah. Hey, they're gay guys that are the point of it. I don't know that question. I'm not going to bother with this. And I'm going to tell you this, it's hard to only sleep with one woman. You're very good looking guy. Your eyes are pretty big. No, it's a very good looking guy. You know this, I don't need to tell you this. You're very handsome guy. No, but the point with me is my dating friend is saying, are you serious? I'm like, really? Wait, what up? Yeah. So you're seeing someone get flipped, and you saw how easy it was. Oh, by the way, you know what I say tonight? You know what I say tonight? Yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah. Why is that? What? You say to yourself, freedom. Do what you want. Yeah. Only respect is your Chelsea handler. No, I saw someone get flipped. Yeah. It's footwork. You made a try. I don't need to know that. Yeah. I don't need to know everything. You feel so guilty that your friend was sucking dick in a Kentucky nightclub. I don't say to him that kind of shit. Even if I ever done it with one, the story was another guy. I don't just think I think it's a thing. I did that with the funniest of all stories was this one guy. Every time we take a shower, he would rock something. What? And we pick it up and say, hey, bro, what's up? You know what's up. But it wasn't like, it was like, you know, maybe like you just got done with your girl and you come take a shower and you're respectful. But it's kind of like every time it's like, right, like, dude, that's so crazy. You know, 6 months later we found out why. He was bisexual. So he liked guys, and he was the other guy in the shower. But listen, moving forward, you got shower 9 to 10. You're going to come at 10 o'clock or 8 o'clock. Well, your shift is this stuff. He was like, we laughed about it. By the way, he's very good with kids. Guy, probably the best looking guy. But he was bi. Guess what? Over 18, your choice to what you got. Under 18, you won't get. Let's not confuse our kids. That's the only thing I'm saying. And if you're a kid, if you think your kid is gay, and your kid is part of the anomaly community that our genius friend here is talking about, 1%, we're going to give sure 1%, okay? And that's that community. Guess what? You can have a specific class just for somebody that's there. If we continue to have anomalies throughout history, right? If it continues, is an anomaly. If it continues throughout history, and it should weed itself out because they can't procreate if they're having gay sex. If it continues, is it an anomaly? Society we've done a lot to try to it has. That being said, there are other things with it. I guess I know that we were going to take part out of like in Iran, there was a famous comedian who was very well known. A lot of people saw that this guy was a famous comedian, incredible on TV entertaining. But rumors had it, he liked men. And they killed him. That's not cool at all. That is not at all what we're talking about. But just because history did that doesn't mean let's make up for it by going and converting a bunch of other people to it. All I'm saying is, you're 18. You want to go do this? Go for it. You want to go do that? Go for it. I'm not going to sit there and tell you, here's what you ought to consider. Like, you love America. Part of the great, like, the fabric of this country is that we can choose our own beliefs and how we want to live. So,
yes, I'm pretty sure not every parent goes and checks the entire curriculum, but you do raise your kid for more time than what school does. So it's like if they learn something that you may disagree with in school, it's up to you as a parent to place your beliefs on your child. So it's like, how come based off of your beliefs, you're picky and choosy about what the school can teach the kid, but on other things where, like, say, African American history and stuff like that, like stuff going on in Florida, it's like, why is it wrong there but not wrong in other subjects? Like, you see how you can like you're placing your beliefs onto what school said you teach. But at the end of the day, it should just be based off of how you parent your kid. If you feel that they is your kid, but I think it could catastrophic affect on a person's life. For example, guns. Should a kid at 13 years old own a gun? I personally don't think so, but I think someone's right. By the way, you know, what I disagree with them on. Here's what I disagree with them on. I own a gun, and I've been by a lot of guns. I was in the Army. I like guns. I feel safe. First time I bought a gun, I'm living in my house with my wife and I've got a kid. Range Rover Sport, that's like, this is 2012. I go to sleep, I wake up, we're living in Encino, and we're in a good area. Somebody broke into my range, took everything, took the system. That day, I went about it. Absolutely walking sport, but I went about it. You're not going to mess with my family. It's that simple, right? But I never bought a gun prior to that. Even though I was in the Army. I've been this concept about me being able to go buy a gun, same thing, go home with a gun, and what do you call it, right, and all this stuff, without any kind of training. I think that's not smart. I would much rather require you, before you want a gun, to do 1 week training. Okay? Learn how to use it effectively. Because I'd much rather have 10 million people that know how to effectively use guns than just letting anybody just go buy the gun and go home and run 20 minutes. It's fine, go and take it home, it's fine. You just got to pick up. No. I think we need to test what medication a person's taking on. Some of stuff many states do. I think we do a little bit of a background check in many states do. But you know why the NRA doesn't want to give the left this piece to negotiate? You know why? The same exact reason why what's becoming normal in school today. Because if you say this to this, and this, that's their fear. That my ambition would be to get everybody in here for all how to use a gun. 1 week training, take this course just like you get a driver's license. Guys, that's my when you buy a gun at a store and come home. It's crazy. It's a little weird. By the way, Republicans, when I say this, I'm like, talking about it. You don't have the right to say something like that. I made a video once. The most hated video I ever made. Texas. I go to the store. I buy M60 with all the rounds. And I leave. I record it. Took me 15 minutes to go in, buy an M60, get the rounds, go to my car. I don't think that's bad. I think you ought to go get a truck. I think you ought to go get a truck. And I want my state, if I run a state, I want my state to have more trained people on how to use guns than other states. Also, the more destructive the gun, the more the training, just like with the driver's license. You can't just drive an 18-wheeler. Yeah, that's dangerous if you drive an 18-wheeler. It makes a lot of sense. It's common sense. Exactly, because you need a more sophisticated license. So if you want to have an M60, sure, have an M60. If you want a bazooka, have a bazooka. That's enough. I understand also they're worried about getting up a little bit. That's their worry. That's their worry. Yeah. So I understand there's a lot of money to be made and lobbying for that. There is no question about that. I'm not going to sit here. And by the way, the more they try to threaten to take guns, the more gun buyers, guns sellers make money. It's more of a military industrial complex. Yeah. It's another way of making a lot of money. So, but yeah, you're asking that question for me. I think, if I have to make some life-changing decision, create team, I'm probably going to be in a different place if everything was being sold down my throat when I don't have my father around me all the time. Living with a mom who's worried about me being a drug dealer. Yeah, I'm kind of glad they did it at that time. Okay? And then after 18, I was able to say, yeah, no. You sure? No, good. Good. Okay, cool. All right. Yeah. Now, okay, I'll try that. No. So, because now I have a bit more able to see what's really taking place. I've been with more than one group cycle, a little bit of experience in my life. Not as devout as overcompensating. What is that? How do you make sure your kids don't fall in the trap of many? Was it fake things? Was it fake reasons or faith and trying to be because we could get
How long have you guys lived?
15 years this year.
So when did you get married?
3 years ago.
So
I didn't wait till I was married. I waited till
you guys been in each other so
yeah.
I know.
I bet at least got some of your blood.
I know.
Should we blow his mind right now? Should we blow his mind right now? You know who else is playing sex with one girl? Look to your right.
No, wait. Yeah.
Dude, how should I only hang around with losers?
Why?
I understand him.
I met my wife when I was 18. Got married at 23. It's partially religious and partially economic. Went back.
I'm actually a fan of your show, so I listen to your show. That's why.
Let me tell you.
Bunch of incels.
You didn't find comedy to be shooting screens.
Hey, we're just cells. We're just cells.
You know, there's literally zero, the stereotype I can give you because both of you guys are good-looking guys. It's not like you don't have options. Respect to have control, bro. It's not easy to do. I salute you. I didn't. I respect what you did. So that we should applaud rather than take it.
Latinos from the age 30 to 34.
He's like, listen, I'm in Florida. I've never been, had a conversation with 5 virgins. You're 25, how old are you? 26. Yeah. Oh my, this is a first.
This is
44 years old. This is a small box of
ESG scores are crazy. The G stands for gay.
No wonder you guys weren't out that stuff being taught in school. I got you.
Don't be like me.
I respect it. I see the moment.
Yeah, exactly.
This is one thing that always kind of leaps out of me, though. And again, I agree with a lot of what you say. I don't agree with everything, but a lot of it.
Sure.
But there's this thing that people who are, fighting back against Dylan Mulvaney or whoever is being taught in schools, they say, don't shove your beliefs down our throat. And then they'll turn around and say, yeah, but this is a Christian nation. So what they want, again, they just want to go back to the establishment where they were shoving their stuff. The Pledge of Allegiance, and I say proudly, and I am a person who believes in God, but every time you say it, every student in America, one nation under God.
Yeah, but you make it
That is, I do under God. And I don't, because I am a chameleon guy, whatever, under God, I don't care. But there's a thing where it's like, bro, you don't have a problem with the establishment as long as it's your establishment.
No, so you're not wrong on what you're saying, but like the other day I had a conversation with Adam late at night, and we're having a debriefing about one of his shows, and we're talking about, okay, so let me ask you, you died today, man, how's your legacy? And we had this very deep conversation together, right? Great conversation, one of the best conversations we had together. I said, hey bro, when's the last time you went to he's Jewish, so when's the last time you went to church? He says, God said, I want you to go to temple. He said, when's the last time you went to temple? He said, I haven't been. I said, I want you to go to it. So I went a couple months ago, I was going to Israel. I said, I want you to go back to it. I'm not trying to tell you to go. I'm not debating. Catholic, go. What's your denomination? Go. Whatever it is, go. Go build more. Because if we put all the religions there, we're all taking a risk. You're taking a risk again. Okay? You're going to be right or wrong. I'm going to be right or wrong. But we're all taking a risk. Life is filled with plenty of risk to take. The risk I'm taking, I'm risking on being a Christian. That's the risk I took. Okay? So, if you put them all on there, and you get a predictive analytics guy, you match all the values and principles, 99% is the same values and principles. It's the same values and principles. All I'm saying is, let's go to them. Pay a little more attention to those values and principles. Ray's a pretty good guy. You committed to your faith. You're with one woman. I mean, you two are major net positive to society. Okay? You have made it safer in America. If you think about it, you've made it safer by having few partners. You've made it safer. You've made it better for us. You're taking care of your family. Values and principles are solid. You're probably going to raise kids on good values and principles. Guess what? Net positive. We have to turn you guys into heroes. My problem is to follow.
I'm running a sales organization. In a sales organization, we got how many agents, right? 40,000 agents. Okay. So that guy made 0 sales for 2 years. You want me to recognize him? Why? He's not doing anything productive to grow this business. I can recognize him for working out 6 days a week. Guess what I can say? He's got a six-pack. Great job. He's on a good diet. But I can't recognize him for sales. Okay? Who we're turning into heroes today matters. To me, you're a hero. You're a hero. Because it's net positive. Not, well, it's not fair. We need to also. No. This is how life is. You should never say to me, well, no, this Pat's basketball game is not, okay, he sucks, but it's not fair. Like, let's say, Pat, your game is, you're good, you're needed. Like, no, my game sucks. You shouldn't recognize me for my game of basketball. And it's okay. My feelings are going to get it. It's not. It's part of life. So I believe the biggest problem we have in America today is a hero-making machine. We're making heroes of wrong people. That's all it is. And we're encouraging the wrong people to have too many kids. I want the right people to have more kids. My talk the last 2 years in every private setting I've had more like in the last year. You know what my entire conversation is about right now? Having kids is very complicated, especially having your first one. It's emotionally draining. Oh my God. Hey, I'm ovulating. Okay, let's go take advantage. Hey, let's go do this. Hey, let's spend 60,000 here. Are you pregnant yet? Is something wrong? There's something going on with this. I'm so freaking sick of this. Listen, family, one more time you ask me who's pregnant, who's not, you're not going to see me again. You understand me? Don't ask us if we're pregnant or not. We're sick of it. All right. So then you overcome that hurdle. Then you have the first one. You never thought it was going to happen. Then, you can do it now. For me, if you're net positive to society, guess what? Go have 5 kids. Go have 6 kids. Go have as many kids as possible. I'm trying to get people of the right values and principles who are net positive to society to have more kids. And I think we need to do that because I think the right people are a little too conservative when it comes to having kids.
So safe. So when you have those kids, you're a successful guy.
Yeah.
You're not saying that the right people are only successful people, but I imagine
that's not money.
It's not money.
No.
Ethics, culture, values.
Yeah.
Now, you happen to be very wealthy. How do you make sure your kids avoid the trap of being spoiled brats that are no benefit to society and they are lazy because they've just been, gifted a fortune?
It's a great question. That you ask. 3 of my kids are there. We're doing estate planning, so I said, I'll just have some fun with these guys right now. And I said, hey, Tico Dilly, set up. 11, 9, she's going to be 7, but she's 6 today, and then 2. So 2 is not part of the conversation. It's just the 3. I said, hey, guys, I'm curious. Bill's asking, Daddy, how much money you got? I said, I got some money. Well, how much is it? Don't worry about it. Somebody told me they saw your money online and you have this much money. I said, they're wrong. Well, we have some money. Great. I said, I got a question for you guys. What's that? If I die, where should the money go to? Oh, the money should go to Mommy. I said, okay, let me ask a more specific question. Let's say Mommy and Daddy die. Who should the money go to? And they say, oh, the money should go to Tico. He's the oldest brother. I said, what if he's terrible with money? What if he chooses to do drugs and alcohol ruins his life? Should we agree to give him the money? And you see my oldest son himself says, no, I shouldn't give the money if it's like that. I said, then what should we do? He says, well, we have to make sure it goes to somebody that knows how to make the right decisions. I said, okay, so what should that look like? I think it needs to be this. I think it needs to be this. I'm just taking notes. I'm like, okay, I agree. I said, okay, should we give money equally to all of you guys? Let's just say we have $1,000. Should we give 333.33? Yes, I think that's fair. I said, do you really think that's fair? Yes, why is that fair? What if one contributes more? What if one is a better leader? What if one's more responsible? I didn't think about it that way. So then how should we gauge it? Well, what if we can do this? So anyways, that led to a conversation of them thinking about how this is one day going to be taking place. And they're already processing the conversation together. So it's like, okay, great. I said, so I agree with you guys. We're going to probably have some guidelines in place that, whoever does this gets that, right? And they know how that works. Everything to me is with guidelines. For example, all the kids want phones. Okay, they want phones. None of my kids have a phone. It's not because their parents can't afford a phone. They don't have a phone. God bless. October 31st of this year, Halloween in the community with this other family, stud of a guy, this guy Gordon. And his family, billionaire family, they got 7,000 employees, great people, good-looking guys. Each brother has 4 kids. Each is a doctor in and each married a doctor, and their parents are doctors. Very weird story. They're about 3 houses next to each other. We're walking. Their family, powerful, great class. So I want to learn from this family all the time. I said, so hey, your son, what happened? Say, hey, call me. He says, like his son says, Dad, I can't. I don't have a phone. So, oh, you're right. Okay, boom. I said, that's a 17 years. What do you mean? He says, he doesn't have a phone. So we have a very simple rule in the house. You do have a phone, you have to have straight A's. You have to sit in the RP right now. I said, wait, what do you mean? He says, if you have one B, you don't get a phone. Are you serious? Yeah. Damn. What a mistake. So guess what? I came back. I'm like, okay. How many guys want a phone? Here's what we got to do. Right. Hey, iPad. My kids only play iPad Saturday, Sundays. Okay. But if throughout the week they screw up, they don't get it. And if they have any C's in their class, they don't get any iPad for the weekend. It has to be A's and B's to be able to play on the weekend. Right? That's a standard. That's a place. When COVID happened, one of the best things that happened to our family, we were non-essential, but of course, I see my business as essential. I'm the founder. I'm at the office every day. For 3 months straight, I'm at the office every day except for one Sunday, and I have to go away for family issue. So I'm at the office every day. I have to take care of my kids because kids' schools are shut down. They're at the office every day. You know what the kids did every day? Here's what happened to them every day. Every day they were required to swim 25 laps a day. Every day they were required to make 52 shots. A day. Every day they watched a 1-hour documentary and told me about it, and every day they read 20 pages. Do you know what happened to these kids 3 months later after during COVID? Don't tell me. Oh, bro, I can't even tell you the conversations I'm having with these guys. What were you gonna say? I had a joke. But Akash also said, I was like, don't tell me they became gay. But Akash also said something, so just cut the thing. Well, we're gonna find out. My bad, dude. There's no way you would know. So, anyway, so we're going through this whole process. I'm like, damn, this is very interesting. By the way, I can't get credit for this. It was purely a fluke. Because if I'm working, they're there all the time. I'm like, listen, guys, 25 laps, 52 shots, 1 hour, this, da, da, da. So next thing you know, they're like, did you know this? They watched every episode of Man in the Arena, every episode of Last Dance, every episode of Captain, every episode of LA. Every one of these episodes of documentaries to inject the spirit of competition and improvement is in them. All of it. They watch, right? So today, these guys swim every day, 1 hour a day. They do jiu-jitsu every day, 5 days a week. Dylan does a bunch of different things. Tico plays the violin. Okay, all these guys are doing what they're doing. They're improving. I think when you have money, you buy into this bullshit dream that I had a very hard time. The guy was selling me a dream when I was coming up. I was 21, 22 years old. He says, Patrick, imagine if one day you can have so much money that you'll never have to work a single day in your life. That's really a dream. Imagine if you could do that. I'm like, bro, you get my dad $1 billion. He's still working today. And tomorrow he doesn't push it. My dad never did it for the money. My dad's 81 years old. He was in the hospital for 5 days. Just got out 2 days ago. You know what he's doing today? He's private working today. Can't stop this guy. Okay. So, this dream of imagine one day you can be with your kids all morning, all afternoon, you're with them all the time. And then you tell stories. Daddy used to be a hard worker. What? Kids are not going to do what you tell them to do. Morris taught them in parenting. You got to catch what I want to be doing. But you're in the car with me. I'm doing a hardcore negotiation for 1 hour. You're all listening. After the negotiation, what'd you think about it? I think the other guy made a good point now, but I like when he asked this question. That was actually a very good question. What'd you think about it? Yeah, I was in it. What'd you think about it? Oh, Dad, I wasn't listening. Okay, no problem. It's totally fine. Now they're seeing the meetings taking place. Now they're seeing, hey, this person comes over to the house. Now they're seeing Daddy working. Now they're seeing I take the places when I'm working as well. I think with the day, you're already rich. It's not like you're making very good money. You have a great life. But you're going to get your couple $100 million. You're going to make a lot of money. You guys here, team as a collectively together, this is a successful winning team. Everybody here's going to be winning. Good thing is you guys have a Michael you're running with, and everybody's contributing. Everyone's going to shine. This thing you're going to make is when you win. Now you think, well, I won so I can be around them. Now they're going to think that's what's winning, and they become lazy. No, get them involved. Show them what it is. Show them what it's like. Get them to say, this is what it takes, guy. This is what it takes, guy. Here's what it takes, guy. Did you see what he did? This is what it takes, guy. This is what it takes, guy.
That's the element. And I think sometimes parents have a hard time doing that.
Everything that I've learned from my parents, and it is literally everything. Not one time did they sit me down to teach me. There's one thing I can remember my dad teaching me specifically, and it was like the power of apologizing. Is like taking accountability. I remember there's two things. There's one of the power of the apology. It's like don't be too proud to apologize. If you did something wrong, apologize. It's better to take accountability for your actions. And the other was like I didn't do my homework, and he asked me if I wanted to like sit on a stoop and do it before I went to school. He asked. He didn't say. He asked. He's like, "Well, do you want to sit here and do it? We can do it." And we just sat on the stoop, and I did it before. And he was so proud of me. And then after that, I was like, "Oh, that was really cool." But everything was watching them bust their ass. So that was the expectation of work. Like seeing them work so fucking hard. That's great. I never thought about that. Like letting your kids see this stuff, having them around, see you wake up at fucking 7 in the morning, go to bed at 2 at night. Like your kids should feel like their parent is outworking them. But if they're around, it's not this isolated thing where they can't even describe their parent's job. My dad would let me work within these like little events that we would do. I was always working. And I would get paid, and it was cool to have money and like save money. But yeah, I never understood like how profound that was, and like setting a standard of work ethic. Holy shit! It's not what you say to the kids, huh?
Worse caught than taught. Look, they raised the stud.
Yeah, that's so interesting.
And that work ethic often is more purposeful. I think it fills the kids with more purpose than being told values and virtues. And I think doing work, especially from a young age, like not hard work, not like child labor, but like helping out, I think gives kids a lot of purpose.
Yeah. Okay, listen, you have to go.
Wait. The question you asked your friend, so if you die tomorrow, how are people going to remember you?
Curious to you. Well, I've lived a great life. God has given me an incredible life. There's only one person that can slow me down. I'll always say this to my wife, to my kids, only one person's the man upstairs. If he says you're talking too much, come on. There's plenty of other guys better than you that can do the job. I am so content with that, 100%. Because I believe he knows best when I'm ready, when he's ready. But if he keeps me around, I interpret that as I'm keeping you around to fight. And I need some soldiers down there to fight. I'm going to do my part. I've already done it. I tell you stories of what things I've done in my life. This is a fantasy. I'm a regular guy in high school. You would have never thought I was going to do it. One of the best things I love when I sat down with one of my friends, Adrian, went to conference. He said, "I got to tell you, man." He says, "Everybody probably tells you, well, we always knew you were going to make it." And they're lying, Pat, because they tell me something else behind closed doors. This was a guy who played Fester's Quest with. I don't know if you guys know the game, Fester's Quest. He says, "Pat, I never thought you were going to make it. I thought you were going to be a bum. I thought you were going to be a regular guy. I had no clue you were going to be this." So to me, I'm living a dream. God's given me an incredible life. Some good people are in my life. They've been in my ear, and I've used my talents to the best of my abilities. If he keeps us around for 40 years, we're gonna do our part. We're gonna have a blast. We're gonna do a lot of wild, exciting things. We're not expecting everything to be perfect. There's gonna be a lot of painful moments that we anticipate, but we feel like we're just getting. I'm just learning this game. So we're excited about the next 40 years.
PBD, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for coming, bro. What's up, everybody? Welcome to Flagrant. We got a big announcement. As you saw in the title and probably the thumbnail, there's a big announcement. And we could all just tell you right now, okay? But instead, we made a different video to tell you. It's still me telling you. It's just different lighting, and there's probably some music and stuff. Look, we got a lot of people on staff here, and we got to find things for them to do. Hey, can we just play the video? Yeah, this is losing steam. I feel like it's losing steam. I feel like we should try to draw this out as long as possible. Guys, it's a huge announcement. Do you guys have anything you'd like to announce before we get to the huge announcement?
I'm going to play the video.
Does anybody have any announcements?
Can we play it?
There's a big announcement coming, guys. But prior to that, Miles, any milestones in your life you'd like to share?
Milestones.
Hey!
Play the video.
Play the video. Okay, I'm just saying, before Jeff, is there anything that you would also like to announce? This is an announcement time. I had a date the other night. Just play the video. Toronto. The last time I was on stage in your city, I made a promise. Some of you probably remember it. You see, I've been coming up to Toronto to do shows for a decade now. I remember the first show I ever headlined there. It was for 100 people in a great little comedy club on Bloor Street called Comedy Bar. And every time I came back up, a few more people came out, and we went from doing comedy clubs to movie houses to music halls to these majestic theaters. And even when that pussy-ass venue canceled my show because some of my jokes were offensive, we switched venues, and you guys came out in droves, and that meant a lot to me. I assume that's because despite the venues getting fancier, there's one thing that's always remained the same, and that is that everyone gets these jokes. You know when you walk in the venue, everything is fair game. Now, for the last 10 years, every time I came up to Toronto, there is one venue that I would walk by, and I would look at this venue, and I would say to myself, one day, I'm going to fucking earn that. And I'm going to put on the craziest show the city has ever seen. And the last time I was on stage in Toronto, I made a promise. I just really appreciate you always supporting me. Next time we're here, we got to do this shit where the rappers play. I'll tell you that much. That's September 30th, the Scotiabank Arena. I'll see where the rappers play. Hey! Okay. Rate the cringe factor. How were we? Where are we? 1 to 10 on the cringe factor.
The cringy thing is, I almost cried watching it. That's the only cringy thing. That's fucking dope, dude.
Yeah.
That's my yo. I don't give a fuck. I'm a cry, bro. Why your dress company game? How fucking dare you? How dare you not cry dressed like that?
This is the best part.
I can't believe it.
Do you remember what happened yesterday? We were supposed to
I
record.
was dressed like all 3 Golden Girls.
Alex had this outfit on Instagram. We were supposed to record. We did Patreon, and then he was like, "Dude, I can't wait this outfit on Patreon."
That was fire.
He found it in the back room.
Oh!
Because he said, "I don't want to waste the fit on Patreon, so I don't look too good."
No. I think I understood that.
You respect it.
Yeah. Sometimes
he's just a
sometimes you put on a fire fit and you're like, not enough people saw this. Not enough people saw this. I did run it back. Well, he did run it back.
No, but he didn't wear it on Patreon.
So I'm not you with only 3 shirts. Like, that outfit was too good for Patreon.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So he just
so Patreon's getting the B-side?
Yes. It was still kind of fire up. Bro, you found it in a lunch class cabinet. Yeah, I got some fire shit in here just laying around. It was overall. I found it tumbling in a rough, bro.
Anywho,
congrats on Scotiabank.
Thank you. Toronto, very excited for this. This is gonna be crazy, man. I'm very excited. And so right now we'll get tickets. Oh wait a minute, when this is coming out, no, you can get tickets tomorrow, starting at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. DeAndrewSchultz.com. It's on pre-sale. So just for you guys, make sure you use the promo code Andrew. Go get that. Yeah, but that shit is major, bro. Yeah, it's cool. A fucking arena. Yeah, it's cool. That's the first arena. That's cool.
I mean, that's how you an arena.
Yeah. There's only 2 I care to do. It was Toronto, Scotiabank, and obviously,
why Toronto?
Toronto's been like the city that's held me down.
Yeah.
Like New York.
Yeah, they do.
For me, it's like since the beginning. To be honest, it was like the first theater I ever did was in Toronto.
Yeah.
And I've just been going there for so long, and people have been coming out for so long. Like Brilliant Idiots fans from back in the day, they would show so much love when I came out there.
You know what's cool too is Toronto's got such cucky policies.
Yeah.
It's great that the fans are still flagrant.
Yeah.
The city policies are man cucky. Bro, the fans still fuck with the flavor.
The last Toronto show, I think that was like their first live show since the pandemic.
Oh wow!
So they were like we did those 3 shows there, and it was crazy. Like people were finally coming out.
The 6 were fired up. You remember? All the security was all the 6, all the Punjabis.
Yeah, I think it was 6.
Is that why they all moved there? Actually makes a lot of sense when you say it. But they were all the security, and I was like, why? And then it was the warrior thing.
Yeah.
They were like, yeah, well, that's what we do.
Yeah, we can't truck here.
That's true. Yeah. So yeah, I've always, I don't know, every time I went there, I'm like, yo, I got to do this, man. And it was just so cool. Opportunity came, and I'm really excited for it. Really excited for it. And now we got to just make this show a spectacle. We keep it. Yeah, we gotta do it. We gotta do it. That's the thing when you do an arena. It's like, or when you get into these bigger spaces, how do you fill that fucking space?
Yeah, but you've been thinking on that level since comedy clubs.
Yeah.
So I have no doubt.
Yeah, we got some ideas.
We got some top Taylor Swift.
I don't know about that. Come on, brother. I don't know about that. Top Taylor Swift. I don't know about that one. She's single now.
Oh yeah.
I can't tell. I'm bottom. I think she wears the pants in the relationship. How tied to the fact that her boyfriend was making?
But I do need to ask you this. If pre-sale's on sale tomorrow, are they annoyed that you're announcing this right now?
Yeah.
We
had a whole agreement.
I'm positive there's a massive, whoever you're working with, was like, hey, announce on Wednesday.
Yeah, we had a whole agreement. And they were like, you have to announce on Wednesday. And I was like, got it.
Yeah, look at my email feed right now. Not good.
This guy loves y'all, Flanger. Fucking loves y'all.
It was a fun call. There's a press release going out at 6 a.m. Wednesday. And I was like, got it. Nobody's going to know until 6 a.m. Wednesday.
You said pre-sale goes on sale tomorrow, and I was like, what?
Yeah.
That's weird. I didn't really pick up
But
that.
they didn't know is that our podcast comes out on Tuesdays. So that's when it's announced. What do you want me to not announce it on the podcast?
They can't tell you anything, bro. No one. They can't even tell you about your own shows. Or else you're going to tell everyone before it's time to tell them.
You gotta keep it a secret from me.
Yeah.
Wednesday, I gotta find out.
You gotta find out on Instagram. Oh shit, I'm doing social headlines.
If you were NBA player, you would have to get found out you traded from like TMZ or whatever the fuck.
Yeah. 100%. I'd be the jet dude that showed up to the facility and his phone didn't work. He's foul, bro. And they had the camera waiting. Nobody even talks about that. There was a dude they hired who was just waiting.
Right?
Was it Jamal? But there was a dude just waiting. You know, he was pulling up like, this is kind of odd. Why is there a camera waiting at the door for one specific shot?
Why is he smiling?
If you got traded, let's say you played for the Raptors and they traded you, you would for sure call your own press conference and be like, yo, you're not supposed to know this. I'm getting traded tomorrow.
Oh, I'd be salty on Twitter for sure. 100%. I would be salty on Twitter for sure. Actually, once I found out the whole video, bro, once I found out that I was getting traded, I would say I demand a trade. So, it's like breaking up with a girl before she breaks up with you, even though she's going to actually do it. So I demand a trade to whatever team I was going to go to. I would say I demand a trade.
Yeah, I'm going to Orlando.
That's it.
Yep, you
My
are.
dream.
You are.
You know what I mean? You got to let the kids play, whatever. That's what, yes, 100%. Shout out Toronto. So yeah, I'm excited. We gotta get some folks out, man. We gotta get Drake doing stand-up.
I love that.
Wouldn't that be kind of fun?
He would actually be good at it too.
He is.
He's good at everything.
He is shockingly good. I saw him do some roast of like Nike execs.
Yeah.
Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
And he did a thing that is very rare for people who don't know how to do stand-up or who've never done it before. Usually when they do it, they're like very like needy on the laugh. They're like really delivering the punchline. They're like super telegraphing it. And he did a thing that like usually people who haven't done it before don't do. And he kind of like almost threw away the punchlines. So he wasn't like screaming for the energy back to the crowd. And I was like, all right, that's kind of good. But that would be kind of wild.
Yeah. I mean, you saw him when he goes to the ESPYs.
Oh, yeah, it was good.
Yeah, he was good.
It was actually good.
The sketches he did with DeMar DeRozan, speaking of Raptors back then, I mean, the guy's fucking funny.
Yeah. Low-key, the ESPYs have really good writing or hosts. Because John Cena killed that shit too, I think.
Our boys wrote for Yasser Lester and his brother wrote for.
Oh, really?
But yeah, they wrote for them.
Oh, that's fire. Yeah, that's fire.
They probably watch it.
Yeah.
So he caught on to the wave. You know?
He caught on to the wave.
He was like,
never going to shut up.
I'm just saying.
He's an album. What are you doing, bro?
He's watching. So Drake, come out, do some show.
Okay, so you think the nails are the new thing right now?
I mean,
they are the new thing, but Al acting like he started it, which annoys me. I thought Mark, I'm super tight. Remember Mark did this shit during the pandemic and we shanked him out of it? Wait, you did nails? Yeah, he did painted nails during the pandemic. We shanked the fuck out of him.
With his
Al
right now with my niece.
He was gay before. He was gay when the 90s. Wait, when did I go to college? The 90s, everything in the 90s to me. Back in the days, the 90s. When was I in college? 02 to 06. 02, so almost the 90s. You know what's crazy? The 90s was 30 years ago. You know, when people say 30 years ago, don't you think like 60s, 70s? Oh, damn, bro, that shit hit my chest. 30 years ago? 30 years ago. About time I did this fucking arena. Come on, I'm in this goddamn career, bro. Holy shit. Nah, 30 years ago. We're living in our 5th decade. Oh! Yeah, that's wild, bro. Wow, that is wild. What do you mean, y'all? Shut up. I was going to y'all. I was like, no, you all. When were you born, Al? 89? 85? 88. Same. Wow, old as hell. Same? No, same. You old, bro. Al, you too old to be paying bills. So the payment bill shit is cool, but you too old for that. Drinks over them. Drinks over them. But now I gotta stop it, dude. Now everybody knows I'm on the Yeah, bro. I gotta send a new drink. What's the new one? Suck it, dick. Nah, you got that one first. You always been on that one. Yo, you can't dick ride, man. Look. If it's not, that was nice of you. Listen, what I do right now? What if it's not the nails? What would it be? I don't know. I gotta figure it out. Okay. I gotta figure it out, bro. Like, how long did it take you? I know it's not your cut. Like, because I know that was only your idea. How do you figure it out? I say figure out the nails. Like, the nails is me. But how did you figure it out? Like, was it a dream? Nah, you know, I just winged it. You know, it's the cop out. I hate it so much. I hate this so much, dude. I hate it. I really do. Once the haircut catches on, you know you gotta take credit for that shit. Oh, you actually took credit for a guy that didn't get the haircut. Oh, yeah. But we haven't seen his haircut since 1941. So that was funny. Wesley Snipes had it in Blade. So, yeah, Wesley didn't kill it, actually. And everybody loved that shit. I think the 90s are really coming back. Was that the 90s? Everything's the 90s. Or was it Blade? Not Blade. Demolition Man, he was blonde. Oh, yeah. Nah, but Blade had that exact cut. Yeah, I saw Luca. I got gassed up. Luca put a picture on his story of him getting his fade. Yeah. But the barber set the line for the fade first, and he posted the picture. And it looked like it was just my cut. And I was like, they fried it, bro. I texted the group. I texted multiple group chats. I was like, yeah, where's your jokes now? When the greatest white NBA player ever got my fucking haircut. First they do it, and then they cop. That's it. Exactly. I think that's what I said, right? It's true. It is true. Next story. I didn't even go to the next story because I was so excited. I clicked the next story. Fade all in. Regular haircut that he already has. So it hasn't caught on just yet, but it's coming, bro. It's coming. Don't worry. He will. Nah, it's definitely coming. It's gonna come. Yeah, it's gonna come. How many people gonna get the fade, bro? You gotta stay with it. Yo, I don't get fades. I catch them, son. I don't get fades. I catch fades, bro. So you get fades. Wait, let me try to. So you catch fades. They're different. He was workshopping his line yesterday. Damn, I thought I workshopped him. There wasn't enough black people there. Listen. Okay. What is it again? What is it again? Come on, Blanche. Stop playing with me right now, Al. Stop playing with me. What is it? I don't get fades. I give fades. No, I don't get fades. I give them. Workshop it. Yeah, we can workshop it. We're back. Sorry, Miles, you gotta make that cut. Listen, speaking of this haircut, Kanye has been out and about with his girl. I feel bad for his mannequin wife, whatever. It's just like every morning they wake up and he's like, okay, I'm gonna turn you into a fleshlight. And you're just gonna walk around LA with this, and then people are gonna take pictures of us, and that's what we're gonna do today. Yeah, dog. Right? Like, yeah. I don't feel bad for her. Why not? She signed up for that. We saw the previous one. What was the other one? White chick? Fox. Julia Fox. Yeah. Like, he blew her up. People actually cared about what she was doing during that time. After they split. It is a career pump drive. I never knew her name before this. You saw her getting flirted with at the mall? Bro. Yeah. Getting
whizzed out of control. That video was fun. Bro, I called my girl and I said, watch this, tell me what you think of this. Like, I was like, yo, you need to, like, would you behave in this manner? What was the consensus? She was like, no, this is crazy. I was good. Like, this is a married woman. She's out of her mind. Her whole face is just wrinkled up. She's so happy that this guy is talking to her. And then, we don't even know if he got the number or not. She told him. She's like, no, I'm sorry, I'm married. And then the video cut. She probably sucked his dick right now. She might have, dude. No, dude, it was crazy. Suck his dick through that thing. That's why she put her dog on it. Yeah. It's like a dog collar. You so they put her a dog collar and be like, hey, stop sucking everyone's shit. They both got a cock back and forth. Dude. What about his t-shirt? I love Jews, bro. Doug was like, I thought it was Italian. It's German. Joe was like, he's selling his racist shit. I was like, why?
But Doug can do that with Kanye.
Hold on.
Because Kanye's got a history.
Yeah,
Big recent history.
Hold on.
He's not looking for it.
Why? I'm not looking for it. Why? I just saw it and I was like, oh, it looks like
Yeah,
an
but Kanye
Italian thing.
probably did that shit on purpose.
Can you say what we're saying they about?
Yeah, Kanye's shirt says police or whatever, which is German police. That's the German word for police. That's what they were in Germany. So like, there's a lot of countries in Europe.
Did they not turn into police? Was there police and Nazis? Yeah. So there was the SS, and then there was just police. Yeah, but it was like the brown shirts became the party, and then became, I don't know. There was Gestapo, there was SS. SS were the worst. Probably Gestapo. Maybe the police were good. Yeah, maybe they were good guys. Maybe there were some good Jew-loving police in Germany. We don't know.
Maybe they didn't do the Jew hating. What he's saying. Maybe they knew Anne Frank was up there. They didn't do shit about it the entire time.
Yeah. So maybe he's turned a new leaf. Maybe this is Jew positive Kanye. And actually not really, because if it is foreskin around her, he's like really trying to home with her. He's like, I love foreskin. Foreskin is the best thing ever. Here's my German shirt and my German dick. And why are shoulder pads raising? So this shit is gonna catch on. Oh God, the shoulder pad thing? Yeah. Yeah, you non-shoulder hat, motherfucker. This shit's gonna catch on. I don't know. Why is that racist to have shoulder pads though? Is that part of it, or is it just the German? What's racist about this? This could be the current police. Why that police? Why that police? Why is he not Nazi Germany? Oh yeah, are all Germans Nazis too? If he was just wearing a German flag, would that be? No, but you're also not allowed to wear a swastika in Europe. So that's not a swastika. I don't know. Germans never do anything good. Do you not listen to Beethoven? Do you not like what is it called? That thing that happened in Germany? The Holocaust. Did it happen? No. No. Once World War II, obviously the Holocaust happened. Is everything after that Germans are bad? Forever? There's got to be. You worked in Germany. You lived in Germany. You lived in Germany. See?
You lived in Germany.
Yeah. Wow. That's wild. Now this Mossad, low-key. Yes. I think this entire time, like every time I see Dub a little bit stressed, and I'm like, I have to remember he's also an international spy. Yeah. So he's managing all of this while also finding a way to like keep down. All right. Those who shall not be named. I fuck with it. You like it? Wear it. No, wear it. Do it. Screw it. Do it. Wear it. No, the shoulder pads, not the polizier. I mean, the whole look. What are the police supposed to wear in Germany? They're like riot gear police. Like, what's he doing? I mean, he's, what is it called? Dog whistling? Yeah. Is that the term? Yeah. You can't. Yes, I can. You can't call anybody gay. That's what I'm saying, bro. If you're of the culture, you can call me one. Oh, if you are gay, you can call. So you meant it as a compliment. Fair enough. Come on, you're very close. This, I don't know if this is gay. Very.
Nah, son, you look like a greaser.
Yeah, I'm a greaser. If he was at Pride Parade, you don't think that would fit? That outfit fits. If he's on one of the floats, I think if I take this off and I go like full Freddie Mercury, that's it. It's this. But just this, I'm just like a fucking stud. The mustache and the slick is always going to be this. It's super hot, sexy guy. Yeah, I get it. The girls just want to fucking throw it all the time. I understand what I'm giving right now. I'm not saying, to be honest, top half is not gay. It's fine. No. It is not. No, the top half is fire. And you know I like the sneakers. The pants are just new. They're was joking. That was good. He was excited too. That was cute. I was gonna snitch on myself. Where did you get on? I was gonna snitch on myself. Fucking Instagram ad got me, bro. No! Yeah. Everywhere Instagram posts. What does it look like in the ad? It's just like, no way. No way. Stop. I bought some on Instagram ads and it does not look like what I thought I bought. So you bought something new that looks like it's secondhand? Like, seriously? Like, that's what you think? Yeah. There's a whole market for it. What do you mean on Mark's bag's coming up flannel, son? Yeah. Son, he loves his flannel. I know he's so upset that Derek Poston only wears flannels on the road. Yes. Because in that market, no one knows that. I know. That's why you're cool headlining. Yeah. Flannel boys, bro. It's honestly, it's a movement. Okay, what else we got? We got aliens confirmed. Shannon Sharp is out. The Idol. Let's go to the Idol. Yeah, let's talk about the Idol. Let me tell you something about the Idol. What is this show? Shout out the Idol, new HBO show from Sam Levinson. Sam Levinson is the guy who wrote Euphoria. It's absolutely fantastic. It's produced and starring Johnny Depp's daughter, Lily Rose Depp, and The Weeknd. A bunch of other famous actors in it as well. It's about this young music pop star artist named Jocelyn. And she's just come off like a mental breakdown or something. She's about to put out a new album, whatever. Or new song will come out. Anyway, the plot of the first episode. First of all, before we even get to the plot, I get a text. The thing comes on at like 9 o'clock. At 9 and 30 seconds, Vala is already texting me, son, Lily Rose Depp. Crazy. I'm like, what's going on? I don't get to see it until 11 o'clock. Bro, the opening scene, you shouldn't be able to be that skinny and that heavy at the same time. It's like an optical illusion. It's an optical illusion. It's nice. She's so skinny, but she's so heavy. It's an optical illusion, bro. It's an optical illusion, bro. Like, I'm looking at her, how skinny she is, but she's so heavy as fuck. It's an optical illusion. Bro, it's an optical illusion, though. You're talking about like Dr. Hubo, right? Bro, it's an optical illusion. And I need some donations. Dude, I didn't know what to think. I've never heard of this girl until Vala yesterday. Vala spread the word. So I didn't hear about her. Vala's like, yo, this girl, she's the one. And I'm like, she's fucking like, I don't know who is this? I've never heard of her. He pulled her up. Pictures on Google don't do justice. Yo, they're regular schmegular on Google. No disrespect, Lily Rose. No, all disrespect. Whoa, bro! We got a big up right now. We're gonna objectify this girl. He's not bad. We're celebrating. They don't do her. Yeah, disrespect to the photographer. True. Catch her angle, bro. And the angle is all straight on and to the side. Bro, there is a moment where you see her nipples. Son, she got this is gonna sound crazy to say. Son, we might have to. I really did think I was in Chip Empire for a second when I was watching the show. I put my knuckles on the bed. My girl's like, what's going on? I was like, don't worry about it. I started grabbing prints, just throwing them all over. Bro, the nipples. Nice. Wait, but how do you watch this with your shorty though? Like, I gotta ask you. That's it! That's the nipple right there, bro! That's the nipple. Bro! That had to be CGI. That had to be CGI. You gotta just find the scene. Go to the scene. Justin, I don't get it because you see, it's a optical illusion, bro. It's an optical illusion. Just it might be angles of CGI or something. Because we're looking at pictures right there, bro. I need to put this on my lap, bro. If we don't watch that scene, I need to put this pillow on my lap now. How they get heavier with nothing else getting heavy. No, but she has body. No, she don't. When she's dancing outside. For Al, no. For you, yeah. For you, no. I'm used to the wagon. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? Come on. You know, dumpers. The dumpers over here. Come on. For LA, for Beverly Hills, LA, where you were born and raised. Yes, I see why you think that is body. But we're still off the nipples. She got two crickets coming out. Look at them crickets. Look at them crickets, bro. Oh my God, bro. Chimpanzee time. It's chimpanzee time. Come on, bro. Look at the profile of that nipple. Look at that extension. She got a little chode. Come on, bro. Wow. Wow. That's an optical illusion. That's an optical illusion. That has to be an optical illusion, Al. Al, that would shoot straight through your shirt. Straight ruin your top. Yes, no question. Your blouse would be shredded. Dude, this is with all due respect. She just hangs her shirts up behind her. With all due respect to Johnny Depp, with all due respect to, I can't even watch it. Is that a gift? It's the gift. Is that a gift right there? What does gift stand for? I'm not saying it. Wow. Oh my goodness. God damn. Okay, so. What? Oh, so he has said it's the new Sydney Sweeney. Oh, but just less heavy. And I was like, then it's nothing. It's nothing. Until I saw the show. Shout out to Sydney Sweeney trying to act. And then that movie came on after. I was like, oh, no, she's done. They're trying to get her out of here. They're trying to get her out of here. Don't let them do it to you, Sydney Sweeney. You are milk queen number one. You are milk queen number one. But guys, stop being sexual. You're right. That's not bad. Y'all look right down this conversation like we all not married. I'm gonna drag me into a single guy conversation. He's gonna drag you started it. Dude, it's an optical. I'm not even here, man. This is an optical. Dude. But isn't the show that the girl gets come down? Get some smart fucking. Oh no, that wasn't smart. She got come down in the show. Okay, yeah, this is the plot of the show. The plot of the show is she gets come on in her face and took a selfie of it, and that goes viral. That's the plot for the first episode. And they show the picture of her getting come on. Yo, Sam Levinson is the wild boy, motherfucker. Wild boy, dude. Wild boy. Holy shit. Come on, son. What's going on? Like, at what point is it just porn? If she's covered in cum and is on the TV and you're watching it alone, that's real life. What do you mean? At what part? 35 seconds in, that's at what part? My fucking blanket was hopping up and down, left and right. That's what part? Are you kidding me? Bro, are you kidding me, man? I asked my girl, I was like, what'd you do this year? She was like, oh, I watched The Idol. Yeah, she watched it with my wife. Yeah, why? Well, because I told my girl about it in the morning, and she managed within 5 minutes to completely ruin Lily Rose Depp for me. I was like, wow, I just watched The Idol. You're a very beautiful girl, Sydney Sweeney. Bro, what do you think was going to happen? I know. Why you snitch on yourself, yo? Maybe I didn't even say that. I probably said it another way. There's a dairy factory over at HBO. It's Sydney Sweeney and Lily Rose Depp, and I'm feeling lactose intolerant. Okay, I just pulled my neck. I'm from the 90s. And there's another actress that's going to make an appearance. That is the. Oh, God damn it. Don't do it to us. Should we wait until next week? We don't want to see that now. Yeah, we do. What is it? Yeah. Wait, what's that? Sophie Money. I mean, that's a fire name. Let's go, baby. He's like, what if I tap it right now? Tap it. Bro. I never put a place in LA. Really?
gonna stay. And once I had my daughter, I knew I wasn't gonna raise her that. There was no way.
Why?
Because the women out there.
When you talk about no childhood, no 6-year-old is gonna see a business opportunity at 6 years old.
Yeah.
That's a grown ass thing.
No child today.
We're back. You said the Akash just asked the 18 months in New York were the craziest months.
Well, put it this way. What happened Christmas Day, 1984? Anybody remember?
Oh, the car got shot. Huh? The car got shot in Queens?
No, Scarface came. Scarface was a Christmas movie. Got released December 25th, 1984. Go ahead, prop it up right now. Prop it up. People were running out of the fucking things over here. The premiere. Running out. They thought they were going to hear a jingle bell. They're at $10 million. When I landed was February 1st, guys. The movie bombed at the box office. At the airport at Newark, when they were picking me up, my fucking gorilla friends, they were like, "Did you see Scarface yet?" And I go, "No." I heard about it. I saw the commercials in Aspen. And they go, "We're going right now." And we went to Sea Caucus, Harmon Cove. How many movies they got? Like 18 over there?
Yeah.
They had 4 movie theaters, Scarface. It was 3 in the afternoon. All of them were sold out. We couldn't even sit together. Like the first time I saw Scarface, my friend sat somewhere else. The place was packed. And that's what I was walking into. It was a different city. It was everything that changed in the city. It was, the city was on fucking fire. Like, you guys are having fun now. You would have killed yourself in 83. The city was tremendous. Come on now. 75, 85. The Stones, after they put Miss You Out, that fucking album was New York City. So it just picked fucking New York City up again. New York City was a fucking, I still remember coming over here at night. We would close the bars in Jersey, drive over, get a fucking case of beer, and sit on the street and drink and smoke coke on the way you go. Nobody could say a word. You have a mirror out on the hood of the fucking car, and no motherfucker could say a word to you. So that's what I was walking into. That was the general attitude.
Okay, so when was the city broke? Was it the 70s that New York was like falling apart?
This fucking city has been broke for 2,000 years. But they still figure out a way to kill 1,000 people a year, right? If you're broke, you got no full time. This city has been broke since I was a goddamn kid, right? But it was like 82, 83, 84 to go out the city. It was a different city. Then what did I do? I got myself a job bartender at the Sheridan Center on 52nd and 7th. I think I went in at 4 in the afternoon to 1 in the morning. So now you're letting a 21-year-old kid out into Manhattan in 1985 with $200 in his pocket and a gram of blood.
And you're already in Times Square.
And I'm already in the heart of New York City. And they're just telling me to go to Limelight, go to this bar, ask for fucking Benny Blanco, go to this place. I mean, the city was on fucking fire, you know. There were concerts everywhere, like the way it is now, you know, just in a smaller scale, you know. It was just crazy.
When you're coming up in the city, do you remember, like, you know how you look back and we hear about, like, the gangsters? Who did Denzel play? What was his name?
He was Bumpy's driver.
Do you remember hearing about Bumpy?
I remember hearing about Bumpy.
Did you ever, like,
I never, no.
So these people were protected.
Frank Lucas.
Oh, yeah, it was Frank Lucas is Bumpy. Like, do you remember hearing about these, and even something like the Italian mob guys? Do you see them in the neighborhood ever? Do you see anybody coming around?
I heard about Bumpy, like, when I was running numbers.
Bumpy was hard, right?
I always heard little stories about him and shit. I never saw him or anything like that. The gangsters. I knew about a guy named Fat Tony Salerno when I was a kid. Because he was in Harlem, and that's where I would always be. So that when you're running numbers in Harlem, like, make sure you don't go into that neighborhood. Right. You know, that's their turf over there. So that, I remember shit like that, but nothing too fucking outrageous.
People were aware of them, but you weren't interacting with them.
Yes.
You see these movies that kind of romanticize their role in New York history. But I was obviously too young at the time, but I'm like, how big were these guys? Like, it seemed like they ran the entire city.
Well, like Brooklyn guys. I met like a lot of Brooklyn guys, maybe 20 years younger than me. They've got 1,000 fucking. In fact, I live around in a neighborhood was a lot of Staten Island people, and they tell me a lot of stories about Sam the Bull and the other guys. Yeah,
because they were
right there. They were right there in Staten Island at the time.
Yeah,
you know, so that's really interesting. But I never really saw anybody like that. Wow.
And when you were walking around with cash and below, did you ever have a gun on you, like for protection?
It was. I always learned that when you put a gun on you, it's a magnet, guys. So before you put that fucking gun on your fucking thing, thinking you're a cool guy, you better think about it's a magnet. You're gonna think about how when you wear a gun, you're gonna start hugging people, and you're gonna feel a gun, and you're gonna go, wow. You ever hug somebody and feel a gun? Makes your energy wet when you don't expect it. You know, it's like, yeah. Like somebody you hug and all of a sudden you feel like a fucking cannon under their arm. You're like, okay, changes the energy in the room. Kind of really does. I carried a gun because I was a stupid kid, not because I knew anything to do with it. And then as I got older, I got into guns, and now I don't want them around me because of that reason.
Okay, you go out when you start getting locked up. When you start doing some time.
I was always doing crazy shit, and I was getting away with a lot of crazy shit. So it came a time, I'm not stupid. I knew that something was going to happen eventually.
Yeah.
My prayer was that it didn't happen. That would be so bad that would take me out of the game. So I didn't get involved in that high level shit.
Yeah.
But you never know what you're doing, and that's what happened to me. So when I was here in '84, the safest thing for me to do was to rob drug dealers.
To rob drug dealers. Why was that the safest?
Because they can't go to no bars.
They got their people.
But in those days, it was a lot of yahoos thinking they were gangsters.
Oh, so you're not robbing.
When I came back here, when I was here in '82 or '83, people were selling coke. When I got here in '84, it was an abundance of coke. And it's like, I left here, you guys were nice college guys.
A bunch of guys like me trying to be Scarface.
Right. There's so much money in the coke game. The goofies came into the coke game, and you start robbing.
And it's glorified probably because it's Scarface.
Prepared for that type of life.
Yeah.
They had to just sold the nickel back on the corner. Cocaine's high stakes. Yeah, it's high stakes. You know, and an ounce or two. And it just, that became the norm for me and my friends. I had like 2 friends who would turn me out to it. I'm like, this ain't a bad fucking idea. You know, but at that time I was taking everything that wasn't stable. Okay, right? I always found the problem. It's a beauty. For the 18, you know, that, because you're a junkie.
Does that ever leave you?
What do you mean? No.
Like, even to this day, do you, like, see nice shit and you're like, nobody would even notice and I could walk right out of here with that fucking lamp?
It's crazy, the shit that you notice, but now you can't do it.
Right.
You giggle.
But you think about it.
The fuck, you know, I would walk into a mall. I remember one time in Boulder, there was a CD player, like when CDs were brand new. And I remember the guy was on display. I remember I unplugged it, put the cord around it, even had the remote, and I just walked out of the mall. And nobody said booty, and that's when you go, what the fuck are people looking at? I want to know what people are looking at. I want to know what people are looking at, because they're not paying attention. My thievery came from other people's mistakes. When I saw a little stupidity in your game, I had to rob it. If you're going to be this stupid, we got to rob it. We have to teach you a lesson. We have to teach you a lesson. If you're going to be this fucking stupid. There was a guy in my neighborhood that didn't want to bring the coke into his house. So he hid the container under his car on a hill. That genius. I would drive by and go, look, there goes my coke fix for the day. So I would just go on his thing, take out 2 containers and go back. And he would always go, somebody keeps stealing my coke. I'm going to find out who it is.
All of it?
No, you just take it. Yeah, a little bit.
Bro.
To go. Because he'll move it.
Yeah.
If you take it all. Yeah.
Siphon it all a little.
Nothing bothers me more when you accuse me of something I didn't do. When I was a kid, my stepfather used to accuse me of shit. Like somebody stole the 50 cents off the thing. And I go, why would I take a 50-cent piece off the fucking thing? I got money. I'm like, what if I'm on bar? I do the numbers. I got to pay the route. I do all this shit. Why would I take 50 cents? He got to me so much that I would see where he would hide his book making money. Okay? And he was a slick motherfucker. This dude would put rubber bands, a piece of his hair. He would do shit, put a marking on the top of the bill, so he would know if the marking was on top. So I didn't want to steal from him, but I wanted to give him a fucking taste of what he put me through. So I would switch the money around. I would take the I wouldn't even open it. I would take the $5,000 bundle and switch it with the 10-grand bundle, and then I'd take the 10-grand bundle, switch it with his attorney fund. He's losing this, and I would see him looking at the money going. And he would accuse me and my mother of moving it. Well, like, we didn't touch it. How would we move your money? How we move your fucking money? If I put my hand on it, I would just steal it. I would just steal it. Did you say I was a thief? So I learned how to play with people's emotions. Did you ever tell him you were moving it around? No. So he died without knowing? Never. I used to fucking go in the shower and stay in there for 30 minutes. And then wait for him to go in. This is our house. We own this house in Jersey. But you buy a house for $1 million, you take a $15 shower. 15-minute shower, the water's gone. Why'd you pay $1 million for it? If you're going to pay $1 million, I want to take a shower for 3 days. So he would go in there, I would test him. So in the mornings, he would yell at me, what the fuck did you do last night? I would go in the shower long, and then I knew he had to go in the shower. And when he was in the shower, I turned the hot water on. In my shower, I turned the hot water on in my shower, and you would hear him, Mama, Mama. Somebody turned, I would go in there, and he had shampoo in his hand. See, that's when you play with your hand, you make believe you're a devil. He's like, you bring your hair up. I went in there, I'm like, what's the problem? He goes, I can't see, there's no hot water. I fucking used to do that shit too. I used to do everything I could at the end to trick him up. You like this guy or no? Yeah, I liked him a lot. We had our differences after my mother died. I liked him because I learned a lot from him. He was a fucking man's man. He's a man's man. Like, this guy could write a book. Like, he was Cuban, and that pre-revolutionary mind frame is strong. It's really machismo. And he was part of a thing called abaquars. Cuba has a lot of different African religions that they've transformed over the years and turned into Catholicism and stuff like that. But the religion that he was part of, it's a man's society. Number one rule is you can't eat pussy. You can't be in a room with a man that's gay. So if he walked in this room and one of your associates was gay, he'd have to automatically walk out of the room. 1,000 rules for that shit. But sounds like why is not eating pussy at the top? I don't know, because if you eat pussy, you'll eat anything, I guess. So if you eat pussy, you'll suck a dick. So, and now in Cuba, abaquars are gay. No. Now they're allowed to be gay. Wow. Was that some Castro shit? I don't know. That's a way to emasculate like the most macho version of Cuba. I don't know what they did, but somebody came over. Oh, Yoel Romero told me. Get out of here. I showed him VR one time, and they still have a quiet. He goes, the culture died. You know, it's like it died back. So all those old things, now people move forward with it. Wow. Do you remember the first time someone scared you? Was there like a man that just fucking terrified you? Yeah. Rudy the Haitian's father. There was a kid in my neighborhood on 8th Street. His name was Rudy. He was Haitian. Yeah. So we just called him Rudy the Haitian. And me and his son were friends. And like in the 3rd, 2nd grade, we were friends. A little later, like 4th grade, because we moved out of there in 73. I was in the 5th grade. So towards later on, we would, you know, I got beat up at Central Park in the 1st grade. I got stitches in my head. So I begged my mother to put me in karate on 90th Street in West End with Mr. Orange, there, the teacher up there. In fact, his son is one of Eddie Bravo's students today. Laranjo, yeah. So once I started taking karate, I got a little bit more confidence to me. And me and Rudy started fighting. And Rudy would beat me up for like fucking 3 fights we had. He would beat me up. And then I got his number, and I started fucking him up. And one day I fucked Rudy up real bad. His father came downstairs and held me while Rudy beat me up. Wow. And Rudy's father was a big fucking black Haitian dude. I mean, he was like 6'6". He was intimidating. Then he grabbed me by the arm, he went upstairs, and he took me to my mother's apartment. We lived in apartment 3A. He knocked on the door. My mom was hungover. You know, it was 3 in the afternoon. She was getting ready to go to work. She was in no mood for this shit. And this motherfucker says to my mom, the next time your son hits my son, I'm going to hit him, and then I'm going to hit you. My mom goes, really? And she turned around and got the biggest fucking knife she had in that kitchen and chased him up the steps. This motherfucker went up the steps. cops came, and the Puerto Rican lady next to us, everybody accused my mom of having a knife. And the Puerto Rican lady said, nah, she got no knife. So the cops let us go. But a couple of weeks later, the landlord said, you guys got to move out. You guys got evicted. We got evicted.
Rudy the Haitian's dad snitched?
Yes.
What a fucking pussy. You say you let a kid get beat up. You say you're going to punch a woman, and then you call it cops.
Call the cops.
Wow. Fuck, man. But you were scared of him after that, though?
I was always scared of him. Just he was a physically intimidating guy. You know, like when you saw him when you're 6 or 7. But like my
what about jail? What about as an adult? Was there any guy you were like, this guy's off his rocker, this guy? And did you ever meet somebody that you felt was crazier than you?
Yes. Yes. In a lot of situations. Listen, if somebody's crazier than you, and you know they're deep, like when they're a criminal, and you know they're out there, you got 2 choices. You can hang out and be a part of that, or you can leave. I always tended to leave. I didn't want to take my life that deep, you know. When I came here in 85, I was fucked up. When I came in 84, I was fucked up. I ended up homeless. By the end of 84, I was living in a fucking park, in a just kind of rocket ships that kids have on the parks. When you go to the park, you climb up.
Playground?
I used to live in a
Which one?
88th Street Park.
On the west side?
New Jersey.
Oh, okay.
New Jersey. So I would stay out in the bar till 3 and then just crawl in there at night and sleep, and then in the morning walk out, bust into one of my friends' house and take a shower and switch into clothing. I did that for like 2 months. So in January of 85, I got cleaned up, and then I made a plan to go back to Colorado, get my life together for the 8th time. I was one of those guys that I made plans to get my life together every 6 weeks, you know. Then I went to Colorado in June of 85, and I was cool for like a year. I was cool. I had money. I was fucking working. I moved to...
Where were you working?
Football.
Okay.
But there's more to that story, too, because... Oh, yeah. No, I robbed the whole fucking wall, because before I left...
He was good. He said he was cool.
Before I left Jersey in 85, I was in the city a lot. I was working in the city as a bartender, and I met these dudes that knew how to get IDs. Up in the Bronx, right? So I would go up there with them to buy IDs with friends of mine. And then one day the guy goes, listen, for an extra $500, I'll give you a credit card. An insurance card for your car. Are you fucking kidding me? It's out of here. And I'm like, bro, let's do it.
Line it up.
So the guy would tell me how they do it. Whenever the card got made at the bank. Okay, this is how we stole credit cards. This is how fucking deep it was. Let's say they made a card for Andrew Schultz. They made a card for Andrew Schultz. One went to Andrew and one went to me.
So you knew the connect on the bank?
With your name on the fucking card.
On every card.
And I knew everything you did. They would tell me. Because we had to wait for you to use the card first. So I would get the call from them and just use the card. Boom. Once we used the card, it got traced dirty in New York. We shipped it out to LA because the computer was too slow. So the computer would break into corn dog. You want to deal with the king of swing, or you want to deal with the king of swing? The computer would go. So Monday, if the car got reported Tuesday, it wouldn't get to LA till Friday.
So you had Thursday.
You had Wednesday, Thursday. So Monday was the East, Tuesday was the Midwest, Wednesday was the Mountain Time, and Thursday was fucking California. So you had 3 days. And then, forget it. I was considered under the limit thief, which is using the card under $50 because they don't call it in. They would just put it down and go chick chick. So I was eating Chinese food every fucking day for lunch for years. No, I would use the same one. That one could even be declined, and I would use it because they wouldn't run it. Okay, so
when he goes chick chick chick, you said print out. Yeah, like what was that paper?
Yeah, they had a little paper that they looked.
The carbon paper. Yeah, they basically had carbon paper, and then you send it to the credit card company against the money from the bank. So you had a whole fucking day before they even knew you charged.
It was crazy.
But you couldn't go back to that same Chinese spot once they found out.
Oh, I went every day. I went every fucking day.
Okay. Holy shit, so how long did the credit card thing go?
Well, his name is Joey, and they're looking for a guy with a different credit card.
Then when I got to Colorado, I was fine. And then I was like, what you said, after like 2 months, I'm like,
yeah, you get itchy.
I was in Boulder, which is a college town.
Yeah.
And I'm like, holy shit, this is like stealing. So I called my buddy, and they go send me some cards out. Right? So he sent me some cards out. There was one mall in Boulder. So I'm going in there every day, buying fucking chains, jackets, but at the same time, I'm applying for work like a fucking moron that I am. So I apply at this fucking Foot Locker, and they hire me. And after a month, I'm like the top salesman. I can do that shit with my eyes closed. But a Chinese family came in one day to buy sneakers for the whole family. And I noticed I had a yellow envelope on the side of his wallet. And he fell. So I picked it up and went in the back. It was like $3,000 cash. Then I go, what do I do? Do I give it back to the family? I go, fuck no, I'm snorting coke tonight. You snooze, you lose. Bro, these people wouldn't leave it alone. That somebody robbed them. Nobody robbed them. They dropped it. And they called the cops. When the cops came in, the one cop looked at me and goes, somebody's been using a credit card here. And you fit the description. I'm like, what? What? And then he came back 3 days later. And he goes, hey, is there something you want to tell me? I'm like, no. And he came back like a week later. And he's like, listen, man, we're getting the sizes of the clothes together and everything. He's going to come and arrest you. And I'm like, bro, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So this went on. This went on for about 2 weeks. And I said, fuck this. I'm going to San Francisco anyway. I want to go hang out with a buddy of mine in San Francisco. So I met this girl. So I leave. I never get charged for the credit card. All right. I go to San Francisco for 6 months. I go to Aspen. My house is ready. And then I live in Aspen, a house in like a year. Yeah. And then in November of '86, I decide to go back to Boulder with my girlfriend. I'm living in Boulder. Everything's going great. And one day I get, no, a year later, after the credit card thing, I get up and up. No, I was never on the up and up. I get involved in the kidnapping. Okay, you ready for this? Yeah. The warrant gets put out. They're looking for me. Can you give us some details? Hold on. I wait for 3 days. I turn myself in. Who was the cop interviewing me? Oh, shit. It's the credit card cop. But he was too stupid to remember. Get the fuck out. He just kept looking at me weird. Like, so now after I got arrested, I had to go to court and sit next to this motherfucker. And he would look at me like I'm saying, when is this motherfucker gonna realize I was the one that used the fucking credit card? He never realized. And now there was 2 arresting officers. One guy, Jimmy Colon, that's my dog. I still talk to him on Facebook. But this other dude was one of those dudes that was like, you know, you have to go away. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. What the fuck are you talking about? You know, you get paid $1 an hour. Get a little water, piss, one, go do what you gotta do. You know what I'm saying? You want to be a cop, you just be a fucking jerk off. Yeah, this was a drug deal amongst drug dealers. Yeah, and you're making it seem like the plastic. Shut the fuck up. Yeah, everybody knew what was involved here. Yeah. Nobody got ripped off here. So your best bet. In fact, I turned myself in. I was yelling at him. I'm like, you arrested me to do your fuck. For doing your job, taking drugs off the street. And that would have been nice. You know me, dog. I'm gonna work it, you know. I'm gonna keep doing the juke up. I'm gonna go in there and work it as much as I fucking can. So I'm like, how can you arrest me? I'm taking drugs off the street, you motherfuckers. How dare you? And they're like, Joey, come on, knock it off. You know, so you get arrested for robbing a drug dealer, but you kidnap someone during the robbery, so you get arrested for the kidnapping. No, I didn't know it was kidnapping. I thought kidnapping was I gotta bring it to my house, send your uncle a note, and tell him I got years. $250. That's what I thought kidnapping was. What was this? See, the problem was that there was no law and order. See, law and order came on. Now I know everything I did do. Right? I'm a law and order motherfucker, right? Not a law and order SBU. I'm not a tree jumper. Law and order. I like to steal, do drugs, and fucking whatever. So I didn't know what kidnapping was. So I get to Boulder. I'm trying to get my life together. I join up the fucking classes at the University of Colorado. Now, I'm not at Colorado Mountain College no more. I'm at the University of Colorado with a GED. Let's go. No college, no high school. But they were like, yeah, we'll give you whatever you want. I'm paying for classes. They're not even doing no background check. Yeah. And one day I'm working. Now I'm doing coke. Like fucking. And I started selling cars. I was making great money selling cars and fucking doing coke at night and taking 2 classes a week at night. And one day I'm at the Subaru place, so I'm selling Subarus like a motherfucker. And one of the guys that got fired, he got fired for something. He he came back. And I go, where the fuck you been? He goes, I got fired. And he had like a black eye. And I go, what's the black eye from? And he goes, it's a long story. I go, we got nothing but time. And he goes, listen to what happened. He goes, I got a DUI. I crashed against a tree. And when they brought me to the hospital, the pharmacy door was open. So he broke into the pharmacy, took all the pills and cocaine. He jumped out a window. And they caught him like 2 days later. Wow. So now he's going to do time. So he goes, I'm staying with this guy, and he's got 2 kilos of coke. I'm going to steal it from him. And so you can help me sell it. And then I'm going to move to Arizona so I can do this time. And I'm like, fuck, I'm living in Boulder. It's fun. I got a nice girlfriend. You know, I got a dog. I got a job. But my friends are in New York City. Getting it on. They're coming to the city on the weekends. They're going to hunt the mountain on the weekends to ski and sport. They would tell me they threw a bag of coke on a Friday. When they came back, all the deal with them. So, you know, it was like, fucking, I'm out here with these fucking yokels. Yeah. Trying to be a fucking American. Yeah. And my friends are lighting their balls on fire. Their parents calling me. Have you heard from my son? I'm like, no. My friends' parents are calling me in Colorado going, I haven't seen Anthony in a week. He went out to get a pack of cigarettes. I'm like, go, they're out the mountain, get it on. So I was like, you know what? This girl is great, but she's not going to be my wife. I'm going to help this dude do it. As a matter of fact, I'm not going to help a little Robin.
Rob the guy asked you, you're a fucking lunatic.
Because there was no way he could do nothing. So I called my crazy friend here, and he couldn't make it out. He was fucking unloading planes, so he might come up in. I called one of my crazy friends here. So I had to go to a guy that I worked with at an auto body shop before I sold cars. He was like a biker. You know, he had everything. This is why I don't like modern times. He had everything. He had the tattoo, the sunglasses, the Marley bicycle, anything to be cool. The pitbull, tinted windows, the loud stereo. He had everything to be cool. And I'm like, what am I gonna do? I gotta use somebody. I can't take this guy down by myself. So I asked him, and he had a problem. He used to go to strip clubs. He was in love with a stripper. Right? But I mean, in love with a stripper. And she left her husband. But she wouldn't. She danced at a nude club. But she couldn't sleep with my friend Steve until she got a divorce. So she wanted him to pay $20,000 for the divorce. So this guy wanted the pussy. So that was his motivation. In fact, she moved into his house and he had to sleep on the couch. She slept on the bed by herself. Wow. She had no intention of fucking this retard. She just wanted that divorce. She just wanted that divorce. Oh my God. She's like, I'm a Catholic. I can't sleep with a man if I'm still married. She's like, well, you dance naked every night. But you're asking on people's faces, what's the fucking difference, you know? Wow. So that was our connection.
So this is the guy that you're basically bringing on to go rob this dude.
Yeah.
And you already know he's a goofy.
I knew it was a goofy, but in my cocaine mind, just what I had going on, I wanted to believe this was going to work. And then comes D-Day. In fact, I just got a root canal on Saturday on the tooth that the dentist fixed that morning before I kidnapped him. Because I had a dental appointment that morning. The dentist even said, I go, last time I worked on this tooth was November 18th, 87. He's like, that's interesting. How did you remember that? That's the day I kidnapped the guy. He just kept drilling. So, I went to the dentist. I remember calling him and going, we'll be over there with the money, you know, to buy the 2 kilos from me. He was going to be my partner. I was a middleman. He was going to buy the coke. Kent. So I was the middleman. I was going to bring him over there. They're going to sample it. And then we're going to go back to Steve's house. And Steve was going to give him the money. And we're going to rob the coke. We're going to rob, give him any money. We're going to put him on a bus to Arizona. Give him like $10,000 and get the fuck out.
Oh, you're going to give him a couple bucks?
Yeah. It wasn't going to be a complete robbery with kicking and all that stuff. It was just going to be a simple thing. Bella wasn't heavy. I wasn't heavy. And Steve wasn't heavy. Steve got so greedy, he fucked it up. At the intro, he pulled out the guns. Wow.
Okay, so real quick, break down the setup. Steve is, which one is the
everything? Setup. Yeah, did I slip him?
Go. All right, guys, let's take a break for a second because you got to replace your posters.
Look at any poster that's on your wall. It's ripped, torn, tattered, looks horrible. It is childish. It is absolutely childish. And you know what? You need to grow the fuck up. And Displate is gonna help you do that. Okay? Displate is a one-of-a-kind metal poster designed to capture your unique passions. It's sturdy, magnet-mounted, and it lasts a lifetime. Displate allows you to customize, collect, and rearrange them at will. Displate also has both branded and artistic artwork. They have over 1 million designs available, including official designs from brands like Marvel, DC, and the NBA, plenty of video games, tons of movies and music, you name it, they have it. I mean, look, you need that new Guardians of the Galaxy poster. Obviously, Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 is absolutely fantastic. Maybe you want to put the motherfucking boxing goat Floyd Mayweather on your wall. All right, Displate created a unique, easy, safe magnet mounting system that only takes 20 seconds. No need for drilling on your walls, nothing. You're renting an apartment, you don't have to worry about repainting and losing your fucking deposit and all these other things. Yeah, just put the Displate posters up. Displate delivers its product worldwide in only 4 to 5 business days. It's a perfect alternative for standard paper posters that often get damaged and doesn't leave marks on the wall. So go to displate.com/flagrant or use the code flagrant at the checkout to get 20% off for 1 to 2 Displates or 30% off for 3 and more Displates. Now let's get back to the show. Okay, set this robbery up for us. You have.
I didn't know how much time I had, so I didn't want to get into something.
You got all the time. Okay, we got all day. Okay, so you have. Who was the Hell's Angel? What's his name?
His name was Steve.
Okay,
He
so
was the
Steve.
Hell's Angels. He was like,
He wannabe.
Yeah.
Okay, and then who's the mark?
Kent.
Kent. Okay, so you and Steve go to meet up with Kent, and then break it down. So the idea
I
is.
go to the dentist office. This is the whole story. I go to the dentist office. I go home. I call Kent. They were supposed to go down at 1 o'clock. It's about 11 o'clock now. I call Kent, and he tells me, come pick me up. So I go to his house. And the weird thing was when I went to his house, I noticed it was across the street from the halfway house. It was a halfway house. And I looked at it, I go, that's fucking weird. He lives across the street from the halfway house. So I went upstairs. He's like, you want to do a line of coke before we go? I go, yeah. He goes, we'll go over there. I'll give him a sample. He'll give me the money. Then I'll come back here and get the coke. And we'll all disperse. You give him back the coke. Well, that's it. Okay. So when I'm there, he shows me a grinder. Because he was doing coke out of a grinder. The grinder was filled with coke. And there was an ounce of coke in a bag in the drawer. And he also showed me there was $2 grand. He goes, I got $2 grand here. Okay, so and I go, where's the coke? And he goes, in the ceiling. It was one of those drop ceilings that you slide up. Okay. So when I get there, he shows me everything. Then we do a couple of lines. Then I get in the car and I drive to where we're like a 7-minute drive. We get to the house. So as we walk in, this motherfucker pulls his guns out. The deal was, let's get everything going. When you go back to get the coke, that's when you rob us both. That's what I'm going to do. Even if you're with him, I'm going to rob you. I'm going to smack you. Just so he'll never say, well, how did he know? You fucking smacked me. You know, so I thought I was. So when I walked in, they pulled guns on both of us. And then he pulls a gun out, goes, Joey, tie him up. And I'm like, stupid motherfucker. So I'm like, what the fuck? So now we got this kid. The kid's like, Joey, what the fuck? I put him in the room. I fucking go out and talk to him. I go over there. I didn't tell him what a coke was. I told him that there was shit over there. I wanted to see what he was going to come back with. Sure enough, he played into it. He came back. He said there was only $200 for maple. But his mother was a big-time realtor, and we were in one of her houses.
Well, did everybody just get that? You know there's 2,000. He tells what's the guy's name? Steve to go in about he doesn't tell him where the coke is, the 2,000 and then the ounce. He goes, there was only 200. So he's trying to get over on you, this son of a bitch.
He comes back, it was only 200, maybe like an 8 ball. So I go, really? So he's like, what are we going to do? Where is it? I don't know, but I tell you what. I go, I gotta go. I go, you just tried to fuck him. No, I didn't. I'm telling you, there was more. So we got into a little argument. He goes to me, if you leave, I'm going to shoot you. And I knew this guy was going to shoot me. I just knew. I Like, I've never been wrong with that kind of stuff, judging a man like that. I was
I mean, if you're wrong once,
I was around savages.
Yeah.
I know this guy's gonna shoot me. And as I walk to the car, he don't shoot me. And I go outside, and I got a gun under the fucking my tire that I had from my Aspen days. I had a beautiful 9mm. I wasn't giving up. So right there, I was like, you know what, man? I've always wanted to shoot a motherfucker in the leg. Like, I've always wanted to shoot a motherfucker in the leg, like, just to see their reaction and the whole thing. And I was like, and I was ready to shoot. And I go, you know what, man? I'm just gonna get the fuck out of here. And I got in the car and I went back to Fellas' apartment. And I fucking kicked the door down. Fellas? The kid that was the march. Oh, Steve. Steve was the thief. Ken. Fellas, the march. So I said, fuck this. I'm gonna go back and get the coke. He said he didn't get it. I knew exactly what the coke was. So I ran back, fucking walked past the doorman. The doorman's like, hey, I was just here. And I basically went upstairs with no keys. And I kicked that fucking door down like a gorilla. And then I jumped up and I ripped that fucking ceiling down because it was a drop ceiling. So you could just tear it down. I fucking ripped it down. Hard to beat. My hands are bleeding from fucking pulling it down. And two bundles, man, in the middle, wrapped with Colombian newspaper. I took those motherfuckers and I ran the fuck out of there. And across from the halfway house, there was a newspaper thing where you put a quarter in, open it, take the newspaper out. Guys, look underneath. Whenever you see those, look underneath. In the 80s, that's how we used to drop off coke. There's a bottom compartment in there that you never look at. So I put the kilos of coke there because I thought the cops were on me. And I called my brother. He went over there, picked up the kilos and took it to Aspen. I kept like maybe an ounce for the night because I wanted to party, see what the fuck was going on. And that night, 8 o'clock, they knock on my door. Pitbull knocks on my door again. He's got a fella in the trunk of a car. And he goes, what am I going to do with him? I go, I don't know. Figure it the fuck out. Not my problem anymore. You tried to rob me, get the fuck out of here. And he's like, I need that 20,000 for my girlfriend. She needs a divorce. And I'm like, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. He was like, I got another guy. There's a guy that's got a pound and a half. Let's go rob him. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I went to a bar, had a couple drinks, snorted some coke, and went home, not thinking anything. And the next morning, I'm sleeping on the couch, and the guy knocks on my door. He goes, bro, the dealership is surrounded by cops. They're coming over here to get you. Get the fuck out of here. One of the lot guys. And I didn't have a car then. I went across the street, called my girlfriend, and said, listen, the cops are looking for me. And as I'm across the fucking street, I'm looking at the cops breaking into my house. Dude, wow. So I'm looking at this shit. I'm like, wow. And after about 20 minutes, I go, holy shit, I forgot my weed. I'm like, God damn it. I forgot my fucking weed. And now they only left the cop outside in front of my house to watch. So I went back. I went to the backyard to get, because I had some chocolate Thai weed that was sent to me from here. My friends just sent me chocolate Thai weed. So while the cops are in your fucking house, there's only one cop outside now. He's just waiting for me to come back. Sneak into your fucking house to get the fucking house to go to get my little Thai weed refund. Yeah. Did you get it? Fuck yeah. And the pipe and my lighter. Give me the lighter. Fuck yeah. I had a little bag. You know, you have one of those little purple bags. You got your weed, your lighter. And then I hid out at my girlfriend's for 2 days. And I thought about it. I fucked with them a little bit. That story had come out in the paper. That this guy got kidnapped and shit. But they were still looking for another suspect on the loose. They didn't give my name. So I waited for 2 days. I'll never forget, I went to the movie. I went to the video store and there were brand new movies. Lethal Weapon was a new release and it was Above the Law. And I watched it. I'm like, you know what, man? They got America's Most Wanted. I'm never going to get away with this. So now it was like, it was Thursday. And I go, I need more weed. So I got to go to Boulder anyway and get weed. I might as well call these cops and see what they're looking for me for. So I went down to Boulder. I got my bag of weed. I got my 2 videos. And there was a Kmart and an Albertsons. And they were across the street from one another. So I called Boulder police from Albertsons. From Kmart. And I'm like, hey, this is Jose Diaz. You guys are looking for me. And I've got to put you on hold. They were tracing me. So I kept hanging up on them. And they're like, oh, why are you hanging up 10 seconds, I hang up. Then finally, the detective answers and he goes, we just want to talk to you. Where are you? And I go, I'm in Albertsons, but I was really in Kingwood. And he goes, we just want to talk to you. I'm like, okay, I'll be at Albertsons. I hung up the phone and I went back to my car. I'm sitting there rolling the joint, and I see a SWAT truck come in.
God
with
damn,
all the police. I'm like, they're not looking to talk to me. They're looking to fucking kill me. And I'm like, fuck this. I told my girlfriend what I saw. She goes, you just turn yourself in. I'm like, fuck. That means I'm gonna miss the wedding. She goes, what wedding? I go, Don Johnson is marrying. She is. I'm Miami Vice. I've been waiting all year for this fucking wedding. I hate weddings. But Don Johnson getting married to Sheila Easton. I gotta get.
Oh my God.
Listen, guys, in my retarded mind, this is how fucked up drugs are. In my retarded mind, I can remember having her drop me off at the police station next morning. And me going out, here's $30, get Chinese food. I'll be home. I should be out here by an hour. I'm still walking there, tell these cops, whatever, some fucking story, and I'll be home in an hour. And I'll never forget walking upstairs. They told me to ring a buzzer. Dad, who is it? Jose Diaz. They go, buzz me. And I went in, dog. When I went in, fucking, I was bum rushed. All I had was I had cops all over me. Get on the floor, get on the floor, get on the floor. You're being charged with kidnapping 1, kidnapping 2, aggravated robbery, accessory to a felony, second-degree burglary, and fucking crime of violence. My bail was $50,000 fucking dollars. I'm like, what? Are you motherfuckers talking? And that's what I'm like, I'm doing your job. Fucking degenerates, what the fuck? So they talked to me for a while. They asked me questions. I wouldn't say shit. I'm like, listen, man, he was selling something. I don't know what happened, blah, blah, blah. But then I ended up, let me tell you what really happened. That fucking idiot got caught. Steve got caught with Kent in the trunk. He got caught driving without his headlights on. What an idiot. Wow. That's how I got pulled. That's how I ended up in this butt. I learned the lesson. We're going to tangle when we weave. When we tangled to the sea. That this was that all over again. This was this. It just didn't stop. You know, and then I turned myself in. I had this fucking bail. They put up and then a fucking Cuban kid was going to the University of Colorado, and his car was found splattered with blood. And they looked at his police records. They looked at his records, and they realized the kid was going to Miami on the weekends and selling coke. They found that his car, they never found his body again, but his car was blood splattered. So they were thinking it was me. There was another guy. So anybody who got tied into a drug rip, now they were looking at me. There was another dude that was smoking coke one night, and the cop knocked on his door, and he jumped off the fucking balcony and broke both his legs. Somebody went to rob him. He thought it was a cop, but it was really 2 thieves. So now they were questioning me about that shit. It was a fucking nightmare. Like 1 minute I was fucking, just in trouble for one thing. Now they're looking at me for fucking 30 things. And when I went to the bail hearing, they're like, he's part of a Cuban crime culture. And I'm like, oh, fuck. I thought I was fucking dead, Andrew Schultz.
Why didn't you go to Aspen? Why'd you turn yourself in?
Because you got to do it again. Bro, you gotta run the rest of your fucking life. You don't want to run.
And he didn't think the charge would be that bad because he didn't know he kidnapped
You gotta run the rest of your fucking life. I read an article when I was a kid about a guy who bit a girl at a wedding. Dance. Her and her boyfriend tried to beat him up and bit the girl. And something happened. This guy lived a fucking, that was the only, he never got a jaywalking ticket. For 40 years, he got a heart attack. He got taken to the hospital, they fingerprinted him. And they figured that was the guy from fucking his childhood. And now the guy's got to go to jail when he's 50. When he's lived an exemplary life, except that mistake he made. I didn't want that to happen.
Yeah, you didn't want to feel chased your whole life.
I was going to turn myself in and just deal with it. Now it's to get out of there. Now make the decision. Just turn yourself in and then see what they're holding on to, and then you make your decision. So I sat there for a few weeks. I had my girlfriend. The parents hated me, but he was a straight up gangster. The dude, the father was lieutenant colonel in the fucking army and shit. Career guy, had ties to the CIA. Didn't really like me, but when I got arrested, my girlfriend told him what happened. He goes, you know what? I'll go talk to him. And he came in for a guy I never thought liked me. We ended ended up having a pretty good conversation. He asked me a few questions.
And were you honest with him about what happened?
Very honest, because I learned earlier, if you do something and somebody's looking to help you, and I tell people this all the time, I love you to death. I'll do anything for you. If you guys don't understand what I mean by that, I'll do anything for you. But do me a fucking favor. When you tell me who did it to you, make sure you don't miss a detail.
Yeah, because you're bringing me into this web now.
Just don't miss a fucking detail. Tell me the truth. I don't give a fuck what you did, but if we're right here, we're gonna go back in there. That's the type of person I am. I don't care. Just don't miss. I don't care if you murder somebody.
So you opened up completely to the pops.
And he was asking me questions. And he was like, I'm gonna get you out of here. So he wrote some letters, and within like a week, I got out. My bail went 50,000 to like 3,000. And then, I started talking to him more and more, and I started getting my life together little by little. And I got a job at Hertz as a manager trainee. Fucking like 40 grand a year to start. Some guy I knew hooked me up with it. And the guy liked me so much, he called me into his office one day and he goes, listen, I know what you're going through. So I put a call in for you and I got you a job in Hertz in Panama. They'll change your name, they'll give you an ID, and you can be a manager down there. And I was like, fucking Panama with Noriega. Fuck yeah. And I'm like, again, then we're back to the same fucking boat. Someday you're gonna do well, and this is gonna come back to bite you in the fucking ass, And I just did everything I could to stay out of there. I got into the University of Colorado. I got into the university.
Yeah.
Not continuing it. They told me I had 20 credits that I had to transfer. So it was sad because I tried to get in there as Joey Diaz, but they're like, no can do. But
Jose,
if your name was Jose Diaz,
we got some room.
We'll fucking put feathers in your ass on level 10. Because we ain't got enough brothers and Cubans up in this motherfucker. That's why if you got a kid that needs to go to college, and you ain't got the money, just have him marry a Mexican and send him to the University of Montana. Mucho pesos, you understand me?
Whatever happened with Kent, the guy that got tied up?
Kent, the guy that got tied up, I'm in close contact with him now.
Really?
Yeah, I apologized to him on the podcast. 15 years, no. For years I kept calling. Like I got his, listen, when I got out of jail and I was in the halfway house one night, I went to a bar to get some coke and Ken was there. And he goes, what are you doing out? I go, Ken, come on, bro. You got anything? And he goes, yeah. What do you need? I go, grab a coke. And as he's waiting in the bathroom, he looks at me and goes, the last time I sold you coke, you kidnapped me. And we're talking. I'm like, Ken, I'm sorry. I was having a bad day, and we talked. I bought him a fucking drink at the bar. We chit-chatted. Everything was beautiful. And then I disappeared. I got the comedy or whatever. 10 years later, he's on Facebook. So I started to know on Facebook. I'm like, hey, man, how you doing? Fuck you. I realized what you did. You were a scumbag. This went on for like 2 years. And I said, fuck it, I'm not going to hit him a lot. I'm just going to hit him on the anniversary. Of the arrest. Of the kidnapping. So every November 18th, I would go, Ken, what's going on? Go fuck yourself. And I would go on Twitter and go, 22 years ago today, I kidnapped Ken Bella. He still won't talk to me. This went on for about 3 years. And then one time he gave me his number, and I called him. He's like, I don't know if I should talk to you, blah, blah, blah. So Ken, it was a long time ago, blah, blah. And I got him to agree to call me to the podcast, and I apologized to him. And then after that, I kept like, Ken, I'm going to be in Tempe. Come to the show. Fuck you.
You made Arizona. He was serious about that.
He was serious. So about 3 times into it, I actually showed up. He showed up. I went to Tucson, though. He lives in Tucson. So I went to Tucson. He came to the show. I posted. You can find it after 33 years. I kidnapped this guy 33 years ago. Now we're friends. I sent him money from time to time. He had problems with his mom. I try to take care of his mom. Now he's moving up to New Mexico, New Mexico.
What happened to Steve? And what happened to the 2 keys?
The 2 keys I sold. Steve ended up ratting me out. I ended up getting, because when he got arrested, he was on parole. And he got sentenced to 10 years. I got sentenced to 4. I was really supposed to get sentenced to 6. But I wrote so many letters. My friend from grammar school, Jersey, got all these people to write letters. Because if you get in trouble, if a judge has political aspirations, each of us know 20 people. When you die, God forbid, they're going to get you 250 mass guards. Each of us know 250 people. So if you ever get in trouble, write a letter to the judge because that's 250 votes. So the more letters you write that judge, the more votes mean. Do you follow me? That's why whenever I got in trouble, I wrote a letter to the judge. When I got out of prison, I wrote a letter to that judge thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm late having cars. I'm still broke. I'm still an idiot. But I'm giving it a try. You know, I just got into comedy. I wrote him letters. I got to stand-up comedy. I suck, but I'm going to try it. And then I went up in front of him 10 years later for something else. And he fucking went in my direction because I kept built a relationship. I built a relationship with the guy. So whenever you get in trouble, anything like that, you got to write letters to a judge and explain your situation and tell them what you're feeling. And most importantly, tell them what your intentions are in life. Even though I was stealing coke and I was robbing, but when I got out of prison, I wasn't robbing at that. You know, I already knew what level of criminal I wanted to be. For me to stay out and do comedy, I could still be a little criminal from time to time, but there's levels. Yeah. Like I could go into a Kmart, walk in and take like a fucking those mats for your car. Yeah. Right? And you can just pick them up, walk them right to the return and go, my mother got me these, but I got to pay. And without a receipt, they give you $100 plus tax. Wow. You can always do that shit. That was the hustle I used to see. That's like on the road. When I was on the road, you don't have money for gas. You walk into a Kmart, pick up a fucking fishing rod and go, all right, my mother bought me this, but I can't use it. I got a receipt, not really.
So, you know, Kmart has these super long receipts. CVS has them as well.
Yeah.
So, if there's ever a trash, this is how you know crackheads are brilliant. So there was a trash can right outside the Kmart on Astor Place in Lafayette Street, New York. And the crackheads would wait for people to leave the Kmart with that long ass receipt. They throw it right in the garbage right when they leave. And they would take that receipt and they would look at the itemized receipt and they walk right back in that fucking Kmart and pick up every single item and return every single item and get the cash for it. It was like they were asking to get right.
I saw that on the HBO doc.
HBO did a good job of it. It was that Kmart one too. Yeah. One day, it was like the 29th, and I needed $400 for rent money. $4. That's all I made my rent in Boulder. I was a starving comic. That's it, 1995, 96 maybe. And I see some guy pushing out lumber. I'm like, it was a lawnmower. And one of those trucks, like, some guy pushing him. He's like, what are you going to mow with this? And sure enough, I'm hungry. I need money, and I see the receipt just fly off the box. Got it! I go, oh, shit, I run in to the Boulder Kmart. And I go for the thing, and I go, excuse me, sir, where's the C695? He goes, we're all sold out on some, like, 5. And boom, there's another one in Longmont, Colorado. I got my car, went out to Longmont, and there it was. Picked it up, put the receipt on it. The guy gave me $400 plus tax. And I grabbed the blow. You know what I'm saying? I remember one Christmas, I went into fucking, what's that? The toy chain that went Toys R Us. Toys R Us. They used to give you Jeffrey money. I would walk in there and take one thing. I remember I ended up leaving there with a bicycle. One time. I returned like a game of Monopoly. And I kept going back and returning, and I had so many credits. I said, like, give me a bicycle. And they gave me a bicycle. My daughter had a bicycle.
When you were in prison, what crew did you roll with? What was your car?
And there was really no crews at that time. You had the brothers. You had the biggest problem I had was navigating around the Bloods and the Crips because I worked in the kitchen.
And is it easier to navigate when you have a kitchen job?
In 1987, I didn't even know what the Bloods and the Crips were. So I get sent to prison
back east. And
no,
the Bloods and Crips are just starting in like the late 70s.
So I got into where you go. The first day you get there, the counselor's like, have you ever had hepatitis B? I'm like, no. And it's like, obviously. I work in the kitchen.
Yeah.
So they put me in the kitchen. The fucking dude was big, Mr. Yarborough. Big brother, fucking out of the Navy, he's a Korean Navy guy. And he's like, Mr. Diaz, you look Italian, so I'm gonna make you a baker. Have you ever baked before? And I'm like, no, I don't fucking even cook. So I went in there next morning at 4 in the morning. And he's like, you put this much on the thing, and then they expand. I'm like, why you being so cheap, brother? These motherfuckers motherfuckers are living in cells. Give them a big fucking cinnamon muffin. I mean, I didn't know. He's like, you can't make them big. I didn't know why. So I made them big, and they became fucking manhole covers. Dropping them blew up. It was a fire. So he fired maybe the stock clerk, which is the best job there. I didn't even know it's stock clerk. It's a stock clerk. You order the food for the kitchen, and you have your own facility to hide shit for the other inmates. Because it's so far away, they don't bring the dogs to sniff that shit. And I had a driver's license. So you see those guys that pick papers up on the side of the road and bring them lunch in the cart. So I could always go, you're going to be here tomorrow? Yeah, I could always go. Andrew Schultz, have your girlfriend drop off an ounce of coke. Like garbage, stop number 54. You're going to pick up the garbage. I'm going to come by to give you lunch. You're going to give it to me. Then I'm going to search me and go back into the facility. You have no idea how far they get coke into the... They had every... I wasn't destroying coke at all. No, but getting it in. Yeah, they had coke in there, heroin. The only other doing there was acid. Because they couldn't test for it. Acid in prison? Yeah, you get nice water acid in prison. I get fucked up every Sunday night. Me and some other guys, we sit outside and talk shit and crack jokes they couldn't figure out. And they'd automatically give you a blood test the next day. Because you're out and you're clean. Did you like prison in the social aspect? Loved it. Yeah, because you're a king, right? Like, yeah, everybody loves you. You got these amazing stories. I'm in the kitchen, and that's the hardest part I had was the Crips and the Bloods. Okay. Because in the kitchen, they can't help but outside the kitchen, they had to maintain their fucking status, and I really dug that. But I was friends with Crips. My best friend was a Crip. Yeah. I loved this motherfucker. Yeah. This guy had 7 girlfriends. Each of them with a badass 6-figure car. This guy was in charge of bringing cocaine from California to Colorado for the Crips. This is at this time. This is what he did. Was the chick that went to the Olympics, Joyner, in the 80s. Her brother was there too. Wow. He was a Crip or something because he was bringing in coke from that's the Crips were bringing it from LA, California, all those little things. So that was the hardest adjustment I had. You had your bikers, like 5 little raggedy bikers. You had your white supremacists, a couple of them. You only had 104 people. Okay. So everybody kind of knows everybody's straight. You didn't have that. You had one Italian. He was the cook. Of course. And I partnered up with him to start a bookmaking operation because he couldn't sell lottery tickets to the blacks, the Spanish. But I could. I knew how to talk to the brothers. I knew how to talk to the Mexicans. So he made me his partner. And every night he would make nachos. He'd get like an iron and put nothing in cheese and fucking get chips and shit. Fucking different world. So you were having, weirdly, the time of your life. Yes, the first list. Like I got sentenced August 15th. Yeah. The system was a year behind. What that meant was, what does that mean? The system was a year behind that time. What meant was, you're not getting processed to go to your prison until fucking December or January. Oh, you're in jail still. So you're going to sit in county jail. This is what I got. Okay, this is a lot of people don't know. So I got sentenced to second-degree burglary. It cost me. I had to pay a lot of money because I had to hire an investigator to prove there was no violence in my past because they wanted to charge me with a violent offense. So that means if I got 9 years for kidnapping, I would do all 9 years. And I was not going to do that. So we had to hire an investigator to go back to Jersey and fucking any violence as a kid. Like, yeah, we got to a fist fight with a pizza guy, shit like that, but nothing extreme. That showed. So my attorney, that was his most important thing, was to get the violent crime changed to a non-violent crime, because that makes a complete difference. And he did. That might be the greatest miracle in the history of I still talk to that motherfucker. You need to. He's in Colorado Springs. Yeah. And now he's got a kid that wants to get into the entertainment business. So he's like, what do we need to do? Time to speed this up, right? Pay back some bitch. So when I got sentenced to 48 months, right? But I spent a month in the county. So that's 2 months. You did double time serve for county. County is 2 days. At that time, it was 2 for 1. So I did a month. So that meant I did 2 months. So now it's 22 months. I got in there, right? Until you hit prison, your final destination is 2 for 1. Wow.
So the longer you stay in a county, the shorter amount of time you're going to have to spend in prison. I guess this is the whole idea is expediting your time in county. Because county's a pain in the fucking ass.
But not bad, because again, I got sentenced on a Monday, and by Wednesday morning I was taken out. They told me they were going to send me to Oklahoma. They sent me to fucking Summit County Jail. Guys, we were all closed. We played handball outside. And at 9 o'clock, the jail, the fucking guards would go to the Safeway for you and buy you chips, sodas, and we'd watch movies all night on TV.
So it was low key and everybody's chill.
Key. My buddy in there was a guy from the Bronx, Italian dude. Fucking, as soon as I get there, the guy fucking hugged me. I'll do anything for you. Just talk for me, brother. Just talk for me. I haven't been around people from the East Coast. This guy loved me. So I became friends with him. We were fucking, I didn't drink or anything in there, but we would always like fucking gamble. A lot of gambling in there, you know? I was in Summit County for maybe 2 weeks. That's a month.
So you're shaving time off.
I'm shaving time off. So now I had 3 months already. All of a sudden, one morning, they go, you're going to fucking Department of Corrections. So first you go to DOC. It's like, you go to diagnostic. That's where you're there for 2 weeks and they find out what's wrong with you. They check everything, your ass, your mind. They ask you creepy questions. They do a battery test. And then from how you do on that is where you're deciding where your destination is.
So you're trying to do better on that.
Yes.
Because if you look sane, you look competent, you look smart, you're going to get the country club. And if you look like an absolute savage fuck up,
yes. But still, I didn't have the numbers. I knew that my numbers were low because before you get sentenced, you have to take a thing, like a little test, like a 10-question test, nothing hard. Yeah. Did you have a job before you got arrested? Did you have a license before you got arrested? Were you working at the time of your arrest? And all these positive things count in your favor. So after I got sentenced, after I went to diagnostic, now they're gonna send you to your destination. I had 2 destinations. I could either go to Rifle, Colorado, and that's where I wanted to go because in the winter they let you be a ski instructor. For the dude on the hill, checking people's badges. Unbelievable. And in the summer, you'd be a lifeguard at the pool. The job is the pool. So I'm like, what the fuck? And they let you go to movies on Saturday night. Unbelievable. Golden was where I went, Camp George West. I wanted to go to Golden because it was closer to my house. But they didn't have all the shit Rifle had.
Yeah, you go to ski and go hang by the pool.
But the only thing they had, they let you out for 20 minutes and then they go to the store. No. There was a bodega right around the corner.
So you got 20 minutes of freedom.
20 minutes just to run to the store and run back. So I started, everybody else couldn't figure it out. I started ordering Chinese food. To the bodega. To the bodega. There was a Chinese restaurant next to it. So I would call the order in because all the other idiots would actually go to the bodega and I go, did you get Chinese food? They go, no, we don't have time. I'm like, you gotta call the order in so when you get there. So I would call the order in, pick up Chinese food, pick up a couple Haagen-Dazs, some ice cream and shit.
So you were a fucking superhero.
A superhero.
You're coming back with ice cream.
A superhero.
Chinese food.
Oh my God. And at the time, there was AIDS was big, 87. Yeah. So they had a brand spanking new AIDS facility. They had 8 beds and they had 2 people with AIDS. I'm talking about banging TVs, refrigerators, microwaves, couches, solar heating. So we were in there at night with the AIDS dudes, the 2 AIDS dudes, fucking making sandwiches and shit.
And you knew at the time that you couldn't catch it?
I didn't know, but take a chance. Columbus did. I know if you took it in the ass or shot yourself intravenously, but I wasn't taking the ass and I wasn't going to shoot anything intravenously.
You're just sharing Haagen-Dazs.
So unless you could, yeah, they had their own fork, you know. I'm not there to judge nobody. They were very nice. It was actually, I got out of there, I had to volunteer working at the North AIDS. Really? Because of what I meant and how I, you know, as Americans, they hit you with AIDS like COVID. So you didn't want to touch nobody with AIDS. You didn't want to be in the room with AIDS. Yeah. Once you're in prison, you gotta. They weren't allowed to go into the daily area like they eat. Right. They had their own area back then. Yeah. But they were lonely back then. Yeah, I can imagine. Everybody else was treating them like shit. Yeah. And I'm like, let's go back there and talk to these fucking dudes. And it was just pristine. It was tremendous. We had Super Bowl parties. Every Sunday night we watched America's Most Wanted and fucking Love and Marriage. You know, we'd eat. We fucking get Kentucky Fried Chicken. The kid from the Crips, his girlfriend would bring him Nutter Butters and Popeye
Okay, so when do you start realizing I can be an entertainer here, right? Like, I'm just like, when does your brain start adjusting to the reality that you can maybe have a legit job?
I didn't know anything about this job. When I was a kid, I was at my buddy's house and he put on a Richard Pryor album.
Okay, so Pryor was your first.
Pryor was the first thing I ever heard. The Rhino meets Dracula. That is the most beautiful bit in the world. When you're a 8-year-old kid, you're Cuban, and you listen to that because you're learning the language. You just came from a place where you can't talk like this. Okay, and I'm listening to this motherfucker say some shit that is brilliant. And he's talking about coke, and he's talking about Dracula washing that, and you're a filthy little motherfucker too. And I'm like, what the fuck? And it's bicentennial. How? You can't say the last name of it. And that one, the other one that you can't say the name of. Richard Pryor had like 3 albums. You can't fucking name it. And when I show up to people, I'm gonna show the album. Sorry, you can't say it. And I mimicked them. I knew the words. I knew everything. When I go to a party, I would do Richard Pryor. In fact, I would bring my albums to other kids' houses that were 12 and 11. There's a kid, Ray Canella, today. Every time I see him, I brought him on the flip side. He looks at me and goes, you know my mother's still mad at you for bringing that Richard Pryor out to the house in the 8th grade. I did everything with Richard Pryor. I love Richard Pryor, but I came from a fucking Bergen, New Jersey. I'm a Cuban kid. I didn't know what went on with it. And then after I got in trouble, I'm like, they really don't want it. But just before I got sentenced, just before I went to prison, just before I committed that kidnapping, like 2 days before that, there was a guy at that cereal dealer. I did not get along. We had words one day, we just did not get along. And one night I was sitting there, and then he came over to me and goes, hey man, his name was Grant Theo Smith. I still remember this motherfucker, and he came up to me and goes, hey man, I know you don't like me, but I gotta tell you something. I go, what's that? He goes, ask me what I did before I worked here at a car deal. I go, I don't know. You know, you're 20, some old guys talking to me. I don't know. Go ahead and tell me. Yeah. And he goes, I was an entertainment director at a casino in Las Vegas. I don't know which one, but it was a big one at the time. Sands, I don't know. Like these drugs were considered doing stand-up comedy.
Just because he saw you busting balls, he saw you tell a story.
Get the fuck out of my face, stand-up comedy. Like a fucking highest no coke. Go away. That's my
at the time, that was
hard
to what stand-up comedians did.
You like Brian, right? Yeah. What are you fucking talking about stand-up comedy? Yeah. What are you talking about? Go away. Yeah. I barely chew and walk at the same time. You know? Then when I got locked up in Camp George West, Thursday night was movie night. Right? They didn't have what we have now. They had fucking reel-to-reel. All right? It's a projector. Yeah, like a and then it breaks. You know, come on, motherfucker. It was our brother that was orange. You know those brothers, they got freckles. Yeah. They call him Redbone. Red, fix that fucking thing. Fuck me, motherfucker. Yeah. And he would have to get up and fix the projector. And in the meantime, the guys would say, because in the kitchen, I would tell the guys, listen, don't eat that food. I would tell them, don't eat like the chip meat, cream, all those type of weird feels. I would check the meat, so I knew if the meat was good enough. That's why I went to the bodega to get the fucking meat and everything else. Me and my buddies. So when they would come in, I go, don't do it! And they all be yelling, all right, let's get out. Cuban. All the brothers from Cuba told us not to eat that shit. So I'd be yelling, don't do it! Don't do it! And then just fucking around. I had a friend in the kitchen. His name was Etchy. He was like on blood. And one day he came up to me, he's like, hey bro, you gotta help me out. I'm like, what's up? He goes, my freeze is slipping. My freeze is fucking up. You gotta help me out. I'm like, what are you talking about? What the fuck is a freeze? He goes, a freeze. When you don't practice it, people can tell the difference in your voice. When you don't practice saying freeze, when you're gonna rob somebody. So this motherfucker coming to the dining area. He goes, freeze. Don't report me. I just want to try it. He goes, my brother got out of jail. They practiced this freeze. He got locked up a week later. It's crazy. It's crazy. That's so complex. I mean, bro, I'm mind. This is a funny fucking situation. I mean, it's a bit. It's a bit. Freeze. So I'm like, don't do it. This went on. And I became like the social commentary for the kitchen. Right? So now, afterward, they would think like, you would get up there and say some words. So they're asking, they're pushing you to do it. They're going to get up there. Because, listen, at that time, we weren't as sensitive as we are today. Of course. You could goof on brothers. We all goofed on red. Yeah. You know, everybody goofed on red. Yeah. Everybody goofed on the bikers. Everybody goofed on retards. That was it. You know, he just goofed. Yeah. I stopped any material. Yeah. I don't know material. It's not like I wrote material. Yeah, you just wrote stuff. Just to fucking, fucking whatever. Yeah. Look at this motherfucker with these fucking shoes on. When your mother gave you better shoes. What the fuck are you laughing about, cocksucker? You know, that's it. You know? And one day, the guy in the library was from Buffalo. He killed his wife and the mailman. The mailman was fucking his wife, so he killed the wife and the mailman. He had like 30 fucking shits. The guy was a genius. And I'll never forget, he came up to me one day and he goes, hey man, here's a notebook so you can write your jokes. And I go, notebook? I got no fucking notebook. He goes, you don't write before you go up there? And I go, no. This motherfucker looked at me and goes, listen, I'm gonna get out of here in about 2 years. If I get out, you're not doing stand up. I'm gonna hunt you down and kill you. What a motivational speech. And I got out of prison, and I was a pussy. It took me 2 years to get on stage after I got out. You know, kept giving myself excuses. And one day I just got up on stage. Where? Comedy Works. What made you do it? Was it Denver Comedy Works? When you were doing the shows in the prison, was everybody there? Like blood crips, whites, so everybody just decided, hey, we're going to put away the beef and we're going to enjoy this and we're going to laugh at each other. There was no sensitivity, nothing? Nothing. That's the fucking beauty of it, man. It's fucking amazing. Nobody was sensitive anymore. We were just human beings back then. And they had every reason to be sensitive. Yeah, dude, his cousin killed this guy's cousin. There was some crazy. There was two brother-in-laws that were a cousin and a nephew that were like up over each other. But they sat down. I did time with the Barclays. The Barclays were a Colorado family, this white family, the nicest people in the world. They got into the cocaine business by mistake, and they became billionaires. Like they didn't even know how to launder the money. They just kept buying trucks for their landscaping business. They had every type of truck. Then the cops busted them, and they fucking, the cops stayed there at their house and answered the phone and all the drug things. And when you would come to buy the coke, they would arrest you. It was a hell of a story alone. With the Barclays, I was doing time with them, and then they sent the father and the brother together in discovery in court. They found out that the father was having an affair with his wife while he was at work. So I live with my wife in your house. You're my dad. You live upstairs. You're single. My mom died. And when I'm at work, you come down and fuck my wife. Wow. Holy shit. So they tried to break them up for them to testify against each other. Of course. And now I'm doing time with them, and they're not talking to each other. It's two different fucking worlds. I mean, they put bad shits in there where they said this is blood, and now they hate each other. It was fucking insane. I'm happy I did it. I never got really in trouble again after that. I never got to prison again or anything. But it was an education, and it let me know what I didn't want to do. Yeah. Because listen, prison, anybody can do prison here. We can all do it. But all right, it's just time. You gotta you do push-ups, you eat, you mind your business. The problem with all that shit is that I forgot what I was going to tell you. No, we can all do prison. We can all do time. The problem is they fuck with your manhood. I'm telling you, I'm sitting here with you guys telling you we had a great time in there. Yeah. If I didn't do it again today, I would do it for the 90 days. I don't know if I can do it long. It was a great break. Yeah. But they judge and fuck with your manhood. Yeah. Okay, so about the COs or the COs. Tell them what to do. I walk into your room at 7 in the morning. I keep the bed, tell you to wake the fuck up. Now that. Yeah, that's like. You know, I don't want to be a man. Absolutely do that. Yeah, and you cannot do anything because you want to get out there. It weighs on you. Yeah, yeah. There's little things that, you know, it's been 30 years since I was in there, but that's the most thing that stuck out in my mind. That they try to take away your manhood. You know, like, get up, bitch, stupid, that type of shit. Yeah. And if you swing back, then you get more time. Yeah. You know, and then you have the longest yard, right? Adam Sandler said, Burt Reynolds said was a word. You smack back on him, and I put my fucking shoe back on. And he went in at the end of the longest yard. That's how it was. You have to decide what's important to you.
Did you fight? What was that for?
I got one fight in there. I got maybe two. I got to an argument with a good friend of mine, the age unit, and we pushed each other around. And then that's funny you said that there was a white dude, like a ball. He was like not a biker. He was like in the middle. We call those guys like they hate minorities, right? Whatever. He had long hair and shit, and he used to fuck with me. He worked in the kitchen. So instead of me beating them up, I was a stock clerk in the kitchen there, and they used to have that welfare American cheese. So one guy took the cheese out of there, and I took a shit on the fucking box, and I put a little American flag on the top, and I put the box, and I put it in his drawer, and put the clothes on top of it, and he would always go, anybody else smell shit in my room? I'm gonna find it. And then one day he actually found the box. When I took the shit, it was like 19 inches. When he found it, it was like 3 inches. It was like a skeleton. It burned off. It burned off. And that room smelled like death. He was breathing that shit in until I feel bad. He's not alive today. That's worse than that 9/11. That motherfucker's eligible for fucking payments. He got another body, bro. That's crazy. So he knew I put the shit in the thing. Yeah. And he would always give me grief when he was in front of his friends. Sure. When I was with my friends, he would say that. So there was a room where we would play cards in. It was a combination laundry room. And one day I gotta say something to this guy. Because he was always tough when he was around his buddies. But I knew that if I took my buddies, we could fuck up his buddies. Because I had the brothers with me, so I knew we could fuck up his friends. Because I had two brothers that were my brothers in real life. They were two African American kids that were my brothers. One whose name was Spencer Manson. He's dead. I put him on time to time. That motherfucker stabbed me 9 times. Like 6 years ago, every man's money. He didn't fuck around. He was still jumping up in Louisiana. He had those crazy eyes and shit. He didn't fuck around. And then my brother was Greg Fulbright. They were not gonna fuck with us. So when this motherfucker had to kill him. So I saw him on a Saturday. He had long hair like you, that's why I grabbed long hair. He was the floor, dragged down the way, turned around, and grabbed both sides of the long hair, cut my hair, back myself, 15 fucking times, and I pushed him with the car. Now I went to my friend, told him what happened. They were gonna retaliate. He never said a word. And that was it.
Not trying stand-up, but being good at stand-up and then becoming this kind of different. Do you understand? Alright, Joey, so tell us, when do you become the mythical figure at the time you start? Do you even realize it? So, as it's happening, you're clean, you're doing comedy, it does not work out your career, you never clean. No, I never got clean. I think it's small. Oh, okay. Wait, so when did you go to jail? 97. That's early. And then how do you guys connect? What was the first time you met? I was a Boy Scout all over my money. Okay. When I met called, comedy store, maybe a month after I got to the comedy store. You got a I got to LA in January 29th of 1997. You know when I became a regular? February 19th. Wow. 1997. If that wasn't the fucking cards, no way got me coming out. I'm going to show me for 6 months. That's fucking crazy. That's what I get. Scott Baker, one day, I was with me.
So, yeah, it was pretty fucking insane. Yeah, she told me to come back next week. And for 10 minutes, I did the 10 minutes, I think it was all my birthday. You know, check it out, fucking something like that. So that was fucking tremendous.
So you get past, and now you got this one.
I got a home, which I didn't know. At the time, it was small water.
Right. What was it like?
30 people a night.
That's right.
60 people on Friday, 80 on Saturday.
The 90s comedy gets a little bit soft, not as much care, not as much struggling when you're growing up. Is there still the culture of the sport? Yeah. Like, was the community, did it feel like employees or
So it was just kind of wild. She would come in every once in a while. The one down me was when I first got there, I was not the first time. But I can't remember what his name is. He's an older guy. He said he was Jewish. I'm Spanish, and I had a joke then about OJ that they asked the maid, and I returned it in Spanish. And he came up to me and he goes, I don't know if you know this, that's my joke. I go, how can that be your joke? I just moved here. Oh, he goes, you stole the joke. I go, how did I steal your joke? I just moved here from fucking Seattle.
Yeah.
I've never even seen you before, guy.
Yeah.
He goes, a number two. I'm fucking Spanish. I'm talking Spanish. But you're saying that's your fucking thing. And the guy got a little heavy with me, right? And he had a violin. And he put it behind him. And that's the first thing I noticed. If you get in somebody's face, don't put something behind you, stupid. So he kept talking. I pushed him. And he fell over the violin. And Mitzi was walking up. And she saw that. She goes, what the fuck? Oh, this motherfucker told me I stole the joke because I knew she liked that shit. Because that's how she made tennis a regular.
I didn't know that was
she was getting beat up by Argus Hamilton. And Kenneth was there busting Argus up. And that's how he became a regular. Mitzi likes controversy. Mitzi likes a good fist fight. Mitzi liked when you told somebody to go fuck themselves. She loved that shit. So I knew I was home. You follow me? When you have that attitude coming from within, I'm home. Because I will tell you to go fuck yourself. I don't give a fuck about your comedy club, whatever. So Miss Mitzi saw me with that dude. She was like, this guy's onto something.
Where was Mitzi from? I hear all these stories about her.
In Minneapolis or some shit. And went to Miami. And that's how she liked Cubans. Because she went to Miami for a while. She goes, I like Cubans.
You said Mitzi would play mind games with you. Like she told you to dress up as Castro.
Yeah.
And if you did it, she would never put you on again because she was like, oh, he's weak. That's crazy, right? She'll give you advice as the head of the Comedy Store. And if you take her shitty advice, she knows you don't have a backbone and you don't believe in your comedy.
The best story I ever heard was a guy named Kevin something. Dear friend of mine, I forget his last name. He used to be the vet on one of those channels where they save cats and shit. Jesse Fitzgerald. He's good friends with Joe, too. If I show you this guy, you'll go, Joey, what the fuck are you talking about? That's one of the most dangerous men you'll ever see in your life. He was a bodyguard for the Stones. When he came back from Vietnam, the guy's a fucking savage. Kevin Fitzgerald was a comic. That's how I met Kevin in Denver. He has a great story that he was doing a joke one night about this is your brain on drugs, this is your brain. And it was the greatest stand-up of all time. Bill Hicks' manager, road manager, was there because Bill Hicks was performing that night, and he walked up to Kevin. He goes, "Hey, Mr. Hicks would appreciate it if you didn't do that joke before." Kevin said he went in the back and thought about it. He goes, "Nobody can tell me not to do a joke." And he went up there and did the joke. Then the guy went up to Kevin, was waiting for Kevin. Kevin's a tough dude. And this guy tried to be cute with Kevin. He's like, "I told you not to do the joke." Kevin goes, "Shut the fuck up." Bill Hicks heard the argument. Bill came out. He goes, whoa. We got no beef here. I told you to do something. You didn't do it. As a matter of fact, comics don't listen. You're my new opening act. And he put him on the road. We don't listen. You told me not to do something as a comic. It's the game's over. Don't have the comedy to work clean, because I'm going to go up there with the biggest pussy joke you've ever heard in your motherfucking life. And that's why they play those games in LA. Bro, for years, you know, people you have to send a tape. Yeah, I sent blank tapes. And love when they call me back and say your set was tremendous. Because when you get paid, at the end of the night, you're looking at a comedy club owner. He's sitting in front of 1,200 tapes, and all of them got dust on it. You don't watch the tapes. There was a power play. You send the tape, and then we'll give you, fuck you. I'm not sending the tape. And then when they get bugging me, I go, okay. I started sending blank tapes. As a matter of fact, the great and wise Chelsea Handler sent the tape myself having sex at one point before Montreal. No. Yes, she did. She got Montreal? Yes, she did. Hell yeah. Tape. Fucking so on wash and dry and shit. We don't do what they done. We do what the fuck we want to do. That's Richie Shore School of Comedy. That's Pryor. That's Hinks. That mental Kennison. That mental. That's what the store had to offer you. The improv. Improv's a great club. I worked with a lot of great work for them. But that external image, that's what the store was. The store was for people who didn't play around. A lot of people don't like going to the store. And when I was going there, fucking Tupac had a shootout at the comedy store. How cool was that? It's still a bullet on the wall. Tupac had a shootout at the fucking comedy store. What's going to happen at the improv? All those fucking Gentiles. This is crazy. It's not the school was for rough motherfuckers. You know, and I always said, like, listen, bro, let's figure it out. You go to the improv, laugh at you're looking for a funny fucking comedy. When you want somebody to fucking push your show to the next level, you go to the store. Those are the Marines of the fucking LA. At least they were. I don't know what's going on now. Listen, I'm not proud of half the shit I did, but the shit I'm proud of was I was part of the Marine one time. I was part of the comedy fucking Marines, okay? But we don't take shit. We go up there when it's dark, people are puking, all that little bullshit they talk about now that they don't do. That's what we did, you know? And it's funny, I met Rogan at that thing. And when Rogan first got to the store, one of the first times I met him, he was getting into a fight with another comic. I mean, it was a rough fucking club. Yeah. The guy threw a bottle at Joe or something. You gotta ask him. The guy threatened Joe with a bottle. Yeah, I got a bottle back in. It was a comic. It was a different. The improv, the comedy store was not for everybody. The comedy store was not for everybody. You know, for years, I was telling Joe we should stab Carlos Mencia at this comedy store. Let me go off on him in front of people. You have those little mazes in the middle. The Scarface for the friend you fuck. Yeah. The fire. Yeah. That's a comedy store. You can stab somebody at the comedy store. They wouldn't know a fucking thing about it. They wouldn't know a thing about it. So Joe was always like, no, we shouldn't do that. Huh? He was like, that's a bad idea, Joe. Yeah, Joe's a nice guy. Yeah. Joe's a nice person. Yeah. You know, it took me, I got to the store in 97, and it was the dark ages, man. Yeah. Where you had to follow Eddie Griffin, Paul Mooney. Yeah. I grew up watching Paul Mooney. That's the best education a motherfucker could ever get. You don't believe me? Go buy the album Race Today by Paul Mooney. Yeah. Holy fuck. Yeah. You know, that's the education. I used to see Paul Mooney come in with Elizabeth Taylor. Paul Mooney would come in with Elizabeth Taylor. Like, fuck yeah.
Who loves white women more than the black guy who hates white men?
He's gay. He was gay.
Yeah, he was a little sweet. That's not who I liked Elizabeth.
Yeah. The Paul was fantastic. I would have to follow. Yeah. The three people. Who was the toughest follow? Don Herrera and me and Joe always have this conversation. There's a brother that had dreads. He came up, he's from Cleveland. He came up with Steve Harvey. Woo! He was white. He was clean. Woo! We were in for a fucking long night. Yeah. I still remember Mitzi would make me follow Don Herrera. Like, I would cry on the drive down there because why would you want to go somewhere to get shot? You know what I'm saying? Nobody ever tries something to go get shot. Yeah. And that's why I had to do every fucking Saturday night. Yeah. Go down there and get shot. The main room, forget it. I never had the main room. My first 10 years at that store, I couldn't get a fucking giggle in that fucking main room. Really? And I would tell her, don't put me in the main room because I'm eating shit. What would she do? Put you in the motherfucking
That's so fucking cool that she did that, though.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. It makes you grow over the bottom line. because that affects her show. That affects her business. The way customers walk out of there, and she was like, "Nah, but I gotta make him grow."
Dude, you don't want to date somebody at the comedy store. You know why? Because if you break up with that person, you're gonna be following that person for a year. If she finds out, and she's gonna make you follow her just to fuck with you.
Oh, so she liked the drama. She thought that it made good content and comedy.
It makes her listen.
It was like the first YouTube house or whatever the fuck you call it.
So we didn't touch. She didn't have that. We didn't listen. I have a daughter that's 32. We don't talk. She's from my first marriage. I think most of the OG in my comedy was because what I did on Wednesdays. On Wednesdays, I used to have her from 2 to 7, and her mother and her fucking boyfriend would abuse me, and they knew I had the 2 felonies, so they would abuse me even more because they had me by the balls. So all I could do at that time is cry, which I did. After I would give my daughter to them, I would get in my car and just cry. Not ashamed to say it, I would just bawl because I strive to be a man. These people are walking all over me, okay? And I would smoke a joint. I became a comic when I forced myself to do comedy. After that, the first 4 or 5 weeks, I would just go home and cry. I need to snort coke like a pussy. But then I was like, I gotta work off this. So for the next 8 months, I would force myself to do comedy after I fucking dropped her off. And then it reminded me of 5 years ago when I'm on a plane headed to go fucking do a gig. And as I get off the plane, I got a thing that says Brody Stevens died. And now I gotta go entertain 3,000 people in a casino in Las Vegas. So all those little things come back to help you later, even though they don't as a comic. But I forced myself into darkness too. I love Joe. And you know why Joe became a good comic? Because he was the guy that went after the strongest guy in the room every night. He would ask for it. When most people go, I don't want to follow Diaz.
The easy way
I
out.
don't want to follow shows. Joe would take me on the road and tell me, I want you to be as dirty and as fucking buck wild as you can be. And I want to go up there. And he would struggle for 10 minutes. Then it got down to struggle for 9 minutes. Then he struggled 8 minutes, 4 minutes. You know, before I left the store, one of the hardest guys to follow was Chris D'Elia.
Yeah.
His energy that I would, you know, that's the guy who would say, put me up behind.
Really?
You know, because you want to test yourself.
Yeah.
Anybody can be the king. Why be the king, you know?
Yeah.
When that top go up behind Holly Wong, I love following her.
Yeah.
I love following her because I would go up there and say something perverted to her hat.
Yeah.
It was like stealing, you know? It was like stealing. It was like fucking, she just said something, you know?
Yeah, it was a fascinating time. I remember even watching it from in New York, and like you come up in New York, and we've got obviously this amazing comedy history. You got the Cellar, New York Comedy Club, and even like Dangerfields, the Strip, and all these places. But I remember that time when things were really starting to bubble in LA. I remember when it was whack. Like, I remember going to the store and it felt like a ghost town. Yeah, and I was like, I didn't even get it. I was like, why do people go up here? This shit is depressing. Like, what the fuck is going on? And then I remember coming back and like feeling that fucking energy, and it was intense. It was really intense. And seeing guys, I remember seeing you for the first time. I remember Joe being like, yo, you gotta watch Joey. You gotta come watch Joey. And you, there was a comic that we had. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not even gonna compare you to anybody, but like there was an energy that you had up there that was like so authentic and so pure, and that's what I've always been kind of drawn to comedically. Like Patrice was my guy. That's the guy who I saw, and I was like, that's the greatest. I don't think there's anything better. And it was just like, it was pure, it was authentic, and it was just like, this is how I feel. I remember you going up there, and like it felt like you had some things written, but it also felt like you were kind of like tagging things in the moment. And I was like, oh yeah, he's in the flow state. He found the energy, and the audience met you, and it was like this really special combustion. You just watch, it's like watching an engine work for the first time. It was just like, what the fuck is going on? And yeah, it was just a really, really cool. This is a really cool thing to witness as a comic that was already in the game for a while, and to go see something else that was special.
It's great.
Yeah,
you never stop learning as a comic. Yeah, that's a great thing about being a comic. Like before the pandemic, I was catching myself on stage and going, when did I learn how to do this?
That's what I was gonna ask you.
And I would go, oh, Idaho. 96 when I was doing the triple runs. You know, you think back of what runs? Triple.
What's that?
Triple is a guy on the West Coast. He works Colorado, Northern California, Idaho.
So stringing things, yeah.
And it's $75 a night.
Yeah.
You drive 8 hours a night in between the gigs.
Yeah.
You're the only thing that's happening in that town. And you go to these gigs and they have warning labels. Like the stage could be, it gets active. If you get a bottle thrown at you, go to your room and call the manager. I said, look at this shit going. I said, well, like Great Colorado, they had a fence up, like the Blues Brothers. A fucking fence. And you know, they're doing comedy. And while you're doing it, you're like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? Like, if you're doing comedy 2 or 3 years, you're pretty happy. You're on the road. I'm doing it. Fuck yeah. I fucked some stripper last night. I got PD. You know, I'm doing my jokes. You're only getting $25 a night. But for you, it's so fucking real. Like, this is fucking great. You know, like, it's just. And triple, you have a different audience every night. And listen, I bomb 5 nights a week. You finally got one show on Saturday, like the late show on Saturday. You're like, fuck, because you know, you sleep in hotels that with dumps, you know. And it's just an experience, and you have to do it. I feel bad for the people who run from that. Because this is a fucking journey. And when I was a kid, there was a commercial that stuck with me forever. Pennzoil. Pennzoil's tune was, you either gonna pay me now, or you gonna pay me later.
That's
you know how many motherfuckers that I see over the years go to Montreal, get a $500,000 deal, bring
pay for it later,
bring their stick to the comedy store, and leave there in gigs. You know how many fucking times I saw all the stars come in there? Oh, this kid's fresh from Montreal, he's gonna destroy. I see Mitzi Shaw get up with Mango. The agents are telling this kid was the next Bill Hicks. And she was so hot. She's like, Bill Hicks, my ass. Get him out of here. The kid was on stage. And she's like, get him out of here. Bill Hicks, my fucking ass. You know, so it was just, you know, you have to put the work in. If you're going to go to LA, you have all your fucking tools in. Okay? And you know everything. I don't give a fuck what they tell you anymore. You know, listen, I wish I would have just stuck with stand-up over the years. That would be the best I could. But the podcast game came. I always wanted to work in TV and film. You know, we have to switch fucking hats from time to time. Now, I'm not doing a podcast anymore. I canceled it. And now I'm not doing stand-up. But I know that by me doing this summer, it'll push me back to get on stage. I got a little itch, I got an itch, but I don't want to sell tickets. I want to come to your show, 10 minutes and leave.
Dude,
not your show when you're doing a stage show. I'm talking about when you do your monthly night at the New York Comedy Club. Seller. I don't like dates over my head. People, I was telling you, brother, over here, how hard it was for me to live in LA. Number one, it was the 23 toughest years of my life. I didn't know it until I got pulled out of it.
Wait, why?
Because I can't be around those people.
Choose.
I can't be. You know, I watched your movie. You were in a movie. I really watched the movie. I enjoyed it. Two people.
Oh, it's horrible.
I really enjoyed it. I'm an Eddie. That's why I did the movie. I'll take Eddie. I even watched Pluto Nash. Okay? I'm Eddie. I'm Eddie. Eddie opened up my eyes to a gift that I repay him now. I'm Eddie. I like that movie, but I had to turn it off the first time. Midway, I was getting anxiety. Julia Dreyfus was giving me anxiety out the ass because she was so LA.
The character you play.
Nothing bothers me more. Nothing than these words I'm gonna tell you. So where are you from, Joey? Cuba? I love Cuban people. I've been to none of your parties. I've never seen a spigot. None of them. You know what I'm saying? Knock it off. I love African Americans. Come out and see you with African Americans. Don't lie to me. Because we know. I know. You know what I'm saying? You know. Just watching her reminded me of my 23 years in LA. I turn it off.
And that's what you don't want your daughter to be.
Not even fucking close.
That's why you got to get her.
You just said to yourself, I'm authentic. I'm gonna work to be authentic. I don't ever want you to go, oh, he's throwing a curveball at us to lie to us. I want to be honest with you. I've never put a pair of sunglasses on. I want want you to see my fucking eyes.
Yeah.
I don't wear sunglasses. I don't give a fuck what the it's gonna hurt your eyes. Go fuck yourself. That's how you fucking pussy.
It is interesting though, because there are, and listen, people are fake everywhere. Like we have this thing in New York, like there's no fake New York. It's like I think sometimes what we do is we try to keep it so real that that's also fake. So like everybody has their fakeness, but there's an inauthenticity. Like I think growing up here, I never learned how to do small talk, so I don't know how to do it. So like, and the guys laugh at me because when people try to do small talk with me, I start asking deep questions because I don't like somebody. What's up with the weather? I'd be like, so your mom died? Like because I don't know how to talk about the weather, and I felt myself in those situations feeling really uncomfortable with somebody talking to me in a fake way. It's like, why you don't care about this? I don't care about this, and I don't know how to operate with you. And yeah, it's interesting.
I don't know chitter chatter. You call my wife. I torture my wife every fucking day about the friends, the chitter chatter. I don't like chitter chatter.
Yeah,
I do not like chitter chatter.
I just leave the room.
Spill it out. Yeah. Don't say a fucking word. Chitter chatter. I don't want to hear. I don't want to have that. So I gotta stop what I'm doing to hear your stupidity. I ask you a question that you don't really give a fuck about.
Yeah, you don't care. Why are we filling time?
Yeah, so why are we doing this? So I had a hard time with that. I have a hard time, bro. I have a hard time with this area. When I left here, this is blue collar. The people who wanted to be cute went to the village, and we left them there, and that's what they did. The amazings and to save the world and all that shit. You knew where to go. You went to the fucking village. Okay? I went to CBG for the first time when I was 14 to see the police in 1978. Rock City. All right, so don't bullshit me about it. I know this fucking area. It just changed.
I still got some, like, last night I went to, over at house, and there's a place, Bellato's. Emilio Bellato. It's like an old school Italian spot. Like, you know, what's the other one up Rayo's or whatever?
Rayo's is still there.
Bellatos.
Mohop is still there. They're all there.
No, Mohop closed, man. Or no, Mohop's not 24 hours. That was fucking heartbreaking. I didn't know it was open before.
They can have all the shit that's open. This city doesn't have that no more.
No, see, that's where I get pushed back. Where it's just like, there's something that permeates the city. Don't get me wrong. There's change. But New York is change. That's the thing a lot of people don't get. It's like, I grew up in the East Village. I saw the East Village be bars where they were throwing midgets and Velcro suits on the wall to turn into Japanese haircutting places. Like, I saw St. Mark's completely transfer, and it's just like, that's what it does. Neighborhoods change. This neighborhood used to be nice. Chelsea used to be nice. Now that shit is every homeless crackhead you've ever seen is walking around Chelsea. Like, it just, New York is change. And when you're in it for 20, 30, 40 years, you see it, so you go, okay, that is the culture of this. And we adapt to what's going on, and we don't budge on things we don't want to budge on, and then we embrace these new things that come around. So when I see people who come to the city, like from Maine, and they're here for 10 years, like, oh, it's not the same. It's like, it's never the same, motherfucker. And the people that are strong enough to deal with that are the ones that put their roots in and they maintain their fucking culture. That Bellatos doesn't have fucking paint on the walls. They got a picture with every fucking asshole that's been in there. And there's a dad out there. I like an asshole. I walked up and I go, and a buddy of mine set something up and I was like, hey, how you doing? It's the two of us. He goes, all right, just give me a second. I was like, Emilio Jr. said, like, I wasn't trying to be douchey. I was like, he said that there's a table in the back. And I looked at the dude and I was like, I know this dude isn't the host. Like, the way he was sitting out there and he was kind of like posted up and he had a fucking pipette on one wrist and I was like, he's not buying that watch just from like seeing people, right? And I was like, okay, cool, we'll just hang, no big deal. I ain't making a big deal of anything. We walk in there. He's the fucking, you know what I mean? He's in every picture with the George Clooney, this, that, the other. And it's like, okay, this is New York. New York is still here. New York is not moving. It's just changing. It's just breathing. And that's what it does.
All right. When I left here in 85, I was going to bars. You could do anything you want in a fucking bar. I remember coming back here like, I don't know, like 88 or something. And there was a bunch of kids on the Upper West Side drinking water at a bar. And I just walked out. I just had it in that bar. That's not the city I remember, guys. That was just 1993, to be honest with you. You know, I used to remember going to a club with a girl with the back of a line of coke. And the doorman was going to call 911. And I'm like, 5 years years ago, I was having sex, like my balls on fire. My friend was shooting heroin, and nobody said nothing. Yeah. Now you want to throw us out for doing a lot of coke in fucking, it was 20th Street, Manhattan, Honda. They used to be an open mic down there, my godfather's pizza. I'll never forget that tonight. Said to me, like, you can't do coke in here. I'm like, are you fucking retarded? It's the bathroom. I don't need that. I don't need that. Listen, man, I come back after 30 years to go to Jersey. I love where I live. My daughter's blossoming there. Fucking sports. The people are great. When Mr. Softy comes up my block, I'm the only motherfucker out there with my daughter. You know, there's 8 kids on my fucking street, and not one of them want fucking ice cream. Like, it's changed. Life has changed. There's no kids on the street. There's no kids out there playing. There's no kids understand you more now that she's in Jersey? Yes. There's no yous in LA. No. But you can find your energy back east. Well, she met my friends. Okay, so she's like, that was like, she always says to me, but Dad, you're from another planet. She's not wrong, bro. No, she's like, you're from another planet. You're from a different time. Yeah. She's become my #1 consigliere. Really? Yeah. How old is she now? 10. And you're going to her for advice already? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Dad said something. She goes, what's the matter with you today? I go, you know what, man? I had to tell somebody she doesn't curse. But I had to tell somebody to go fuck themselves and it didn't feel good. And she looked at me, she was like, you know what, Dad, every once in a while, you gotta do that. Because you can't. I'm like, you know what? She gets it. I told her last week, she's like, you know, be yourself. I'm like, I don't want to do a podcast anymore. She goes, no. She goes, I can tell on the day you do it. Oh, really? I'm like, that's it. That's it. Argument is over. How far are you from the city? 55 minutes. So it's a little bit of a drive. What are you closer to? Philly? What's like the closest? I'm an hour from Philly. Okay, so you're right. A lot of Philly games. I go to a lot of Sixer games. I go to a couple of baseball games. I've been to a couple of Yankee games. Not the same. Yeah. There was a chick next week with a red diabetic foot. Eating a pretzel. Come on, guy. Go take care of the fucking foot. Yeah, she put a tendon cut it off down the foot. The fucking foot was purple in Yankees Stadium. I can't do it. You were running Studio 54 back in the day? Towards the end. Yeah. Towards the end, I went in there. One time I think I went there wasn't. But it was like 85 maybe. Bro, me and my friend had a big bag of coke. We ran out of money for drinking. We're like, what the fuck are we gonna do? And I looked down his arm and I'm like, damn. There's a God up in the fucking sky.
I wanted to ask you a comedy question. When were you like, oh, I'm good at this? And because your style is going to be very unique to what we think comedy is. Guy back then in a suit telling jokes. Your shit was completely different. When were you like, oh, I'm fucking good at this and I figured out how to be authentic on stage?
I was like you guys. I was doing jokes. You know, you're doing jokes. You guys remember the vagina monologues?
Yeah.
Okay. That was like 98, 99, maybe 2000. I wanted something for us. And the belly room had this, you know, they always said take the belly room. So I called it Testicle Testaments. Okay? And what I wanted for people to do was to go up there and tell a story of when they knew they became a man. Not when you fuck your neighbor, not when you beat up the school principal. Something happened. A death of a parent, something, cat, I don't know, whatever. But be honest, and a lot of people had Dice, Jay Moore, and M. Scott Wolf, everybody would go down there and tell a story that you would just fucking get blown away from. Jay Moore told the story when he got caught with the knife in Canada. You know, Andrew Dice Clay told the story about when he cried on the Arsenio show. Just so many different stories. And I went up there and told the story, but at the end of the story, I realized nobody laughed. And that's a completely different muscle, especially coming from where we're coming from. Can you imagine going up there and nobody fucking laughed? Yeah. But you still had a good time. That taught me, like, control. That I got somewhere else with my comedy. Like, I could, and then I got infatuated with going on stage and actually making people cry for a while. Tell them a story. That's how I started telling stories with my mother, finding my mother dead. You know, I started telling sad stories just to see how far you can push it and not hearing laughter, being comfortable with no laughter. Yeah. The thing that we are trained not to like, by doing that, being comfortable amount of laughter. It gave me more patience, and it taught me to tell stories, and it built confidence. That confidence builder was bigger than following or moving. That confidence builder when you know you can go up there, because as a comic program, the time we hit, you gotta fucking make them laugh.
The laughter becomes your confidence.
Dude,
So without it, you're devoid of confidence.
This guy, for the long we would start, he'd just comfortable in these silences. And he always had a good punchline at the end of the silence. And I remember looking at that and early on being like, fuck. And for the longest, I feel like I'm starting to get there the past couple years, but for the longest, I was like, man, I don't know how the fuck he does that. But there is a confidence it takes where it's like, I know I'm funny enough that even in the silence, on the back end, I'll get you.
The pauses.
But you had that since fucking year two, whatever.
The pauses, I thought the pause was the steroids. Like learning how to manipulate that pause and hold that tension and like stretch it out as far, because you're gonna get the payoff in the back end. But your discomfort in the pause is what's gonna cripple the audience. The second they feel you're uncomfortable in that pause, but if they feel like you're up to something,
you own it. They'll take the right way.
They will.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really weird what you learn up there. And that's the other thing when I stopped doing comedy away. I liked it when I didn't get paid. When I started getting paid is when it became a pain in the fucking ass.
Really?
And that's what I wanted to go back to now. I tell people when they offer me gigs, and I go, do me a favor, call me when I've done 20 gigs without getting paid. Because it became something that I loved so much. It became something that I only didn't want to do to get paid. And that's not good. I was still doing free sets in LA, but I really got addicted to that check on a Saturday night.
Yeah.
And it got to the point that I cared about my material, I cared about my performance. But once I got that check, the week is over, I'm going home, you know? And it became like, I was just going through emotions to get that check.
Yeah.
And when the pandemic came, I'm like, I don't even like leaving the fucking house anymore.
Yeah.
And now, every time I do book a gig and I'm getting money, I feel uncomfortable because I don't know what I feel like doing on that fucking day. You know, I'm to a point in my life where it was getting old for me the last 3 or 4 years. Because every time I would book something, I get a call an hour later on something up in like a dance with my daughter or something important that I don't be important for me. It would always happen after I booked a gig, and that gave me too much anxiety. I got sick and tired of waking up in the morning with anxiety going, fuck, I gotta go to the comedy store tonight, do shows, god damn it. I was the type of guy I didn't like being home. I couldn't even dream of not doing comedy. From the first time I took a week off was 14 years in. Rogan talked me into taking a week off and almost killed me. It almost killed me.
Why would you do?
I just wanted coke. Not that. It was just like I was lost, but I knew I needed that.
Yeah.
I took my first breather when my biggest feature, longest yard, up to date. I go, now I can take a fucking breather.
Yeah.
But the question you asked earlier, when I met Joe Rogan, he was on news radio.
Yeah.
I didn't fucking know what news radio was.
Yeah.
I was on stage every night.
Yeah.
If a comic knows a TV show,
they're not on
fucking up.
Yeah.
You should know what's on TV at all.
Yeah.
Because from 7:45 on, you should be on at night. You should be on. So I didn't know. I didn't watch TV for years.
Yeah.
I didn't know what NYPD was until I got to LA. And they sent me on an audition. I was like, what's NYPD Blue? And they had to break it down. I didn't know dick. So when I met Joe, they kept saying news radio. I thought he was a weather guy. They said, fucking anchorman or something. News radio. I thought he was a fucking anchorman or some shit. But he was he worked on news radio.
And he didn't smoke weed or anything back then.
Back then, he was still a gorilla on all fours. That's why I always tell people. You ever see those gorillas on all fours? That's what Joe. Joe was rough, tough, and inspiring.
Really?
Because Joe, I always loved stand-up, but Joe put the love into me. Like,
really?
Yeah, because he's on news radio. He's making $30,000 a week.
And he's still getting that.
And he's still coming to the store after a 15-hour day to do a 15-minute set, a $15 set. That's character.
Yeah.
Most people get a TV show, you don't see him.
They fucking check out.
You don't see him no more. Not only would he still show up, but he would show up after a fucking 10 a.m. in the morning to 10 o'clock at night shooting day on news radio, and he would still be there 11:45. That gives you something that makes you go, okay.
Yeah, he likes this.
I like this.
Do you remember when he asked you to do the podcast the first time? What do you even think the podcast was?
Well, we were doing podcasts at night on the road. They didn't start like that.
Oh, really?
They started in the studio. We would do a comedy show and they go back to this hotel room. And him and Brian were talking shit.
I was watching, you were on episode 25 of the Joe Rogan Experience. So you're the earliest, because Kreischer was on at like 79 or 80 or something like that. You were on super early, so I was curious about that. Glad you asked how
so
that.
we would do it at night. We would do a show and then do it at night. And then one night I'm like, why am I doing this? Who the fuck is at home Friday at midnight? 13-year-old kids. That's who's home. Why the fuck are we doing this, Joe? Let's go shoot pool. Let's go smoke pot, something. And that's when he started doing a podcast. Then him and Brian kept doing something. You heard little rumblings of the guy from the Man Show.
Adam Carolla?
Yeah. And then you had Mark Barrett. That was the easiest. Those are the earliest signs of podcasting. But again, on my end, I always knew this. I always knew that if I got to tell my story, the comedy game would change for me. Because I'm a big fan of like HBO boxing.
Yeah.
And I might hate you as a boxer, but I might watch that.
And all of a sudden,
all of a sudden, they show you
24/7.
quarters.
Oh, yeah.
They show you going to the Bronx and eating fried bananas with Cuban people. I'm like, this guy ain't that fucking bad. I'm going to follow him a little more. So I always knew because all comics have our jokes. You base me on that joke. You think you know me from me doing a joke. You don't know I got 3 kids. You don't know I put mascara on and play house and drink tea. You just see me as a big gorilla. I knew that if I got to tell my story, I could do something with comedy. So when the podcast platform came up, I was like, it's like comedy again. I know it'll change my life, but I don't want to do it. And then finally I broke down and did it, and everything changed. And again, we were doing a podcast for maybe 6 months, and nothing happened. And I told a story about mugging a hooker and taking her back to Jersey, laying a wig on fire. And that next weekend, I had 200 people at my show. Just like that.
This is on Joe's podcast?
I did it on with Felicia Michaels. I'll never forget that. We're doing Beauty and the Beast. And I was telling the story, and when I looked up, her mouth had dropped. I saw her beat the bug catcher, but I didn't see her jaw that dropped. And I'm like, that's what we need. And a week later, that stupid club that they had in New York for a while, had that stupid guy, he opened one up out there. And it was like, no. This is like a little fucking guy. He was the village around here. And then he opened up one out there too.
Where out there
in Melrose, he opened it up. And he had a different room at the time. And one night I was driving down, and it was a Sunday night show. I thought, if I was going to get 12 people, I would have been happy. But on the way down there, he called me in the car, and he goes, where are you? And I go, like $10 away. I'm like 10 minutes away. I'm at the 101. He goes, hurry up, man. I got like 150 people in. That's what all club owners tell you. Till you get there, they're like, we had 20. I just wanted me to you to rush. When I got there, was a line outside the door. All for that fucking stupid story. And then I just ran with it. I don't think if you guys went crazy on this with it, wait till I tell you the story when I kidnapped the dude. Wait till I tell you this.
It keeps on building.
It keeps on building.
And you literally, so week after week, you just started double up.
I started doing clubs. Wednesday and Thursday, one show, one night, just because I could make more money than I paid me for the whole week. And we just built on that. We just kept building on that. And then I had another feather in my cap. Ari has his This Is Not Happening show. And I made stories on that. And that was it. That was at that time. Those did more for me than a Netflix special.
Really?
Those did more for me than any other special, anything I did. Those Comedy Central stories, again, because I made them cry. Everybody else wanted to be cute and to make them laugh and giggle and stupid shit. I'm going to take you to a roller coaster. I'm going to make you laugh, but I'm going to make you cry first. So that laughter's a little better. That laughter tastes a lot better.
Yeah, I was thinking about your style and how long it took you to kind of like break through. And I was like, yeah, you can't capture Joey in a 15-minute feature set or the Comedy Store 10 minutes or 12 minutes or whatever. So podcasting was the perfect platform for you to get to know you.
Listen, when I started comedy, I was a Rodney nice guy. I was dirty and I was doing right. Rodney jokes, that style of jokes. And I have a good friend that you know, mutual friend, and he was doing something, a special, like, they put a lot of comics on one show. They gave him like a 15-minute spot, and I was waiting for him to come on. And I'll never forget, I had to take a shit. So I went to the bathroom, I left the door open, nobody was home, so I could hear his material. And me watching him and me hearing him was two different situations. I could hear he had a punchline setup situation that nobody's gonna remember you by. 3 years ago, then, no, Rodney was Rodney, and he was older, so he had the persona to get away with it. But if you as a 23-year-old are gonna do that, you're gonna go, I wanna connect with you. Yeah. So I gotta fucking raise a human being. Yeah. I gotta cut you another human being. Now I know what I've been doing wrong for 12 years. Telling jokes. Yeah. Don't tell jokes. Tell a little piece of yourself. Tell your story. And use the jokes. Use the jokes the way I tell you. Yeah, you know where I got that? From following David Tell. I followed David Tell to the last spot at the Comedy Cellar Late Show. And Dave would go up and he'd have like amazing jokes, but he also had like this personality, like there was an energy, and the personality, like who you are is your energy. And then if they're attracted to that energy and they're into their energy, they buy that as who you really are, the jokes are like this icing on the cake. And if the jokes are really good, you're just batting 1,000. There's nothing you can do. And I remember going up after him and just being flat and trying to figure it out. Week after week, it was just like nothing. I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, these jokes are working before, and I was like, oh, I'm just doing jokes. I'm just going up there and giving them word problems. And this is a process, guys. You have to come to that conclusion yourself. Yeah. If you try to rush it, I want you to come to it yourself. Oh, this is what I'm doing. Yeah. I'm not doing this because... And it's not just like, you don't just become a person by saying parts of your life, because you might not even be talking about your life, but the way you talk about something informs us of who you are. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you just immediately, it can be impactful. You're like, oh, that's that type of guy. I fuck with that type of guy. And as if those jokes are kind of intertwined with that persona, that's the highest level. Yeah, that's the highest level. That's crazy thing. You won't tell me who it is, that guy. Off camera. Off camera, yeah, I'll tell you. But it was really just hearing him. Going, there's nothing there. That's what I've been doing for 15 years. That's why I've had no success. I think that a lot of times, I think it's like people are so terrified of not getting a laugh that their security blanket becomes those word problems and jokes, right? Because they do work, especially in a comedy club setting, right? It's just like you see 4 or 5 dudes, it's just like, okay, what's your magic tricks, right? They almost become magic tricks. But that's something that the world really kind of exposed to me. It's like, bro, you can't pretend for an hour. No. You know, like, you can pretend for 15 minutes. You can get away with it. It's fun. But that hour is, after a while, it's like, bro, I'm done with the fucking SAT exam. Like, just give me, like, who you are. Yeah. Bomb! That's you. Bomb. And don't take it. That is better. Don't take it. Yeah, then, okay, you got me. You tricked me.
You tell a lot of stories in your book. Was there anything you left out, like too crazy to put in the book?
Let me pee and I'll get that. The fucking publisher almost canceled this book. Wait, really? I want to hear that. They're scared. They're petrified. Okay, tell us, what did the publisher not want to put in? They didn't want to use a lot of the names, which I understood. So I had to go back and go to the names again and see what the fuck can you put this name that they didn't want any names where there were crimes involved with that person. Okay. A lot of stories I told to that person. I told that first name, but not that last name. Yeah. And I changed another guy's name apart. And then some of the stories were just, some of them were fucking out there. And we gotta lock those up, just to make the story, just to make it flow a little bit more. Yeah. Shit like that. Like we used to in '93 when I was in the city doing comedy. I had been doing comedy for 3 years at that point, and I wanted to come back here. I just shit the bed older. Yeah. I was like, I need to walk the streets where I grew up. I need to come home and fucking walk these streets, I would take the fuck, I would go up to 181st and take the A train down. Fuck it, love it. I love everything about that. My favorite part of this whole city is 181st Street at that time. Because I'm going to Carvel and get a dime bag. I on 174th Street. I knew that area. Right by the medical center, there's a Cuban restaurant up there. I just love that area. So, what the fuck am I talking about? Oh, that's so when I came back in 93, a buddy of mine that I was tight with asked me if I want to make some money with him doing like drug rips. And he had DEA contacts. So he had the badge and the jackets and shit. And our job was just to go up to that area and case out drug dealers. And one of the stories that nobody ever believed that me and this kid saw, we would just parked outside of a building. Like, we could see people going in to buy drugs and shit. And we were there for like 2 days. And one day a guy got in the car and saw us. And he went on the West Side Highway. And we were like behind him. And like a mile away, he pulled into that spot like on 90th Street. And he just ran away from the car. And he got so paranoid, the cops. And he pulled over and just ran. Like, what the fuck? So we waited like 25 minutes. I go, and my buddy went over to the car, opened this trunk, and had 2 kilos in there. Just like that. And that's how I got back to Colorado in 93. With that money. Yes. It never ended, though.
It was a great hustle. Just have the DEA outfit on in the car, wait for someone to act wild, follow them until they leave their shit. That's
the guy must have saw us like 2 days in a row. He got paranoid. You know, I've been there. I called the cops on myself a few times and shit. You know, in 1986 in Aspen, I was living in Snowmass House City, and my girlfriend at the time went for a wedding that I was supposed to go to, but I busted into the ounce of coke on a Friday night that I had saved for like a month, and now I couldn't leave the fucking apartment. Like, I could not leave that fucking house where I was house sitting, and I was so paranoid I wouldn't even let the dog out to go pee. He kept looking at me like pee was coming out of his ears. I gotta go out and pee. I'm like, you're not going out there. There's cops out there and shit. I got so paranoid that weekend that I called the cops 3 times on myself. You know, there's burglars on the property, and they would walk around, and there's no burglars. The last time, the cop said to me, yes, when was the last time you did a line of coke? Please put the bag away. Wow. And that was it. Wow. Yeah, I used to get fucked up, guys.
What was the worst trip you ever had? Like, you were to acid and had a bad trip? Really? Shrooms? Nothing?
This kid stuff. I never really did that many shrooms. Because when we were living here, it was all acid and mescaline. There was no mushrooms on the East Coast back then. Nobody even knew what a fucking mushroom was. When I went to Aspen in 83, somebody gave me mushrooms, and I was like, wow. But they gave me diarrhea. So why the fuck would I want to trip and have diarrhea? Give me the fucking acid. I'm playing around with kid shit.
Did I hear that you supplied coke to Whitney Houston?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Can you tell us anything more about that? Because that's an insane footnote.
It was like the weirdest fucking story ever. I used to buy weed from a guy. Every week I go over there. This was before legal marijuana and shit.
Yeah.
He knew I did coke. And he would ask me, hey man, I got a client that could really use your help. But I already knew, like, whenever somebody comes up to you and says, I have something for you like that, it sounds good, but it could be a cop. Yeah, it could be 1,000 things. So I just brushed them off. You know, I'm okay. And finally one day it's like, listen, my friend really needs help. He's a tour manager, and his client really needs this coat. Can you at least meet with him and talk to him? He'll pay you top dollar. I'm like, okay. And I met with the guy in the conversation. He goes, I could buy like an ounce of coke for me every day. I'm like, okay. But I'm doing time. If I was already in the comedy already, you know. And I'm like, I don't want to do time now for coke. Let's give it a run. I go, how about I sell you a half ounce to start off with? And it started small. After about 3 weeks, I would go. Because he was coming every other fucking day for a half ounce of coke. And finally I go, what the fuck, guy? What do you do? You think he's like a Whitney Houston's tour manager? I thought you said Whitney Cummings. No, they're here. They're here. I didn't know Whitney could flow. They're here. They're here doing it out. Her and Bobby Brown. Yeah. So they were getting after it. They were going after it. And I never saw her. Like, I would love to tell you I partied with her, but no, that bullshit. I never saw them. Then I didn't. They were there from like, I don't know, maybe November. And then like in what is the Grammys? February, something like that. In February, it was These motherfuckers have been calling me every day for the Grammys. What are they gonna do? They're gonna want half a Columbia. And I'll never forget that Grammy weekend. I was hosting at the store, and I went to the bathroom. I was just in the bathroom. And he looked at me, because you're pretty funny out there. Something about short came out, like in the bathroom. He was pretty short. He was in there with his wife at the time, the redhead. They were at the House of Blues for an after party, a Grammy party. And I remember that night I went home, like, wow, the Grammys, these motherfuckers, they called me all weekend. I went home, and the next morning at 7 o'clock, my page is going on. And it's the manager, and he goes, hey, man, sorry, we didn't get a hold of you. Busy, can you get us something this morning? It was 7 in the fucking morning. I'm like, God damn, okay. I called the Martel Cartel. That's where I got my coat from, the Martel Cartel. And they're like, come over at 7 in the morning. And at this time, he was still buying like a half ounce, and sometimes you buy an extra 8. And I was putting a little bit of cut, making money off the coat. And I take a gram out of that shit, you know. Well, that morning, they wanted like fucking an ounce and a half. And they came to my house, and that was the only time I saw Whitney.
Oh, wow.
She actually showed up. Yeah, wow. She was very sweet, very nice. I didn't do coke with them. You know, I'd love to tell you I was there with Bobby Brown. They were, and I sold them the coke, and that's the last
This is 1990, you had 93?
No. I was living with my wife already, so it had to be like late 90s, early 2000s. And that was
Why would she show up?
Because they were out the night before. I can tell you, they didn't even go home. They never slept. So I can tell you more of this story, which I will when the cameras aren't on, where they were coming from, whose house they were coming from that night.
Wow. Oh, okay.
And who else was in the car.
Oh, okay.
It was pretty like, wow.
Did you ever follow up with Matthew McConaughey after the Ralphie May?
No.
He never said anything, you never saw him?
No, it was just the night.
Have you ever heard the story? What's the story?
Ralphie first. A lot of people don't like it. When you move to old Hollywood, you'll see a celebrity in that neighborhood. Who is that person here? Oh, that neighborhood before they made it. Now they go to visit their friends. In that neighborhood, it was the chick from the restaurant. My cousin Vinny.
Oh, Marissa Tomei.
Marissa Tomei's sister lived on that block. So you would see her walking the dogs all the time. And it's the shitty part of Hollywood. Guns N' Roses had a garage across the street where they lived. So it was by the Guitar Center right there. And there's a big garage behind Matthew McConaughey. Where fucking Marissa Tomei's sister lives. And that's where Matthew used to have his cars when he was broke. They broken down garages. So he had like a Volkswagen. You know those two-door Volkswagens with the trunk in the front? He had one of those. And, no, not a Beetle. The Rabbit. The Rabbit. Like, not the Rabbit, the square one. But the long one. It doesn't matter. Anyway, he had one of those in his garage. And he would come back there and work on it. I didn't know this. I didn't even know there was garages back there. But Ralphie lived on Schrader. Back in that neighborhood was Josh Wolf on Vista. Ralphie was on Schrader. Nick DiPaolo and Mitch Hedberg were on Sierra Bonita. And Doug Stanhope was on Curzon. This is a hell of a fucking neighborhood. And we all played tennis at 3 o'clock down by Gorky Park and Russian Park on Fountain there. Bro, they used to sell nickelbacks at the park back then. Every afternoon we make Doug Stanhope, make fucking Sun King. Then we all meet there at Gorky Park. That's what Mitch Hedberg wrote the joke about. I'll never be as good as my wall playing tennis. All that shit. I still remember coming to my house with Mitch smoking dope and him telling him I'm thinking of moving to New York. I don't know if it's a good move. We go, bro, there's nobody in New York like you. I don't belong in New York. There's 20 of these there. But you, there's nobody like you. And he got to New York and he blew up like a motherfucker. That was a hell of a fucking neighborhood.
So wait, what happened with the Matthew McConaughey?
So Matthew McConaughey was one of the celebrities in that neighborhood. And one day I'm sitting upstairs with Ralph and he's like, you see this motherfucker out here? I'm like, Matthew McConaughey. Ralphie had a screen on his window. You could see out, but you couldn't see in. And Ralphie would sit there in the afternoons and go, Matthew McConaughey, you suck. So I could see 20 minutes. And after a while, Matthew McConaughey would throw his saying that up there. Fuck you. You got the balls to say me. Matthew McConaughey, you suck. Fuck you. And then the next day again. And then he was talking with Matthew McConaughey. You owe me $750 for the wedding singer, whatever that fuck. Fuck you. How many movies have you done? But he couldn't see us. We could see him. And it was like a fortune chamber for like 3 months every time we went back there. Matthew McConaughey, I'm not listening to you motherfuckers today. Leave me the fuck alone. Every day we had a war with him. Ralphie.
Hey, you never connected with McConaughey about this?
No, until one day I went to Ralphie's and McConaughey was sitting on his. No, Ralphie went because McConaughey friend. I'm about to come up there and beat you up. Ralphie's like, Matthew McConaughey, you suck. It was like a broken record concept. Matthew McConaughey, you suck.
Oh, fuck. Ralphie's a Texas boy, too.
Yes.
Oh,
they became friends. Yeah. I go up there one day, he's on the couch sitting there smoking bong. I'm like, what the fuck?
They became homies?
They became like for that day. Then Ralphie hit me. I don't know what happened to the relationship.
Wow. It's so funny. That's life.
That's the McConaughey. They get cool with him. Here's the chip dog. Go hang out here one day. That's cool.
Matthew McConaughey was
Listen, Joey, I gotta know. Look back on your life before we finish. Look back on your life, and do you think you got all the juice out of it, or do you think that you wish you did things differently?
You know, I knew at a young age that looking at that mountain shit, I had to get the fuck out of here. Not forever, but just get the fuck out of here. To see what else was out there. You know, I got to see mountain time. I got to see fucking prison time. You know, I got to see fucking every night of the time. I lost a daughter. I made friends. I went to college. You know, I had a fucking life there. I wish I would have done so much differently. Absolutely. But, why? This is fun, man. You know, when you're struggling with comedy, that's the best it's ever gonna be. And you know what moment I want? Slash. I went to Riviera. I was opening up the road at the Riviera getting $100 a show. The dirty show at the Riviera. And Slash was on the plane with us. He was on a fucking Southwest flight. And we checked into the Riviera. And I went down the middle of the night. I had no weed. I couldn't sleep. There was Slash. Myself at the bar. And I'm sober. He's sober. Yeah. I walked up. I don't know if he was drinking that night. I walked up to him. And I thought I'm a big fan. I walked by. I'm like, listen, man. If you could do it over, just let me do music. He already told me. He goes, share is what you're going through right now. He goes, are you broke? Yep. You make money sometimes. Yep. Are you frustrated? Yep. He goes, share is this. You got it someday. It's not going to be like this. But you know you had this to make it a lot easier for you. And that's what he said that I was Axl Rose. Axl Rose had a hard time accepting his success. And that was really the first guy I saw in LA. I got to LA on a Monday night. And Tuesday I went to walk my dog. And Axl Rose was sitting in a fucking car on the corner for the night before. I didn't talk to him or went up to him. I don't talk to those people. That was the first real Hollywood person I saw. Was Axl fucking Rose. But I thought about that, and he goes, the struggle is what's going to make you stronger. And that's what you're going to remember later on. And it's very true. Like I said, I didn't have a good time later on with comedy. I haven't had it. How beautiful is creating? How beautiful is learning? Whether, you know, the first year stand-up, I wore a suit every day. Until one day I did a quick set with a hooded sweatshirt, and I got a better laugh. But when I got into comedy, I wore a suit because I wanted to be Lenny Clark. Yeah. I wanted to run the day to feel special. He wore an Armani suit. It looked great whenever he talked. suit would open up and you see the fucking tailor's made. Come on, man, that's what it is, but it didn't work for me. But you have to figure that out. That journey is the fucking best. When you learn how to go, you know what? I like this joke, but this motherfucker ain't working. I gotta put this here and come up with something else here. That's the beauty of creating. When it got old for me was when I got to fight with my agent about why the town hall was charging me $250 to fucking pick up. That's what wore me out. The art of stand-up, doing stand-up, for the sense of doing it is beautiful. And I suggest everybody do it. Even if they don't stick with it. Just do it one time. You know, just try it, just to see what we see. Will you open your big fucking mouth next time about what you don't like about stand-ups or whatever? You know, I've done 1,000 things that I don't do anymore, but I do. Just so I can say I did them and got them over with. I go to jiu-jitsu. You know why I go to jiu-jitsu? I don't want to be a tough guy. I want to stay in shape. But most important thing, you watch the UFC and this motherfucker's talking shit. He don't know what he's talking about. Or he's judging the guy. Meanwhile, the guy's never broke a fucking egg to make a sandwich, and you're gonna judge a fighter breaks his fucking ass. So I found myself doing that one day, and I go, fucking join jiu-jitsu, Joe. Now you can talk shit. And that's what I do now. So try everything as a stand-up comic, because you never know. Look at what we learned here today. The levels. I did it for 20 years. And, you know, we got some movies. There was a little bit of success. But the success I was looking for, that fucking laughter. Next time you go home, motherfuckers, I want you to do me a favor. Watch Cat Williams spin on Michael Jackson.
I remember you saying this on another,
Did you ever see that bit? That stand-up comedy. That stand-up comedy. You know, how does he open up that? Meanwhile, Michael Jackson smelled a little boy, baby's pizza hole, and all this shit. He goes off on Michael Jackson being in front of an African-American audience. That was fucking split down the middle. I want you to see that reaction. That's what your show should be like every fucking night. Not those motherfuckers going, but laughing. Then I'm gonna go home. He said to Michael Jackson, but I gotta yell for you. And the other motherfuckers love it when you say. He didn't say that Michael Jackson joke in front of a white audience. He did that in a fucking 98% black audience. And listen to that reaction. It's a fucking beautiful reaction. It's fucking like, that's the reaction you want. When they don't even know what the fuck hit them. They don't know what hit them. Well, everybody else is doing knock-knock jokes, you know. Comedy, I read today that it's so hard to make a comedy now. A movie. Well, there's a writer's strike. Because everybody's so fucking scared. Why are we scared to make people laugh anymore? Because people's feelings get hurt. Fuck, I don't even think of those little pussies. I don't have time to think of that. As comics, we don't have time to think of that. We have to make our commitment and go for it. And let the pieces fall where they may. And if you're not gonna fucking make these people jump in their seats a little bit, why are you doing it? Just do a podcast and tell whatever you want to say that they want to listen. Talk about Ukrainian war again. You know? But when you start talking about something different and getting a different reaction, that's when you'll see the most success in your life. Stand up. That's what it was.
Joey Diaz, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, man. I'm sorry about the visit.
I'll give you a crazy funny story here. We're in the Army. We go to this club. It was a drink club. It was a gay club. Lesbians, all of that at this club, right? A couple of guys at this club were very aggressive. I said, listen, guys, you're safe with me, but I love girls. So just we can have that straight. We're good to go, great. But they always ask this one question, and they got one of my friends. Hey, you ever been with men? No. You like men? I said, no, I like women. He says, how do you know? What do you mean? How do you know you don't like men if you've never been with men? I said, one of my guys. He says, but he's right. How will you know that? Let's go and find out for himself. No. And I'm like, dude, what are you doing? What's his name? Every time we take a shower, he was rock solid. What? He would always say, hey, bro, what's up? You know what's up. Yeah. So he like guys, so he would see other guys in the shower. Like, listen, moving forward, you got to shower 9 to 10. We're going to come at 10 o'clock or 8 o'clock. When your shift is this time. By the way, he's married today with 2 kids.
Do you feel some guilt that your friend was sucking in a Kentucky nightclub because he brought him there? What's up, everybody? Welcome to Flavor. Today, we are joined by the current king of Florida, and if we change a couple rules, a future president you so much for being here. Finally, we made it happen.
It's great to be here. I've been looking forward to this.
Me too. Now, I want to start from the beginning with you.
Yes.
We got a lot of things I want to get to. Obviously, Florida stuff going, DeSantis announcing, Trump roasting him, everything. But I think your life experiences have informed your perspective in a way that a lot of other people in the media field maybe do not know or can't relate to, or they just don't have these life experiences. So, bring me back to the beginning. Iran, born, Christian, Assyrian and Armenian?
Assyrian and Armenian.
Okay. Very briefly, what is Assyrian?
Assyrian is Babylonian. They're the first Christians, first warriors. Them and Armenians always debate on who was the first Christian. If you read the Bible, you see Assyrians all the time. Aramaic, so I speak Aramaic, so Passion of the Christ.
You speak Aramaic?
I speak Aramaic.
Wow.
So when we Passion of the Christ, we understand what they were saying.
Wow. Nobody else?
Well, I mean, except for 7 of us.
But you grew up speaking the language the Bible was written in?
Yes.
Is it different in Aramaic than it is in English?
I'll give you our numbers. It's Assyrian.
It's close. That's
right.
Yes. Oh, they got to make it about themselves. Every single time. We were having a nice moment over here with the Christians, and then the Jews come in. Anyway. Okay, so you're in Iran. Shah falls. What is happening in Iran during the reign of the Shah?
So the Shah goes from being this 21-year-old guy, comes in, his father is this powerful man who is kicked out a couple times. He is feared, he is hated, he is, respected. He's a guy that raises a son in a way that they're not that close. It's like, it's the father, it's the Shah, the king, and the son has to go do all this different work. He spoke 7 different languages, the Shah. He's a smart guy. He could do interviews in literally 7 different languages. He comes in, he changes the game. Mossadegh was a guy that he would be the modern day Bernie Sanders. So they wanted Mossadegh to be the president. He was going to give the oil money back to the people, all this stuff. And then with the help of CIA, we read this in many different places, the Shah ends up coming in. He becomes the king. And it changes everything in Iran. Education improves, women, freedom, boys, they can become lawyers. There was a entertainment aspect to it. Frank Sinatra, all these guys used to go to Iran. It was top 3 richest, like the wealthiest of the wealthiest in the 70s. In the late 60s, you would go to Iran, Burma, and Cuba. Was it like Dubai? I'm trying to imagine. It was like Dubai. I mean, listen, Elizabeth Taylor was dating the ambassador Zahed. They were together. So she would go to visit Elizabeth Taylor. And she dated everybody. She was also dating Zahed at the time. And then all of a sudden, Khomeini from France is sending these tapes. Before there was YouTube, there were these tapes that would go viral. So guys were sitting there recording these tapes and giving it away to people. And Khomeini's talking about how bad it is, what's going on in Iran, and how he put this party together, the 2,500-year party in Iran. And that was the end of it. I cannot believe you spent this much money. Look how much money he's spending on the lavish party. He invited everybody to Iran. Have you ever seen the pictures of this party? It's insane what he did with the party. And then eventually, Jimmy Carter comes in, December 31st, 1977. There's a toast. Jimmy Carter says this is a very important partner to us. The moment he leaves, imagine New Year's, you can be anywhere in the world, he's in Iran. Okay? He leaves. Next thing you know, gradually, revolution starts. One by one. And then eventually 9 million people revolted after this event that took place. Cinema wrecks fire in a city called Abadan. Abadan is like a bunch of provinces. It was a beautiful place. This movie theater, 400 people are in there. They lock the doors from both ends. They turn the place on fire. People die. The police station is right across the street. Khomeini says it was Shah's people that did it. Savak. Savak is like the CIA MI6. And the Shah says, we didn't do anything here. Why would we kill 400 people? Khomeini's, Shah's people, Khomeini's people did this. Anyways, the people believed Khomeini's camp, and they said Shah was behind this. Long story short, I'm born October 1878, which is at the peak of Cinema Rick's fire. My mother, we go to the hospital. Curfew, 10 o'clock, we have to be escorted. I go to the hospital, I'm born. 3 months later, Shah's out. And then Iran falls, and the rest is history.
What happens to Christians in Iran at this time? It's a scary time to be a Christian. It's a scary time to be Baha'i. It is a scary time to be pro-Shah. It is a scary time to be any military leader part of Shah's camp. They were, killing them left and right. No, he was a fan of the Shah. My dad was a regular guy. We don't come from a lot of money. But my dad, they were imperialists, and my mother, they were communists. My mother's family, they were strong communists, and at the time. And so they couldn't stand the Shah. They were happy the Shah fell. So I'm in the middle of my mom thinks rich people are greedy, my dad thinks poor people are lazy. And I've seen this debate go back and it's the best debate ever. And father's son too, man. Let me tell you, my mother taught me the paranoid side. And I think you need that in business. I think you need that in life. I think you need that. What do you mean by that? Paranoia, where you got it. Only the paranoid survive. Andy Grove, the Hungarian entrepreneur who ran Intel, he's the godfather of Silicon Valley, where everybody admired this guy. He wrote a book in the 80s, maybe the early 90s, called Only the Paranoid Survive. Get in business. If you're not paranoid, somebody thinks you. Same in the military, same in business. You need a little bit of that. So growing up in this kind of a climate in Iran, you're always like, are you Christian? Why do you ask instead of yes, I am? Hey, what nationality are you? Instead of giving the answers, like, what's the motive behind the question? Because you're a little bit paranoid. So that kind of helps. I know people may look at it and say, was that really a good thing or bad thing? I think it's a very good thing. Okay, so then from Iran, you guys flee. Yes. Go to Germany. Yes. Refugee camp. Yep. Are you worried about going to like a camp in Germany, given the history? Yeah, that was a little while. Let me put it this way. For us in Iran, Khomeini died. This is like he died June 2nd. I want to say 89. June 2nd or 3rd. He dies. I'm in school. Parents can't find me. There is no Uber, tax, this, that. Riots, protesting everywhere. I'm trying to find my mom. I'm 10 years old. And we finally do. They take us home. We get to the house. My mom and dad have this exchange together. We got to get the hell out of here. We're not staying here. If he stays here, he's got to serve the military here. 6 weeks later, we go to Germany, refugee camp. We're on the plane, Lufthansa. And you hear the announcer saying, drink alcohol. We were officially crossing over. Everybody felt free. Nobody thought it was real until they said we drink alcohol. Very well. Yeah. I will never forget that. What's the refugee camp in Germany like? I mean, listen, man, it's not what you think. It's just a bunch of people that are trying to fight for freedom. We're all of Poland, Czechoslovakia, Yugoslavia, family, Anna Maria, Piotr, the Stab family over here. And we're all living together. Every day we come, they would drop off the food, we would go pick it up, the apple, juice, all this stuff. Milk, we would bring it in. We had a small little park with an army base right next to us. And so we would go to a bunker building to see what the guys were blowing up in the army base. So, that's what it was like. You go to school, and they would look at you. You came to our country, and you're making it worse because there was some, a lot of things going on with the stabbing, the fights, all this stuff. So, I'm a Middle Eastern guy. You automatically put that person. You can't blame the guys for thinking that because there was a lot of that going on in Germany, but it was a different experience. So we're there for about a year and a half. Eventually, we get the green card, and we get the call. It's November 28, 1990. We're all in New York. I'm looking for Rocky.
The junkie doesn't know what a track is.
And then eventually we get to LA from New York.
Now, any idea why LA? Sorry. Well, I mean, everybody's in pay respect to Mecca, right? Which is Glendale. That's what I know. My thought.
Granada Hills, then Glendale. We stayed in Glendale for 6 years. Oh wow! So everybody looks like this in Glendale.
Your parents' plan the whole time was to go to Glendale?
No, not at all. But my dad wanted to stay, but my dad also had a sister in Chicago, so he would always come back and forth from Chicago. In '84, he comes back. He brings this tape with the best '80s songs. So when we came and you played '80s music, it was sick because every time I listen to '80s, I go back to that tape. Whoever picked the songs, I'm still trying to figure this out. Calvin Harris, Sean Stefano, all this stuff we played was great. But yeah, it was a great experience.
Okay, so you're growing up in LA. you feel probably a little bit more comfortable, I imagine, because you're growing up around a lot of people who kind of look like you, shared experience. I think at this time there's a lot of Persians that are moving into Beverly Hills. They also left after the shot fell, right? So now maybe you don't feel as out of place. Is that fair to say?
I felt out of place in Germany. I don't feel out of place in.
No, I'm saying in
absolutely, you're right. I don't feel out of place.
You're in place in Cleveland.
Yes,
yeah,
absolutely.
The desire to be American, right? To prove your Americanness. Does that happen when you're a kid moving here, you're seeing the movies, and you're like, I want to take part of this experiment? Does it happen when you're in LA? I'm wondering because you go to the Air Force, and I've always thought that, like, that is a way of proving that you're willing to pay the price to be part of this amazing experiment. Was that your motivation?
So, the concept, the evolution of becoming a proud American probably happened due to a few different events. One of them, I would say, is as you age, whatever your parents sold you, whatever your teacher sold you, whatever the pastor's uncle sold you, then you find the contradictions in the arguments. And you're like, yeah, I don't know about that. Because in Iran, you've grown up in an environment where everybody says, bad, America, bad, America, death upon America. And they're flagellating their back, and you're like looking outside here, and these 10,000 men screaming, why death upon America? It's the evil empire. It's horrible. Let me tell you what they do. They're the war. They're behind all the wars, and they do this and they look okay. Maybe they're right. Maybe they're not. I don't know yet. I'm skeptical. Let me find out for myself. Rich people are greedy and all this other stuff. Wait a minute. What are you talking about? The only way you become rich is to help other people around you also become rich. You can't become rich by yourself. Most people that build a company that grew up, they don't have 100% equity in the company. You have to share the equity. Other people come in. You have to have jobs. You have to recruit good people. You have to keep them. You're about to lose a guy. You don't give him that raise. He's going to go elsewhere. You can't become rich by yourself. You're going to need other people that's going to help you out. So contradictions. Then I joined the military. I'm in the Army, 101st Airborne Division. It's September of 97. We walk in the unit. They say, there's a movie coming out. It's about arguments. As long as we can get it, we watch a movie. I love movies. So we go. 600 kids. When I say kids, 18 to 25. This movie, you're going to be the first to see it before it's public because it's about your unit. You have to be proud about this movie. It's your unit. It's a badge. It's something. Okay, great. Let's see what this is. Saving Private Ryan. Let me tell you. Dude, the movie ends. It's all on fire. I'm going to seize them. I want to take care of my life. I'm so fired up about this movie that I'm coming out saying, you know what? I'm proud to be an American. Then we go to one of the military ceremonies, whether it was Memorial Day or 4th of July, and I'm looking at these 40-year-old generals, toughest man, and tears coming down, and they have a look like this, but they're crying because they lost a soldier, and you know how they fought for freedom, and everybody else kicking and hanging out. They're not thinking about the people that have the hard lives, and I'm interviewing these guys. What was it like? What was he like? Who was your friend? Who was this? And he gradually like, listen, man, this is an incredible country, and then more and more and more, as you come up in a regular guy like this, with a 4.6 GPA, 1510 SAT, all of a sudden you're like, man, you can actually win here. And then gradually the levels to winning keeps going. And you're like, what else is possible? It's just like playing a game. I'm going to play this game out and see where it goes. And then obviously I can sell. This is the greatest country in the world comfortably in many different ways. Results, freedom, what we've been able to produce, why so many people come here. If we're a restaurant, it's a restaurant that's always full. Everybody's online trying to get into this restaurant. Even when we're busy, even more people want to come here. Legally, illegally, risk their lives. It doesn't matter. Everybody wants to come here. So now, that doesn't guarantee this place is going to stay this great. I'm having breakfast with a very successful man in Hollywood, and we're going back and forth. And the question that becomes, okay, so now what do we do? I got 4 kids. I got an 11-year-old, 9-year-old, 6-year-old. She's going to be 7 tomorrow. And I got a 2-year-old. She'll be 2 in a month. We have a great life. But, man, can you imagine? It's kind of like, I made my money. I'm just going to chill. I'm not going to put myself out there because I'm just kind of want to be invited to all these parties. I don't want to be not invited to these parties. I don't want to be not part of these networks. We got to be part of this. So I feel there's a responsibility now to bring it from a different angle. I'm Middle Eastern, so I can talk to white, black, Hispanic, Middle Eastern, Asian, Christian, atheist, rich, poor, middle, upper, educated, uneducated. Let's Let's hash it out. Let's see how many things we have in common and what things we disagree with. Give me your argument why. Give me your argument why. Now let's see what we got there. So I think that's kind of the concept of what happened with the love for America.
I want to ask you a question. When you're growing up, you come here. What's your mentality about how you're going to take advantage of being in America? Are you looking at it like, I'm going to start my own business. I have capitalism at my fingertips. So
I came here not trusting America. I came here like looking at the white man like, I've learned a lot about you, Mr. White Man. I see you coming into school in a BMW and we're coming in a used 79 Honda Accord hatchback, you know, that only goes straight, doesn't go reverse, okay? You're special. You think you're better than me, right? So that bit of animosity or kind of looking at them funny.
I just had a bowel movement. So it looked like the tide at Omaha Beach.